Chapter 1, 1 in 100 million ability? I stood in Winter Spring Valley, beneath the immense magical dome, surrounded by towering marble pillars. Faintly visible were ant-like figures neatly lined up in queues, while at the very center of the magical dome rested a massive mana crystal. Grulo, mana value 4,212 points, 4th tier mage. Claire, magic power 5,001 points, 5th tier mage. Reg, magic power 4,999 points, peak 4th tier mage. The tester announced loudly. The young mages who had just completed their magic power assessment were stepping away from the colossal crystal, some beaming with joy, some cheering, while others sighed in disappointment. This is the magnificent Wintergrass Vale, the magical sanctuary of the noblest guardian organization in the Violet Continent. Every year during this season, young mages of Wintergrass Vale gather within this sacred hall to undergo the evaluation of their inner magical energy. Any mage who has resided in Wintergrass Vale for 3 full years must face this assessment. Those youths who fail to reach predetermined power thresholds within this 3-year period shall be exiled from Wintergrass Vale, forfeiting all opportunities for advanced study here. Thus, this annual evaluation fills countless young mages with profound anxiety. On the high platform beneath the magical dome, Nanako, with her 2 long ponytails, sighed heavily, her cheeks puffed out and her eyes filled with worry. She wore a large wizard's hat atop her head. Though petite in stature, no one dared underestimate her, for she was one of the 7 overseers of Winter Spring Valley, known as the Storm Witch, who embodies frost and wintry might. Yet at this moment, she couldn't muster any joy. "Oh, Lin, you hopeless fool," Nanako muttered despondently, gazing down at me in the formation line below. 3 years. 3 whole years the master has taught you. How could you still be so incompetent? With so many resources given to you, even a pig could be forced to become a 2nd-tier mage in 3 years. In the crowd, I wore a linen robe and a large wizard hat, yet they couldn't hide the overwhelmingly handsome face beneath them, still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. But at this moment, my face clearly showed drowsiness, my eyes blurred with sleep, completely absent-minded. "My name is Lin, a disciple of Nanaoko. 3 years ago, she brought me to Winter Spring Valley, nurturing me meticulously, hoping I'd become a decent and noble mage. She usually had a keen eye for judging people, but this time she completely misjudged me. Over these years, she had poured countless efforts into me, even teaching me hand in hand, but the progress of my magical abilities was unbearably slow. Typically, whatever I learned today would be mostly forgotten by tomorrow. Nanao-sama, are you worried that your little disciple might be filtered out?" A magician beside Nanao blinked at her as he asked. Nanao helplessly blew a strand of hair off her forehead and said dejectedly, "Yes, that Lin guy is simply the dumbest one I've ever seen in history. Even dumber than a rock." The mage then whispered, "Lady Nanako, there's something I don't know if I should mention." Nanako blew her bangs away in boredom and melancholy, saying, "Go ahead." The mage frowned and replied, "Actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing for Lin. After all, his lack of magical talent is well known. He isn't suited for the path of a mage. And someone as powerful as you, Lady Nanako, truly don't need to concern yourself with him. Given your status, there are plenty of highly gifted mages in this world who would gladly become your student." Nanako stopped blowing her bangs and stood up, pressing down on her large witch's hat before revealing a pair of sapphire-like eyes. "If a teacher abandons her student just because he's slow, that's not the Nanako way." She tilted her head, fixing the mage with her piercing, bone-chilling gaze. The mage immediately broke out in goosebumps and instinctively lowered his head. Besides, even if you hold a stone in your arms for 3 years, you develop feelings for it too. Next, at the inspector's loud call, I walked drowsily toward the enormous magic crystal, my eyes still heavy with sleep. Anyone could see the gravity and worry written plainly in my eyes, while behind me, the playful whispers of boys and girls carried on. "Look, look, it's Lin's turn for the test now. Don't you know? Lin is actually a student of the 7th Deacon, but I've heard his magical aptitude nearly broke the 1,000-year record for the lowest in our Winter Spring Valley." "Really? But he's so handsome." "Yes, exactly. But I suspect Lady Nanako keeps him around precisely because he's so good-looking. After all, if I had such a handsome disciple, I wouldn't want to discard him either." The whispers continued behind me, but my mind wasn't present. I was profoundly worried, more than I'd ever been before. So should I use 9/10 millionths of my magic power for the test, or just 1/10 millionth? I muttered to myself, my forehead furrowed. For someone like me who suffers from decision paralysis and obsessive-compulsive tendencies, this was truly the dilemma of the century. A 0.9 parts per 100 million magic increase would barely push me into the 2nd-tier mage rank, allowing me to logically remain in Winter Spring Valley and quietly stick around for a few more centuries. But a full 1 part per 100 million would make such a neat, aesthetically pleasing whole number, yet the test would clearly show I'd surpassed 2nd tier. For someone like me with crippling indecision, this was an absolutely terrifying choice to make. "Hey, are you taking the test or not?" The examiner frowned at me and said, "There's a long line behind you." He'd seen many young mages like this, youths who knew their magic wasn't quite up to standard would all show such anxiety standing before this mana crystal, some even breaking into cold sweat. Failing to meet the standards would mean leaving Winterspring Valley and bidding farewell to the path of a mage. Allow me to think it over, I said anxiously. I'm sorry, but this is a matter of great importance. From the high platform, Nanako watched me standing so despondently before the detection crystal, her heart aching as a flicker of reluctance flashed through her eyes. She too had grown fond of her diligent apprentice and didn't want us to part. But rules were rules. Taking a deep breath, she descended gracefully and approached me, intending to offer proper comfort and ease the heavy burden weighing on my mind. Greetings, Lady Nanako. Good afternoon, Lord Nanako. Seeing her petite figure striding forward, the surrounding mages bowed in salute. But Nanako paid them no mind, her gaze fixed solely on me. She hurried to my side, stood on tiptoe, and patted my shoulder. Apprentice, she chirped in a clear, childish voice, softening her tone as much as possible. Don't be afraid. It's just a magic aptitude test. Even if you don't meet the standard, you'll always be your master's apprentice. Do your best. I said worriedly, No, master, I'm not concerned about that. Nanako asked in confusion, Then what are you worried about? I frowned and said, Master, I want to ask you a question. Do you prefer 1? Or do you prefer 0.9? I'm having trouble deciding. Chapter 2, Inner Voice? The disciple is a hidden big shot. Nanako was immediately dumbfounded. What special connection did this have with the fact that I was about to leave Winter Springs Valley? But seeing my serious expression, she tentatively replied, Number 1? I paused, then showed an expression of relief, sighing, Thank you, master. Then let's go with 1. After all, since it wasn't my own choice, I wouldn't have to worry about struggling with indecision at all. Watching the obvious relief on my smiling face, Nanako tilted her head in confusion. She had no idea what I'd meant. Anyway, Nanako said resignedly, Take the test. Accept the results openly. Even if you have to leave Winter Springs Valley, you'll still become someone useful. With these words, Nanako sighed, turned around, and with a flick of her robe, prepared to leave. She didn't want to see the expression on my face when I saw the test results. It would only make her feel worse. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Since my lowly master already declared me a 1, I might as well summon 100 millionth of my magic power to deal with this test. I'm Lin. During the magic aptitude test, I was internally grumbling. No matter what, if they discover I'd been hiding this much strength, I'll probably have to find another place to lay low. Little did I know my inner monologue was directly heard by my master, Nanako, who turned to look at me on the crystal testing platform with utter astonishment. I closed my eyes, pressing my fingers against the icy crystal while channeling magic. Just then, the examiner yelled at me to relax my body and maintain a magical circuit with the crystal for 10 seconds. I thought to myself, alright, let's see, 100 millionth of my magic power. Wait, holy shit, I think I remember wrong. That 100 millionth figure was from a year ago. Now it's probably 500 millionth to qualify as second stage. I've completely lost track of how strong I am. Damn, almost exposed my true strength just now. That tiny fluctuation of magical energy I accidentally released, I hope my lowly master didn't notice it? Sure enough, Nanako beside me showed a shocked expression. I grumbled inwardly, ugh, this is so hard for me. Being this powerful yet having to pretend to be ordinary around you all. But what choice do I have? Soon enough, the gods will walk the earth again. If I reveal my strength now, I might just become another batch of harvestable crops for them. Better keep lying low until I achieve divinity myself. Then I'll settle scores with those gods who killed me once. Yeah, steady and sure. I decided to test it using just 500 millionth of my magic power, calculating in my mind, just 500 millionth will do. Let me do the conversion. The test result should be 2,321 points of magical power. That checks out. Just then, the examiner loudly announced, Lin, magical power measured at 2,321 points, second circle mage, passed. The young mages nearby gasped in amazement, while the girls in particular looked astonished, their eyes sparkling with excitement. I smiled faintly, pleased to have passed the test smoothly. As for Nanako, she was probably quite startled by my mental message. I also heard her muttering to herself, doubting whether she was hearing things. I walked up to her, placed a hand over my chest in a mage's salute, and said respectfully, Master, your disciple has lived up to expectations and barely managed to pass the test. From now on, I can continue serving you in Winterspring, Master. Though inwardly, I thought, forget serving, just seeing my lowly master every day is a treat for the eyes. Even if she jumps away at the slightest poke and often trips over her own ponytail, she's still pretty cute. But why has my lowly master, who's hundreds of years old, been able to maintain this form all this time? Nanako must have been furious after hearing my thoughts. She asked if I was hiding something from her, and I played dumb, saying if she meant the kitchen incident, I didn't steal any food. Meanwhile, I was thinking, Master is acting strange, really strange. Could it be that I'm actually suspected? No way. I've hidden it so well. The people from Winter Springs Valley could never see through my true strength. Even if Master is a centuries-old lowly, there's no way she could have discovered it. So I must be overthinking? Little did I know these thoughts would provoke Nanakeo again. She puffed up angrily, and I bet she cursed me in her mind countless times. She told me to go back and get some proper rest, not to leave the residence these few days as she'd be away for 2 or 3 days. I put on a look of longing and concern, asking how long she'd be gone, adding that I'd wait for her return to teach me new magic. But inwardly, I was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Has this little brat finally come to her senses? I've been waiting 3 years for this line. Finally, I can properly slack off me, go out? Like hell I would. Are you kidding me? What kind of normal person actually enjoys going out for strolls? Being forced to study those kindergarten-level spells every day by my little lowly master is driving me crazy. Oh, intersection. Oh haha, finally some relaxation. Nanako must have heard my thoughts because she was probably fuming with rage again. She actually made me go back and copy basic magic theory 50,000 times. I was internally screaming, who assigns homework during a break? Isn't this just outright deceitful? 50,000 times? Are you slaughtering pigs here? What kind of sane person assigns stuff like this? That 100-year-old lowly has no honor. Damn it! When I finally reveal my true power, I swear I'll pin that wicked lowly master against the wall and spank her. 50,000 times. I'll deliver on my word. Degree, but with an unwavering expression, I firmly promise to complete the task. Nanako, that little girl, blankly squeezed out a cheer. Gee, good luck. A few minutes later, riding her broomstick through the howling wind, she desperately clutched her giant wizard hat and rushed frantically to the magical library. Bursting into the hall, her eyes scanned wildly as she began a frantic search for books on projections, possessions, and demons. At last, in the dustiest corner deep inside the library, she found a relevant tome *, the Encyclopedia of Demon Projections and Spirit Possessions star. With a grave expression, she declared, "My apprentice must be possessed by an evil spirit." Then she quickly flipped open the book, her large eyes rapidly scanning the arcane text. Mumbling to herself, she added, "If it's spirit possession, there might still be hope. But if it's a demon projection, then we're utterly doomed." Though reading my thoughts was bizarre enough, what concerned her most were the terrifying implications in them. Just 1/500 millionth fraction of magical energy yielding a second-tier mage? That level of power could only belong to the gods. She flipped through the book rapidly, reciting several methods to determine whether it was spirit possession or demonic projection. Demons and evil spirits are inherently restrained by holy energy. In environments dense with sacred power, they will inevitably reveal their true forms. After muttering this, she closed the book. As for me, with my hands casually clasped behind my back, I leisurely returned to my residence. I'm the disciple of Nanako, the 7th deacon of Winter Spring Valley, and was originally assigned my own private courtyard. But over the past 3 years, my performance has been so abysmal that my lowly master, utterly exasperated, banished me to live in her magic tower, claiming it would make teaching and supervision more convenient. Thus, we ended up becoming roommates. Truthfully, I feel quite guilty about hiding my true strength from my lowly master, but what choice do I have? Rubbing my chin, I pondered, if I don't lay low until I max out my level and get discovered by the gods now, wouldn't I be utterly doomed? I'm not originally from this world, I'm a transmigrator. I remember crossing over to this realm about 5,000 years ago, when the Violet Continent had yet to see the Frostfire Veil, and magic was still in its primal stages, yet I still rose to prominence, becoming one of the mightiest beings of that era. The ancient legends speak of the 7 monarchs of Violet, and among them, I was one. But back then, I was too high profile, and the gods came to harvest me like overgrown weeds. If not for my ultimate artifact that allowed me to be reborn from ashes, I would have been utterly eradicated by them. The price of rebirth, however, was losing all my power and becoming an ordinary mortal. But I wasn't worried in the slightest, because I had the ultimate loafing system. Ding! You took a breath. Your magic power +1 ding. You yawned. Your constitution +1 as long as I laze around doing nothing. I'll keep earning system rewards. Though the gains are small each time, they'll accumulate until I eventually become a god. Last time, I stumbled because I was in too much of a hurry. This time, I've learned my lesson. I won't emerge until I've maxed out my level. Let's head back for a nap first. I yawned. The boost from a nap will outpace months of training for others. 2 days later, the dawn sun cast a pale glow in the east. Ding. You had a vivid dream. You feel exceptionally refreshed. Magic power +1 ding. You have comprehended the forbidden curse magic 9 layers of ice and fire in your spring dream. Ding. You've slept continuously for over 24 hours, rewarded with 200 strength points. I was sound asleep, with bubbles expanding and contracting on my nose. A fair-skinned little hand reached over and popped the bubble on my nose. I groggily opened my eyes to see an ice-blue pupil staring fixedly at me from less than 5 centimeters away, the sweet scent of a young girl wafting towards me. Holy crap, master! You scared the hell out of me. My eyes widened instantly. Standing right beside my bed was a petite Lolia figure dressed in a blue sorcerer's robe with twin blue ponytails. Her ice blue eyes sparkled with mischief, looking both adorable and charming. "Get up already, the sun's baking your behind." Nanako tilted her head and said, "Aren't you happy to see your masters back? Today I'm taking you somewhere special, so get ready." I exhaled deeply, forcing a smile as I replied, "Yes, master," overjoyed. "So where are we going? Training?" But inwardly I was raging. I didn't want to see you at all. I'm not happy at all. And I don't want to go anywhere. It's barely noon at 12 o'clock, perfect timing for my nap. Getting interrupted right when I was sleeping so comfortably is seriously annoying. Damn it, that wicked century-old loli. You've interrupted my slacker life. My words seemed to have genuinely pissed off Nanako. Her temple twitched almost imperceptibly, and a giant peace symbol appeared on her forehead. Half an hour later, we arrived at a magnificent, colossal palace deep within Winter Spring Valley. The entire place was bathed in sacred light, and our footsteps echoed through the grand hall as we walked. Nanako walked ahead with her eyes closed, clutching a book while her twin ponytails bobbed up and down. I muttered to myself, "Isn't this the Sacred Vale? One of the most mysterious places in Winterchill Valley, accessible only to the 7 stewards. Why is my lowly master bringing me here? Some kind of imprisonment play? This doesn't seem appropriate in such a holy place." Nanako barely suppressed the urge to hit me, her hug whipping through the air in anger while maintaining a serene and dignified expression on the surface. She brought me here for a purpose. Beneath the sacred veil slumbers an ancient being, a divine incarnation, and its resting place is where the world's most concentrated sacred energy resides. She wanted to see if I was as she suspected. Glancing at me sideways, she pondered, showing no discomfort at all. Neither a haunting malevolent spirit nor a demonic projection? Or perhaps its rank is simply too high, and the effects haven't manifested yet? Deep down, she didn't want to believe her disciple of 3 years was tainted by evil. Soon, we reached the grand hall at the very heart of the sacred veil. The holy energy here had practically condensed into substance, the air shimmering with sacred motes utterly dreamlike. "Master, why have you brought me here?" I glanced around, perplexed. A mere disciple like me shouldn't be stepping into a place like this, right? Internally, I couldn't help grumbling. What's this long-haired loli up to now? Why's she been so weirdly jumpy lately? Asterisk looking all troubled. Could it be menstrual irregularities? Asterisk asterisk well, I suppose it's normal for a century-old loli to have such issues, asterisk. Nanako must have been really annoyed by my words. I could almost feel her about to explode. She forcibly suppressed her impulse, observing the changes in my expression, and asked, "Don't you feel anything unusual?" I stroked my chin and said with a smile, "Warm and cozy, feels nice." But inwardly I thought, why does this godforsaken place feel so familiar? Why does it constantly feel like having a mouthful of fur? Deja vu. Let me think. It seems to be that guy's aura. I remember last seeing him 1,000 years ago, but that doesn't make sense. That fellow should have been reaped by the gods already. Nanako visibly trembled upon hearing my words. Seen him once 1,000 years ago? Who was that guy? Reaped by the gods? She felt she had stumbled upon terrifying information and began suspecting whether I had actually lived for over a millennium. Suppressing her turmoil with effort, she said solemnly, "Disciple, your master brought you here to beseech the sacred sovereign for a divine blessing upon you. In that case, even if your innate talent isn't exceptional, you can still attain a profound affinity for holy magic. This is one of the 7 deacons' privileges, and also an agreement between Winter Spring Valley and that existence. As one of the 7 deacons, requesting the sacred sovereign's blessing is a lifelong privilege that can only be used once." My master Nanako deliberated for a long time before making this decision. She reasoned that if any unholy corruption truly exists within me, the sacred sovereign could purify it. If not, then possessing the sovereign's blessing would be a dream come true for any ordinary person. This is for Winter Spring Valley and for myself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I asked in confusion, "Master, are you running a fever? Isn't it a waste to use such privileges on me?" I muttered to myself, "Holy crap, is my lowly master actually serious about this?" But I have to admit, I'm genuinely touched. My lowly master is truly good to me, her disciple. Though my sacred affinity has long been maxed out, a little extra never hurts. Could my lowly master have fallen for me? It's possible, after all, I'm so handsome. Nanako's face was full of question marks, probably sensing the flood of thoughts in my mind. Gritting her teeth, she mentally cursed about me thinking she was in love with me, about my narcissism, oh how she wanted to hit me. Yet she also noticed, puzzled, that there wasn't the slightest trace of fear or discomfort in my heart. Could she have been mistaken after all? Frowning slightly, she grew increasingly curious about my true nature. Soon, though, she exhaled in frustration. As long as I wasn't possessed by an evil spirit or some demonic projection, everything was fine. Stay here and wait a moment. Master is going to pray to the sovereign for blessings. Nanako puffed out her chest, walked to the center of the hall, and began setting up the ritual, drawing a sacred magic circle. Looking at that magic circle, my expression grew increasingly puzzled and odd. I thought to myself, this sacrificial ritual looks damn familiar. Could it really be that guy? Then I saw Nanako cross her hands over her chest, close her eyes, and assume a praying posture. O holy and pure sovereign, the supreme being of all that is pure, by the covenant of Winter Spring Valley, I, Nanako, beseech your awakening, beseech you to bestow your sacred blessings. In an instant, the magic circle before Nanako blazed to life as the offerings she presented dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Through the haze, the entire hall was swept up in a sacred tempest. The next moment, an enormous, blinding sphere of light appeared before us, so radiant it was impossible to look upon directly. Within the shimmering radiance, the faint silhouette of a towering, winged beast could barely be discerned. Puny humans. A voice utterly devoid of emotion echoed through the chamber. I have awakened in response to your contract. Speak now, for whom shall my blessing descend? Nanako knelt there, her entire body trembling as she struggled to stop herself from shaking. This is the sacred sovereign, the ancient divine spirit slumbering beneath the holy veil, the existence closest to the gods themselves. She immediately bowed her head, speaking with humility and piety. Great sacred sovereign, in the name of the 7 deacons, I beseech you to bless my humble disciple, to cleanse him of all illness and wicked spirits, granting him your most holy benediction. I stood there with a peculiar expression on my face, though Nanako, her eyes tightly closed and body still trembling, failed to notice my reaction. After a brief silence of several seconds, that indifferent voice spoke again. The covenant is formed. I accept your prayer. Then the colossal figure in the light screen turned around, enveloping me with its will. Suddenly, holy motherfucking shit, an utterly astonished voice erupted from the light screen, completely devoid of its previous indifference. You're still fucking alive? God damn it. I should have known. Someone as annoyingly tenacious as you would never get reaped by those upper gods. With a sweeping gesture of my hand, I instantly solidified the surrounding space, cutting off all connections. Keep your voice down. I frowned and said, I knew it was you, you flat-haired lion. What's with all the roaring? If my master hears this, I'll be the one to beat you to death. But I didn't expect that in that very moment, Nanako still managed to hear the sacred sovereign's words clearly. Her entire body trembled. Then, she even intercepted the thoughts in my mind. Damn, no wonder this place felt so familiar the moment I stepped in. It's this dumb cat. This bastard actually didn't die either. Truly shameless. So he offered up 90% of his essence to the high god to cling to life until now, huh? This stupid cat. Does it really think those gods are good? They kept you alive just to harvest you again next time, being a naive victim and still unaware of it. What an idiot, though it has some tricks up its sleeve. If it hadn't stepped in here, I wouldn't have realized how close it was to me. Should I devour it? This dumb cat seems to have accumulated quite a bit of spiritual essence. Ha. Nanako heard my inner mutterings and instantly froze in shock. My god, not only do I know the sacred sovereign, but I also seem to be more powerful than it, and I'm even considering devouring the sacred sovereign? Is this really not a demon? She tried to turn her head but couldn't. The space around her seemed locked in place. This doesn't seem like something the sacred sovereign would do. Could it be me? That's impossible, right? A few minutes later, no one knew what we had discussed. In the grand hall, I stared at the pitiful-looking feathered lion before me with deadfish eyes and said, I'll let you off this time, but remember, don't tell anyone about me laying low here. Since I know you're alive, you should understand I have the means to end you. The sacred sovereign whimpered as he crouched submissively on the ground. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I also know the high gods are no good. Isn't that why I've been laying low here all these years, just building up strength to settle old debts? Meow, I snapped impatiently. You're a lion. What's with the cat impression? The sacred sovereign whined. Wasn't this what you forced me to learn back then? You'd beat me if I didn't mimic it. I rubbed my temples, glanced at my lowly master frozen in isolation not far away, and said with deadfish eyes, alright, let's stop here for now. Give me some random blessing so I can fool my master later. Then you better move out quickly, there's no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. With us being this close together, we're too conspicuous a target. The divine sovereign muttered, but I was clearly here first. I gave a questioning and it immediately shook its head like a rattledrum, saying, and nothing. You're the boss, what you say goes. I'll move out right away. Then, extremely reluctantly, it extended a claw and plucked a handful of fur from its own body, grumbling, still as domineering as thousands of years ago. Before blowing the fur toward me, countless strands transforming into motes of light that melted into my body. Ding! You have received the blessing of the primordial sacred spirit. Your divine affinity has increased by 10,000 points. I sneezed, waved away the floating specks of light around me, and grumbled in exasperation. No wonder there's so much divine power here. You're shedding feathers so badly. What's the point of hiding it? Just pluck them all off when you've got time. It's not like anyone's watching anyway, no shame in it. The divine sovereign stubbornly retorted, no way. I'll listen to you on anything else, but my feathers are my bottom line. Half an hour later, Nanako, now sporting twin ponytails, stepped out of the sacred veil with an armful of books, casting a strange and complicated glance at me as I trailed behind her, whistling while rubbing my head. Disciple, What exactly happened earlier? Why did I suddenly freeze and lose all hearing? I smiled and explained, my eyes gleaming with reverence, saying, it was done by the great sacred sovereign. Since bestowing blessings requires an absolutely isolated environment, he temporarily cut off the outside world. Naniko hesitated and said, is that really the case? I stretched in front of Naniko respectfully and replied, yes. The great and divine sovereign has bestowed upon me the blessings of the Holy Spirit. I now feel much lighter throughout my body, truly, that is an incomparably magnificent existence. A look of reverence and devoutness appeared on my face, my eyes filled with sincere admiration, like a believer beholding a divine miracle. But in my heart, I thought, what else could happen? That dumb cat got fur all over my mouth ages ago. I'd warned him endlessly to pull out all that fur of his, he just wouldn't listen. Divine Sovereign, just deceiving those ordinary folks. Times have truly changed, even pets can reach the heavens now. I muttered to myself, but come to think of it, my Lolita master probably hasn't noticed anything, right? Probably not, I hid it so well, and besides, I'm this handsome. At this moment, Nanako was completely baffled, probably wondering how I could mouth pious words of praise while mentally muttering such a mess of nonsense. Unwarranted confidence and narcissism were one thing, but to actually call the great sacred sovereign a silly cat, she must be utterly perplexed about my true identity, and the more she thought about it, the weirder it became. Half an hour later, back at our residence, Nanako immediately picked up a quill pen, opened her diary, and swiftly scribbled a few lines. She listed a pile of speculations about me, that I was trouble, hiding my strength, no ordinary identity, an extreme narcissist who liked to badmouth the master, not possessed by an evil spirit or a demon's projection but possibly something of a higher order, and even included beating me up as one of her future plans. Several hours later, an awe-inspiring divine power suddenly erupted over the normally tranquil Winterspring Valley. Nayuko rushed out of the mage tower almost immediately, her eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld the scene in the sky. The entire sky was bathed in radiance. From the direction of the sacred veil, a towering beam of light pierced the heavens, within which slowly emerged a colossal winged white lion. The Divine Sovereign? Nayuko gasped in shock. The appearance of the Divine Sovereign instantly drew the attention of all mages in the Mage Association. The young mages turned pale with fright, their minds racing with speculation. Some thought it was an invasion by magical beasts, while others guessed that the slumbering sovereign beneath the sacred veil had awakened. The crowd also noticed that the majestic white lion carried an enormous bundle on its back, as if someone had haphazardly stuffed things into a piece of tattered cloth, tied it into a knot, and slung it around the lion's neck. The bizarre sight left the mages utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, from all corners of Winterspring Vale, 6 powerful mages enveloped in arcane energies shot into the sky. The aura of the elder leading them sent waves of dread through the onlookers. They were the other 6 high-ranking stewards, representing the pinnacle of Winterspring Vale's combat prowess. The gray-robed elder at the forefront knelt on one knee mid-air, gazing solemnly at the sacred sovereign with a puzzled expression. He asked when it had awakened and could not help but fix his eyes on the bundle strapped to its back. The sacred sovereign fluttered its wings slightly, speaking with an indifferent yet authoritative tone, "I have come to bid you farewell. From this day forth, I shall leave Winterspring Valley and never return. As for our contract, consider it void henceforth." The 6 high stewards shivered in shock simultaneously. The first steward, Andrew, stared in astonishment and asked if someone had offended the sovereign. Maintaining its outward majesty, the sacred sovereign claimed only that after 1,000 years of slumber, it wished to stretch its legs and journey across the world. Who would dare offend it? It thought to itself, muttering about not being human anyway. Andrew still sensed something amiss and proposed organizing a ceremonial ritual to see it off. He then noticed Nanako was missing and shouted sternly in a certain direction, "Nanako, hurry over here to bid farewell to the Lord Ruler." As the 7th steward of our Winterspring Valley, such insolence is utterly disgraceful. Nanako outside the mage tower shuddered, about to rise, when the divine sovereign shrieked sharply, "Don't let her approach." His roar left everyone stunned. The sacred sovereign swallowed hard, then regained his solemn demeanor and declared there would be no sacrificial ceremony, they would depart immediately until they met again. With that, it turned and was enveloped in a holy radiance. Andrew saw it wiping cold sweat from its forehead with a furry paw and faintly heard it mutter, "It wouldn't be good if that guy showed up." Then the divine sovereign hurriedly rushed toward the sky with his bundle, moving as if something terrifying was in Winterspring, not daring to stay a moment longer. Under Nanaoko's mage tower, I pretended to have just snapped out of my shock, staring blankly at my master with a dumbfounded expression and asking sluggishly, "Master, what in the world just happened?" A great figure like the divine sovereign actually. But inwardly, I was overjoyed. He's finally gone. The dumb cat had the sense to leave without me having to chase him off myself. Ha ha ha, now that this fool's gone, there's not a single soul left in Winterspring who knows me. I can lie low for a long, long time. It's just a bit of a shame. I was planning to get some freebies from it tonight, but it ran away so fast. My inner thoughts must have been completely heard by Nanako. She barely contained her shock, and I bet she's convinced it was me who drove the divine sovereign away. Outwardly, she maintained her dignified mentor's composure, admonishing me not to forget the sovereign's favors and to always revere the sovereign. With utmost reverence, I replied, "Yes, master. I will swear to protect His Majesty the Sovereign with my life." But I couldn't help complaining internally, what nonsense. I must have been in hiding for too long. How can such insincere words roll off my tongue so effortlessly? If this doesn't earn me an Oscar, I don't know what will. Speaking of which, blue-haired master's pose is actually quite charming. Though short and small, he still puts on this lofty, imposing air, kinda cute in its contrast. Wonder how loud he'd scream if I pushed him down. Chapter 7, that's barely any strength at all, are you tickling me? Smack smack. One pea after another popped up on Nanako's forehead. The corner of Nanako's eye twitched violently as her small fists clenched with a crackling sound. This damned guy. Forcing a gentle expression onto her face, she beckoned to Lin with a little wave and said, "Good disciple, come here." Lin maintained his firm expression, strode over, and struck his chest heavily with one hand, saying, "Master, may I ask what your instructions are?" Nanako gently moved her small hand, smiling exceptionally cutely, and said, "Just bend down a little bit." Lin was dazed. Then he bent down to level himself with his mentor, Nanako. "Mentor, are you trying to?" Before he could finish speaking, Nanako suddenly reached out with both hands, grabbed Lin's cheeks with all her might, and yanked them hard. "Master, what are you doing?" "Nothing, my dear disciple. Your master is in a bad mood and wants to vent a bit. Just consider it as me throwing a childish tantrum." "Master, stop it, stop. Damn disciple, that's impossible." A few minutes later. Wintergrass Proving Grounds. What the hell is this damn 100-year-old loli going crazy about now? Did she get her period today? But the date doesn't match. I remember it's supposed to be the 25th of every month. Or maybe she's hitting menopause? Possibly, judging by this cycle, it should be the second, no, the third time. Nanako walked lightly ahead, her long ponytail swaying up and down. Following behind was Lin with her flushed face, muttering incessantly in her heart. An air of tsundere pride lingered on Nanako's expression. Yet faintly visible were the veins throbbing wildly at her temples. Nanako placed a hand on her hip, stopping before a large gate, then turned around to look at Lin with proud arrogance. "Do you know what this place is?" Lin glanced around hesitantly and ventured, "The Proving Grounds?" Crossing her arms, Nanako nodded with her eyes closed, head held high and chest puffed out, smiling as she answered, "That's right, my dear apprentice. Having spent many years in Winterspring Valley, you should know that once you become a second-tier mage, you'll need to undergo multiple combat training sessions each week to enhance your fighting capabilities." Lin nodded. Nanako flicked the brim of her hat with a finger, revealing her sapphire blue eyes, and said, "This is today's lesson. Your master will arrange several trials for you. Remember, during these trials, you must skillfully wield the magic I've taught you. Only then can you defeat your opponents and achieve victory. If you can't win, it would be such an embarrassment." "Lin, can we skip the trial?" Nanako glanced at him and said, "No." "Lin, Nananoko brought him here for a reason. Training was one thing, but mainly, she wanted to verify her dog disciple's true capabilities. The fact that 1/500,000,000th of his power equaled a second-tier mage. No matter how you thought about it, that was something impossible to ignore. Nanako glanced at Lin. Soon after submitting the paperwork, Nanako led Lin into the trial grounds. The trial grounds buzzed with activity, filled with young mages who had come to train. For a mage, simply knowing how to cast spells wasn't enough, they also needed the ability to face different challenges in various environments. And Winterspring Valley possesses the finest training facilities on the entire continent. Every year, Winterspring Valley captures massive numbers of magical beasts from across the world for training purposes. They even have high-tier demons in stock. Leading Lin to a training ground, Nanako pressed a button on the magical device and glanced at Lin. Pointing to the glowing gates slowly materializing before the device, she said, "Go inside. It's a trial ground simulated by magic. Don't worry, Master will arrange a magical beast of your same rank. If you suffer serious injuries, the device will automatically teleport you out." Lin rubbed his chin and asked tentatively, "Do I have to fight?" Nananoko closed her eyes and raised her fist. "What do you think?" Lin reluctantly hefted his staff and said, "Got it, got it. Is this blue-haired loli plotting something mischievous again? Training? Do I even need training? What a joke." Sigh, if it weren't for surviving a bit longer, who would bother with this kindergarten-level roleplay? Shaking his head helplessly, Lin vanished into the glowing curtain. Watching Lin depart, without another word, Nanako rushed into the magic control room like a gust of wind, swiftly pushing past the bewildered trial field operator before quickly switching to the testing ground where Lin was located. She watched Lin standing on the grass, glancing around in confusion. Nanako snorted, her gem-like eyes widening. "Ungrateful disciple. How dare you hide things from your master? This time, I'm going to expose every last secret of yours, just you wait," she said vehemently. "This is the monitoring room. It controls the training content and the number of magical beasts in the corresponding trial ground. Without a word, Naniko's small hand slapped down on the button labeled second-tier monster with a crisp sound. Let's start with some appetizers to whet your appetite, Naniko said seriously. In the Violet Continent, magic had developed to such an efficient degree that it was even integrated into daily life. This was especially true in Winter Spring Valley, where using magic to craft various practical devices was extremely commonplace. And it was the very next moment after she pressed the button, a second-tier magical beast slowly emerged within Lin's trial ground. Elite Murloc, second-tier, adult, agility type, skilled in close combat, possessing moderately strong scales. A very ordinary second-tier magical creature. Nanaoko gazed intently at Lin beyond the light screen and said, "We can't just release higher-level magical beasts right after entering. Let's take it slow. I'll create a little malfunction later to give my good-for-nothing disciple a big one." In Nanaoko's view, this measly second-tier magical beast would be child's play for her disciple who's concealing his true strength. But in the very next moment, Nanako was stunned. All she saw was the little Murloc in the light screen babbling and charging toward Lin, then suddenly delivering a solid Murloc tackle straight into his chest. Lin was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, rigidly soaring through the air. "No way!" Nanako gasped in disbelief. She clutched her ponytail, wide-eyed, staring at the scene in the light screen where that little Murloc was relentlessly stomping on her disciple. "Aren't you supposed to be a second-tier mage with 1 in 500 million strength? You can't even defeat a measly Murloc?" Then, instantly, she heard her disciple's inner thoughts through the light screen. Just let it stomp for a few more minutes. Then I'll fake serious injuries before going to find that priestess to heal my wounded heart. Maybe if my lowly master takes pity on me, she'll give me a few days off. Perfect chance to go back and rot in bed. Seriously, is this little Murloc malnourished or something? Hits like it's giving a back scratch. Chapter 8, Lin, you're amazing. Meanwhile, inside the trial grounds, Lin clutched his head, letting out continuous howls of anguish, looking utterly miserable, while shouting uncontrollably all the while. "Master, I can't beat them. I can't take it anymore. Get me out of here. The fishmen are gonna kill me." His voice was hoarse and desperate enough to move one to tears. Nanako stared in stunned silence. If she couldn't hear his inner thoughts, she probably would have believed him by now. Then she remembered several months ago, when she had found him a first-tier magical beast for training, that scene had been nearly identical. And back then, she had actually given him a few days off and diligently cared for him during that time. Scammed! Nanako yanked her ponytail in frustration, grinding her teeth furiously. She grabbed the magic communicator fiercely, glaring with gritted teeth as she shouted at Lin inside. "You hopeless disciple. Get your act together. If you can't even defeat a measly tier 2 Murloc, you're copying the magical encyclopedia 500 times. I mean it." The terrifying voice of this lowly master immediately boomed thunderously in Lin's ears. "Lin, master must have gone crazy. But that can't be right. Didn't it work every time before? Whenever I got beaten up by monsters, my lowly master would always come over with a pitying hug, and then casually give me a week off. Yep, she's definitely hit menopause. Oh, percent. Nanako, grinding teeth." Then, right under Nanako's gaze, that little Murloc's foot suddenly missed its step for some inexplicable reason. Then Lin roared with what seemed like all his might, did a tumbling roll, and barely managed to escape the Murloc's clutches. Staggering to his feet, Lin picked up the staff and immediately began chanting the incantation. In an instant, a massive holy flame burst forth at the tip of his staff. No, this holy flame is too big. Smaller, make it smaller. Master is still watching." Then, right under Nanako's wide-eyed gaze, the suddenly massive flame instantly shrank, eventually turning into a palm-sized flicker. The flame was so small it might not even cause harm if it touched someone. Nanako was stunned. TSK, this size is just right. If Master asks later, I'll just say it's the effect of a holy blessing. But my control is too weak. I can't handle such a vast sacred flame, and all this tiny flame is my true strength. I'm practically a genius. Oh, ***, oh. Lin smugly preened. Then Lin gave a faint smile. Then, with an extremely straining and utterly laborious posture, gritting his teeth, he forcefully threw the tiny flame in his hand. Just like a complete novice without any combat experience whatsoever. Then the tiny flame would deviate at a 30-degree angle, accidentally hitting the Murloc's eye, and by sheer chance burning through its brain, thus achieving a hard-won victory against the terrifying second-tier Murloc through sheer luck. When the master comes by, I'll accidentally lose strength and faint into my lowly master's arms, getting sent to the priestess big sister for some heart-healing treatment. Absolutely perfect. Lin, you're amazing. Nanako listened blankly to Lin's inner monologue echoing in her ears. Then she stared at that tiny flame. At exactly a 30-degree offset angle, it hit the little Murloc right in the eye. Thud! The little Murloc toppled over immediately, wisps of green smoke curling from its head. Lin reached out toward the light screen, her face breaking into a smile of utter exhaustion. It was as if to say, Master, I've finally defeated this formidable foe, through such hardships. Nanako stood frozen there for 2 full seconds. Do you take me for a fool? Natsuko was going crazy. She clutched her ponytail, banging her head against the control console, thud, thud, thud. How outrageous. This is absolutely unacceptable. How dare they mentally script out what would happen next? And why can you act so convincingly? If it weren't for being able to hear your inner thoughts, I wouldn't have realized your extremely arduous expression was fake. You even had the nerve to naturally collapse into my arms. You even wanted to pretend to be injured to seek both physical and spiritual healing from the priestess. Damn it! Damn it! Nanako frantically banged her head against the control console. But just at that moment, a series of strange crackling noises suddenly erupted. She froze for a moment, lowering her head to gaze at the control panel. Threads of bluish smoke were now rising from it, though no one had noticed when they first appeared. The buttons controlling the release of different tier magical beasts were flashing madly. In an instant, Nanako's eyes widened. Is it broken? Then she immediately raised her head reflexively, widened her eyes, and gazed toward the light screen. Nanako, Omega Omega. Inside the light screen, the trial ground came into view. Lin stood there like a lone, solitary ant, while before him, countless densely packed magical beasts had already appeared. From 1st tier to 9th tier, even the most powerful demons and void creatures slowly emerged alongside the out-of-control teleportation device. In that instant, Lin's proving ground turned into a chaotic den of monsters. In stark contrast, Lin seemed as insignificant as a lone sapling. Flocks of crows flew overhead. Then Lin turned her head with a click, smiling at the light screen as she said, Master, are you sure that a 2nd-tier mage like me can take down so many top-tier magical beasts and demons? It's over. We're done for. In the control room, Nanako widened her eyes, gripping her oversized cloak as she desperately patted at the flames on the console. It's such a sturdy machine, I've crashed into it many times before without any issues, so why is it smoking today of all days? Disciple, just a minor malfunction, it'll be fixed soon, hang in there. Nanako urgently shouted into the communicator toward that direction. Originally, she had planned to create just a small malfunction, but she never expected this damn console would actually break down. Lin, console malfunction? Must be on fire then. The magic equipment in the home mage tower gets broken by Master all the time. Well, following the usual routine, Master should be about to use magic next. Water ball. Nanako shouted, gripping her ponytail as she suddenly thrust out her hand. A massive water ball splashed onto the flaming control panel with a loud splat. The flames above instantly died out. Disciple, rest assured, your master has extinguished the fire. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the control panel is completely destroyed. Lin speculated. Oh no, apprentice, the fire is out. But for some reason, the console still can't be operated. Nanaoko's loud voice came from the other side of the light screen. That's only natural, Lin muttered. And then, my lowly master would probably kick the door open to charge out, but in her panic, she'd trip over her own feet and faceplant on level ground. Lin speculated internally. Chapter 9, the taste of a succubus is quite delightful. Outside the control room, splash. Nanako, in her extreme haste, ended up tripping over her own feet and landed flat on the ground with a thud. Face first. All the mages in the trial square outside the control room froze in bewilderment. Then he gaped in astonishment at the smoking control room and the lowly who had rushed out only to trip flat on her face. Quick, call the magic artificer. Nanako pressed down on her hat with one hand and shouted. The control panel malfunctioned. My apprentice is trapped inside the trial grounds and can't get out. Save them. Seeing the control room belching thick black smoke, all the mages in the square panicked and immediately went to summon a professional magic artificer. And at the same time, inside the trial grounds, Lin stared with deadfish eyes at the pack of magical beasts opposite him. Countless high-tier magical beasts and demons bared their razor-sharp fangs, their eyes flashing with ferocious glints, many demons even curling their lips into cruel sneers. They advanced step by step toward Lin. In their eyes, this measly second circle mage posed absolutely no threat whatsoever. They were all captured by Winter Spring Valley. Slaughtering the mages of Winter Spring Valley was absolutely something they were more than willing to do. Yet Lin remained completely unfazed. He glanced at the translucent screen, stroked his chin, and shook his head, muttering, the lowly master probably isn't here now, right? He shrugged his shoulders, feeling utterly helpless. Otherwise, why would he call his lowly master foolish? Although she's quite skilled in magical arts, she's clumsy and tends to make all sorts of embarrassing mistakes whenever she gets flustered. But since master has already left, then what comes next? Lin smiled faintly, and almost in the very instant Lin turned his head, countless high-level ferocious beasts instantly lunged at Lin, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, their razor-sharp teeth seemingly ready to tear him apart at any moment. Terrifying roars and sinister laughter accompanied the swift and vicious attacks, vanishing as quickly as they came. It seemed the horde of high-level magical beasts and demons were about to trample Lin into bloody pulp, but at that very instant, Lin glanced at them. His pupils abruptly contracted as an immensely terrifying pressure instantly erupted from his body. In that instant, the charging magical beasts were immediately repelled as if struck by a tremendous force, sent flying backward one after another. Boom! Bang! Even the mighty Tier 9 magical beasts, even those high-level demons that only city-destroying class mages could withstand, all were powerless against the terrifying might emanating from that single glance, collapsing to the ground like duckweed in the wind. For a moment, all the magical beasts froze in shock. They trembled in fear, their faces filled with astonishment. Within their field of vision, the second-tier mage who had appeared utterly feeble mere moments ago was now radiating an overwhelming, almost tangible aura of inky black energy that pierced the heavens. That was the materialization of oppressive might, an aura so powerful it nearly approached that of deities. But, this must be some kind of joke. Why would a second circle mage suddenly manifest this terrifying aura that only demigods possess? Kneel. A cold, indifferent voice. Almost instinctively, the monstrous beasts and demons, who were in the midst of immense shock, felt their legs give way beneath them. Thud! Thud! Their legs gave way uncontrollably, bending as they knelt to the ground one after another. Even some plant-like monsters without legs uprooted themselves entirely, trembling as they prostrated fully on the ground. So terrifying. Who is he? Why does he feel far more dreadful than even the highest authority of Winter Spring Valley? Stop the nonsense, get on your knees now. Do you want to die? Their cold sweat poured down in torrents, trembling with fear. This oppressive force felt even colder than the draconic might of the Dragonkin clan, more violent than the fury of the Abyssal Monarchs. For a split second, they seemed to have a peculiar sensation. What stood before them was not a human at all, but an ancient, ineffable presence. Not a single magical beast dared to move. Their teeth chattered as they stared at Lin in terror, their hearts feeling as though they were slowly freezing over. Watching those magical beasts tremble in fear, Lin stroked his chin and said, I do feel a bit nostalgic. Those days of unrestrained showing off are truly gone without return. Lin sighed with melancholy. Carrying his staff, he strode boldly before them. Yet every magical beast swept by his gaze trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move a muscle. Good, very good. Lin gazed at those magical beasts, a trace of satisfied admiration appearing on his face. Having kept a low profile all along, he had never truly witnessed Wintervale's real strength before. Now it seemed Wintervale, as Violet's strongest guardian organization, indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. The Ironback Spine Lizard was about to break through from 9th rank to Monarch rank. A high-rank demon from the Abyss, nearly qualified to serve as a royal guard, the Black Knight. Any single one of these fallen unicorns could bring about the annihilation of a small town. The ability to domesticate so many powerful magical beasts undoubtedly speaks volumes about Winterspring Vale's might. Lin surveyed the scene with admiration. Then, Lin came to a halt before a succubus with wings on its back. A succubus. From the abyss beyond the Violet Continent. This was a winged, horned humanoid demon. They typically appear in female form and frequently haunt human nightmares to siphon away their life essence. Under Lin's gaze, the succubus trembled violently, beads of cold sweat pattering onto the ground. What does he intend to do? Just a moment ago he was merely a second-tier mage, why is he suddenly radiating such terrifying energy? This pressure feels like, are you the 5th monarch of the Abyss, a vassal of Lilith? Lin's voice came through. The succubus instantly trembled all over, instinctively lifting her head to gaze at this young human mage before her. How could he know? And why would he know the name of my lord? Then she saw Lin staring intently at the mark upon her shattered pauldron. That mark was none other than the sigil representing the dominion of the 5th monarch of the Abyss. The succubus was stunned and said, You know our master? Lin nodded and said, yes, her taste is quite good, quite skillful. The demons, Omega. Her taste is quite good. How's life? Can you really say such things so carelessly? That was the 5th monarch of the Abyss, a king-tier powerhouse second only to the gods themselves. The succubus trembled with fear and asked, May I ask who you are? Lin looked down and smiled faintly, saying, Humph, it's been so long since I visited the Abyss that I've fallen to the point where I don't even recognize lowly demons like you anymore. It was at that very moment, right in the succubus's line of sight, a terrifying figure adorned with massive demonic horns, clad in silver-gray death armor, and wielding vast bone wings slowly superimposed itself over Lin's form. At that very instant, the succubus's pupils dilated sharply as she recognized Lin's identity. No, absolutely impossible. You're the Abyss's, Chapter 10, Naturally I won't do anything to you. Her eyes filled with sheer terror, as if that figure was the very embodiment of fear itself. But before it could finish speaking, she suddenly realized she was unable to utter that name. Her throat went dry, that syllable seemed forbidden, as though it were a taboo. All cognitive memory of that existence seemed to vanish from her mind in an instant, leaving behind only blankness. Yet she stared at Lin with undiminished terror, because she recognized it. It was him, that very being. No wonder she had sensed something strangely familiar about that presence earlier, for that terrifying entity was practically legendary throughout the abyss, known by all who dwelled there. Her entire body had gone limp, even breathing had become unbearably difficult. She could only tremble blankly where she stood, lips repeatedly forming a sound she couldn't voice, because she knew, including their monarch Lilith. In the abyss, their entire species had once been that entity's possessions. Lin patted her shoulder and smiled faintly. After being away for so many years, has it become so chaotic that even succubi like you have wandered into Violet Land? He promptly stopped paying attention to that succubus. His only thought now was to survive until the deities manifested. As for the current state of the entire continent, he had little interest in learning more. Then he surveyed the magical beasts around him, looking down at them with a faint smile. Want to live? The beasts immediately shuddered all over, then became utterly panicked, nodding their heads as vigorously as chicks pecking at rice. We do. The beasts' throats were parched. Lin turned and walked back to his previous position. Then he sat down, as a small pangolin-like magical beast swiftly dashed beneath his rear to serve as a cushion. Crossing his legs casually, he smiled faintly and said, "If you want to live, then do as I say." The magical beasts trembled in fear, awaiting the commands of this terrifying presence. Lin glanced around, then pointed at a colossal beast and said, "You, come here." The several-meter-tall beast stared wide-eyed and shivered as it shuffled forward. Then Lin rolled up his sleeves and said, "Take a bite here." The colossal beast was instantly stunned and said, this. I wouldn't dare." Slap. Lin dealt him a sharp slap. "Fine, I'll bite. The massive beast yawned wide, baring its razor-sharp teeth before clamping down hard on Lin's arm. Crunch! Lin screamed in agony, "Ouch! You actually bit me!" At these words, even the colossal beast froze in shock. This. Didn't you tell me to bite you? How can you even say something like that? And one more thing. He stared in shock at the perfectly aligned row of his pearly white teeth, where a circular gap the size of an arm had now appeared. My teeth are the ones that broke, and you're the one who let out that blood-curdling scream. Shouldn't I be the one screaming? Lin looked helplessly at the faint white tooth marks on his arm before sighing. Put some effort into it, those barely there bite marks are fooling no one. The colossal beast was practically in tears. Where do you get off saying I'm not trying hard enough? I've even chipped my teeth, dang it. Truth is you're just too damn tough to bite through. Alright. Lin had no choice but to extend her hand and pinch the tooth mark with her fingernail. It bled, but Lin thought the bleeding wasn't too heavy. So she reached out, scooped some of the beast's blood from its forehead, and smeared it on her own arm. Perfect. The bloody sight clearly indicated severe injuries. All the magical beasts were staring in stunned silence. Yet Lin still found it hard to believe. He slightly furrowed his brows. Looking around, his gaze instantly fell upon the succubus cowering dazedly in the corner. The succubus trembled violently from head to toe. Come here, Lin beckoned. The succubus had no choice but to approach timidly, tail tucked between her legs, not daring to utter a single word. Then, under the bewildered gazes of numerous monsters and demons, Lin grabbed the succubus's finger and used her sharp nail to make several slashes on his clothes with a ripping sound. Instantly, his clothes became tattered and ragged. Have you brushed your teeth? Lin asked. The succubus mumbled blankly, rinsed my mouth. Lin nodded. Then unexpectedly, he wrapped an arm around the waist and pressed his lips forward passionately, planting a deep and fervent French kiss on the succubus. The demons, Omega. She got forcefully kissed. The succubus widened her eyes so much they nearly popped out, her entire body frozen stiff with terror, her mind completely blank. She didn't even dare to move a muscle. Even for a creature like a succubus, being suddenly forced into a kiss, that was way too abrupt. Almost immediately, she felt terrifying surges of essence relentlessly pouring into her body from his mouth. She was gonna explode. My body's about to explode. It's gonna be stuffed full, completely, overflowing. The succubus struggles wildly. After a long while, Lin leaned back with refreshed spirits, then pulled out a mirror from nowhere, gazing with satisfaction at his own deathly pale face. Not bad, looks properly dazed and terrified. If Master asks, just say you were affected by the succubus's power. The demon stood frozen in place. The succubus in particular was murmuring deliriously, looking absolutely wretched. She could sense that he had merely forced a tiny bit of spirit energy into her, yet the purity of that infinitesimal amount nearly caused her, a high-ranking demon, to explode on the spot. The spiritual energy within the other party was so dense it seemed almost like an ocean. It's about to overflow, she murmured. How terrifyingly powerful must he be? After completing all these preparations, Lin lay there, then opened his lifeless fish-like eyes to gaze at the magical beasts. Squinting slightly, he said, "Now fight each other on your own. The more chaotic the scene, the better. I want a battlefield in complete disarray." If any of you dares disobey my orders. He tilted his head, his face suddenly breaking into a gentle expression. Of course, I won't harm any of you either. He. All the magical beasts were practically pissing themselves with fear. Who in their right mind would believe that kind of nonsense? Several minutes later. Disciple, are you alright? The shimmering portal to the trial grounds was suddenly kicked open by a pigtailed girl. Nanako stormed in with a group of mages in tow, her presence electrifying the air. Her eyes darted wildly as she scanned the trial arena, desperately searching for her disciple's figure. After leaving the control room, she immediately summoned the thaumaturgist specializing in creating and maintaining magical devices, then rushed over in frantic haste. Yet the very next moment, they were stunned by the chaotic scene before them. The trial grounds were littered with dismembered corpses of magical beasts. In the distance, an all-out brawl raged as high-level creatures frenziedly tore into each other. My disciple! Where's my disciple? Natsuko's eyes widened as she frantically scanned the area. Soon, she spotted Lin in a corner, covered in blood, barely alive, and already fallen unconscious. Disciple. Horrified, Natsuko dashed toward him at lightning speed. She quickly helped Lin lean against her lap, her heart breaking as she saw him barely clinging to life. Just as I thought. In her heart, all that talk about 1 in 500 million strength was just her disciple boasting nonsense. She had been so foolish. How could she have believed such things to be true? Now look what had happened. My disciple is about to die. She immediately hugged Lin's head and wailed bitterly, overwhelmed with guilt. Chapter 11. The foolish master is the easiest to trick. Disciple, you mustn't die. It's master's fault. Master accidentally broke the control panel. Please don't let anything happen to you. TSK, as expected. Fooling my idiot master is so easy. Didn't waste all this blood I smeared on my clothes for nothing. Master's intelligence probably stops right about here. So what condition should I demand? In this situation, my lowly master would agree to anything, right? A back massage? Foot rub? Shoulder kneading? Or maybe 2 weeks of slacking off? Or, Lin, you're such a pervert, how dare you even think about pushing master down? The inner monologue continued. Nanako's expression froze instantly. Lin finally opened his eyes weakly, extending a trembling hand to feebly grasp at Nanako's sleeve. His lips were parched, like a patient about to draw his last breath, as he whispered weakly, Master, am I still alive? The voice trembled so much, as if carrying an unparalleled attachment to life, with an incredible thirst for survival. Damn, awesome, Lin, your acting is unbeatable. Mom must be so proud of how amazing you are. You could totally be in movies, seriously. Omega? Nanako stared blankly at her disciple's pale, lifeless form cradled in her arms while simultaneously hearing his unbearably narcissistic inner monologue echo through her mind. So this meant, this guy, there's clearly nothing wrong with you at all. Nanaoko was about to lose her mind. If she couldn't hear his inner thoughts, she might have actually fallen for his acting. If he were truly on the verge of death, how could there possibly be so many narcissistic mental gymnastics going on in his head? And to think he was actually planning how to play pitiful to make requests of his master. Damn it! That's right, you're still alive. Nanako gritted her teeth furiously, barely suppressing the urge to beat him to death. And perfectly fine too. Lin weakly pressed his head against Nanako's chest, grabbed her hand mournfully, and murmured, Is that so? That's wonderful, master. As long as I'm still alive, this disciple can continue staying by your side. Disciple truly doesn't want to leave you at all. The emotion in the voice was so genuine. All who heard it couldn't help but tear up. Even Nanako, who could hear his inner thoughts, was nearly moved to tears by these words. Ah, my skills have improved. I can actually say such cheesy words without blushing or my heart racing, and I don't even feel embarrassed. I'm too strong. Although Master is a century-old lowly, she's still a lowly after all. Hearing such heartfelt words from her disciple should move her to tears, right? Looks like the favorability points are going to skyrocket. Nana? So, why did you have to make me hear your inner thoughts? Nanako tugged wildly at her twin pigtails in frustration. Can't you just let me be moved for a moment? Why do you always have to ruin the mood by thinking of all that nonsense? And what's with this centennial lowly nonsense? Don't go throwing around ridiculous nicknames like that. Nanako's eye twitched wildly as she gnashed her teeth and said, If you still have the energy to talk, you must be perfectly fine. But Master is really curious, with so many demons and magical beasts around, how come none of them managed to kill you, my dear disciple? Lin lay listlessly in Nanaoko's arms, whispering weakly, Because, this disciple was truly too weak. They looked down on me, and soon they started fighting among themselves, too engrossed in their brawl. That's how I barely managed to escape with my life. Of course not. The blood was smeared by me, the wounds were pinched by me, and their mutual beating was orchestrated by me. Not even a single king-tier magical beast, and you think you can hurt me? This is just a joke utterly beneath my notice, not a single one worth fighting. Of course, my lowly master is too foolish to notice. After all, small body means equally tiny brain capacity. Wouldn't master be furious if she heard what I'm thinking? Bahaha hick. Nanako, close your eyes, take a deep breath, try focusing on other thoughts. Don't pay attention to your disciple's inner voice. But I still can't help wanting to hit him. This bastard. Nanako turned her head, trying to calm her emotions, then gazed toward the depths of the trial grounds where high-level terrifying magical beasts lurked one after another. Seeing those beasts at such close range, even she felt somewhat uneasy. If you tried hard to forget the disciple's bewildering narcissism, being able to effortlessly subdue so many high-level magical beasts is proof enough of his strength. If we truly follow the speculation in my heart, this damned disciple of mine might be stronger than all 7 of their stewards combined. But the veins at her temples throbbed violently. Such an abhorrent personality could truly drive anyone to fury. Soon, those high-level magical beasts were subdued and captured by the sorcerers Naruko had brought along. A sorcerer approached and said earnestly, reporting to head maid Nanako, all the magical beasts have been subdued. We interrogated several demons. It's exactly as your disciple said. They did indeed have a conflict among themselves and started fighting each other, too preoccupied to pay attention to your disciple. Your disciple truly had extraordinary luck. Heh, of course. Strength speaks for itself here. Who would dare talk nonsense? Isn't that obvious? And just to be safe, I even cast a silencing spell on them. They absolutely won't be able to utter a single word they shouldn't. She glanced at the terribly weak disciple in her arms, who kept coughing non-stop, while listening to his arrogant inner thoughts. Nanako clenched her fists, grinding her teeth as she said, I understand. You may leave now. The mage looked at Lin with sympathy, then whispered softly, Lady Nanako, your disciple is so severely injured. Should we first take him to the church for recuperation? A most excellent priestess has recently arrived. If she helps, he should recover very quickly. Lin's eyes instantly lit up, but under Nanako's sudden gaze, Lin became weak and powerless again. He said melancholically, that would of course be wonderful. Once I recover quickly, I still have so much to learn from Master. I want to become a powerful mage like Master. I need to work even harder. Such sincere and moving words brought instant tears to that mage's eyes. He wiped the dampness from his eyes and said, Lady Nanako, having a disciple who loves learning and strives for progress every day is truly a wonderful thing. The surrounding magicians nodded in agreement. Watching the teary-eyed expressions of those mages around her, Nanako, who knew the truth, felt like she was about to faint from frustration. Barely containing her explosive rage, she took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Yes, I think it's a fantastic idea too. In that case, after recovery, practicing 23 hours a day and setting aside just 1 hour for sleep and meals, my disciple should be more than happy to accept this arrangement. Lin's expression instantly froze in place. Chapter 12, used as a table leg wedge. 2 days later, in the towering magical hall of Winter Spring Valley, high above the vaulted ceiling, beams of light projected downward one after another, making the entire hall shimmer with countless specks of radiance, imbuing it with an extraordinary sanctity. This was the political center of all Winter Spring Valley, the Round Table Council chamber of the 7 chief stewards. At regular intervals, or whenever anomalies arose across the continent, the 7 stewards would convene here to deliberate on response measures. At this very moment, the 7 chief stewards gathered here. Seated at the head position, First Steward Andrew flipped through his magic tome, raised his head, and spoke gravely. Honorable stewards, it has been nearly 3 months since we unearthed the ancient elven royal court within the Western Empire's borders. I wonder how everyone is progressing with deciphering those cryptic texts from the secret scrolls. He glanced around, his gaze quickly settling on Nanako, who was sitting across from him, lost in thought. The petite lowly lay sprawled there, a bubble on her nose growing and shrinking with each breath, the rhythmic snores making those around her particularly uncomfortable. Andrew's expression immediately turned stern. Nanako, you go first. In an instant, Nanako reflexively stood up, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Is the meeting over? Can we leave now? Silence enveloped the surroundings. A murder of crows cawed as they flew overhead. The other stewards nearby were all struggling to suppress their laughter, while Andre's face turned ashen with rage, his beard trembling visibly with each agitated breath. He said heavily, I'm talking about the ancient elven scrolls distributed 3 months ago. Deciphering the ancient elven script is crucial for us. What's your progress on that? Nanako froze for 2 seconds. Ancient elven scrolls? When she uttered these words in a dazed tone, you could hear a pin drop in the entire room. Andrew took a deep breath and said, Nanako, don't tell me you forgot, did you? Nanako suddenly shuddered, her body trembling as she instantly recalled the mission assigned 3 months prior. She vaguely remembered there seemed to be such an incident. 3 months ago, the ancient elven royal court was unearthed. As the Winter Springs Valley territory, they naturally bore the brunt of it first, and successfully obtained a large quantity of elven manuscripts from various major factions. However, the scripts were too ancient to be easily deciphered. so they had no choice but to let these top-tier mages figure out a solution themselves. She remembered now. 3 months ago, she had indeed carried that secret tome back to the mage tower, carelessly placed it on the table, and hummed a tune while preparing to take an afternoon nap first. Then she heard her apprentice say that the table was a bit unsteady and wanted to find something to prop it up. In an instant, Nana's eyes widened in disbelief. It's being used as a table wedge, she murmured. What? Andrew's eyes blazed with fury, his mustache bristling. Nana immediately straightened up, her large eyes flashing as she declared, no, nothing. Nana's decryption was super successful, and I'm just about to crack the entire secret tome. You could say it's a grand triumph. Yes, that's exactly it. Nanako nodded her head vigorously like a sieve, her long ponytail bouncing up and down incessantly. Andrew gnashed his teeth, so angry he could almost laugh, grinding out his words. Oh really? It seems our Nanako is quite remarkable then. This old man here could only decipher 2 pages in 3 months, yet Nanako has already completed deciphering the entire secret scroll. How truly impressive. Nanako scratched the back of her head, smiling awkwardly yet politely. Yes, yes, no, no. Nanako widened her eyes, shaking her head frantically. Slap. Andrew slammed the table and muttered in a low voice. Fine, since Nanako you've said so, then bring the decrypted ancient elven scroll here by tomorrow noon. Let everyone thoroughly study it. Meeting adjourned. Andrew bellowed before storming out in fury. Outside the 7th Deacon's mage tower, Lin lay in his rocking chair, holding a book in his hands, swaying gently back and forth, squinting his sleepy eyes, feeling the cool breeze, and taking another sip of tea. Ding! You've successfully idled for 2 hours, congratulations on gaining 20 magic points. Ding! You've enjoyed 2 hours of cool breeze and feel utterly relaxed, congratulations on gaining 20 spirit energy. Ding! After reading a certain color-themed book, you feel your heart surging with excitement. Congratulations on gaining 20 points of stamina. Ah, life, if only I could keep lazing around like this. Lin muttered sleepily, squinting. It'd be worth living this life just for this. The task of copying the magical tome left by his lowly master remained untouched, not a single stroke had been written. The 2,000 push-ups and meditation demanded were naturally something I planned to half-ass. If people weren't slackers, then what's the point of living? It had been 2 days since the training ground incident. During these 2 days, naturally, he had a comfortable visit to the church, where the priestess sister treated both his physical and emotional wounds. He gained a substantial amount of points. It had to be said. The priestess sister's voice was so gentle, and her small hands felt soft and warm when held. If it hadn't been for his lowly master forcibly dragging him out, he felt like he could have stayed there for a year or two. The cold wind howled. At that very moment, Lin, who had been comfortably lounging in his rocking chair, suddenly froze. Then he sprang up like a carp leaping from water, looked towards the sky, and said, Master is coming back? And just as those words left his lips, in the distant sky, a howling gale blows fiercely. There appeared a twin-tailed Lolita clad in blue robes and wearing an oversized wizard's hat, riding a broomstick at breakneck speed toward the mage tower. It was none other than Nanako. Lin immediately stood up, tore through space, and tossed his rocking chair and picture books inside. Then he waved towards the sky and shouted, Welcome back, Master. That's right. A disciple's character setting must be maintained. As a somewhat foolish yet devoted disciple, greeting his master promptly upon their return was absolutely essential. But Nanako seemed completely oblivious to her disciple's voice. Lin froze for a moment, then guessed. Did she space out? Right before Lin's eyes, Nanako on her broomstick showed no signs of slowing down. With a loud bang, she crashed straight through the mage tower, leaving a gaping hole from which thick black smoke promptly began billowing out. Lin nodded and said, You were indeed daydreaming. Then came a cacophony of chaotic noises from within the mage's tower. The commotion cascaded from the top floor all the way down to the first. Finally, the front door crashed open with a bang. There was Nanako, her entire body covered in soot and dust, clutching a thick book with wide eyes as she sprinted out of the mage tower at lightning speed. 0.5 seconds, Lin muttered speechlessly, looks like Master tumbled down the stairs again. She didn't hear Lin's words. Nanaoko slammed the book onto the table with a heavy thud. Sapphire-like eyes gazed down at the book, shimmering with high-spirited determination. Cracking an entire secret scroll in just 1 day? That's hardly any challenge for this young lady. She abruptly turned her head, ponytail swaying, fixing her gaze on Lin as she said, Wouldn't you agree, my disciple? Lin didn't hesitate for a second before nodding decisively and replying, Yes, Master, you're the greatest. You can do anything. Hee, just agree with whatever the lowly master says, no need to even know what it's about. Because based on past experience, when the blue-haired lowly gets this fired up, there's only one possible outcome, she's guaranteed to lose steam in exactly half an hour. I could even set a stopwatch and time it precisely guaranteed not a minute more or a second less. Chapter 13, I won't tell you, just for fun. Whack whack. 1p after another kept bursting above Nanako's head. She gritted her teeth, clenched her tiny fists with a crack, and her delicate eyebrows twitched furiously. This darned disciple. How infuriating. Ever since gaining the ability to hear his inner thoughts, it's been a constant struggle to suppress my anger. How dare he underestimate his master like this? But now's not the time to deal with him. If I don't decipher the ancient elven scroll within a day, I'll be in deep trouble. Without another word, Nanako swiftly seated herself on the chair with intense focus, picking up her quill and manuscript paper. Then she solemnly turned to the first page of that secret tome. And there Nanako remained frozen in that posture, as if time itself had stopped around her. The wind howled as it blew past, right before Lin's eyes, half an hour later. 3, 2, 1. Lin counted silently in his heart. And just as he reached 1, Nanako collapsed onto the table with perfect timing. Thud. Her face pressed against the secret scroll, her long ponytail drooping, as she mumbled. It's too difficult. My mind is blank. I can't figure it out. I'm so sad. Ancient Elvish script? How could anyone possibly understand this? Heh, as expected. Ancient Elvish script? Oh, now that you mention it, it does look familiar. Wasn't this the book we used to prop up the table leg the other day? By the way, does this really need deciphering? Isn't it just common sense? Oh, I forgot, the ancient elves have been extinct for 1,000 years. No wonder people today can't understand it. Swish, swish, swish. Nanakeo's Ahog instantly stood straight up like an antenna. Both ears perked up immediately as well. Could it be, that good-for-nothing disciple of mine? Her face instantly filled with shock as she thought to herself, he can actually read the script on this secret scroll? Nanakeo immediately straightened herself, opened her eyes wide, turned her head, and stared intently at Lin, who was leaning against a chair not far away reading a romance novel, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Puzzled, he peeked over the top of his book with a pair of eyes and asked, Master, is something the matter? Nanako had initially wanted to ask directly, but immediately swallowed the words that were about to leave her lips. No! If I asked directly, it would surely make my disciple suspicious. If that damned disciple discovers I can hear his inner thoughts, I'm definitely finished. Come here and copy these magic formulas. She arrogantly slapped the table and said, Don't you dare slack off when I'm not looking. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Study hard and make progress every day. Lin, what's gotten into this blue-haired loli today? She's really going at it. Why's she suddenly so keen on making me study today? Normally, she'd be moping for days over something like this. Something's off, this is way too sudden. Lin muttered to herself. Reluctantly, she set down the novel in her hands and walked over to sit on the chair opposite, under Nanako's stern gaze. She stole a glance at the arcane tome resting before Nanako. Heh, it's actually written in second-generation Elvish script. Let me just enjoy watching this farce unfold. With just that single volume and no supplementary materials, there's no way she'll be able to decipher it. That's something this stupid blue-haired loli could never possibly think of. Heh, I know, but I just won't tell you just messing with you. Nanako? Barely suppressing her urge to beat him up, Nanako shot him a seemingly casual glance and remarked offhandedly. What? My disciple, can you read these writings? Lin shook his head and chuckled. Master, what kind of joke is this? Even you can't read these words, how could I possibly understand them? How could I possibly not understand them? I'm the one who created the second-generation Elven script, wouldn't I know it? What a joke. Back in the day, I was the elves. Listening to her disciple's inner thoughts, Nanako was instantly shaken, her expression revealing incomparable shock. What? He created it himself. What kind of dimensional joke is this? According to relevant literature, the golden age of the ancient elves was a full 1,000 years ago, though they suddenly went extinct for unknown reasons later, resulting in the destruction of many related records and materials. Wait, Nanako's eyes widened instantly. She suddenly remembered, her disciple had once mentioned in his thoughts that he had lived for at least 1,000 years. Could it be? Nanako widened her eyes, lifting the secret scroll to cover her face, preventing her disciple from detecting any suspicious clues through her expression. Her pupils darted rapidly. No matter what, she must seize this opportunity to thoroughly test him. At once. With a haughty hum, Nanako put down the book and pointed at the text on the secret scroll, saying, It's normal you don't understand, but don't drag Master into this. Master is exceptionally clever. Text like this only requires slight study for her to grasp nearly everything. Lin froze momentarily before exclaiming, Really? Nanako ignored his silent protest. Sitting upright with solemn dignity, she pointed at the first line of the secret scroll and declared with tsundere pride, Disciple, repeat after me, Abosiidalu. Lin was instantly stunned. Abosiidalu? And I'm supposed to say ABCDE? Blue-haired loli, even if you want to casually show off in front of me, at least use something from the living world. Even if you translated this into an erotic novel, I could work with that. How am I supposed to play along with this nonsense you're spouting? Lin was wildly complaining in her heart. Nanako stared wide-eyed, venting so fiercely that even her own face burned crimson. With helplessness, Lin's gaze then fell upon the title page of that secret volume, and the moment she saw what was written there, the expression on her face instantly stilled. The content above made him slightly concerned. Elf Calendar 2021, the Elf King decreed that all elven warriors of the Violet Continent gather at the royal court, preparing to respond to the summons of the great first monarch of Violet, to wage war against the gods. We have become god defiers and shall inevitably become godslayers, heralding the twilight of the deities with our horns. To the elven warriors of future generations, I shall record our grand expedition here. If we do not return, this document shall stand as the sole evidence of our existence. Ends here. Nanako jolted in shock, listening in astonishment to the inner voice of her disciple resonating in her mind. It was a language she had never heard before, yet, through the connection of their shared thoughts, she could somehow comprehend its meaning in that instant. Stunned, she lifted her head to gaze at Lin, whose eyes were fixed intently on the secret tome in her hands. The sheer magnitude of her astonishment left her utterly speechless. My disciple actually recognizes these characters. Ancient Elvish script from 1,000 years ago. It's the writing of an ancient civilization that has long gone extinct. It represents an extraordinarily glorious history. It seems that my disciple's inner voice truly wasn't deceiving me. Her breathing quickened as she swiftly recorded the thoughts she'd heard in her mind. Then she nervously turned the page. Chapter 14, My Disciple is the First Monarch. Lin merely glanced at the page's content before letting her gaze fall back upon the romance novel in her hands. But his inner voice continued recounting that piece of history. Though he appeared completely nonchalant on the surface, his mind remained fixated on that mysterious tome. The great Violet First Sovereign has always been the spiritual anchor of our entire elven race. This ancient being has saved us repeatedly throughout history. Compared to the nature god who never cared about our survival, the First Sovereign is undoubtedly more like our Divine Father. Though His Majesty has repeatedly forbidden it, the worship of the First Sovereign among our people has never ceased. Elf Calendar August 2021, the gods descended. In less than a single day, 3/4 of the northern human forces were utterly annihilated. I've never seen such terrifying creatures. Those things were gods? Truly horrifying beings. Yet we feel no fear. We believe that under the first monarch's leadership, together with all of His Majesty's blessed races, we shall sever those deities' heads. We will claim ultimate victory. Listening to his disciples' inner thoughts, Nanako's breathing grew rapid. Images from the history recorded in the secret scroll seemed to flash through his mind, the battle hymns of countless elves following their monarch into warfare against the gods. So this secret scroll actually documented history of such scale. She stole a glance at her disciple's expression. Yet she saw him leaning there, silently gazing at the novel in his hands, appearing utterly indifferent to that segment of history. Then she heard her disciple's thoughts again. What a bunch of fools, completely unaware of the terrifying existence they're facing, always chasing after like idiots. After just one encounter with those deities, I knew we were doomed to fail. Even I had already prepared myself for death. Yet you fools still dream of victory, simply incurable. A bunch of brain-dead fools. From the very beginning, I only favored you to make use of you. All my followers have turned against me, yet you idiots stubbornly insist on following me to your doom. Such stupidity, no wonder your entire clan was wiped out. These inner thoughts were clearly his judgment after reading the contents of those 2 pages moments ago. Yet Nanako could distinctly sense through her disciple's inner voice the lingering rage, guilt, and hatred in his heart. Nanako's entire body trembled instantly, because what she saw in her disciple's inner thoughts seemed to suggest he was none other than the first Violet monarch worshipped by ancient elves. Nanako. This time, Nanako was genuinely shocked, because the subjective feelings in her disciple's heart were overwhelmingly intense. So intense it felt as if she had personally experienced it herself. No, I must look into the information about the first monarch of Violet. The secret is too shocking. Her thoughts raced frantically. Nanako felt heat radiating from her entire body. If one of her disciples' identities truly was the first monarch of Violet, then he would practically be a living piece of history. No, quickly flip to page 3. I'm dying to know what happens next in that battle with the gods. Breathing rapidly, she hastily turned to page 3, then immediately held her breath, pricked up her ears, and intently listened to her disciple's innermost thoughts. Time clearly froze for several seconds. Midnight secrets between me and the elf girl? Her cheeks flushed slightly, her luscious red lips parted gently, those slender hands softly caressing the protagonist's delicate features. Slap! Nanako instantly closed the secret scroll in her hands, her eyes widening as a flush rapidly spread from her neck to cover her entire face. Lin? Whoa, what is this damn loli doing? Let me finish reading. We were clearly at the good part. How dare she flip the page like that? Wait, why is Shifu's face so red? Could it be that Master can actually read the script above? He hesitated, gazing at Nanako with a scrutinizing look, as if trying to see right through her. Nanako's heart instantly tightened. Damn it. Am I about to be doubted by my disciple? But this isn't my fault at all. Who would have known the third page of this secret manual would turn out to be some ancient elven smut? This must be the fault of those mages in charge of compiling the manuals. They couldn't read the text and mistakenly mixed up different books. Damn it, how outrageous. Nanako gave a light cough, pretending she knew nothing about it. She sat upright with utmost seriousness and turned to the fourth page of the secret scroll. She let out a coquettish cry, then suddenly, Nanako! Smack! Nanako's eyes widened as she slammed the book shut with unbelievable speed. She was practically going berserk. How come there's still erotica on page 4? Moreover, damn apprentice, if you're gonna peek, at least don't recite it in your heart. Seeing Nanako's reaction finally confirmed Lin's suspicions. He gazed thoughtfully at Nanako. As expected, this blue-haired loli can actually understand the script I created. I really underestimated her. If she couldn't understand, why would she blush after reading those two erotic stories? Could it be that my lowly master is truly a snow-smart genius who comprehends everything at first glance? Lin was puzzled. Nanako's eyes widened as she listened to her disciple's inner doubts, her face growing increasingly flushed. She couldn't help feeling thoroughly ashamed of herself. Eavesdropping on her disciple's thoughts only to be mistakenly perceived as profoundly knowledgeable. Truly, only someone with nerves of steel could calmly digest such a situation. She gulped hard. Carefully, she prayed in her heart that there wouldn't be any more inappropriate content. Then she turned to the fifth page of the secret scroll. Pretending to read intently, she perked up her ears to secretly listen to her disciple's inner thoughts. So it seems Winter Spring Valley really misfiled the pages during compilation? This page seems to contain a forbidden-level magical formula. Forbidden spell? Nanako jolted with shock throughout her entire body. Frozen Purgatory, upon activation, freezes everything within 10 kilometers and unleashes countless ice blades to indiscriminately slaughter all targets within range? Why bother recording such trash-tier magic? How many times must I tell them? Just throw away all the useless spells I created. Stop preserving even my casual spit as some magical technique. If such mediocre magic spreads, it'll tarnish my reputation. Nanako, Omega. Tarnish your reputation? Low level? You created this? Chapter 15, your master here thinks highly of it. Nanako was instantly stunned. She had long heard of this forbidden spell called Frozen Purgatory. As an ice-type city-destroying mage, the minimum requirement to break through to the next tier was the ability to cast a single forbidden spell. Frozen Purgatory was precisely the supreme forbidden spell that countless ice mages dreamed of, even hailed as the ultimate technique of ice magic. And what was more terrifying was, the circulating method of Frozen Purgatory remains incomplete. Yet even so, mastery of Frozen Purgatory is reserved only for the most powerful mages. Unless one encounters extraordinary fortune, there's simply no chance of gaining access to it. Never did she imagine she'd discover the magical formula for Frozen Purgatory within this ancient elven manuscript. Even more astonishing, her apprentice had the audacity to claim he created Frozen Purgatory himself. What she least expected was, her disciple actually called this supreme forbidden spell trash. Nanako froze in disbelief. Ugh, speechless. But it seems this kind of magic is quite popular among frost mages like Master in this era. What a fallen age, where trash is treated as treasure. Back in the days of battles spanning millions of miles, this puny forbidden spell wouldn't even deserve a glance. Who didn't start with at least an arcane restriction level or divine descent level skill back then? Nanako. Lin shook her head, paying no further attention as she silently flipped through her romance novel. Magic band level? Divine descent level? Nanako only felt her brain buzzing, completely blank, leaving her whole body frozen in shock. Though these terms weren't unfamiliar to her, but she was still too far away. Because magic forbidden level is the ultimate magic that only demigods can wield. And divine descent level, that's the supreme technique that none but those second only to gods or the gods themselves can invoke. Nanako stared wide-eyed, gripping her ponytail. Is it truly because of the difference in tiers? Could only magic of that caliber catch his attention? That damned disciple of his is so damn picky. Wait. Watching Lin completely avert his gaze from the secret scroll in her hands with utter disinterest, Nanako instantly became frantic. Don't you dare look away now, at least take another look. Recite that magical formula in your heart for your master. You might not fancy it, but your master does, and wants it badly. Hey there! The next day, the roundtable meeting of the 7 chief stewards convened as scheduled. Andrew, clad in a grey mage's robe, sat at the head of the table with a somber gaze. Before him lay a thick stack of parchment covered in dense ancient elven script. On both his left and right, the other 5 stewards had already taken their seats. Andrew looked at the vacant seat opposite him, then glanced at the ascending sun and murmured gloomily, "Where is Nanako?" The surrounding attendants shook their heads, their eyes filled with mocking smiles. Perhaps she overslept after all, being late was second nature to her. No, I think he must have boasted too much yesterday and now feels too ashamed to face anyone, so he ran away overnight? Makes sense. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Andrew's expression grew even darker. If judged by seniority alone, Nanako would absolutely never be qualified for the position of 7th steward. It was simply because since the founding of Winterspring Valley, the 7 seats of the executors had always been controlled by the 7 oldest magical families. As the sole remaining descendant of the Tulip family, Nanako had inherited the position of the 7th executor from her deceased father. Andrew took a deep breath. Truth be told, he never really expected Nanako to deliver a satisfactory answer. Knowing her as he did, the matter of the Elven Scroll was probably long forgotten by her already. Even if she hadn't forgotten, it would be absolutely impossible for her to decipher the entire scroll within 3 months given her level of knowledge. Andrew shook his head and said gloomily, "There's no need to wait for her, let's begin." But before he could finish his words, Nanako's shouting suddenly came from outside the door. "Wait, I'm coming!" Bang! A loli with twin tails barged through the door with a loli charge, and right under everyone's gaze, she stormed in, wide-eyed, clutching a thick stack of secret scrolls in her arms while panting heavily. With a thud, she placed the secret scroll she was holding onto the table. Nanako widened her eyes, quickly moved beside Andrew, and made a 90-degree bow, her ponytail making a sharp whoosh as it smacked Andrew's forehead. "Sorry, Grandpa Andrew, I'm late." "Holy smokes!" Andrew clenched his fists with a crack, trembling as he brushed her ponytail away from his face. "On purpose, there's no doubt this guy did it on purpose. So you finally realize you're late? How many times does this make in the past month?" Andrew slammed his palm heavily on the table, boiling with rage. If it weren't for the fact that her father had originally entrusted her to him with the hope of training her to become a qualified butler, he wouldn't have been so angry. Nanako straightened up, clasped her hands together, widened her eyes, and said, "Grandpa Andrew, I'm really sorry this time. It was because Nanako had to stay up late to decipher the Elven Scroll. This is completely different from the previous incidents." Hearing this, Andrew laughed so hard he was furious. "Breaking the secret scroll? What a feat of breaking the secret scroll. Let me see what exactly you've managed to decipher after pulling an all-nighter." The attendants nearby struggled to suppress their laughter, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. They knew all too well the difficulty of cracking such a scroll. Without extensive reference material for comparison, these ancient Elven scripts were virtually impossible to decipher. But they don't have to worry now, because they didn't tell Nanako. Just last night, Deacon Andrew received news that their archaeological team in the distant Western Empire had excavated a tattered ancient Elven dictionary from that ruin. Deacon Andrew used magic to transport the dictionary back overnight. With this dictionary in hand, the efficiency of deciphering ancient Elven scrolls immediately reached a new level. They looked at Nanako mockingly, waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Nanako returned to her seat, took a deep breath, and rubbed the dark circles under her eyes. Finally, it's done. It took nearly an entire day. Only through all sorts of indirect probing, enticement, and cunning tricks did she finally manage to extract from her disciples' inner thoughts a rough grasp of the contents of the secret scroll. It was so difficult. Truly, so difficult. Andrew said coldly, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and begin." Chapter 16. Did Nanako decipher the ancient Elven scroll? Nanako swallowed hard, her eyes wide as she nodded repeatedly. She swiftly unfolded the scroll in her hands and sorted the different pages into 3 categories. No matter what, she had to deal with the current situation first. She pointed at the 3 stacks of secret scrolls on the table, cleared her throat, and said, "Grandfather Andrew, after Nanako's sorting yesterday, it appears the scrolls in Nanako's possession were misarranged during excavation." This secret scroll actually contains contents from 3 different books. The first volume is a historical record of the ancient elves during the period before their racial extinction. The second volume contains recorded formulas for some high-level magic of the ancient elves. Volume 3 is a rather unremarkable ancient elven novel. As these words were spoken, the surrounding attendants immediately exchanged glances, but Andrew frowned slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. The archaic elven scrolls he had distributed to the various attendants were actually reprinted editions. In his possession were all the original unearthed scrolls, so he had naturally seen the particular scroll now in Nanako's hands. But it was only yesterday, while consulting reference dictionaries, that he discovered these misprinted versions of the documents. But how did she notice it? If one speculated it was through paper quality or handwriting analysis, that would be impossible. What she held was a transcribed copy of a reprinted edition. "Go on," Andrew said hesitantly, gazing at Nanako. Nanako let out a small sigh, then picked up the first volume of the secret scroll, recalling her apprentice's innermost thoughts. "Apprentice, my apologies. Let your master borrow your knowledge just this once to show off. I promise I'll give you 2 days off when we return, and make you my favorite little cakes." Nanako swallowed hard and, with immense guilt, repeated verbatim the thoughts she had previously heard from her disciple. In the year 2021 of the Elven calendar, the Elven King decreed that all Elven warriors of the Violet Continent assemble at the royal court, preparing to answer the call of the great first monarch of Violet, to wage war against the gods. Nanako recounted slowly. The crisp, youthful voice of a lowly narrated what was actually a majestic and profoundly tragic elegy. All the attending stewards around wore expressions of astonishment as they stared blankly at Nanako, who was talking non-stop. Meanwhile, Andrew grew more and more alarmed the more he listened. He had been somewhat inattentive at first, but after finishing the first page, he could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly opened the dictionary on the table before him. Breathing rapidly, he took out the original version of the secret scroll that had been decrypted from Nanakeo's hands yesterday and carefully compared them. His face instantly turned astonished, because the content on it was exactly what Nanakeo had recited. Not a single digit off. But how could this be possible? Because he could be certain that given Nanako's personality, she definitely hadn't seriously studied the contents of the secret scroll during the first 3 months, and even if she had really studied it carefully, without access to extensive reference materials, there was absolutely no way she could have deciphered it. He stared at Nanako in astonishment, his gaze toward her instantly changing. Soon, having finished reading the first volume of history, Nanako let out a sigh, then picked up the second volume, a secret tome filled with various magical formulas. She recalled the inner thoughts of her disciple. Then she solemnly said, "This is all I have of the first volume's history. The contents of this volume contain the ancient elves' magical knowledge, recording the complete spell formulas for the forbidden curse Frozen Purgatory. Beyond that, I've also roughly translated some advanced ancient elven magic." Upon hearing this, the surrounding attendants instantly displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Andrew's face showed particular bewilderment. Magic formulas? Forbidden spell level? What kind of joke is this? Everyone was instantly shocked. Nanako guiltily pulled out her little blackboard, recalling the description of this formula from her apprentice's inner thoughts yesterday. Holding a piece of chalk, she carefully wrote down the magical formula of the forbidden spell Icebound Hell on the blackboard. Meanwhile, along with numerous annotations, as Nanako slowly completed the incredibly complex magic formula on the blackboard, the expression on Andrew's face grew increasingly astonished. The formula had clearly been translated, and Andrew immediately recognized the immense power of this magic. Forbidden magic. It's truly forbidden magic. And what's more, it's the ultimate forbidden curse Icebound Purgatory that every ice mage dreams of mastering. His breathing grew rapid, because he could be absolutely certain that Nanako had no possible way to access such supreme tier spells, because she learned her magic from him. In other words, Nanako actually deciphered the ancient elves' secret scrolls. This shock was nothing ordinary. He stared blankly at the magic formulas and notes that Nanako had painstakingly drawn on the small blackboard. His mind went completely blank. Could it be that Nanako truly managed, in just a short period of time and without any reference materials, to decipher the entire magical tome? And right after the magical formula was nearly completed, he noticed Nanako had written one more line beneath it. The bottom of the forbidden spells, the fighter jet among trash, the most useless kindergarten magic. Lin. Instantly, Nanako froze. Then her face turned crimson. With unimaginable speed, she swiftly wiped away those last words with her sleeve. Lost in thought. Ended up unconsciously writing out my disciple's evaluation of this magic spell. Mustn't let Grandpa Andrew and the others see these words, it'd be disastrous. But those written words were already spotted by Andrew and his companions. Andrew froze and asked, "What did you write at the end?" Nanako jolted, widening her eyes as she shook her head like a rattledrum, saying, "And nothing, just an ancient being's brief comment on this magic." Andrew stared blankly at the ground. Then he turned to the final page of the secret scroll that recorded this magical formula. Indeed, at the very bottom of the original formula, there was indeed a brief comment. He immediately flipped open a dictionary to carefully translate and decipher it. In the end, he managed to spell out the words that Nanako had left unwritten. Lin, Lord Violet, Great Father God. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Nanako's eyes widened in shock, her heart pounding wildly. Oh no, Grandpa Andrew actually translated it. No way, no way. Could it be that the truth about my disciple being the Violet Monarch is about to be exposed? After a long silence, Andrew took a deep breath and said with mixed emotions, "Truly worthy of being a king from ancient times, such exquisitely brilliant magic, yet in his eyes, it could only be compared to trash. That existence is truly beyond our comprehension." "And no doubts at all?" Nanako asked blankly. Grandpa Andrew, you know this Violet Sovereign?" Andrew nodded. "I've studied many historical texts from 1,000 years ago. Back then, our Violet continent was ruled by 7 mighty sovereigns, and the first Violet sovereign far surpassed the other 6 kings. At that time, he also had a special title." Nanako exclaimed in astonishment, "What title?" Andrew said solemnly, "King of Kings." Nanako, Omega Omega. Chapter 17, Could your disciple be the Violet Sovereign? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. So domineering, such a cocky title. My own disciple was actually so timid back then. Andrew frowned and sighed, but power is never eternal. After the Divine War 1,000 years ago, the Violet Continent was reshuffled, and the 7 monarchs fell in battle one after another. Even the great first monarch of the Violet met his end in the river of history, truly lamentable. Nanako froze. No, he didn't disappear at all. He's just holed up in our winter-spring valley. He's still hogging Nanako's warm futon and sleeping in. After calming his emotions, Andrew looked up at Nanako and said with relief, Nanako, I can now tell you that your translation contains not a single error. This ancient elf historical record has successfully filled in some missing gaps in our history. To decipher ancient elvish script in such a short time, Nanako, you truly are an extraordinary archmage. Nanako suddenly snapped back to attention, her eyes darting around nervously as she let out an awkward laugh and guiltily rubbed the back of her head. Ha ha ha, Grandpa is too kind, ha. She laughed awkwardly and guiltily. She really felt extremely guilty. Just thinking about how all these deciphered contents were secretly overheard from her disciple's inner voice filled Nanako with immense embarrassment. Her disciple was truly too enigmatic. Who could have guessed that the usually lazy and idle fellow was actually a hidden powerhouse? But, Andrew raised his head, staring intently at Nanako, and said in a low voice, I'm quite curious, how were you able to accurately decipher the complete ancient Elven Codex without access to a wealth of excavated reference materials? The moment these words were spoken, Nanako's expression instantly froze. Yeah. How exactly did she decipher it? Could she possibly tell Grandpa Andrew that she'd secretly overheard it from her disciple's inner thoughts? No one would probably believe it even if I told them. She avoided eye contact and continued evasively, saying, Well, how about you take a guess, Grandpa Andrew? Silence fell all around. Naniko's ahob drooped down as she murmured quietly. It was something Naniko saw when carrying out a mission half a month ago, from a mysterious and ancient archmage. He was extraordinarily learned, with many ancient knowledge tomes in his possession. Since there happened to be records related to ancient Elven scripts, Naniko stealthily plagiarized portions of them. Naniko's face flushed crimson to the point it looked about to drip blood. But it's roughly correct, right? The disciple truly is a mysterious and ancient archmage, and exceedingly erudite at that. And I did indeed overhear it secretly from the disciple's thoughts. So, it's not exactly lying, is it? Andrew fell into thought upon hearing this. A mysterious and ancient archmage, holding books written in ancient Elven script? He was about 80% certain Nanako was lying. If he wanted to expose her, that is. With just a little guidance, getting her to describe the details of that time would quickly expose her flaws. But Andrew didn't do this. Everyone has secrets in their hearts. Since Nanako didn't want to say, he naturally wouldn't force her. He took a deep breath, glanced at the name Lin written on the paper, and joked. I see, but compared to what you just said, I'm actually more inclined to believe another speculation. Isn't your apprentice also named Lin? And the Violet Sovereign happens to share that exact same name. Could it be that the missing Violet Monarch is actually your disciple? Andrew joked. In an instant, Nanako's hair stood on end from sheer terror. Omega Omega. It's really true. I had my doubts too. Grandpa Andrew, this is the closest you've ever been to the truth. Looking at the dazed expression on Nanako's face, Andrew burst into laughter and lightly tapped the table, saying, Just kidding. You did well, Nanako. Remember to always maintain this meticulous attitude in the future, no more carelessness. The position of a butler isn't so easy to handle. Nanako broke into a nervous sweat from the scare and managed a forced laugh as she responded. Andrew was naturally just joking, teasing Nanako in passing. How could that silly apprentice of hers possibly be the Violet Archon? The thought never even crossed his mind. Because the name Lin was extremely common across the Violet Continent, many parents, hoping their children would grow up to accomplish great things, like naming their offspring after famous historical figures. I heard this way you can soak up some noble energy. Andrew shook his head, then his gaze fell upon the third stack of secret scrolls separated before Nanako, and he smiled. Go on, read out the contents of the remaining third scroll to everyone. To be included in the ancient Elven secret scrolls, the information within must be extremely valuable. Instantly, Nanako froze in place. Volume 3? Precious. That wasn't the ancient Elven erotic novel your disciple was really into, was it? Well, Nanako said awkwardly, do I really have to read this aloud? Andrew smiled and said, don't be nervous, just read it. Since the translation is already done, everyone is naturally eager to know its contents. Everyone nodded. Nanako lowered her head and awkwardly picked up the third secret scroll, saying, Oh, okay then, I'll read. Her face flushed crimson as she kept her head down and began reading the text aloud. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her luscious red lips parting slightly as those slender fingers trailed lightly across the protagonist's chiseled pectorals before gliding downward. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. Several hours later, returning from the council chambers, Nanako hopped along, carrying a large gift box in her arms, humming a nameless little tune while her twin ponytails bounced up and down. Faint blushes still lingered on her cheeks. Reciting that risque romance novel aloud in front of Grandpa Andrew and all those butlers, she had truly come agonizingly close to dying of embarrassment. But at least I managed to fool them using my disciple's inner thoughts. Anyway, no matter what, my disciple really helped out this time. Though he doesn't know it, that doesn't stop me from giving him a gift. I hope my silly disciple will like it, she said, blushing. This was a gift she specially prepared for her disciple, using her pocket money from her private savings to purchase something at a demon Dao mage's shop. Carrying a large gift box, Nanako hummed happily as she skipped back to her mage tower. But just as she arrived outside the tower, she was puzzled to see the tower's door tightly shut, with no sign of her disciple. Where's my disciple? She tilted her head. Then, bewildered, she walked to the mage tower's door and reached out to push it open. But at that very moment, she suddenly heard a girl's cry from inside. It's in, Brother Lin. Chapter 18. Master, are you getting the wrong idea? It's alright, no need to shout so loud. Take deep breaths, remember to go slowly downwards, don't push too hard. I'll try my best, Brother Lin. I'm too scared to look. I told you not to squirm around. Wah! I'm sorry, Brother Lin, this is my first time. I don't have any experience. Fine, but don't move around. Ah, what's your name? It came out. Brother Lin. Nanako, with her ear pressed against the door, widened her eyes as her face instantly turned as red as a boiled lobster. Nanako felt so embarrassed she could practically split in two. That despicable scoundrel. That lecher. Nanako tugged at her ponytail and instantly flew into a rage. That damned rotten disciple actually dared to do such things in the mage tower while she was away. Her mind instantly conjured up scene after scene of those utterly disgraceful images. Creak, creak. Nanako gritted her teeth, clenched her small fists tightly, and steam practically billowed from the top of her head. How dare you do such shameful things with another girl in my mage tower? Absolutely unforgivable. She glanced at the carefully prepared gift in her hand, meant for her disciple. As for gifts, I'd never give anything to this despicable guy. Master Mingming is such a stunning beauty, yet you dare to do such shameless things with another girl behind her back. She's going to catch them in the act. She's going to catch them in the act. Without another word, Nanako kicked open the mage tower's door, her face flushed red and teeth clenched as she pointed inside and shouted, "Stop that right now! How dare you do such filthy things in my mage tower without asking for my permission?" Inside the mage tower, Lin sat on a stool, sleeves rolled up, holding a translucent syringe in his hand, staring blankly at Nanako who had suddenly burst through the door. Standing beside Lin was a neatly dressed little girl who looked like a priest. Holding a jar filled with medicinal liquid in her hand, she also turned her head in confusion toward the direction of the gate. Nanako stood there dumbfounded, still maintaining her fierce demeanor. Yet the obscene and erotic images that had flashed through her mind just moments before never materialized. "Master, you're back?" Lin asked in confusion. "What are you all doing?" Nanako said, dumbfounded. The priestess recognized Nanako and immediately bowed, clearly somewhat fearful, saying timidly, "Reporting to Deacon Nanako, I'm a newly arrived trainee priest in Winter Spring Valley. Today I came to help Big Brother Lin with a follow-up examination and brought some herbs along." Nanako asked blankly, "And what's that?" Lin glanced at the syringe in his hand. Before Lin could speak, the priestess's eyes lit up as she said, "It's an injector invented by Big Brother Lin. Since many potions have terrible effects when taken orally, he came up with the injection method. This little device has truly been a tremendous help. Just because I'm new to this and not very skilled yet, I couldn't quite find the right position." She lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. Nanako muttered blankly, "Is it really that simple?" Lin tilted her head. "What else? Master, you weren't thinking of something inappropriate, were you?" Naniko's eyes instantly widened, her face flushing crimson all at once while steam seemed to puff visibly from the top of her head. How could that be? Getting shots are nothing new to me." Lin wondered aloud, "But this syringe is something I literally just developed a few days ago? Something's off, something's wrong here." Master is behaving suspiciously. Had she been eavesdropping outside the door this whole time? Very possible. This is exactly the kind of thing little lowly Master would do, but why is her face so red? Could she have thought of some inappropriate imagery? No way. Is little lowly Master really that impure? Then when she barged in earlier all furious, was it to catch me in the act? Eek! Nanako froze instantly. If there were a crack in the ground, she would truly want to crawl into it right now. She's been seen through. Damn it! Could my apprentice actually hear my thoughts too? No! There's absolutely no way I can admit to this. Nanako was still very pure-hearted, never having had a boyfriend or anything like that. If her damn apprentice saw through that, her dignified image would collapse instantly. Nanako vigorously shook her head, glaring with gritted teeth as she said, "Don't you dare make assumptions about your master, foolish apprentice. Are the injections finished yet?" The priestess stood rigidly straight, stiffly replying, "No, not yet." Then, under Lin's bewildered gaze, Nanako stormed in with wide eyes, clutching her ponytail, radiating fury. She snatched the syringe right out of his hand. "What is this damn lowly trying to do? What's she up to? What's her game?" Squelch. Lin, Omega. The priestess. "Quit dawdling." Nanako gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed the syringe's contents into Lin's arm, saying, "Wasn't that over in a flash? You just had to chit-chat with the young lady. Getting misunderstood like this is downright despicable." Half an hour later. Moon Orchid City. With a flicker from the teleportation array, Lin and Nanako appeared just outside the city limits, an incongruous duo of tall and small figures. Clad in brand new blue robes and an oversized wizard's hat, the petite Nanako held a comically disproportionate staff, both thick and unyielding. Though she possessed not an ounce of dignity, she still puffed out her chest, determined to project the aura of an esteemed archmage. No way. Is this blue-haired lowly actually inviting me to dinner and taking me to the flower festival? Did she have a change of heart? Didn't my lowly master always used to be super stingy? Could it be she's into me? Planning some tragic yet beautiful teacher-student romance? Possible. After all, I'm this handsome. So, is this a date? Not good. If people see us, I'll be executed as a wicked lolicon. A lolicon? Are you ashamed of being seen as a lolicon? Angry face. Nanako's delicate eyebrows began twitching uncontrollably with fury. She turned her head, revealing her sapphire blue eyes from beneath the brim of her hat, and said, "Just to celebrate your successful advancement to a second-rank mage, that's why I decided to treat you to some proper relaxation. Don't overthink it, alright?" Lin immediately showed a moved expression and said, "Thank you, master. You're too kind to me." "Oh, I see. That takes all the fun out of it. I really thought it was some kind of erotic date. How boring. I'm out of here. I'll go find the priestess later to restore my physical and mental health, get some wellness treatment." Nanako? Chapter 19, I run a legitimate business. Without another word, Nanako grabbed Lin's sleeve, being too short to reach his ears, and angrily dragged him toward the city. Hey, master, slow down. I can walk on my own." Though this wretched disciple was indeed a hidden superpower, but with such an awful personality, it's impossible to feel any reverence toward him at all. And with such a stunningly handsome and beautiful master right here, she still dares to think about finding cute little priestesses outside. This kind of behavior is absolutely unforgivable. They dragged her all the way into Moon Orchid City. This was a famous city on the Violet Continent, because whenever the full moon rises, countless beautiful moon orchids bloom outside the city, so over time, people came to name this place after these flowers. More importantly, this was once the imperial capital of the Violet Sovereign. The moment they stepped through the city gates, Lin and Nanako drew the attention of most people on the street. "Wow! Look everyone, those two seem to be mages from Winter Spring Valley. Oh wow, that girl is so adorable, and that guy is really handsome too. Are they dating? An older husband with a younger wife is just so heartwarming. Wait, is that big brother into Lolas? Whoa, with such an age gap, is that really okay?" The surrounding chatter was clearly veering into some rather strange territory. Nanako coughed awkwardly, pressing down the brim of her hat to shield her eyes, trying her best to ignore the strange whispers around her. And in that instant, Lin's inner thoughts came through from behind. Tisk. It's been almost 1,000 years since I last came here. People here are still as open-minded as they were back then. Sigh, how frustrating. Q still got labeled as a lolicon, though she's a century-old lowly. A lowly is still a lowly after all. Nanako, teeth-grinding sound. This damn disciple's inner monologue is way too frequent, and it keeps veering into those dirty thoughts utterly despicable. What's most infuriating is how, despite this torrent of inner thoughts, the guy maintains that faint, courteous smile on his face, looking every bit the perfect gentleman, making all those girls swoon and scream. This is what's most infuriating. Nanako glanced back at Lin. They'd come here today, primarily to relax and unwind properly. My apprentice has done me a great favor. No matter what, I must properly express my gratitude. As for the second purpose, naturally, it's to bring my dog apprentice to the former capital of the Violet Archon. This is the perfect opportunity to thoroughly probe his depths. Who knows, maybe I'll even uncover more of my apprentice's mysterious secrets along the way, harboring an untold secret within. Nanako led Lin through the bustling streets of Uerilan City. Today marked Uerilan City's annual Camellia Festival. The thoroughfares teemed with endless streams of pedestrians, wandering merchants from various cities mingling with starry-eyed youths who had traveled far for the occasion, creating a spectacle of vibrant prosperity. Come Come by. Genuine frostbeast pelts from the northern snowfields, fair prices for all, no deception toward young or old. Earrings, floral parasols, rings, sachets, amulets. Fine ladies away here, soft bodies, skilled hands, handsome sir care to spend some coin? A cacophony of hawking voices filled the air. Nadeshko, who'd intended to eavesdrop on Lin's thoughts, found herself instantly distracted by the dazzling array of merchandise. As for eavesdropping on her disciples' thoughts, she forgot about it in an instant. Though a century-old lowly, once her shopping desires were awakened, they became truly terrifying. Disciple, look at that brooch, isn't it pretty? Doesn't it suit your master perfectly? Wow, the craftsmanship of these clothes is amazing. Love it. That one, and this too. I want everything except those few. Being dragged around everywhere by my lowly master, Lin suddenly felt like he was walking a dog. If only there were a collar around its neck. Pull along another rope yourself. That would make it even more fitting. True, there's a tiny bit of that vibe. Though walking the dog isn't the right way to put it, that'd be disrespectful to master. It should be walking the lowly instead. Running around with its owner, looking left and right, sniffing excitedly while wagging its tail. Lin's gaze remained fixed on the constantly bouncing ahog atop the lowly master's head. The way it swayed provoked an irresistible urge to grab it firmly. Such vivid imagery. Crack! Nanako stomped on his foot hard, squeezing her small fists tightly with her eyes shut. Lin gasped sharply in pain, rubbing his foot with a pained expression, and said, "Master, why did you step on me?" With her eyes still closed, Nanako replied, "No reason, I just felt like stepping on you." Considerate your master being bored. Humph. Lin. No way. Is this lowly really that sensitive? Did she guess what I was just thinking about her? Is this women's sixth sense? Horrifying. No, it's better to test her a little. Then Lin widened his eyes, staring at Nanako's back, and silently probed in his mind. 100-year-old lowly? Giggle. Nanako clenched her fists, grinding her teeth furiously. But because her back was turned to Lin, he didn't notice. Master, your panties are showing. Nanako, holding back. Master, even your chest isn't as big as mine. Nanako, enough of this nonsense. I can't take it anymore. Watching Nanako's indifferent retreating figure, only then did Lin's hesitant gaze relax. He let out a sigh of relief. As I thought, I was just overthinking it. She must be going through menopause, there's no way she could hear what's in my heart. After all, if lowly Shifu had really heard my inner thoughts, she definitely would have blown her top by now. Ha hiccup. Lin stood with her back turned, silently laughing her head off. Nanako gnashed her teeth with a kaka sound, grabbing the lace panties from the stall in front of her and viciously tearing at the stitching with her teeth. Damn it all. How dare you test your beloved master, and to think all those horrible thoughts in your heart. I'll bite you to death. Watching Nanako fiercely gnawing at the panties with her teeth, the stall owner stood frozen in shock. He wanted to stop her several times but didn't dare. He really wanted to tell this girl that panties are for wearing, not for biting. He swallowed hard and stared in shock at Lin behind her, trembling as he said, "That guy over there, hurry up and come stop your daughter. I run a legitimate business here. If your daughter keeps gnawing like this, my stall will soon become anything but legitimate." Chapter 20, Let me handle the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. A few minutes later, Lin stared at the crumpled, saliva-soaked lace panties she had purchased for 2 silver coins. Then she turned her head to look at Nanako, whose face had turned crimson beyond measure but still held her head high, stubbornly maintaining her master's dignity. Lin said with a weird expression, "Master, if you like it, just buy it. There's no need to bite it on the street. It's so embarrassing." A puff of white steam rose from Nanako's head. Nanako gritted her teeth and said, I didn't. That was clearly. Lin shook his head and solemnly declared, "It's alright, master. Everyone has their own unique habits, you don't need to feel ashamed. I swear I won't tell anyone about your panty-chewing preferences." Lin displayed an indignant expression that seemed willing to die rather than betray her master's secret. Nanako was on the verge of tears. How infuriating. There really was no way to explain this clearly now. Having mentally beaten Lin 100 times already, an infuriated Nanako continued strolling while dragging her foolish disciple along. But right at this moment, a stern shout suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. "Clear the way. The Silver Knights are coming through." And in the very next instant, accompanied by the sounds of panic scrambling on the streets, a series of rapid hoofbeats suddenly rang out from the direction of the city gate. The next instant, from the direction of the city gates, row upon row of knights clad in full armor and mounted on white warhorses charged through with an intimidating presence. Leading them was a middle-aged knight with ash-gray hair and an exceptionally powerful build. His expression was stern, his gaze commanding even without anger, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity. "It's the Grand Commander of the Silver Hand Knights, that legendary Sky Knight? What on earth is going on? Why would the Silver Hand Knights come to Moon Orchid City? Aren't they always fighting the abyssal monsters in the south? Get out of the way. Do you have a death wish? The Night Order isn't someone common folk like us can afford to mess with. On the street, one after another, the common folk strolling through the flower fair scrambled to take cover in panic. It's unclear whether they had urgent business, but those knights showed no signs of slowing down, their faces grave as they galloped toward the central castle. Nanako frowned, watching the knights with displeasure, and said, "Damn it, these lousy knights have no manners at all. Don't they know riding isn't allowed in the city? And here I am, just a modest Winterland steward keeping a low profile, yet these good-for-nothing knights act all high and mighty, what gives?" Nanako was absolutely furious. She absolutely couldn't stand behavior like this in her whole life. That's because our master is a lowly, lacking any dignity. Even if she rode a horse, the horse wouldn't budge. Besides, their nobility, being arrogant is justified. What's the point of living if you have power but don't flaunt it? Of course, people like me, who have power yet aren't arrogant, have special reasons for it. The sudden, unexpected thought from her disciple that echoed beside her instantly sent Nanako into a rage. But before she could explode, although I'm exactly the kind of arrogant person, what I hate most is seeing others act even more arrogant than me in my presence. I'll trip him up. Mounted on his warhorse with a troubled mind, High Lord Arnold of the Silver Hand was pondering the urgent message he had just received from the Grand Magistrate of Moon Orchid City. This was the heartland of the Dawn Moon Empire. Yet according to the newly received intelligence, there had been unusually noticeable fluctuations of abyss activity in these vicinity. This did not bode well. Although the skies over most of Violet Mainland are protected by magical arrays deployed by mages from Winter Spring Valley, many weak points still remain vulnerable to breaches by those powerful abyssal demons. Once these abyssal demons tear through dimensional barriers into the physical world, it would spell catastrophe for everyone here. He was lost in heavy thoughts. But at that very moment, his expression changed abruptly. All of a sudden, for reasons unknown, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable, utterly terrifying aura that instantly enveloped him. It was as if in that fleeting instant, he had been glanced upon by an almighty deity. That terrifying palpitation nearly made his heart stop. The black warhorse beneath him instantly panicked as well, letting out a frightened neigh before its legs buckled and it knelt directly on the ground. Arnold himself was thrown forward. He crashed heavily onto the ground, face down. In an instant, all the knights behind were shocked. "Captain Arnold!" All the knights hastily tightened their reins, rushing down in utter shock to quickly help Arnold up. "My lord, are you all right? Should we call a priest?" "Bad news. His lordship is choking." "What on earth is happening? Why would his lordship choke?" Quick, give his lordship artificial respiration." A knight roared loudly. Staring at the dazed Captain Arnold, those knights were frantic with anxiety. They tore off their helmets, and several burly men immediately crowded around. "Move aside. I've got great lung capacity and skills. Let me handle the CPR." A burly knight roared, shoving aside the surrounding knights, then took a deep, forceful breath, puckered his lips. "Gio." A series of inexplicable sounds that made one's face flush and heart race. Arnold, who nearly suffered sudden cardiac arrest, was instantly jolted awake by an overwhelmingly pungent breath, the kind that suggested someone hadn't brushed their teeth for possibly hundreds of days. Watching Arnold gradually recover, the surrounding knights immediately revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. "My lord, you're awake?" Arnold's lips moved sluggishly. His face abruptly turned ashen, then flushed, before he turned away and retched up a puddle of stomach fluid. Gasping for breath, he said, I'm fine. I don't know what happened just now, but suddenly felt a chill down my spine like being glanced at by a deity. I almost had a heart attack again." As soon as these words were spoken, all the knights around were stunned. Not just those knights, even the commoners nearby wore expressions of utter shock. Stared at by a god? This is impossible. The gods haven't descended upon this world for 1,000 years. But seeing Grand Commander Arnold drenched in sweat, looking completely drained, it didn't seem like he was joking. Nanako gave Lin a peculiar sidelong glance. Yet she discovered that, like everyone else, he wore an expression of utter astonishment, his act so flawless, so effortlessly natural. If it were anyone else, they absolutely wouldn't be able to tell. With great difficulty and supported by the knights, Arnold struggled to stand up, but his legs still trembled uncontrollably, making it hard to steady himself. No good. He gritted his teeth in grief and anger. "My legs won't obey. I need someone to carry me back." Then right under the stunned gazes of everybody gathered, the mighty leader of the Silver Hand Knights was being arduously carried by several knights, making loud pattering sounds as they rushed towards the Lord's mansion at the city center. Same, because the warhorse he had been riding was also trembling and utterly weak, unable to move. After a quick discussion, the knights gritted their teeth, bundled the warhorse onto their backs, and carried it back as well. And so, a single rider and horse were carried away on someone's back, receding into the distance with loud slapping sounds. The scene was utterly bizarre. Yet scarcely had they disappeared into the distance, when the city wall guards suddenly roared an urgent shout. Hurry! Dispel the aerial defense shield immediately, the Griffin Knights are coming any moment now. Chapter 21, I shit my pants. At that very instant, every commoner in the city gaped in shock as the massive city shielding formation hovering above them gradually dimmed before dissolving entirely. And then, the next moment, a series of long cries suddenly echoed from the distant sky. A formation of at least 100 Griffin riders swiftly crossed the city walls, charging into Moonlight Orchid City toward the central castle. Every commoner's face instantly registered shock. Look, isn't that Sky Knight Howard? Oh heavens, what's happening to our Moonlight Orchid City? The top 2 Knight Orders of the Kingdom of Sia have actually all come? At the head of the formation rode a handsome, golden-haired, blue-eyed man astride a massive griffin, his spear firmly in hand. His expression was cold, his entire body radiating a sharp, formidable aura. And behind him, wave after wave of Griffin Knights stood tall and imposing, their presence suffused with palpable killing intent. Clearly, this was undoubtedly an iron army that frequented the battlefield. The gale stirred by the Griffin's flight swept through the streets, toppling people like harvested wheat in massive waves. Chaos ensued as the crowd struggled to stay upright, grabbing desperately at anything within reach to steady themselves. So strong, incredibly strong. It's my first time seeing this legendary creature, a griffin. A griffin! Lin also shouted excitedly, so awesome. This is incredible. The way they're showing off by riding griffins is just too cool. In an instant, nobody knew exactly what had happened. Suddenly, the leading giant griffin in the sky shuddered as if someone had hit the pause button, freezing completely mid-air. And everyone watched in stunned amazement. The Sky Knight Howard, mounted on that griffin, also shuddered visibly. Then in the very next instant, the massive griffin suddenly plummeted like an airplane out of fuel, whooshing downward from the high skies in free fall. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The entire crowd fell into complete silence. Captain! All the Griffin Knights were shocked. As if precisely calculated, Sky Knight Howard and his griffin crashed right onto the spot where Arnold had fallen moments before. The impact left a massive crater in the ground. In the pit, Howard and his griffin were piled on top of each other, their eyes spinning like mosquito coils, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. The entire room fell into complete silence. No way! Everyone around them, Omega, in shock. Is this place cursed or something? 2 top-tier knights have already fallen in less than 10 minutes. This is unscientific. This is absolutely unscientific. Before they could even recover from the shock of the Griffin Knight's fall, the distant city gates once again echoed with the commanding shouts of the guards. Open the gates. Prepare to receive the Raptor Knight Regiment. In the distance, people were stunned by what they casually witnessed. A group of fierce knights mounted on velociraptors was charging toward this location with tremendous momentum. The surrounding citizens were utterly shocked. Don't come any closer. Quick! Someone warn those knights, tell them not to approach. It's going to fall. It's really going to fall. People screamed frantically. Crash! A deafening explosion rang out. Then, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, the leading knight's velociraptor abruptly buckled at the knees and lurched forward. The knight slid directly for dozens of meters and ended up crashing right into Howard, who had just woken up and was trying to climb out of the giant pit. Boom! A cloud of dust rose from the pit. The entire arena fell instantly silent. At the same time, within the castle at the heart of Moon Orchid City, Princess Vivian of Yuelan City, the first royal daughter, sat on her throne, staring blankly at Arnold, the commander of the Silver Knights, being carried in by his fellow knights. The gray-haired knight's legs trembled weakly, his forehead dripping with sweat, teeth clenched, nothing like the majestic and mighty figure she remembered. Princess Vivian immediately stood up, exclaiming in shock, "Uncle Arnold, what happened to you? Why do you look so haggard?" Arnold slumped heavily into the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Vivian, I know you're a good girl, but please be honest with your uncle. Have you actually recruited a divine mage grade powerhouse? Did you arrange all this to teach your uncle a lesson?" At these words, Vivian's face instantly blanked with utter bewilderment. A divine mage grade powerhouse? A show of strength? What nonsense is this? If she truly had the ability to win over an archmage, why would she still be holed up in this tiny town of Yuelan? She would have long conquered the continent and built her own empire by now. Vivian was baffled. "Uncle Arnold, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by a divine mage? What on earth is going on?" Arnold took a deep breath, a faint look of dread and exasperation flickering across his face. He turned his head with a trace of complexity in his gaze toward the direction from which he'd come, and said, "I'm not really sure either. It was when I was entering the city, passing through the busy market, and suddenly I felt like some terrifying presence was watching me." He instinctively shivered and took a deep breath. That terrifying feeling. I never even felt it when facing a dragon, though it lasted less than a second, but, suddenly, he bent over, racked by waves of dry heaves. The scene frightened Vivian to the core. Arnold wiped the corner of his mouth and gasped. My heart literally stopped for a second. My body even showed signs of immediate death. Upon hearing this, Vivian turned pale with shock, exclaiming, How is this possible? She knew all too well just how formidable Uncle Arnold was. In the hierarchy of knights, the ranks progress from 1st-tier knights to 9th-tier knights. Above 9th-tier knights, the subsequent classifications are successively Earth Knights, Sky Knights, Siege Knights, and King's Riders. And Uncle Arnold is actually a top-tier powerhouse ranked as a Sky Knight. If we were to compare ranks, he's equivalent to a formidable archmage. Yet such an existence is directly showing signs that his body is about to perish. Vivian could only feel her mouth parched, unable to utter a single word. Arnold gasped, a knight's control over their body is second only to the warrior sequence. This sensation can't be false, and to exert such terrifying suppression over me, I can only think of an archmage. No, at least a world-class archmage could make me feel so powerless. Vivian's mind went completely blank. A world-class archmage. She had almost no concept of such a tier's existence. According to the mage hierarchy classification, above 9th rank mages came archmages, grand archmages, and city-leveling mages in ascending order. Above the city-breaker mages stands the archmage, and the world-class archmage represents the pinnacle among archmages. Not even Frost Whisper Valley has ever produced a being of such caliber. Vivian gulped, murmuring in astonishment, Uncle, could it be your imagination? I mean, if such an existence truly existed, why would they ever come to a small city like Moon Orchid? After all, the Violet Monarch has been dead for 1,000 years. Arnold took a deep breath and said, I wish it were just my imagination, but you know, Vivian, a knight's body is exceptionally sensitive to external presences. For my body to feel such terror, I can't think of anything else. And the most crucial thing is, Vivian asked blankly, because of what? Arnold closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, I've got diarrhea. The surroundings instantly fell into silence. Chapter 22, Falling in the Same Place Twice. Hurry, somebody, quick, take Uncle to change his pants. Vivian screamed. No need, Arnold panted, raising a hand to stop them. For such a trivial matter, my holy power can vaporize it instantly, won't leave a trace. Besides, holy power has a purifying effect, all impurities shall be cleansed. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with an extraordinary and remarkably pleasant fragrance. Vivian froze, and in the very next moment, the guards outside the door announced their presence. The guard stepped forward, heavily striking his chest with his hand before kneeling on one knee and saying, Report to Lady Vivian, the Griffin Knight Regiment and the Raptor Knight Regiment have arrived. The captains are awaiting your audience outside the door. Vivian was overjoyed. She immediately exclaimed, Quick, show the regimental commanders in at once. Vivian was filled with particular delight, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As the sole remaining descendant left behind by the Violet Sovereign, Moon Orchid City had become her foundation after her father's death. This time, she mobilized all available resources to invite several renowned knight orders from the Kingdom of Shiyu, solely to enlist their aid in confronting the approaching abyss, because just 1 week earlier, he had discovered signs of abyss mage activity near Uwerland City, and numerous pieces of evidence suggested that abyssal creatures were highly likely to launch an attack on Uwerland City in the near future. As the descendant of the Great Violet Monarch, she would never allow the city to be invaded by monsters. Click! The gate opened. But the next moment, the overjoyed Vivian froze in shock. Before them appeared the renowned regimental commanders she had worked so hard to invite from the mainland. Each a celebrated figure, now sat utterly dispirited and crestfallen, covered in dust as their subordinates carried them in one by one on their backs. A sudden hush fell over the surroundings. Clap, 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 clap. 4 chairs. All 4 regiment leaders were placed on chairs with vacant stares and visibly drained spirits. One might mistakenly think they had fought through countless sleepless nights, their bodies thoroughly exhausted. Vivian murmured blankly, What exactly is happening here? The knights who carried them and all wore bitter expressions as they explained. Apologies, Lord Mayor, all our captains have encountered some mishaps on the journey. We humbly beg your indulgence. The utterly exhausted, pale-lipped Griffin Knight Howard trembled as he weakly extended his hand, whispering hoarsely, Lady Vivian, there's no need, truly no need. Every one of us has received kindness from your Violet family before, helping you is only natural. These intimidation tactics, truly unnecessary. The leader of the Velociraptor Knights also muttered in a daze, Yeah, even if they really wanted to intimidate us old folks, there was no need to use a god of magic. Couldn't they have just talked it out normally? That would have been perfectly fine. The surroundings instantly fell into complete silence. Vivian's mind was utterly blank. Clearly, it was another misunderstanding. The Violet family was indeed the oldest lineage in this world, but ever since the death of the Violet Monarch, her house had long since fallen into decline. What kind of archmage could she possibly have? Seeing those 4 dispirited knights, Arnold frowned and said, Everyone, could it be that you've all sensed that gaze too? These words fell like a hammer blow. The 4 regiment commanders froze simultaneously, turning astonished looks toward Arnold as they said, "Could it be that you also?" Arnold frowned and asked, "But was it in the bustling downtown area along Manhwa Avenue, about 500 meters away?" The 4 regimental commanders exclaimed in shock, "Exactly." Arnold furrowed his brows even deeper and said, "Did you suddenly feel like you were being watched, then your whole body turned cold, your heart stopped, and you felt like you were about to die?" The 4 regimental commanders gasped, "Yes." Arnold took a deep breath and said gravely, "It seems certain then, we've all experienced the same thing. Could it be that Senior Arnold also took a tumble there?" Howard exclaimed in astonishment. Arnold smiled faintly and said, "Just a step ahead of you, that's all." As expected of Senior Arnold. What a delightful coincidence, what splendid fate. The 4 great captains rejoiced, cupping their hands respectfully to greet this senior from their knightly order. Arnold chuckled lightly, merely happenstance, hardly worth calling ape dung. Though sharing such an experience with 4 legendary captains is indeed fortunate, the 4 great captains chimed in unison, praising, "Indeed, indeed." Then, silence fell all around. They suddenly realized that all of them having tripped at the exact same spot wasn't exactly something worth celebrating like this. Of course not. Vivian was about to lose her mind. Why did things suddenly take such a bizarre turn? 5 legendary Sky Knights falling in the same place, no matter how you think about it, this feels utterly bizarre. If it wasn't arranged by you, Vivian, Arnold pondered and said, then it's very possible that a supreme mage of Archmage level is currently concealed within this city. With that kind of power, I can't even begin to imagine what his objectives might be. Howard also wore a somber expression as he said, "Indeed, and clearly he's not at all pleased about our arrival. If this being is plotting something, the consequences would be unimaginable." The other group leaders all expressed their concerns as well. For a moment, silence descended once more upon them. The mere recollection of that terrifying sensation of being watched moments ago sent waves of lingering fear through their bodies. Should such an existence truly wish to strike Moon Orchid City, even their combined strength couldn't budge a single hair on its head. Vivian swallowed hard before voicing her concern, "Uncle Knights, if that Archmage truly exists, what do you suppose he's doing right now?" The group fell into silence, yet nearly all of them had the same image flashing through their minds. A supreme, ethereal existence towering above, standing upon the clouds or in some alien dimension, gazing indifferently down upon the entire city of Yuelan and all the ant-like creatures crawling within. In its eyes, everything seemed insignificant, everything was expendable. At the same time, a certain sweet shop. Nanako sat on the chair, staring at Lin across from her. Opening her mouth wide, she took a big bite of the ice cream he was feeding her. If someone nearby witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly find it utterly harmonious, surely mistaking it for the sweet daily life of a handsome noble youth and his adorable little girlfriend. So what exactly happened? Nanako mumbled through a mouthful of ice cream, propping her cheek with one hand in a thoughtful pose. "Today's the flower festival, isn't it? Why have so many Sky Knights suddenly appeared? Are we going to war?" Nanako glanced sideways at Lin, who was completely focused on feeding her ice cream. "It's different now. The taste of the ice cream is clearly not the same as when I brought the recipe 1,000 years ago. Chemical sweeteners, they're actually using chemical sweeteners. Only the flavor of strawberries, but no real strawberries. It must be coloring and some unhealthy flavoring agents. Damn it, I knew it. No matter which world you're in, there's always these despicable profiteers. Eating too much of this stuff might just give you dementia. There's no way I'm eating this garbage." Lin scooped up a generous spoonful of ice cream and once again brought it to Nanako's lips, opening her mouth and saying, "Master, Nana. Chapter 23 You can have half when I'm done." Bang. Without another word, Nanako shut her eyes and gave her disciple's head a sharp knock with her tiny fist. "Damn brat. If he knew eating too much of this stuff could give you dementia, why'd he keep shoving it down his master's throat? It's truly rotten to the core. Besides, didn't you hear what Master just said? Master is talking about those knights right now. With such an indifferent attitude, how do you expect me to openly eavesdrop on your thoughts, Master?" "Humph." Lin pushed the ice cream aside, picked up a fruit, took a bite, and shrugged helplessly saying, "Master, if even you don't know about it, how could I possibly know? If Master truly wishes to understand, you could go ask the Lord here yourself. As Winter Springs Valley's steward, no matter where you go, just revealing your identity would earn respect, even the king would grant you an audience." Nanako nodded, resting her chin thoughtfully on small hands as she considered this. That makes perfect sense. However, Nanako had no real intention of setting out to go, although she was an attendant of Winter Spring Valley. But without an invitation, there was a rule in Winter Spring Valley that they were absolutely not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of these countries. This was also to maintain the transcendent status of Winter Spring Valley and avoid being entangled by other forces. Slap. Nanako laid out 2 silver coins generously. "Boss, here's the bill, keep the change from these 2 copper coins." Having said this, her light body gave a little hop as she left the seat, skipping cheerfully toward the exit. Come along, disciple. Follow your master for a walk around town. We've come all this way, it'd be such a waste to go back so soon. Lin shrugged and was about to leave. But then he paused, turned his head, and with deadfish eyes, looked at the shopkeeper coming to collect the money, saying, "Exchange those 2 copper coins for 2 original flavored ice cream cones." The shopkeeper was stunned and replied, "But that young lady said not to give any change." A brief silence, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. About 10 seconds later, Lin walked out holding 2 ice cream cones with no additives. Nanako asked curiously, "What was that noise just now?" Lin licked his ice cream cone and said, "The boss was overly enthusiastic, insisting on kowtowing to me multiple times. I couldn't handle such fervor and accidentally knocked over a chair." Nanako didn't think much of it and skipped happily ahead. But just at that moment, Lin's gaze flickered toward a certain corner before casually withdrawing his attention and following behind his master. Interesting, quite intriguing. A void mage, and one at the Grand Magus level at that. Seems they've caught wind of little lowly master's identity and sent people to tail us secretly. Just as I thought. Those knights didn't appear without reason. Since this city has a Grand Magus level void mage, looks like they're preparing to summon a spatial gate to let those void creatures in. Lin licked her ice cream cone, idly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Naniko walking ahead immediately pricked up her ears. An abyss mage? Summoning a spatial portal? Nanako's heart jolted violently. And there was actually a Grand Archmage level warlock tracking her? Without another word, Nanako immediately felt her heart leap into her throat. Had she not heard her disciple's inner thoughts, she might never have noticed. After all, mages weren't omnipotent, she was the iceberg, excelling in battlefield control and combat. Not much perception was involved. But after receiving the hint, Nanako immediately shifted her focus, subtly perceiving the movements of everyone around her in a way that others wouldn't notice. Did lowly masters sense it too? No way. Logically speaking, with lowly master's ditzy personality, she'd probably be half a beat slow even if the enemy were standing right in front of her. Amazing, truly amazing. It seems master isn't as foolish as I imagined. Lin clicked her tongue in admiration. Giggle. Nanako clenched her small fists, keeping her eyes tightly shut. That damned disciple, how dare he look down on his own master like this? Damn him. Nanako ground her teeth. But now was not the time to deal with this damned apprentice. He could afford to be casual, but she couldn't. Although the Winterspring Vale steward couldn't intervene casually, she would never stand idly by if someone was truly engaged in activities that might endanger the populace. The next instant, Nanako's psychic senses locked onto the trace of that abyss warlock. Found you. Nanako's ahog twitched. In the alley, a man dressed in black with a large hood stared gloomily at Nanako and Lin on the street above. Faintly visible were his blood-red eyes and a face densely covered with green patterns. His gaze followed Nanako until she disappeared around the street corner. The mage showed no unusual movements, he muttered in a low voice. Winterspring Vale likely hasn't detected our activities yet. If they knew we were trying to summon an abyssal blood fiend, they would never have sent just a single steward. A raven slowly descended to perch on his shoulder. The raven's eyes were likewise blood-red, gleaming with an inhuman wisdom and detachment completely unlike any ordinary crow. To avoid unnecessary trouble, you continue the surveillance. The ritual has reached its final stage. I won't allow anyone to disrupt my plans during this time. The black-clad figure lowered his hands, crimson light flickering in his eyes as he replied, "Understood, mentor. But what about those knights? Should we intervene?" The crow uttered an indifferent voice. "Let them be. Once the spatial gate opens, they'll become the most delectable offerings to our Lord. By then, the entire city will be reduced to ashes." Caw, caw. The raucous caws of crows came in waves. The crow flapped its wings and soared, swiftly ascending into the heights. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes, then stopped overthinking and abruptly turned around, about to stride out of the alley. But just as he turned his head, in an instant, their eyes met. There, damn the luck, stood a young man holding an ice cream cone, right at the alley's entrance. Honestly, just a hair's breadth more and they would have had an uncomfortably intimate close encounter. But the moment he saw the other's face clearly, he was instantly startled. Was that the low-level mage from the Wintergrasp attendant's side? Could it be that he'd already been discovered? His heart immediately leapt into his throat. Lin gazed at the nervous man in black before her, casually licking her ice cream cone as if no one else was around, then suddenly brightened up and said, "You're here to take a shit too, aren't you?" Instantly, the man in black froze. The question had left him utterly at a loss for words. Lin chuckled and patted the other person's shoulder, gesturing to the alley with a cheerful tone. "Don't worry, there's plenty of space. Want to go together? I've got paper, and I can share half with you when I'm done." Chapter 24, You're pushing us too far. Crunch. The black-clad man clenched his teeth, fists tight, sickened to his core by the humiliation. "Split it with me? I'll split your damn sou. You want me to share after you're done using it? Damn it. No need. Thanks." I'm not here to take a shit. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. I've got stuff to do, gotta go. He tugged at his hood, keeping his head down with shifty eyes as he moved to sidestep Lin. Seems like just a chance encounter. If he'd truly been spotted by that Winter Spring Valley magistrate, what awaited him would likely be an immediate lethal strike. But no matter what, we must be extremely cautious from now on. His mental energy spread outward, attempting to precisely sense the location of that Winter Spring Valley deacon. Yet at that very moment, his expression changed drastically, because in his perception, the location of that city-busting mage at this very moment was precisely 1 meter directly in front of him, yet there was clearly nothing before him. Look out, he roared. In an instant, he abruptly reached out from within his black robe, pulling out a wand embedded with a skull, ready to cast a spell. But at that very moment, just a meter in front of him, the air suddenly twisted and distorted. A loli with twin tails and a large mage's hood slowly materialized from a transparent state. It's already too late. Nanako smirked cunningly. The pre-prepared magic instantly infused into the sturdy staff she held in her hands. In that unexpected moment, the thick end of her staff tapped lightly against the chest of the black-clothed figure. A terrifying ripple instantly emanated from the tip of the staff. The black-clad figure's internal organs trembled violently, vomiting lurid green blood from his mouth as his body was flung backward into the alley. Lin, holding an ice cream cone, sidestepped with nimble ease. The cloaked man soared through the air like a ragdoll. As he was sent flying, he was immediately shocked to see that right at the spot where the staff had touched his chest, countless frost crystals were now densely crawling outward. Whoosh! Those frost formations seemed almost alive. In an instant, they enveloped his entire body, freezing his magical circuits and rendering him incapable of spellcasting. No, no, he screamed in terror, his cries echoing in desperation. But soon, frost crept over his entire body. When he hit the ground, his body had already turned into an ice sculpture. Nanakeo adjusted the large hood on her head, revealing sapphire-like eyes, and said, "Stop wasting your magic. This is a city-level sealing spell far beyond what a mere sorcerer like you could break." She humped loudly and swaggered toward the sorcerer. When she reached Lin's side, she gave Ishin a playful kick and gloated, "Nice teamwork." As expected of Nanako's star apprentice, Lin. Truth be told, Lin hadn't wanted to come at all. With his personality, he would never bother with such trivial matters. But who would have thought that the petite master actually discovered this peeper? Lin couldn't help but feel astonished. Nanako walked grumblingly toward the frozen mage. Then Nanako glanced over and imperiously commanded, "Disciple, guard the alley entrance. Don't let anyone in. Your master needs to conduct a proper interrogation." Lin sighed helplessly. Shouldering the weight of annoyance, she walked to the alley's entrance while clutching her ice cream cone. The moment she stepped out of the alley, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted behind her. "Dare to follow this lady? Have a death wish. I'll stomp you to death. Stomp you to death." Lin glanced back slightly. Immediately, he saw his lowly master wearing an oversized mage hat, lifting her leg and stomping furiously at the frozen warlock with a series of rapid smack sounds. Lin, her violent tendencies have been getting a bit severe lately. Such a gentle little lowly before, how did she suddenly turn so violent? Did someone upset the blue-haired lowly? That can't be right. I haven't heard anyone bad-mouthing master. Finally, after a furious stomping, Nanako snatched the sorcerer by the collar, her blue eyes blazing as she raged. "Speak! What kind of conspiracy are you guys planning? If you don't tell me, I'll break your legs right now." The mage remained silent. Nanako narrowed her eyes and said, "So tight-lipped, huh? Never thought I'd encounter such a tough nut to crack. Seems like you haven't been beaten enough." Soon, Lin once again heard the sound of slaps coming from behind. With just a slight glance, one could see that violent little lowly wielding that thick, rigid staff, smashing it repeatedly against the opponent's head with loud pa-pa-pa sounds. "Lin, master, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." Slap. Nanako grabbed the warlock's collar once more and scoffed, "I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to talk or not?" The warlock shed silent tears. "Lin, master, what I meant to say was, you still won't say it?" Nanako was furious beyond measure. She'd never encountered someone so tight-lipped before. "It seems you won't talk unless we resort to torture." Nanako gave a sharp cry, a full 360-degree shoulder throw, then pounced onto the opponent, gritting teeth while rapidly stomping up and down in a frenzied barrage. Thud 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 thud. Finally, after stomping relentlessly for over 10 minutes, Lin finally couldn't stand watching any longer and walked over with exasperation. "Master, stop hitting him, you're making it impossible for him to speak." Nanako tilted her head and glared. "Why?" Lin said exasperatedly, "His entire mouth is frozen shut." In an instant, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Faintly visible on the frozen face of that sorcerer were fixed eyes from which slowly spilled frozen tears of warmth. Those tears brimmed with grievance and humiliation, as if recounting life's fleeting bitterness and the fury of being beaten. This kind of humiliation truly isn't something ordinary people could comprehend. I really wanted to say, "You've got to let me speak." A few minutes later, Nanako, whose face had turned red as an apple, still crossed her arms haughtily and humphed her way to the side, calling it grandly, entrusting the interrogation rights to her disciple. At last, the ice on his lips slowly melted. The man in black, with tears of humiliation welling in his eyes, said, You've gone too far." Lin held an ice cream cone, his deadfish eyes staring blankly as he said, "Don't casually use idioms created by the great and handsome Lord Violet. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to talk or not?" The black-clad man glared at Lin furiously and spat, "Get anything out of me? Dream on. All of you are going to die." Lin licked his ice cream cone and said, "So that means you're not going to talk?" The black-clothed man sneered coldly, "Ha, what can you do to me? It's just death anyway, do you think I'm afraid?" Lin shook his head. No, death isn't scary." He smiled faintly. "Living a fate worse than death, that's what's truly terrifying, don't you think?" A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down the cloaked figure's forehead. For some reason, even though the second circle mage before me wore a gentle smile and appeared completely non-threatening, but when his gaze fell upon me again, an uncontrollable chill ran down my spine. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's see what you're truly capable of." But the moment his words left his mouth, his eyes instantly widened in shock. Right before him, the teenager had half an ice cream cone in his mouth as he freed one hand and, like a magician, pulled something out from his pocket. "A mouse?" The black-clad man, Omega. "A mouse? Why would you carry something like that around with you?" Chapter 25, Flower, you have to hang in there. Ikikiki. Lin mimicked the indistinct sounds of a mouse, eyes brimming with amusement. Some little creatures love warm environments the most. If you put them in through the collar and they feel too cold, they'll keep searching for warmer spots to burrow into. Under the trembling gaze of that black-clad man, Lin pulled open his collar and tossed the squeaky rat inside. "Black-clad man," Lin said casually, "your body below the neck is still frozen, so where do you think this mouse would crawl to?" The man in black trembled violently, stammering, You think you can scare me like this?" But the next moment, the man in black, Omega. Lin reached into his clothes again and pulled out a vividly colored poisonous snake. Then came the centipedes, toads, slugs, slimes, wasp nests. Right under the shocked gaze of the black-clad man, everything was forcibly stuffed down his collar all at once. "Lin, no rush. I've got plenty more good stuff, I'll make sure to fill you up completely. Take your time to think about it." Black-clad man, Omega. No. What kind of person is this guy? Why does he have so many bizarre things tucked in his arms? Then in that very moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, he froze. He immediately felt something seemed to be frantically burrowing into his body. That was, help, he screamed in terror. His entire body tensed rigidly, eyes wide with fright as cold sweat poured out in torrents. "No way. Absolutely not. Hold on. You must hold on. Omega. But just at that moment, Lin patted him on the shoulder and said gently, "How's the preparation going?" And just at that moment, he froze. Slap. It was as if in that very instant, as if the city gates had suddenly collapsed. That feeling was, "I'll talk. I swear I'll talk." The black-clad man wailed, tears raining down from the heavens. At last, he could endure it no longer. That humiliation. This is more unbearable for a respectable mage than killing him. Why do such malicious people exist in this world? Lin smiled slightly, licked his ice cream cone, and said, "Now that's more like it." Then he turned his head and flashed a crescent moon smile at Nanako not far away, saying, "Master, it's done now. No matter what you ask, I think he'll be willing to answer." Nanako hesitated for a moment before turning around and walking over. Staring at the tear-streaked, despair-filled man in black, she asked with confusion, "What did you do to him?" Lin shook his head and shrugged. "Nothing, just standard interrogation techniques. Really nothing special, just snakes, rats, slimes, and slugs. All very cute, harmless little creatures. I'm still too kind-hearted." "Nanako, snakes, rats, crawling into your body?" Nanako's eyes instantly widened as she instinctively clutched her skirt. She swallowed hard and hesitated as she looked at the person in black marked by asking, does it hurt?" The person in black was about to lose it, screeching, "Who cares if it hurts? What kind of time is this to ask that? Ask me. Quick, ask me something. I'm begging you, I can't hold on much longer. You ask, I'll answer, let's just get this damn process over with. I can't take it anymore." Nanako shivered, widening her eyes as she clutched her hefty magic staff, immediately firing off questions. The black-clad man answered almost every question without hesitation, speaking endlessly. He would even elaborate on various aspects when Nanakeo asked vaguely phrased questions. His speech was so rapid it seemed as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Soon, Nanakeo learned their entire plan straight from his mouth. Opening a spatial gate directly above Uerlin City. Nanakeo trembled violently upon hearing this and said, summoning the Blood Realm Demon Lord from the abyss, this. After Nanako listened to this plan, even she couldn't help but feel waves of chilling terror. The Blood Realm Demon Lord. As one of the erudite 7 deacons of Winter Spring Valley, she had certainly heard that name before. As the legends told, the Endless Abyss was ruled by 7 abyssal monarchs who governed the entire abyss. Beneath the abyssal monarchs, the most formidable beings were the 72 demon lords, and the Blood Domain Demon Lord stands out even among the 72 pillared demon lords as a notoriously cruel and greedy terror. Hundreds of years ago, a group of demonic cultists once succeeded in summoning this tyrant into reality. Its appearance alone directly resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. In the annals of Violet history, that day was forever remembered as the Night of Blood. And the most terrifying thing was, the demons that descended upon reality could not be killed, only banished. Damn it. Nananoko's face grew somewhat pale. When she saw those knights appear earlier today, she had thought perhaps some monsters might be lurking nearby, but she hadn't paid it much mind. After all, with the prowess of those Sky Knights, what monster could possibly stand against them? But she truly, utterly never imagined. They summoned a demon lord-class demon. I've told you everything I know. Hurry up and get those things out of my body. The black-clad man screamed. Slap. Nanako gritted her teeth. A reverse-handed magic circle smacked him on the head, instantly knocking him unconscious. You despicable wretch. Summoning that kind of monster and still expecting my help, you must have a death wish. Without another word, Nanako grabbed him by the collar and swiftly turned to face Lin, gritting her teeth as she said, Apprentice, this is a matter of great importance. Your master must urgently deliver this news to the local lord. As for you, Lin licked her ice cream cone and declared resolutely, Master, go with peace of mind. Don't worry about me. Your disciple is still too weak. Following you would only burden you, so I'll just stay here. Nanako, you shut me down with just one sentence. Chapter 26, The Ritual Complete. The Demon Descends. Nanako was going crazy. But now that something major was at stake, as the steward of Winter Springs Valley, she absolutely couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, if they truly succeeded in summoning a demon lord-level entity, lives of hundreds of thousands could be snuffed out in minutes. Then you, disobedient disciple, stay put right here. Don't wander off. Wait for your master to return. Nanako gritted her teeth, then quickly dragged away the unconscious man in black. In an instant, it dashed toward the end of the street at an unimaginable speed, heading straight for the central castle. Demon Lord level, huh? Quite interesting. But given Lolita Master's capabilities, stopping it before the summoning ritual concludes should still be possible, right? There's no need for me to get involved anyway, after all, I'm just an ordinary second-tier mage. Lin stroked his chin as he watched his lowly master walk away. He promptly put the matter out of his mind. Whistling cheerfully with his hands behind his head, he swaggered down the street without a care. And right at that moment, Lin suddenly froze. His gaze instantly pierced through hundreds of meters, landing on an ostentatiously decorated building. Several large characters were written across it. The Traveler's Gentle Haven. There stood several adorable young ladies by the grand gate, dressed rather scantily yet exceptionally pretty, waving handkerchiefs to solicit passers-by. So Lin has said, it should be fine to dip a little into Master's private stash for some health maintenance, right? At the same time, before the central castle gates of Uerlin City, who goes there? 2 fully armored knights bellowed and suddenly crossed their lances, blocking the path of the petite mage girl who was rushing swiftly toward them. This is the Violet Royal Castle. All unauthorized personnel, step aside at once. Nanako pressed down on her mage hat and pulled out an insignia from her robe, gritting her teeth as she declared, I am the 7th Magistrate of Winter Springs Valley, Frost Archmage Nanako. I have an extremely urgent matter to discuss with your lord. Report my arrival at once. The 2 knights froze for a moment, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing the knights still standing there dumbfounded, Nanako grew frantic. At this point, she couldn't care less about propriety. If the sorcerer's summoning ritual wasn't stopped immediately, the entire city of Moon Orchid would face its greatest crisis. Gritting her teeth, Nanako suddenly raised her hand in a commanding gesture. The 2 were instantly swept sideways by the storm's furious winds. Nanako's petite frame darted swiftly into the towering castle. The 2 knights paled in alarm, immediately sounding the warning horns as they shouted, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Soon, at the sound of the alarm, the densely packed soldiers swarmed out of the castle in a frenzy. But places Nanaoko wishes to go, how could mere soldiers possibly stop her? Crash! A deafening explosion rang out. With a swing of her staff, Nanaoko blasted open the castle gates. In the castle hall, the first Princess Vivian was seated on the throne, discussing with the several Sky Knights below about the recent discovery of the Abyss Warlocks. When Nanako barged in, everyone present was stunned. Gritting her teeth, Nanako threw the unconscious black-clad man onto the floor and declared, I am Nanako, the steward of Winter Spring Valley. I have something urgent to report. About 10 minutes later, the townspeople on the streets immediately saw large groups of knights swarming out from the castle, charging swiftly toward the city gates. And high above in the midair, Arnold, the leader of the Silver Knight Order, flew through the air with a grave expression, staring at the petite ice mage riding a broomstick ahead of him, and said, Nadeshiko, are you certain everything he said was true? Did those abyss mages truly intend to summon the Blood Realm Demon Lord within Uerilan City? Nanaoko clenched her teeth while riding her broomstick, saying, There's no way to be absolutely certain, but we must take this matter seriously regardless. If it's true, everything would be lost. The knights around Arnold exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Just now, they had already confirmed Nanako's identity. Although they were astonished that such a young girl could be an official of Wintervale, after verifying the authenticity of the seal, they ultimately chose to believe it. After all, as a guardian organization, Wintervale held immense prestige across the entire continent. And if things were truly as Nanako said, then this incident would be far more terrifying than the scenario they had considered. Are we still in time? Arnold gritted his teeth and said, If what he said is true, then the ritual began last night. It's probably already reached its final stages now. Damn it, we only just learned about this now. Nanako shook her head, her eyes grave, grinding her teeth as she said, This isn't your fault. Who would have thought someone would conduct such an evil ritual deep in the heart of the continent? All we can do now is hurry. Let's just hope that ceremony hasn't yet. But at that very moment, before she could finish her sentence, a strange and eerie ripple suddenly came through the distant air. In an instant, the ripple swept over their bodies, bringing with it a thick, overwhelming scent of blood. Instantly, Nanako and the others' expressions changed dramatically. This is, just dozens of kilometers away, above a valley, the wind and clouds abruptly shifted in ominous transformation. An indescribably sinister aura surged forth, overwhelming the senses. A towering pillar of blood shot straight into the heavens, chilling even the surrounding air. Not good, Arnold roared. We're too late. In that instant, panic spread through the group as they pushed their speed beyond all limits, racing toward the valley. Exactly. The ritual site was located in a valley just dozens of kilometers outside Uerlinchang. Without Nanako's warning, they might never have noticed the changes there until the demons descended. Obviously, the entity presiding over this evil summoning ritual this time must be an exceptionally powerful sorcerer. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly conceal their aura so perfectly. After pushing his speed to the absolute limit, they arrived before the valley in almost less than 2 minutes. And as soon as they stepped into the area, a thick stench of blood instantly rushed toward them. Inside the valley, thick crimson mist churned violently while vast stretches of vegetation withered. Rolling waves of malevolent energy spread outward unchecked. Nanako and the Sky Knights immediately braced themselves with the utmost vigilance, their eyes fixed anxiously on the billowing blood mist. And at that very moment, a sinister laugh pierced the sky. He. We never imagined you'd find this place, but you're too late. The summoning ritual is complete. The great demon lord shall soon descend upon this world. Isn't it an extraordinary honor to witness my lords coming alongside me? A bloody mist spread through the air. The next instant, the rolling blood mist churned incessantly as a slender leg wearing high heels slowly stepped out from within it. A tall woman with a devilish figure emerged unhurriedly before the crowd, smiling as she cradled a staff. Clad in a long black cloak with crimson lips, she exuded an eerie yet alluring charm from head to toe. And behind her, 2 hulking demon guards followed in step. You're. The moment he laid eyes on that woman, Arnold's face drastically changed. Chapter 27, The Thorn Witch, Freya, the first witch of the Abyss Society. Freya. At the utterance of this name, everyone present visibly paled. For anyone who had ever dealt with demons, this name was virtually impossible to be unfamiliar with. The Abyss cult was a sinister faction devoted to sacrificing the entire world to the Abyss, and among its members, none was more infamous than the Bramble Witch Freya. From the moment this wicked woman first appeared before the world, she has been spreading evil, plague, and calamity across the entire continent. Among all the nations of the continent, her bounty has consistently remained at over 1 million gold coins. She is a devil through and through, a witch devoid of any humanity, wholly devoted to spreading fear and chaos. So, you know me? The Thorn Witch curled her lips upward, tapping her slender finger against fiery red lips as she purred seductively. Now this is quite troublesome, but since you recognize me, you must also know him, don't you? In an instant, it felt as if some unimaginable presence had turned its gaze upon them. A bone-chilling sensation instantly radiated through the hearts of everyone present. At that very next moment, heavy footsteps slowly echoed from within the crimson mist, drawing all eyes in stunned silence. An enormous head gradually emerged from the blood-red fog. In an instant, the terrifying draconic aura enveloped every person at the scene. Abyss Bone Dragon. The crowd gasped in horror. The Abyss Bone Dragon was an extremely high-level magical creature that only peak city-breaking sorcerers could summon. The appearance of such a terrifying entity would inevitably unleash a storm of bloodshed. They knew it. They're in big trouble. Meanwhile, in the city of Moon Orchid, all the citizens stared at the distant sky in stunned alarm. What's going on? The weather was fine just moments ago. How did it change so suddenly? Quick, look there. What on earth is that in the sky? In an instant, the expressions of the citizens changed drastically. Right above Moon Orchid City, the space suddenly began to twist and distort. Crack, crack. A massive fissure slowly emerged in the sky, its depths pitch black as howling winds carrying an indescribably malevolent aura surged forth from within the rift. The sky is splitting open. Is that the demon's chrysanthemum? The crowd erupted in waves of screams, panicking, and scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, soldiers moved in constant streams. Clearly some enormous crisis was about to descend upon them. Hurry! Notify everyone immediately to activate the city's defensive spell formation. High atop the castle, the first Princess Vivian urgently issued the command. Slowly, an enormous translucent magical formation emerged in the sky above the city, shutting out the raging winds beyond. Yet even so, that terrifying aura of oppression made the entire city gasp for breath, because it had come far too quickly, far too suddenly. Lady Vivian, what should we do? Beside Vivian, the knights stood one by one with pale faces. They could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from that fissure, as if some presence was rapidly awakening, and that fissure was still expanding. Vivian clenched her teeth, her face now noticeably paler. Obviously, she knew that steward from Winter Spring Valley had spoken true. The warlocks of the Abyss are indeed plotting to summon a powerful demon, and by the looks of it, the summoning ritual has already been completed. In fact, several days ago, she had already noticed something unusual, strange distortions in the spatial fluctuations nearby, which immediately put her on high alert. That's why she urgently gathered the Sky Knights to discuss countermeasures. But she still absolutely never expected what would descend this time would actually be an existence of Demon Lord level. Quickly, Vivian forced herself to calm down, gnashing her teeth as she said, "Notify the mages of the Forbidden Magic Library at once, have them immediately undo the seal on the Violet Key. If the Demon Lord truly descends, only the puppet left by our ancestor can help us." At these words, both knights trembled slightly, their eyes widening in shock. They were Vivian's most trusted knights, the most loyal retainers of the Violet family. They obviously knew about the Violet Key that Vivian spoke of. Vivian was the last surviving direct descendant of the former Violet Monarch, and as long as a descendant of the Violet Monarch held that key, they could unleash the contingency plan the monarch had left beneath this city for the entire Violet family. A powerful arcane construct that had existed for thousands of years. Perhaps that truly was the only way to protect Moon Orchid City. In the Moon Orchid District. Deepest apologies, sir. We're closing early today. If you'd still like to visit, please come again next time. An urgent voice. Clang. The door to the pleasure den slammed shut, and Lin was unceremoniously thrown out. The wind howled past. Standing outside in slippers, Lin held 2 ice cream cones, eyes wide with disbelief. The next moment, he took a furious bite of his cone and began pounding on the door. "Open up," he roared. "Give me my money back. What kind of business are you running here? I just took a bath. This is outrageous." Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. He kept knocking for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Complaint. This unscrupulous merchant must be reported. Lin was absolutely furious. Was it really that difficult just to want a proper spa treatment, with some shoulder massage and relaxation? And the most important thing was, they wouldn't even refund the money. These coins were secretly taken from Master's private stash. If this gets discovered, wouldn't I be totally screwed? Lin indignantly held her ice cream cone as she walked alone down the street. She randomly picked a street stall and plopped down, unhappily fishing out some strawberries from her pocket and tossing them into her mouth. The entire street was completely deserted. The wind howled, sweeping up litter scattered across the ground, leaving everything desolate and forlorn. Over 10 minutes earlier, the residents outside had already rushed back into their homes in panic, while Vivian wasted no time in sounding the war alert. At that very moment, patrol soldiers swiftly dashed past one after another on the distant streets. And then, in the next instant, all those soldiers had noticed someone sitting gloomily in front of a stall, eating strawberries. The soldiers immediately grew frantic. Without a word, they dashed over and shouted at Lin. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and take cover. Do you want to die?" Lin froze and asked, "Why should I take cover?" That soldier was about to get drunk. Pointing urgently at the massive rift in the sky, he said, "Can't you see that huge chrysanthemum up there? The city lord has announced a full lockdown. Are you tired of living?" Lin looked up as if noticing the enormous chrysanthemum in the sky for the first time, chuckled, and continued chewing on a strawberry, saying, "Relax, I won't die. Want a strawberry?" Chapter 28, The Chunibu Demon's Pretentious Guide to Showing Off. Strawberry? Think you're immortal? Where the hell did you get that confidence from? Those soldiers were about to lose their minds. This guy must be a complete lunatic. No, we've got to get this guy out of here now. With that, the soldiers rushed forward, gritted their teeth, and prepared to bind Lin up like a hog-tied prisoner. Hey, what are you doing? Talk properly if you have something to say. But right at that moment, suddenly, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire city. They immediately shuddered all over and instinctively looked up. And in the next instant, their faces turned pale with shock. Above the sky, the massive spatial rift suddenly tore open, and in the next instant, countless winged demonic creatures surged forth from the fissure. Their horrifying screeches reverberated thunderously throughout the entire city. Disaster! The crowd's faces turned ashen. And precisely at that instant when countless demonic creatures surged forth, they fatally glimpsed a figure enveloped in crimson bloodlight like a meteor violently crashing against the city's protective barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The massive magic array instantly rippled outward with wave after wave of distortion. That terrifying figure pierced straight through the entire city defense array as effortlessly as a falling star, plunging directly into the city's heart. Holy shit! The soldiers screamed. And in the very next moment, that terrifying figure landed just a few dozen meters away from them. The earth rumbled violently, shaking so fiercely that all the soldiers lost their footing and collapsed onto the ground. Lin froze for a moment, unmoving, then casually licked the ice cream cone in his hand. He. A piercing and eerie burst of laughter. Under the horrified gazes of the soldiers, the figure in the enormous pit slowly rose to its feet. Clad in pitch-black armor with a billowing cape, it wielded a sinister blood-red greatsword. When fully upright, its towering height exceeded 3 meters. Yet the most terrifying thing was, the space where his head should be was utterly empty. Yet in his other hand, he clutched a terrifying, helmeted head. And that head was grinning grotesquely at this very moment. At last, it has descended. Lin stared blankly and licked her ice cream cone again. Meanwhile, the valley outside Moon Orchid City. Roar! A tremendous bellow. The terrifying abyssal bone dragon suddenly spread its enormous skeletal wings and unleashed an icy dragon's breath toward Nanako and her companions. Nanako clenched her teeth, gripping her magic staff as she recited an incantation. A massive shield instantly materialized. Boom! The dragon's breath collided violently against the shield, locking both sides in a stalemate. Arnold brandished his giant sword, wielding its holy radiance as he roared and cut down demonic guards one after another. Yet the endless horde of fiends pouring from the valley still encircled them completely. The battle reached a stalemate. This is getting interesting. High above, the thorn witch tenderly caressed the smirk at the corner of her lips, hugging her magnificent bosom as she looked down upon the crowd, saying, "No wonder you dared to cause me trouble, so there's actually a siege-class mage from Winter Spring Valley among you. How unfortunate. Your struggles are utterly meaningless, for the blessed kin of the great demon clan have arrived." Nanako and the others' expressions drastically changed. They immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of Moon Orchid City. They could clearly see the countless demonic creatures emerging over the city skyline, and from that direction, an aura that sent chills down one's spine was emanating. The thorn witch smiled enchantingly and said, "This aura remains as overwhelmingly vile as ever. If I'm not mistaken, one of His Majesty the Demon Lord's most trusted lieutenants must have just descended. Great Headless Knight, the High Demon Lord, His Highness Arceus." Upon hearing this, Nanako's face instantly turned pale. She was all too familiar with this name. She had previously seen records about him in magical texts. Arceus, the mighty demon lord, is a terrifying demonic race from the abyss, an advanced mutated form of the Dark Knights. Legends say he is the embodiment of war and slaughter, finding joy in sadistic killings. His greatest pleasure is beheading others while savoring their agonized screams. "No, I can't waste any more time here, I must hurry." Nanaoko gritted her teeth. She suddenly forced the bone dragon back, whirled around, and tried to break free from the battle to rescue Yorlen City. But how could the thorn witch give her that chance? In an instant, she cast a spell, and their path was immediately blocked by countless blood-red thorns. The thorn witch smiled seductively and said, "Little girl, your opponent is me. Getting distracted during battle is very unbecoming, you know." She licked her crimson lips and said, "You shall wait here with me for Lord Alphys's killing feast." The corners of her mouth suddenly curled into a ferocious grin. At the same time, within the walls of Erlan City, clang, clang, the 3-meter-tall headless knight grinned menacingly as it stepped out of the massive pit. The soldiers were terrified. Without the slightest hesitation, they whipped around and shouted, "Run for it!" Although they couldn't discern what level of existence he represented. But simply from the terrifying aura he exuded, they knew beyond doubt they stood no chance against this horrific entity. In an instant, all the soldiers fled in terror, scattering in every direction. The headless knight grinned maliciously as he swung his massive blade, laughing cruelly. "Insignificant ants, to die by my hand is the greatest honor of your miserable lives. Ha 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 ha." The terrifying force unleashed by the gigantic blade instantly sent the soldiers flying through the air. Piercing screams filled the sky. Then in the next instant, that slightly Chinibuesque, wildly arrogant voice thundered across the entire city. You have nowhere to run, puny humans. Your only purpose for existing is to provide amusement for us. My greatest pleasure will be listening to your pitiful wails before crushing you like ants. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, brandishing his sword incessantly. And with each strike, a towering building crumbled beneath the edge of his blade. Piercing screams mingled with the panic-stricken crowd as terror surged unchecked. Hiss, goosebumps all over me. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Not covering my ears is absolutely unbearable. It's so awkward I could dig out a villa with my bare toes. But why does his Chunibyo talk feel vaguely familiar? Lin gasped sharply. The headless knight rampaged without restraint, unleashing slaughter and destruction. In his eyes, these insignificant creatures posed not the slightest threat to him. He could crush these weak creatures one by one, as easily as stepping on ants. A cruel, twisted smile crept across his face. Then, with swift motions, he pulled out a book written in abyssal script from his robe, flipped through a few pages, and his grin grew even more contorted. Pitiful humans, you shall all perish beneath my blade. He laughed wildly, brandishing his sword. Faintly visible. On the title page of that book, boldly written were these large characters. The Pretentious Guide to Being an Edgelord Abyssal Demon. Although the author's name in the corner was somewhat illegible, one could faintly make out a blurry forest. As expected, the great demon lord truly did not deceive me. Shouting such sophisticated lines amidst slaughter and combat really instantly elevates one's sense of style. The headless knight burst into roaring laughter. But just as he was rampant in his destruction, suddenly, his gaze swept across. Then his eyes fell upon a young man standing dozens of meters away. The young man seemed completely oblivious to his presence, clad in slippers and holding two nearly melted ice cream cones as he sat there, listlessly slicing fruit with a knife. His knife skills were awkward at best. He mindlessly chopped a simple strawberry into pulp, then spiritedly scattered the chunks onto his ice cream cone. His demeanor appeared so casually relaxed, utterly out of place with his surroundings. Chapter 29. Do you know how long I've been licking this cone? For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. The headless knight halted its destructive steps, stood up, and turned to stare at this abnormal human youth. It examined him carefully from head to toe, pondering with intense scrutiny, but all the feedback coming back told him, this guy is just an ordinary human being. Can't you see I'm having a blast hacking and slashing here? Meanwhile, you stand there cutting strawberries. What a disrespect to my profession. K damn it. Bang, bang. With heavy footsteps, he strode up to Lin, casting a massive shadow before her. He looked down, his voice tinged with hesitance as he spoke. Didn't you see me? Lin focused intently on cutting fruit and casually replied, I did. Then aren't you afraid? The headless horseman hesitated. Lin casually popped a strawberry into her mouth, staring blankly with deadfish eyes as she said, afraid, so very afraid. Why didn't you run? The headless knight glared. Lin gripped the fruit knife intently and said, can't you see I'm slicing fruit? If there's nothing else, piss off. I'm waiting for my master to return. The headless knight was instantly stunned. You damn insignificant human, how dare you act so arrogant before me? Tired of living, aren't you? By the way, Lin turned his head, his deadfish eyes staring at him, saying, let me give you some advice while we're at it. If you want to cause destruction, just do it quietly. Could you refrain from shouting those cringy slogans? Can't you see you're giving me goosebumps? Have some consideration for others' feelings, will you? In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. You dare offer me criticism? Even the headless knight was shocked. Can you truly not see the current situation clearly? I am a demon. He's that kind of terrifying demon who kills without batting an eye. Now he finally understood. This guy's a complete psychopath. To be this brain dead means the illness must be absolutely severe. In that case, a wicked and gleeful smile suddenly twisted across his face. And just as Lin was about to complete the final steps of making that ice cream cone, the headless knight abruptly raised his foot and stomped the stall in front of Lin along with those strawberries into a crushed, ruined mess. The next instant, a torrent of mocking laughter erupted without restraint. I don't care what kind of trick you're playing, but you're quite amusing. To stay this composed in my presence, you're the first. Lin. He spread his arms wide and burst into waves of mocking laughter. So he completely failed to notice Lin's slowly raised head and the look on her face. What's the matter? Not happy? The headless knight grinned viciously as he raised his sword. Though it matters not, to die by my sword is the greatest honor of your life. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the terrifying giant blade was instantly raised overhead. Then it came slashing down fiercely toward Lin. Its dreadful power instantly stirred up an overwhelming force that descended like a crushing avalanche. Clang! A loud metallic crash. The scene he had imagined cleaving this human cleanly in two failed to materialize. He was instantly shocked to see his massive blade actually chipped a large notch when it struck that human's head. If observed from the side, one could clearly see this bizarre scene. The enormous battle axe had split open at its center, the flat-eyed youth's head wedged firmly in the gap. Sword fragments clattered noisily as they scattered across the ground. Holy shit! The headless knight was instantly shocked. This blade of his was forged from the hardest metal in the abyss. This must be some kind of joke. No way this is real. No way. He even thought he was hallucinating. Lin stared with deadfish eyes as he leisurely extended his hand. Then, under the stunned gaze of the headless horseman, he reached toward the sword embedded in his own skull. A flick of the finger was all it took. Like a snap on the forehead. Crash! Countless cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the battle blade before it shattered like glass, scattering into fragments with a loud clatter. The headless knight, Omega Omega, exclaimed, "Holy shit!" Lin took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Do you know how long I've been licking this ice cream cone? I couldn't even bear to eat it during my health checkup. You're really riding like this, goddammit?" Lin was furious. Rolling up his sleeves, his fist shot upwards with an uppercut straight into the headless knight's gut. Boom! A blast as loud as a nuclear explosion. The headless knight's back instantly arched, eyes bulging, countless cracks splitting open across his entire suit of armor. Moo! A scream of such piercing horror that it shattered through the entire city. And at the same time, deep beneath the castle's innermost sanctum, Vivian gritted her teeth and forcefully inserted the ancient key into the keyhole, then gave it a hard twist. Instantaneously, the massive stone door before her immediately revealed intricate magical patterns covering its surface. Vivian practically pushed the doors open with the last of her strength. Instantly, an enormous space unfolded before her eyes, and in that very next moment, she saw clearly what lay within. Right at the very center of that space, sat a hunched figure covered entirely in dust. With white hair draping over its shoulders, it cradled a rust-covered longsword in its arms, appearing like a withered old man on the verge of death. "Are you, the descendant of my master?" A hoarse and aged voice spoke up. Vivian immediately trembled from head to toe, shuddering as she said, "Why yes, I am the 251st generation granddaughter of the Violet Monarch, Vivian Lin of the Violet House. Paying my respects to grandfather Sword Puppet." She hastily dropped to her knees. Before her father died, he had entrusted her with the family's greatest secret. She knew that what now stood before her was the greatest creation of their ancestors, the magnificent works of the illustrious Grandmaster of Violet. A mighty magical construct, one so advanced it even possessed self-awareness. Throughout history, whenever their Violet family faced crises, this formidable entity would emerge to resolve their troubles one by one. It could be said, without his existence, there would be no Violet family today. That hunched figure slowly rose to his feet, dust cascading from his body. "I understand now," he uttered in a hoarse voice, saying, "I've sensed the aura of demons indeed, times have truly changed. If the master were still alive, no demon lord would dare set foot on this land where he once lived." He slowly turned his head, revealing his face. The moment Vivian saw his face, her entire body trembled with shock. His aged face was partially sunken, exposing intricate gears and mechanical components beneath. Beneath his tattered sleeve, one could vaguely glimpse a hand entirely constructed of intricate magical circuits and metal. Sword Puppet, the most prized creation of her ancestor, the Violet Overlord. A puppet that had lived for thousands of years. "Grandpa Sword Puppet, your body." Vivian trembled. The Sword Puppet rasped, "My energy is nearly depleted, and my body sustained damage during the last awakening. Many parts have aged, but I can still fight." Chapter 30, even this demon would shed tears. The old steed in the stable still yearns to gallop, white-haired yet in twilight years. Vivian realized that the presence before her was a true elder who had witnessed the entire rise and fall of the Violet family, the last guardian of their lineage. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes before she nodded firmly. "Let's go." The Sword Puppet raised its head, blades of sword energy crisscrossing the air. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop the towering castle walls of Moon Orchid City. The Sword Puppet lifted its head, its gaze murky as it peered toward a certain direction within the city, and frowned. "That's the aura of a headless horseman, a high-ranking demon lord." Vivian shuddered and said, "Sword Puppet Grandpa, you know about it." The Sword Puppet sighed deeply. "Thousands of years ago, I followed my master into the abyss several times. Back then, this demon wept and begged to join my master's service, but was refused." Vivian was stunned, her face filled with astonishment. She had never imagined such a thing could have happened. Narrowing his eyes, the Sword Puppet said, "If this were thousands of years ago, such a creature wouldn't be worth my attention. But after all, I'm just a puppet, my power has been diminishing. Dealing with this one now, would be quite troublesome." Vivian swallowed hard and asked, "Grandpa Sword Puppet, roughly what percentage of confidence do you have in defeating him?" The Sword Puppet took a deep breath and replied, "Less than 50%. Vivian trembled from head to toe. "If dealing with this headless horseman only gives us a 50% chance of success, then what about the demon lord?" Her eyes inevitably revealed immense terror. She couldn't imagine she truly couldn't believe. I'm going. In an instant, the sword puppet lifted its head, a faint glow of magical energy shining in its eyes. The next instant, he planted one foot on the city's battlements, his white hair whipping in the wind. But just as he prepared to leap forward and charge into the battlefield, suddenly, in the direction of the distant urban area, accompanied by a long, piercing scream, an inexplicable spherical object suddenly came hurtling toward them. Its speed was so astonishingly fast that it left people dumbfounded. Whoosh! The sphere narrowly missed him, grazing past before crashing into the city wall with a loud bang. The sword puppet and Vivian were instantly startled. What on earth just came flying at us out of nowhere? They immediately turned their heads in astonishment, staring toward the city wall behind them. In an instant, they were utterly shocked. What is this? They saw that what had just flown over was actually the head of a demon. At this very moment, the head was embedded there, its lips constantly opening and closing, its gaze vacant, with blood streaming from its nose, as if it had just endured unimaginable torment and terror. The sword puppet almost instantly recognized its appearance and shuddered violently, exclaiming, "This is the head of that headless knight?" Vivian was instantly horrified and cried, "Why, you must be joking." Then that head finally awoke, its gaze falling upon the sword puppet and Vivian, immediately radiating a glimmer of hope. "Save me, save me." Like a drowning man clutching at straws, he let out terrified screams one after another. Take me away right now. Anywhere is fine, I beg you, hurry up and take me away." The head screamed at the top of its lungs, tears even spurting out. And seeing this scene, the sword puppet and Vivian instantly looked utterly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why was the headless knight's severed head begging them for mercy? According to Great-Grandpa Sword Puppet's explanation, wasn't the headless knight supposed to be a high-ranking demon lord? Vivian stared blankly and cried, "Great-Grandpa Sword Puppet, what on earth is happening?" The sword puppet muttered, I'm also very confused." And just as they wanted to further investigate the situation, suddenly, the sword puppet instantly felt an unimaginably powerful suction force. Then right under their astonished gazes, the head embedded in the city wall let out a terrified scream before being violently yanked back by that horrifying suction force. "Help! Help!" The piercing shriek echoed across the sky. It flew back. The sword puppet and Vivian were stunned. With wide eyes, they rushed to the city wall and peered urgently in that direction. And in the very next moment, they suddenly heard a massive crashing sound coming from afar. From the distant direction of the city district, something seemed to be hammering metal, as booming collision sounds continually reverberated. But the distance was too great for them to see clearly. But in the very next instant, boom! Following that thunderous noise, the head that had just flown back now hurtled toward them once more, shrieking through the air. "Help!" A piercing scream approached rapidly from the distance. It flew back again. Vivian shrieked. The Dullahan's head whooshed past them by 100 years. Then it instantly crashed into the same spot it had hit before, but before it could utter a word, it was sucked back by that terrifying gravitational force. "Help me, please." The scream stretched out endlessly. "Fly back again?" Vivian covered her face, utterly horrified. Then, within the span of the next few minutes, the headless knight's head kept bouncing back and forth repeatedly, retracing its previous trajectory continuously. It was as if some entity was endlessly playing an online game against the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The head crashed into the city wall again and again, only to be sucked back each time, accompanied by continuous screams. Vivian was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened, her jaw practically hitting the ground, as her gaze kept following that head back and forth. What the hell is going on here? Meanwhile, outside Moon Orchid City's mountain valley perimeter, Nanako and several Sky Knights remained locked in a stalemate against the Abyss Society led by the Bramble Witch. With one spell, Nanako forced the massive bone dragon back, then spun sharply with her ponytail whipping through the air as she shouted, "Hurry! We must leave this place immediately, we can't afford to keep tangling with them any longer." She realized their group had committed a grave strategic mistake. Had they remained in Moon Orchid City earlier, they might have temporarily held off those demonic creatures. But at this very moment, their entire group was pinned down here, reducing Moon Orchid City to what felt like a helpless little girl stripped bare of all defense. In such conditions, Moon Orchid City could fall to the demonic onslaught at any moment. Yet Arnold and the others found themselves unable to voice their grievances, for they were facing a city-destroying peak-rank demon warlock, accompanied by a terrifying abyssal bone dragon. Given the overwhelming difference in ranks, if not for Nanako's deterrent presence as a city-wrecking mage, they would likely have already perished here. The Thorn Witch looked down, her fingers lightly brushing her lips as she declared with arrogance, "Struggling is pointless. You can't return, nor would it change anything. If you cannot defeat even me, how could you possibly stand against the mighty Headless Knight?" Her gaze turned toward the direction of Yuelan City, filled with longing and fervor. A faint smile touched her lips as she murmured, "Lord Arceus is a mighty high-ranking demon lord, powerful enough to destroy an entire country single-handedly. None can stand against him unless it's the Archmage himself. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Arceus must have already slaughtered everyone in Moonbloom City by now. She let out a mocking laugh, her proud chest heaving with triumphant glee. Meanwhile, Nanako and the others turned deathly pale. I want to go home. Moonlit Orchid City. That head wept tears into the sky. The screams brimmed with homesickness, vibrating with both despair and desperate yearning. They made listeners weep uncontrollably. Alceus's piercing shriek tore through the heavens. That feeling of having one's head kicked around like a ball, truly no one could possibly understand it. He realized he was wrong. He never should have come here. Oh gods! Strike me dead with lightning, just give me a quick end. Thud! A single tear, as the head flew past Vivian, splashed right onto her face. Vivian stood there utterly stunned. She and the sword puppet beside her had been standing there, staring blankly at that flying head for a full 5 minutes. So what the hell is going on here? Vivian widened her eyes, feeling like her entire being was breaking down. She wiped away an old tear that had splashed onto her face and exclaimed in shock. That demon even cried. Chapter 31, I haven't been the boss for many years. The sword puppet was equally bewildered. Finally, after flying back and forth countless times, that head finally stopped coming. The sword puppet and Vivian exchanged a glance, then without hesitation, the sword puppet grabbed Vivian and leaped down. Eyes wide, they dashed at an unimaginable speed toward the direction from which that head had come. They wanted to know what the hell was happening. They wanted to know exactly why the head of this high-ranking demon lord had been flying back and forth between two locations for so long. About 10 seconds later, they finally arrived at the street. But in the very next moment, when they clearly saw the scene unfolding before them, both of them were instantly shocked. Vivian, Omega, exclaimed, holy crap. There, right in the middle of the street, the headless knight's body was curled up on the ground, trembling violently. His armor had already shattered into pieces all around, revealing his dark skin and thick chest hair. And at this very moment, a lean-built young man could be seen standing beside the headless knight, holding his head in one hand, while rhythmically stomping on the knight's torso with one foot in a furious, measured cadence. The headless knight's 3-meter-tall, robust body was now entirely bruised purple, trembling with each stomp, his severed head wailing in distress. Thud thud thud. With each stomp, the earth quivered violently. Occasionally, they could hear the young man muttering words of reproach between his teeth. Still got the nerve? Still wanna step on your daddy's ice cream? Daring to act so tough in front of your old man? You must have swallowed a leopard's courage. Wanna get beaten to shit? Believe it or not. Useless piece of work, pisses me off. Even demons would be ashamed of your sorry-ass face. Get down. Accompanied by those sharp shouts, both Vivian and the sword puppet were left gaping, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, their minds completely blank in an instant. The impact of this scene on them was nothing short of a nuclear explosion. It was like an ant standing before a giant elephant, hurling insults while furiously stomping its tiny legs against the massive creature with a pat-pat-pat sound. Yet, it was the enormous elephant that trembled in fear, shedding endless tears. The sheer impact of this scene was overwhelming, so overwhelming that their minds couldn't even process it. Spare me, please spare me, I'll never dare again. Sobbing voice. The head of the headless knight being dribbled like a basketball by Lin let out an oh sound. The emotion in that voice was so genuine it could make one burst into tears and be deeply moved. To compel a high-ranking demon lord to utter such words, this was the result of who knows how many beatings by now. This can hardly even be called a fight anymore. This is outright bullying now. Now you're begging for mercy? Where did all that arrogance from earlier go? Do you know how long I've been holding this ice cream cone in my hand? It's been ages since I last showed off. Are you trying to test me? The young man shouted fiercely while stomping his feet repeatedly with loud slaps. Even the headless knight had tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Ouch. I'm asking for it. Why did I have to provoke this terrifying guy for no reason? Stop hitting me. Stop hitting already. I can't take it anymore. Finally, after who knows how long, right under Vivian and the others' stunned gazes, Lin seemed to have exhausted himself from beating. He pressed the guy's head against the ground before casually sitting on it as if it were a little stool. He casually pulled a cigarette from his jacket pocket and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he said, I haven't played the boss for years, but today you're forcing my hand, as if I don't even exist. Lin slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Arceus was actually crying. If only he had known what a terrifying being this human was. Why did he have to go provoke this monster? Far away, Vivian the sword puppet stared blankly at this scene, completely petrified where she stood. Vivian murmured, the sword, Grandpa sword puppet. What am I seeing? The sword puppet muttered, a high-ranking demon lord being bullied. He truly couldn't find any better words than bully to describe the scene unfolding before his eyes. This wasn't a battle at all. This is simply a one-sided beatdown like a father disciplining his son. I'm telling you. Arceus sobbed and trembled. You bully me like this, you'll pay for it. When my master arrives, you. Before he could finish his words, Lin paused in the act of taking a drag from his cigarette. Buzz. Before the Headless Knight's eyes instantly appeared that terrifying expression with hollow eyes. Headless Knight, Omega, wait. A good person settles things with words, not violence. I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. But it was already too late. He jerked to his feet in an instant, pulling his head up with the motion. Lin grabbed the nearby stool with one swift motion. Before he could even react, she executed a full 360-degree Thomas spin home run. It's flying away, Vivian shrieked. The head of the Headless Knight that had exploded out let out a piercing, bone-chilling scream. The rolling screams resounded through the heavens, piercing through an immeasurable distance. Outskirts of the valley. Did you hear that? The thorn which stood mockingly astride the demonic dragon, gazing down with scorn at Nanako and her companions encircled by the countless demonic guardians she had summoned. She closed her eyes and listened intently, saying, "The great Headless Knight Lord Alpheus is reveling in this revelry. Can you not hear these cruel sounds? These are Lord Alpheus' triumphant cries." Nanako and the others all turned deathly pale. Exactly. They heard it. The howl was so prolonged, carrying an incredibly penetrating force. How many people must have been killed to unleash such an exhilarated roar? The sound had already surged across tens of kilometers. Residents of Yuelan, I owe you all an apology. Nanako was on the verge of tears. Seeing the expressions on their faces, the briar witch grew even more exhilarated. Right at that moment, another violent explosion erupted from the massive fissure in the distant sky, unleashing rolling crimson light. The briar witch's eyes immediately lit up as she jerked her head upward with zeal, exclaiming fervently, "Ah, this aura is the second most powerful servant of the Demon King about to descend? The profane child of the full moon, the great and sinister Lord Keel." As that tall, slender figure wielding a battle blade emerged midair above Yuerlan City, surrounded by several strange flames, the entire sky darkened in response. Vivian instantly turned pale with shock, trembling. Another one has appeared. The puppet swordsman suddenly raised his head and said sharply, yet another high-ranking demon lord, we're in serious trouble. It was as if the sky itself trembled in fear and the earth wailed in despair. The figure with blood-red long hair stood before the void rift, gazing down at the city beneath them, and stated impassively, the blasphemy of the full moon. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. At the very moment his words remained unfinished, right before Vivian's utterly astonished gaze. The head of the Headless Knight, blasted away by Lin's home run, instantly shattered the city's defenses before crashing smack into the figure's face with a loud thud. Sword puppet! Vivian! It hit them in the face. Vivian shrieked. He wasn't even on screen for 10 seconds. At least let him finish showing off. Chapter 32, You're really quibbling over 100 or 2 with me. Kyle flew into a rage when the black ball unexpectedly hit his handsome face. As the saying goes, you don't hit a man's face. And he got slapped in the face the moment he appeared. How could he not be furious? In an instant, he stretched out his hand and grabbed that black sphere through the air. Just as he was about to crush it directly, his face turned pale with shock upon seeing the black sphere. He exclaimed, "Arceus? How could it be you?" He recognized it instantly. That had belonged to none other than the Headless Horseman, Arceus. But how had he fallen into such a wretched state? Arceus had a bloody nose and a face covered in bruises. OMG. Big bro, save me. Big bro, save me. I'm being bullied. Kyle immediately frowned and shouted sharply, "What the hell happened? Who could possibly pound you into such a sorry state?" Arceus immediately stuck out his tongue, pointing indignantly and trembling toward the young man sitting on his back in the city center, saying, "That's the human. But big bro, be careful. He's not normal." Kyle's face instantly turned ashen, every muscle in his body tensing explosively. With a savage glare, he looked down at Lin on the ground and said, "How dare a tiny human ride upon a demon's head? Don't worry, I'll cut off his head right now and leave his corpse exposed." In an instant, he let out a roar, revealing vampire-like fangs. Enormous bat wings instantly unfurled behind him. The next moment, he shot straight toward the Moon Orchid district, his terrifying aura darkening the entire sky. The outskirts of the valley. While casting spells and toying with the encircled Nanako and the knights, the Thorn Witch mocked with a sneer. "Lord Kyle is one of the mightiest servants of the Demon King's Majesty, didn't you know? Lord Kyle was once a noble vampire. After receiving the demonic energy bestowed by the Demon King's Majesty, Lord Kyle's current power is far beyond what you humans could ever imagine." She smiled faintly. "Don't even think about it, not just you, even archmages and war god tier experts wouldn't stand a chance against Lord Kyle." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion roared. A foot came crashing down on Kyle's cheek in an instant, the excess fat on his face wobbling violently from the tremendous impact. Along with his horrified expression, a spray of crimson blood and a mouthful of teeth went flying through the air, and in the very next moment, his head was slammed fiercely onto the ground with that brutal kick. His body convulsed a few times. The whole body stopped moving. Big Brother Kyle, the head of the Headless Knight, screamed in terror. Bouncing up and down, it hopped to Kyle's side, bit onto his collar, and with great difficulty pulled his face up from the ground. Kyle lay there dazedly, his body twitching incessantly. He murmured, why didn't you say it earlier?" The Headless Knight's head tremblingly asked, earlier? What earlier?" As if mustering his last ounce of strength, Kyle whispered, "Why didn't you tell me earlier how powerful he was?" The Headless Knight's head sobbed with snot and tears. "I wanted to tell you sooner, but I never expected you'd be this reckless, brother." "Damn it!" Kyle trembled as he raised his hand. But in the end, he collapsed weakly, lying there with empty, lifeless eyes, no strength left even to curse. "I don't have the strength to settle accounts with him anymore. Big brother, don't scare me like this." "Are you alright?" the Headless Knight wailed. Kyle had nosebleeds, his mouth opening and closing blankly as he murmured with vacant eyes, It's nothing." The Headless Knight's head exclaimed in shock. "Or really?" Kyle murmured, just 400 broken bones. Can't feel my body anymore." The Headless Knight's head trembled. "Big bro, but we only have about 200 bones in total." Kyle said dazedly, At a time like this, you're still quibbling over 100 or two. Does it even matter?" Burp. His head lolled to the side, legs stiffened, eyes rolled back white with foam at the mouth, totally unconscious in an instant. "Arceus, big bro, Omega. In the distance, watching this scene unfold, Jin Kuei and Vivian stood utterly petrified on the spot. The images from moments ago still echoed relentlessly in their minds. That vampire had charged aggressively toward them in less than 30 seconds. Even when they hadn't clearly seen anything, a mantis-leg kick landed right on their faces. Vivian said dazedly, Sword puppet grandpa, am I really not dreaming? Could you slap me to wake me up?" Smack! Vivian was instantly sent spinning a dozen times from the slap. Her eyes swirled with cartoonish spirals as she swayed unsteadily, nose bleeding profusely, staggering while mumbling incoherently. "Indeed, it's not a dream, but this is way too fantastical. It's even more outrageous than all those trashy novels Vivian used to read." The sword puppet muttered, "What a formidable person, so young yet already reached such heights. If our master knew, wouldn't they rise from the dead in astonishment?" Achoo! Lin sneezed and glanced around suspiciously. Just as Lin stood up, stretching his limbs and preparing to go search for his long-absent master, suddenly, the massive chrysanthemum in the sky contracted once again, and crimson light flashed. "No way!" Vivian instantly shrieked. "Again? Are you kidding me? How many layers does this nesting doll have?" At the same time, far in the valley beyond Uerlin City, "Can you feel this aura? It must be the arrival of Lord Asath, the Cyclops." The Thorn Witch spread her arms, her back turned toward Uerlin City, a faint smile on her face as she said, "It seems the Demon Lord is about to fully stabilize the spatial gate. Heck, you should feel honored, for not everyone gets to witness the descent of three great beings at the same time." A faint smile lingered on her face. Behind her, the sky grew increasingly crimson, and in the very next moment, a bloated giant's hand violently thrust out from that fissure. An enormous cyclops forced its way out from the crack in panicked desperation, and at the instant he appeared, the entire defensive array of Uerlin City exploded in an instant. Roar! A deep, guttural bellow. The one-eyed giant, taller than the highest tower, landed directly in the heart of Uerlin City. Seeing this scene, Nanako and the knights paled in shock. Another high-ranking demon lord. How could this be? What are they after? Arnold demanded angrily. The Thorn Witch curled her lips and said, "Actually, there's no harm in telling you. The only thing that could make His Majesty the Demon Lord personally lead his forces here, apart from the crown of the Violet Archon." "What could possibly catch your Majesty's eye?" "The crown of the Violet Sovereign." Nanako's eyes widened in an instant. "The dog disciple still wears a crown." Arnold, however, jolted violently as his face suddenly changed color. He had the closest contact with the Violet family, making him the most knowledgeable about them. Legend has it that the Violet Monarch's crown was forged by the monarch himself during his lifetime, crafting a regal diadem from the collective faith of countless races. It symbolizes the highest rule of the Violet and represents an unparalleled status. Yet it is even more a legend. Whoever obtains this crown might even resurrect the corpse of the Violet Sovereign and gain his incomparable power. Chapter 33, There is a monster in Uerlin City. That is the supreme power. But how could such an artifact possibly be in Moon Orchid City? If that crown really remained in Moon Orchid City, the Violet family would never have declined to its current state. The Thorn Witch looked down at them with a faint smile and said, "I've said enough to you all." She spread her arms wide, smiling scornfully as she mocked. "Now come and witness the destruction of this ancient city-state with me. I believe you'd be more than happy to see this. Ha ha ha." Her laughter echoed across the sky, and behind her, in the distant city of Uerlin, the enormous figure roared as it raised its giant axe. Perhaps in the very next moment, half the city would be obliterated by that single swing. Nanako's face turned pale. but just as that axe was about to descend, suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. A gigantic hand. Above the city of Uerlan, a massive hand suddenly appeared, completely formed from condensed starlight. No fluctuations whatsoever. There was no trace of breath. It appeared out of thin air above the entire city of Moonorchid. And in the very next instant, that colossal hand effortlessly reached out with 2 fingers, snatching up the massive one-eyed giant as if it were merely grabbing a rabbit. Holy shit! Nanako and the knights were instantly shocked by the sudden turn of events. The Thorn Witch burst into laughter, her back turned toward that direction, and said, "Are you shocked? Are you terrified? This is the power of the abyss. This is the power of demons. This is truly magnificent power." Nanako covered her cheeks and screamed, "No, that's not it at all." Then, an utterly horrifying scene unfolded. Above the sky, after the appearance of that giant hand, another starlit hand suddenly appeared without warning. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, crack, crack, the starlit giant hand vigorously spanked the buttocks of the dangling one-eyed giant. "Spanking, I got spanked," Nanako exclaimed in shock, grabbing her ponytail. Arnold and the others were equally stunned. When had they ever witnessed such a bizarre spectacle? This kind of scene probably wouldn't even appear in their wildest dreams. High above the Moonorchid city, the colossal Cyclops was clutched in the grip of that enormous hand, struggling desperately yet utterly powerless to break free due to its minuscule size in comparison. All it could do was writhe its bloated body in vain. Meanwhile, the other gargantuan hand mercilessly rained down furious slaps upon its backside. Crack! Crack! The Thorn Witch raised her chin, turning her back to Moonorchid city as she gazed at Nanako and the others with a faint smile, spreading her arms wide as she declared, "Listen, what a rhythmic beat. I can already imagine that city-state being destroyed by the mighty Cyclops." "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." Nanakeo and the others stood there wide-eyed, saying, "No, it's not like that. Just turn around and look. It's not what you think." Meanwhile, the surrounding demon guards were also staring in disbelief, trembling as they spoke. "Lady Freya, we'd really advise you to turn around and take a look too. Something terrible has happened." The Thorn Witch suddenly opened her eyes, her lips curving into a sinister grin as she said, "What's the point of this? Just a ruined city. After I wipe you out, I'll personally pay homage to the great demon lords and offer them the freshest sacrifices." But she still turned her head and looked toward the direction of Uelan City. A brief silence. Her smile froze instantly on her face. A few seconds later, the corners of her lips curled upward as she turned her head, rubbing her temples with a faint smile before saying, "Ha, was it you who cast some kind of illusion on me in secret? Not bad if you can make me experience such an absurd hallucination. It seems you're not as weak as I thought." Naniko and the others were astonished, exclaiming, "How did you even think this was our illusion magic?" The Thorn Witch sneered, hugging her ample chest as she gracefully descended from the dragon's back. "Do you even know what a high-ranking demon lord is? If you were slightly more knowledgeable, you wouldn't have created such a shoddy illusion. A high-ranking demon lord is second only to the demon sovereign. Do you really think such a being could be hauled around like a scrawny chick? Utterly vile and disgusting," she sneered sharply, her eyes darkening with malice. "Playing tricks like this before her. Is he thinking she's out of her mind? Because any normal person would find that utterly unreasonable scene completely unbelievable. But just at this moment, that giant hand finally seemed to have punched enough. It grabbed one arm of the Cyclops, then suddenly executed a full 360-degree spin. In an instant, with the blood-curdling scream of the one-eyed giant, that massive body was hurled directly by the enormous hand. And the direction it was thrown was precisely here. "That demon is flying straight at us." Arnold and the others shrieked in terror. Freya sneered coldly, "Still trying to cloud my judgment? How laughable." Then, under Nanako and the others' horrified gazes, the hurled Cyclops drew closer and closer, as if sensing the formidable power emanating from afar. The massive bone dragon summoned by the bramble which momentarily stiffened before turning its head in confusion. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed through the air. The Cyclops that came spinning through the air instantly made extremely intimate contact with the skeletal dragon. They crashed. Nanako murmured. The Thorn Witch also froze for a moment before immediately turning her head, and the instant she saw that scene, her entire body stiffened on the spot. A thunderous roar exploded in her mind, leaving everything blank. This. She stood there, utterly stunned. For a moment, I couldn't utter a single word. The surrounding demon guards trembled and said, "Master, we've been telling you all along that wasn't an illusion." "Impossible. That's absolutely impossible." She stood there utterly stunned before panic instantly set in, trembling as she cried out, Lord Arthas, what's happening? How could you, how?" She couldn't believe it. She absolutely refused to believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. The massive Cyclops tremblingly and weakly reached out a hand, saying, Monster. The Thorn Witch instantly froze, asking, Monster? What monster? The Cyclops weakly trembled as it extended its hand toward Moonorchid City's direction, tears streaming down its face, gasping, "There's a monster inside. The Thorn Witch." His voice trembled so violently, the terror in his tone nearly bursting forth. And the instant after he finished speaking, burp, the Cyclops' arms immediately went limp, its tongue lolling out in a state of XNX, as it completely lost consciousness. The Thorn Witch instantly went, Omega Omega, Lord Arthas, Lord Arthas. And in the next moment, Nanako and the others instantly widened their eyes, looking once more toward the direction of Uerlon City. Because that giant hand had undergone new changes, it was seen that after the giant hand flung that one-eyed giant away, then it silently hid behind the enormous rift in the sky, fingers curled into claws, like playing hide-and-seek when sneaking behind a door, hands spread wide, waiting for the instant someone enters before springing out in a flash. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? Witnessing this scene, the Thorn Witch trembled uncontrollably in terror. This is not an illusion. This is truly happening. There really exists someone in Moon Orchid City capable of crushing the Demon Lord. And then, in the very next moment, a terrifying aura abruptly emanated from the crack once again. The moment she sensed that aura, the Thorn Witch's eyes widened instantly, her entire body shuddering as she recognized the owner of that presence. And at last, she understood why the Starlight Giant hand had been hiding behind the fissure all along. He was about to. Don't come out, Your Majesty the Flame Lord, the Thorn Witch screamed. Chapter 34, devoured like a peanut. But it was already too late. At the very instant her words had just been uttered. Scratch! A terrifying, molten lava-covered giant hand suddenly thrust out from that massive fissure. This is the final Demon Lord-level entity dispatched by the Blood Domain Demon Monarch, the mighty ruler of the Flame Dimension, the invincible Fire Elemental Lord. There's an ambush outside, the Thorn Witch screamed. She had already figured it out. Those two hands were lying in wait like someone waiting by a tree for rabbits to run into it. As if it had heard her scream, or as if it had sensed something unusual, the Flame Lord's massive extended hands paused slightly, then it jolted violently. All 10 fingers instantly stretched wide, then swiftly began to retract at unimaginable speed. Though the expression remained unseen, one could still vividly picture that look of sheer terror. Clearly, what did he feel? But it was already too late. At the very moment that hand was about to withdraw, crash! The two Starlight Giant hands hidden behind the crack suddenly reached out, their fingers curled into claws. With one swift motion, they seized the arm entirely composed of flames, then they yanked it outward with tremendous force. The Thorn Witch! Nanako, it's coming out! Omega Omega! Arnold said dazedly, what on earth is this? Could this be the monster that Cyclops mentioned? Then, under their shocked gazes, above the city of Uerlan, let go of me! A furious roar. The massive Fire Elemental Lord desperately struggled to escape, trying to squeeze itself back through that fissure. The great gate was like a defenseless little girl falling into the clutches of a vile, ill-intentioned uncle, no matter how violently it thrashed. Nor could they escape the suppression of those two gigantic hands. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the two massive starlight hands gripped the enormous Fire Lord and began kneading it forcefully, as if playing with clay. Its body kept shrinking continuously. That colossal Flame Lord didn't even let out a single gasp, accompanied by piercing screams. It was then dragged by those two enormous hands and forcibly pressed into a mere handicraft. The end. A wisp of smoke curled up between the fingers of the colossal starlit hand. Then all fell still. Nanako clutched her ponytail, Omega Omega, and cried, it got crushed flat. Within Moon Orchid City, Vivian and the sword puppet trembled as they stared at the youth sitting at a street stall, their eyes wide and teeth chattering uncontrollably. Terror overwhelmed them. They had witnessed nearly everything, how this youth effortlessly crushed the Cyclops with spells before proceeding to pummel and dominate the Flame Lord, and those colossal starlit hands looming in the sky above. It was just a casually cast spell from him. What made it terrifying was that those colossal starlight hands were so overwhelmingly powerful that they barely emitted any mana fluctuations. The sword puppet trembled, the might of forbidden magic. He had seen his master unleash such power a few times during the master's lifetime. Magic Forbidden class magic is the most terrifying spell second only to Divine Descent class, and those capable of casting such formidable magic must at minimum be world-class archmages. Yet at this very moment, that youth continued sitting there with utter nonchalance. His hands kept kneading and squeezing incessantly, and above his head, the two gigantic starlight hands mimicked his movements, relentlessly kneading and squeezing that pitiful Flame Lord. Vivian trembled as she whispered, Grandpa Sword Puppet, I think I've gone mad. This must be a dream, right? The sword puppet said numbly, though I don't dream, even dreams feel more real than this. Then right before their dumbfounded gaze, the colossal starlight hand in the sky gradually dissipated. As Lin opened his palm, there already lay within it a bead emanating waves of fiery energy. The sword puppet trembled instantly and cried, "That's the core of a high-ranking demon lord? Just what kind of being is he?" He actually crushed that flame lord with his bare hands. Then right before their eyes, Lin reached out and loftily tossed the orb in his palm high into the air. Then he opened his mouth, as if cracking a peanut. Crunch! Sword puppet, Vivian, Omega. He ate it. He just popped that fire lord-shaped bead into his mouth like it was a peanut. This can't be real. Is he a god? Even a god wouldn't be this unreasonable. That incredibly powerful flame lord before him, was it truly no more significant than a peanut? Meanwhile, the colossal celestial hand appearing in the sky had already drawn the attention of all the soldiers in the city. They stared in shock toward Lin's direction. In fact, when he dealt with the headless horseman and the son of blasphemy, those soldiers had already noticed his presence. That man, is he a god? Is he the savior descended to protect our city of Yuelan? Dear gods, so powerful. This is what a true deity looks like. The soldiers, eyes brimming with hot tears, knelt one after another and began worshipping in Lin's direction. Even the mighty demon lord appeared so insignificant before this being. Their moon orchid city is truly safe now. As Lin chewed the fiery peanut in his mouth, he suddenly froze, seemingly becoming aware of the countless gazes fixed upon him from all directions. Damn, he muttered while chewing, standing up absent-mindedly. Haven't stretched my limbs in so long, this time I might have overdone it. Now's not the time to be so reckless. Then Lin let out a sigh. With closed eyes, right under Vivian and the sword puppet's wide-eyed gazes, he gently extended his hand, then pressed his thumb and middle finger together. Crack! And softly snapped his fingers. In that instant, Vivian and the others instantly felt an intangible wave pass right through their bodies. The gazes of everyone in the city momentarily glazed over, turning hollow. And then within their minds, all memories they had just witnessed concerning Lin immediately dissipated like wisps of smoke. In its place was an entirely fabricated memory. Seconds later, every person in the city regained consciousness in bewilderment. Then their vision cleared, and instead of kneeling toward Lin, they began kowtowing repeatedly toward the sky. It's the great sacred sovereign. The sacred sovereign has protected us. The closest comrade in arms of the late Violet Lord. The mightiest mount. The great sacred sovereign hasn't forgotten us. Sacred sovereign, you are the savior of our moon orchid city. The citizens wept bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. Meanwhile, in the remote wastelands of a distant continent, achoo! A gigantic lion radiating golden light let out a forceful sneeze. It looked around blankly, then rubbed its head in confusion. Ha, why am I sneezing? Is someone thinking of me? He looked around curiously. Not giving it much thought, he shrugged and slung his tattered cloth bundle over his back, his shifty eyes scanning the area for a new hiding spot. Given that bastard's nasty personality, once he finds out I'm still alive, he'll definitely try to screw me over somehow. Good thing I ran fast. He muttered to himself, sprinting with a tattered bundle on his back. That fool! I am the sacred sovereign now. Think you can trick me? Humph. Do you still take this sovereign for your pet from back then? Times have changed. Old relic. Ha ha ha. With those words, his figure swiftly vanished into the icy, snow-covered wilderness. Chapter 35, starting off by being pampered by the evil dragon girl. Moonlit Orchid City. Lin rubbed his chin, gazing at the soldiers and townsfolk weeping and prostrating themselves along the city walls, saying, "This should be fine now. It's lucky I received that cat's blessing, transferring all the traces and karma onto him. Even if the gods notice anything amiss, they'll only go after him. Still too weak, the laws aren't being wielded proficiently enough. Dealing with those deities right now would be rather troublesome," Lin muttered to herself. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something, whipping his head around as his gaze pierced through several kilometers of distance, landing squarely on the sword puppet and Vivian, who were currently sneaking away furtively on tiptoe. In that instant, Viviana suddenly widened her eyes, cold sweat streaming down her face. No good. We've been spotted. Lin tilted her head, picked up an apple and took a bite. Ha, there are actually two people whose memories I haven't altered? Interesting. By all reason, those who can evade my influence are either beings more powerful than me or... And it was at that very moment, Vivian's vision blurred for an instant, and in that split second, the silhouette of that young man suddenly materialized right before her eyes. Vivian, Omega, exclaimed, "Mamma mia! Don't you dare touch my master's descendant," the sword puppet roared, immediately unsheathing its blade and slashing towards Lin. Clang! The sword puppet instantly watched in shock. That mere figure had extended just 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching his blade between them. No matter how fiercely he strained, he couldn't budge it the slightest. Lin's lips curled upward. It really is the puppet I left behind back then. Crack! A deafening explosion rang out. Right under the sword puppet's stupefied gaze, the blade in its hand was effortlessly snapped in two by that youth with just a slight twist, and in the very instant it failed to react. Swish! That young man flicked his fingers. The half-blade instantly pierced through his chest. The sword puppet's pupils abruptly constricted, his mouth falling open as an expression of utter disbelief flashed through his eyes. The sword did not pierce his core, but rather passed through his body and pressed directly upon the switch that restarted his internal energy. Yet he could distinctly sense that energy surging into his body was, that all too familiar energy was, and it was at that very moment he once again heard that same teasing voice from all those years ago. Time to change some parts, you silly boy. Your body's become as brittle as a cookie. At that instant, his aging arcane heart trembled uncontrollably. It was him. It was him. He was still alive. He truly wanted to call out that long and used term of address, the one he hadn't uttered for 1,000 years. Buzz. The sword puppet's body froze in place instantly, all its energy surging into the core as it entered standby mode. Grandpa sword puppet. Vivian screamed. She wanted to rush forward, but she immediately felt an invisible force pinning her firmly in place. In an instant, a steely claw-like hand clamped around her throat and lifted her bodily into the air. Vivian's eyes burned with immense fury as she screamed, You despicable wretch. You killed sword puppet grandpa. It was just outdated hardware needing a reboot. No need to panic. Then he took a bite of the apple, tilted his head, and looked the little girl up and down appraisingly. So that's how it is. This obviously foolish girl is actually my great-great-great, lost count, generation granddaughter? Although the bloodline has become so diluted it's almost negligible, there's still that tiny thread of connection, not the slightest resemblance at all. Lin exhaled, his gaze brimming with utter bewilderment. Then he immediately recalled the time thousands of years ago when he had just transmigrated here. That was the very beginning of the Violet family. He faintly remembered. At that moment, he was still an innocent and handsome young man back then. Like most brain-dead youths who get transported to another world in anime series, becoming a mighty dragon-slaying hero is always the kind of thing that gets people's blood boiling. He was no exception. So after making some progress in his training, he joined an adventuring party and set his sights on a powerful blue dragon, preparing for the hunt. Then, unsurprisingly, he was captured by the blue dragon who had transformed into a blue-haired lady. Vile human who sought to hunt this mighty dragon. Listen well, I'll give you two choices, either die right here, or obediently become this great dragon's underling. Pick one. If I want to blend into human society, I probably can't do without a household, right? A household. Maybe just this once I should promote this underling to husband? Give up. Take off all your clothes obediently. Your mating rights have been monopolized by this young lady. Eek, so you're actually this inexperienced. No helping it now, you'll just have to obediently live off me. From now on, you're this young lady's little brother and mate rolled into one. There's no escaping. Mohahaha. Lin shuddered instantly. That unbearable memory immediately surfaced in his mind. Exactly. His precious chastity was actually taken by a blue dragon. Even though the human form of that creature was an extremely adorable blue-haired girl, she was still a dragon after all. Other protagonists have to struggle for years at the beginning, but to get adopted by an evil dragon so early in the game, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't feel right. Freeloading or what? I had to eat it extremely reluctantly. But regardless, the fact of having a blue dragon wife became an established reality. And of course, the matter of progeny was inevitably taken care of. Being so beautiful and, so full of energy, it's really difficult not to be drained dry every single time. As for his wife being a blue dragon, Lin naturally kept that to himself. Thus, few people know that the descendants of the Violet family essentially carry the bloodline of dragons. Yet sadly, his utterly ungentle blue-haired wife barely stayed with him for 2,000 years before perishing in a cataclysmic event slain by divine hands. And the reason was merely because she became a demigod. Lin took a deep breath. He had been searching for a way to revive his blue-haired wife for many years. He had even ventured into the abyss, delved into the endless sea. He had been practically everywhere except the divine realm where deities reside. It was during that period that he gradually grew wanton, brutal, cruel, and dark. And it wasn't until he too became a demigod that, only then did he realize, a demigod who dies with a partial divine spark cannot be revived. Yet even so, he used his forbidden methods to find the last trace of her fading presence in the endless river of souls. He vaguely remembered the words she had spoken with a playful smile. Stay forever young, Lin. Those words had truly stayed with him all these years, lingering in his mind. Lin took a deep breath and shook his head, trying to pull himself away from that memory. Because she's gone, never to return. Yet perhaps in the endless flow of time, another may bloom. A similar flower? Lin muttered to himself, actually, I'm not sure either. Chapter 36, Slapping the Ancestor Across the Face? Not long after that, the divine war erupted. The outcome was entirely predictable. Back then, those who followed him into that divine war had nearly all perished, except for the traitors. It was after that very battle His descendants were essentially completely buried in the torrents of history. The vast Violet family had almost reached the point of having its lineage severed. Lin exhaled a breath. He gazed with complexity at the fearful girl before him. Before his death, he had actually left behind numerous contingency plans to ensure his descendants would not perish over these 1,000 years. The sword puppet was merely one of them. But the changes of the times often do not go as one wishes, because the Violet family was too illustrious. When the entire continent was reshuffled, his family naturally became everyone's thorn in the side at the first opportunity. Not to mention those turncoats of his. They truly wished to exterminate his entire clan root and branch. In those turbulent centuries right after his rebirth, mere survival was a challenge, protecting his family was out of the question. Only in recent centuries has the continent gradually stabilized into peace. 1,000 years have passed. Then he shook his head, his gaze settling strangely on Vivian before him. So, was this blonde-haired brat really all that remained of his direct descendants? Indeed, having declined to such a wretched state, there was truly no need for anyone to care any longer. Lin looked her up and down with a sweeping glance. But no matter how you looked at it, this girl couldn't see even the slightest trace of my magnificent and heroic image. See how mighty your ancestor is? Lin was exceedingly peculiar. Then, right under Vivian's wide-eyed, trembling gaze, Lin reached out, her face full of curiosity, teasingly brushed her bun, pinched her cheeks, and gently pried open her little mouth to inspect the teeth inside. Vivian stared wide-eyed, her face a picture of utter bewilderment. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Why does it feel like I'm being inspected like a lab rat? Could he possibly be some kind of vile lolicon? No, this won't do at all. I am a descendant of the great Violet monarch, and Vivian has her dignity to uphold. Lin curiously inspected his great-great dash, who knows how many generations, granddaughter with an odd expression. Roll up your sleeves and take a look, check your bones for alignment, see if there are any cavities, whether your eyes are nearsighted, and if your legs are bow-shaped. So, is it really that bad? Vivian, on the other hand, widened her eyes, sweating bullets from fright, not daring to move a muscle, but her heart was already boiling with a mix of shame and indignation. Until the very end. Lin set her down on the ground, pulled open her collar with both hands, and was just about to peer curiously inside when Vivian finally couldn't take it anymore. Stop right there, you big pervert! Vivian shrieked in mortification. Reach out a small hand. With a sharp crack, a loud slap landed on Lin's face. In an instant, silence fell. Meanwhile, the sword puppet, which had just finished rebooting and regained awareness, immediately witnessed the scene. Sword puppet, Omega Omega. Oh my lord, this is your ancestor. And you, a descendant, just gave your ancestor a big slap like that? This is truly a stroke of ancestral grave luck. Due to excessively intense emotional fluctuations, thick black smoke abruptly began billowing from the sword puppet's head. Burp. It crashed once again. Vivian's eyes widened as cold sweat cascaded down her back. I'm done for. Completely screwed. I just slapped that terrifying entity. If this dreadful being were to be provoked, both me and Grandpa's sword puppet would undoubtedly be annihilated. What was I thinking? Getting handsy like that. With my size, even if I peeked, I wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. Yet the furious outburst she'd imagined from him never came. Not bad, at least when it comes to grip strength. You've truly inherited the Violet family's excellent genes. Lin gave a slight smile, casually tossing a strawberry into his mouth and chewing heartily. Vivian froze in astonishment. No way. He actually wasn't angry? She had just slapped him hard across the face moments ago. If it had been any other powerful figure, that single slap would have been enough to get her killed 10 times over. Could it be? Is he essentially an SM? Degree. Lin paced, a smirk playing at his lips as he said, for the sake of your ancestor, the Violet Sovereign, I'll let you off for now. But remember, don't go spreading word about me to outsiders, or else the consequences will be dreadful. Lin glanced at her. He had no intention of revealing his identity for now, as it served no purpose. He still needed to bide his time until the descent of the gods, then eliminate them one by one. Telling her now that he was her ancestor would only bring misfortune upon her. Rather than that, it was better for her to live peacefully and safely. Vivian was utterly terrified by that single glance. She swallowed hard, staring wide-eyed as she demanded, so, who exactly are you? Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle as he replied with a faint smile, just a nameless soul surviving through history, though I once had some dealings with your ancestor. Nothing more. At these words, Vivian was profoundly shaken. With my ancestor? That's impossible. My ancestor died 1,000 years ago. Lin fished out a strawberry from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, and shot her an amused glance as he chewed. True, but I never said it had to be right now. Vivian stared at the nonchalant youth in wide-eyed disbelief, her mind reeling from the revelation. Someone who had dealings with her ancestor, Lord Violet. In other words, this person has lived for at least 1,000 years. An ancient fossil pretending to be young and fresh. Omega. Vivian took a long time to digest his words. Such a formidable existence truly had no reason to deceive her. She absolutely believed he could live for 1,000 years. His eyes widened as he said, "Then, could you tell me about my ancestor? What kind of existence exactly was our ancestor?" Though they were descendants of the Violet Archon, but for this once great existence, she could only indirectly learn about her ancestral forebear through some ancient books. Lin paused, then clasped his hands behind his back. At a 45-degree angle, he gazed wistfully at the sky with a faint smile and said, "Lord Violet, one might say, among all the people I've known in this lifetime, he was the most handsome, talented, and remarkable great figure." Pacing thoughtfully, Lin continued with solemn sincerity. "His virtue commands my kneel worship, his power leaves me breathless with awe. At first sight, I knew this presence was destined to become the supreme ruler of this world. He embodies countless virtues, his brilliance outshining even the sun and moon. Yet beneath countless halos of glory, he retains the pure heart of a child, that guileless, steadfast character radiating an irresistibly captivating charm wherever he goes." Then, right under Vivian's dumbstruck gaze, Lin stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking earnestly and solemnly as he poured forth praises about the Violet Sovereign non-stop for over 10 minutes before her. The content is all unique stuff. Even Nanako couldn't help but blush and lower her head from all the praise. So it turns out, this youth before her was actually a diehard fan of her ancient ancestor. Oh dear indeed. Asterisk Omega. Don't praise me so directly. Even as the great-great-great-granddaughter of our ancestors, hearing such words still makes me blush. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Let me be modest on behalf of the ancestor." Vivian waved her little hands like a tiny snake, for all asterisk, saying, No more praise. Even if the ancestor came back to life, such direct compliments would make them blush. Vivian already knows you're the ancestor's little fanboy. Chapter 37, Our goal is to slay the gods. He casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth and remarked offhandedly, "This is how the Violet Sovereign appears in my eyes. What does he look like in yours?" Vivian froze for a moment, then clasped her hands together reverently and declared adoringly, "The greatest of ancestors, the one Vivian admires the most." Lin watched her out of the corner of his eye and said casually, "Given that, hypothetically, if he were still alive, someone who hadn't cared for his family for 1,000 years, would you resent him?" Vivian's eyes instantly lit up as she exclaimed, "Could my ancestor still be alive? Where is he?" She began looking around frantically. Slap! Lin gave her a sharp knock on the head. Vivian's head erupted with billowing smoke from the newly formed bump. "I'm speaking hypothetically." Lin squeezed her eyes shut. "Can't you hear it's just a supposition?" Vivian rubbed her head with childlike innocence and mumbled, If it's just a hypothesis, then of course I wouldn't hold any grudges or anything." Lin paused momentarily before asking in bewilderment, "Why?" Vivian, with her hands behind her back and her tiny feet poking at the cobblestones, muttered, "Because Ancestor was the great Lord of Violet, the strongest man on the entire continent. If Ancestor were still alive yet hasn't come to see us, he must have his own reasons. Because Dad once said." She raised her head, her expression turning earnest as she gazed at the stunned Lin, clasping her hands together and continued, "The Violet family will wait forever and ever, even if only one survivor remains, even if only a frail little girl like me is left. We must never forget the glory of the Violet family. The Ancestor will surely return and once again lead the Violet family to spread our glory to the ends of the world." She raised her tiny fist with all her might, adorably shaking it at the sky. "And then, slay the gods," shouting, as if within that small body there resided an indescribable fighting spirit and strength. Though perhaps it was merely ignorance, merely youth's failure to comprehend the weight of those 4 words. Yet when she cried them aloud, that vibrant, youthful energy still moved one's heart profoundly. Lin froze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter, laughing so hard he doubled over, laughing till tears streamed down his face. There was mockery in it, yet it also felt as if some great burden had suddenly lifted. He gently placed the strawberry in his mouth, and when he bit into it, the sweet juice burst forth. "Yes, I believe that day will come. Of course, you must also believe it." Lin turned her head with a smile curling at her lips and said, "Gods can be killed." Vivian was taken aback, just about to speak when suddenly a violent gust of wind swept across the sky. At that very instant, Vivian and the others were instantly stunned to see an extraordinarily bloody light violently exploded from the massive rift in the sky. The beam of light instantly landed beyond the Moon Orchid City. Before everyone's eyes, a massive blood-red gate slowly materialized, so enormous that it towered several times higher than the tallest tower in Moon Orchid City. An ancient, terrifying aura as if from time immemorial seeped relentlessly from the bottomless crimson portal. Vivian's face instantly contorted with indescribable dread as she whispered, What is this? The Blood Abyss Demon Lord." Beyond the valley, Nanako and the others trembled in terror as they watched the massive spatial gate gradually forming outside Moon Orchid City. Even their very souls and primal essence quivered with dread. "Blood Domain Demon Lord." he finally appeared. Lin casually popped a strawberry into his mouth, then strode forward, stretched his limbs, and said gently, "Yet before you slay a god, you mustn't forget to cultivate properly as well." Though seeing you dare to utter those 4 words, Vivian froze abruptly, staring blankly at this youth whose eyes had momentarily softened ever so slightly. Then, beneath her gaze, that young man strode step by step toward the great gate. Click! Then he stopped. Standing smilingly opposite that colossal spatial gate, he rubbed his wrist and said, "Let me give you a little more courage, my descendant." In an instant, the colossal crimson gate writhed and expanded incessantly, as though something was frenziedly struggling to break free from within, desperate to plunge into this world. The earth trembled violently as the heavens churned with ominous transformations. A torrent of blood-red stench poured forth unrestrained from that spatial rift, and it was at this very moment. A giant hand, crimson like rotting mud, emerged from the colossal gate accompanied by ancient, ponderous drumbeats. Gurgle, gurgle. A massive wave of blood and gore came crashing down, under the trembling gaze of everyone in the city. A grotesque, swollen demon, dripping with foul crimson sludge, slowly emerged from the spatial rift. From that repulsive flesh, faces began writhing into view one by one, followed by the emergence of countless bloodshot eyes. Roar! A hoarse, infinitely powerful growl reverberated, as if countless voices were screaming and clawing at your ears. And in the very next moment, this immense, twisted demon descended upon the world. Blood Realm Demon Lord. Vivian recoiled in terror, feeling an overwhelming suppression from the very core of her soul with just a single glance. This was an existence in the abyss second only to the monarch-class beings. According to records from A Brief History of the Abyss authored by the Violet Sovereign, the Blood Dominion Fiend was a chaotic entity that originated from the depths of the abyssal plane, formed through the absorption of countless flesh and souls over endless eons of distortion. This was a truly terrifying existence. So this is the territory once ruled by the human demigod. The legion of faces covering the Blood Dominion Fiend's body emitted a hoarse, whispering moan. His isolated eyeballs each emitted a mocking glint. Though utterly foolish, I can't help but admire it. To dare declare war upon a god requires at least some courage. And now it had descended to this place in person. All for the sake of obtaining that very crown once forged by the human demigod. The crown meant nothing to him. Yet what lay within held immense significance. For therein resided the supreme artifact that would determine whether he could ascend to become a monarch-level existence. Half a divine spark. Whether it be demons or humans, or any other creature, there is but one path to godhood. That is to forge a divine spark and defy the heavens. However, since it is born from countless flesh, souls, and resentment, it cannot forge a divine spark within itself through its own power, effectively confining it to the demon lord level. He wanted to leap and become a sovereign-level existence in one go. The only way was to kill a demigod and steal the partial divine spark within them. But how difficult is it to slay a demigod? In comparison, searching for those demigods who died in history and stealing the partial divine sparks they left behind was relatively simpler. Ha 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 ha. Countless gaping mouths emitted bone-chilling, sinister laughter from his monstrous form. A full thousand years have passed. This was also the most recently deceased demigod of this era. This was precisely his purpose. Many believed that after harvesting these demigods, the deities would seize the half-divine sparks within them. Yet only a chosen few knew the truth. They were wrong. Dead wrong. The gods don't care about such things at all. All they desire is the pure essence of magic, the primordial power that arises during the birth of divinity. The remaining half-divinity will become a lure, a bait to tempt other beings into becoming demigods, for only by having more beings become demigods can they satisfy their insatiable greed. Chapter 38, Violet Sovereign, you're still alive. In an instant, his countless massive mouth suddenly let out one piercing shriek after another. The entire Moon Orchid City instantly trembled violently. Cracks appeared one after another upon the city walls, shaking the earth and startling the heavens. The Blood Domain Demon Lord's foul and blood-drenched body advanced step by step toward Moon Orchid City. Boom! Boom! With every step he took, the surrounding ground withered and cracked. The unrestrained demonic energy emanating from his body continuously disrupted the stability and order of this world. The crowd screamed. Panic erupted as fear spread. This is also the reason he came to this city. For after an entire millennium of spying, he had finally discovered the location of half of the Violet Monarch's divinity. Right here. In an instant, he grinned ferociously, suddenly extending countless tentacles. In that instant, Vivian suddenly turned as pale as a sheet as she looked towards her towering castle. Crack! The entire castle abruptly split open along a fissure. No! And not just the castle, but the entire land. And in the very next moment, she suddenly saw with terror that from the deepest part of the rift, a shattered, rust-crowned diadem was slowly being drawn forth by that inexplicable force. Ancient and decayed. There was no fluctuation of power, yet just one glance at it sent shivers down the spine. That that is, Vivian staggered back in fear. The wind howled through Lin's hair. With a slight curl of his lips, Lin said, "Don't be afraid. It's merely a memento left behind by your majestic ancestor. Just an old relic crown from a bygone era." Lin grinned widely, casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth. Chewed. The scarlet juice splattered. And in that very moment, the dilapidated crown was pulled by the Blood Realm Demon Lord, shooting towards its direction. Countless eyes of the Blood Realm Demon Lord revealed an indescribable fervor and greed. Just devour this half-divine spark. You could become a monarch-level demigod yourself. You could stand at the pinnacle of the abyss, challenge those lofty orders that have remained unchanged for millennia. Roar! He unleashed his terrifying power, fervently drawing that crown toward himself. But just at this moment, just as that crown was flying over the city district, snap! A crisp finger snap rang out. Extremely light, so light that it seemed beyond human hearing. Yet his body shuddered violently, as though that snap had resonated directly from the depths of his soul. And precisely at that moment when the snap sounded, he suddenly saw with startled realization. The entire sky suddenly stilled, enveloped in utter silence, as if the whole world had been abruptly frozen in time. Time seemed to stand still. Everything became a backdrop of gray. And precisely within that boundless silence, he trembled as he saw a hand. A perfectly ordinary hand. That hand slowly grasped the tattered crown. And in that very instant, from the depths of his soul, he felt a sudden shiver and inexplicable, primal terror as if his very essence were about to be crushed. That was the oppressive aura of a quasi-divine monarch. Meanwhile, in the Moon Orchid district, Vivian stared blankly at the young man standing before her, watching as he effortlessly seized the tattered crown like plucking fruit from a tree. In an instant, her vision blurred momentarily. Suddenly, she seemed to see a tall and burly man standing there, clad in battle robes engraved with the emblem of the Violet family, and upon his head rested a crown that symbolized the King of Kings. A tremor from the depths of her bloodline made her entire body quiver uncontrollably. That figure was, no, absolutely impossible. The countless faces covering the Blood Domain Demon Lord's body simultaneously released a piercing, terrified shriek. That hull seemed to contain boundless fury, terror, and disbelief. He refused to believe it. He absolutely refused to believe it. This scent is, Violet Monarch, you're still alive, he roared. And in the very instant after his scream, without the slightest hesitation, he exploded forth with the fastest speed he'd ever achieved in his life. Whirling around violently, he charged madly towards the massive spatial gate behind him with a bestial roar. The bloated body twisted continuously, accelerating without cease. Fear made him feel as though his entire being was crumbling piece by piece. An existence that dared to declare war upon the gods. An existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with their foremost monarch of the abyss. Why throughout the endless ages of the past, the abyssal demons dared not set foot in this world? Why even the 10 monarchs tacitly acknowledged this world as forbidden? It's because, snap. Just as he was about to step through the spatial portal, his body suddenly froze rigidly in place. His viscous, blood-soaked form gradually petrified, inch by inch transforming from vivid hues into dark crystalline shards. Right there in the heart of Moon Orchid City, Vivian stared blankly at the powerful man extending his hand. His pupils glowed faintly as his fingers flexed slightly. Just the slightest twitch of a finger. Snap, snap. Before the spatial gate, the crystalline body of the Blood Domain Demon Lord crumbled inch by inch, turning to dust. Whoosh! Without even the chance to utter a word, his body disintegrated in that instant. A faint trace could still be seen. A crimson core, radiating an overwhelmingly sinister aura, slowly manifested above the shattered crystal. It was the essence of the Blood Domain Demon Lord, the very origin cultivated through countless years of practice. Lin beckoned with a wave of his hand. The core flew immediately towards him, undergoing constant transformation during its trajectory, until it finally landed in his palm as a bright red strawberry. Vivian's mind went completely blank in an instant. She stared dumbfounded at the scene before her, her thoughts utterly frozen. At that very moment of her daze, the towering and burly silhouette that had seemed to materialize before her dissipated like wind. Then she saw the boy turn slightly, his gaze glancing at her from the corner of his eye as he said, "You should take better care of your own belongings in the future." With a casual flick, he tossed the battered crown toward her. The crown spun endlessly through the air. Its form was constantly changing. By the time it finally ended up in Vivian's hands, it had transformed into a kawaii hair ornament. Vivian stared blankly at the hair ornament in her hand, murmuring, "You are the monarch of violets, you are my ancestor. Is that true?" Lin casually tossed the strawberry in her hand upward. Gulp! Down it went in one bite. Lin clapped her hands, stretched lazily with a big yawn, and chuckled while chewing. Violet monarch? Hee, I merely borrowed a fraction of his former power. After all, he's a demon lord tier monster, without divine authority. Lin tilted her body sideways, the corner of her mouth curling up as she said, "He can't be killed." Chapter 39, The Terrifying Presence of Uerlin City. After finishing his words, under Vivian's stunned gaze, Lin strode forward and said, "Alright, time to go back and handle the aftermath. I believe many top organizations, including Winter Spring Valley, will be coming to this city in the near future. As a descendant of the Violet Rose family, I'm sure you can manage it." Watching his figure recede into the distance, Vivian froze for a moment, then shouted at his retreating back, But what am I supposed to say?" "Just say." Lin turned sideways, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he spoke. "This is the blessing of the gods. After all, the gods do love mankind, don't they?" Vivian stared blankly as he walked away. Only after his figure disappeared at the end of the street did the countless demonic creatures outside the city gradually crumble into dust, vanishing in the breeze. The massive rift torn open by the blood domain demons also began to mend, slowly restoring itself in that same waft of wind. All traces seemed to have been erased. Soon enough, the standstill of space and time was lifted. Beyond the city of Uerlan, the Thornwitch shuddered violently, snapping back to awareness instantly. But when she gazed towards the direction of Moon Orchid City, her body suddenly trembled. What happened? Where is His Majesty the Blood Lord? Where is His Majesty the Blood Lord? Outside Moon Orchid City, peace prevailed. Where the spatial gate had once stood now remained only endless dark crystals and dust. Everything seemed like a dream. Her face turned pale as she stumbled backward, desperately trying to sense the Blood Domain Demon Lord's presence. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. What on earth had happened? Just moments ago, the Blood Dominion Demon Lord had clearly descended upon this world. She had seen it with her own eyes. No, impossible. Her gaze instantly fell upon the ground where the spatial gate had been, now littered with countless remnants of crystals and dust. The moment she saw those shattered crystals, all color drained from her lips, leaving nothing but a deathly pallor. She faintly realized something, but that conjecture was so absurd it might as well have been a dream. And almost simultaneously, Nanako, Arnold, and the other knights awoke in an instant. After a brief moment of bewilderment at the Blood Domain Demon Lord's disappearance, they reacted immediately and launched a coordinated attack against the Thornwitch. Boom! Arnold roared as his massive warhammer came crashing down like divine retribution beside the Thornwitch. The Thornwitch instantly recoiled. Gnashing her teeth with a face twisted in venomous malice, she glared at them and spat. "We'll meet again. Next time you see me, I'll make you understand true agony." In an instant, she suddenly retreated, her body vanishing into the magic circle that had abruptly manifested behind her. Nanako gritted her teeth and was about to give chase. Arnold immediately blocked her path and said gravely, "Steward Nanako, don't pursue a beaten enemy. If a Void Warlock wants to leave, it's difficult for us to stop her. She alone had suppressed them with such intensity. If they actually followed her and entered her domain, no one could predict what unexpected events might occur." Nanako ground her teeth angrily. She knew Arnold was right, but she still stomped the ground forcefully and said through gritted teeth, "That wretched woman, I'll definitely catch her." Meanwhile, the demon guards summoned by the Thornwitch were dragged back into the abyss by their contracts as soon as she left. The unconscious abyss dragon also gradually vanished on the spot. Nanako furrowed her delicate brows and said, "So what exactly happened? Wasn't the Blood Domain Demon Lord just descending? How in the blink of an eye?" Arnold shook his head, his face grave as he said, "I'm not entirely sure either, but my body's feedback tells me we just experienced a complete temporal stasis." At these words, Nanako visibly shuddered. A complete spacetime stagnation? How is this possible? Arnold pondered. The knight's body has always possessed an extremely strong sensitivity to the external environment, so I vaguely noticed this point. If I'm not mistaken. He raised his head and gazed solemnly in the direction of Uerlin City. Nanako widened her eyes, gripping her sturdy magic staff, and said, "You mean those two colossal celestial hands that appeared over Luna Orchid City just now, that monster from the demon's mouth?" Arnold nodded and replied, "Yes, Deacon Nanako, you might not be aware, but in fact, all of us sensed the presence of that entity the moment we entered the city." The surrounding knights immediately nodded in agreement. Nanako's eyes widened even further, and she swallowed hard before saying, "You couldn't possibly mean..." Arnold raised his head, gazing at the sky, his massive frame not showing the slightest hint of aging. "Exactly. When we passed through the downtown area of Chunghua Avenue, we all felt that terrifying gaze. If I'm not mistaken, whatever glanced at us in the urban area at that time must surely have been that dreadful entity from Uerlin City." "Nanako, Omega. Wait a moment. It was clearly my disciple who teased you earlier. How come it turned into, when it came out of your mouths?" Nanako suddenly froze. Then her pupils suddenly dilated. Could it be that this time the one who repelled those demons was? Nanako exploded with a boom, instantly freezing in place while hugging her thick magic staff, swaying unsteadily as if she might faint at any moment. Arnold looked up, took a deep breath, and curled the corner of his mouth. After all, any existence that could make me piss myself couldn't possibly be ordinary, right? Within the city of Uer Orchid, one by one, the citizens emerged from their homes, gazing in astonishment at the clear sky. The enormous chrysanthemum that had previously dominated the heavens had now vanished without a trace. The sky stretched blue and flawless, while wild geese cried their melodic calls across its expanse. Many people felt a fleeting sense of bewilderment, as if trapped in an extraordinarily vivid dream. It's gone. The spatial rift in the sky has disappeared. Am I dreaming? Did those demons never actually appear? No, that can't be. I just saw that hundreds-meter-tall monster outside the city with my own eyes. But how could it suddenly? The crowd looked astonished, utterly perplexed. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Yet this did nothing to dampen their joyous mood. Soon, when Nanako and her companions entered the city, the streets were already packed with cheering, jubilant people. The demon is gone. The demon is gone. It must be the blessing of the gods. It must be divine retribution that helped us cleanse those despicable invaders. Praise our deity. Praise the gods. The crowd sang hymns in unison, filling the entire street with a joyous atmosphere of survival after calamity. Nanaoko stood dazed, clutching her staff as she moved through the crowd. Even now, it still felt somewhat unreal to her. The four great demon lords, the blood domain demon sovereign, second only to the monarch-class demons, had been dispatched so effortlessly, and precisely at this moment. So awesome, so awesome. It's been 1,000 years since I last got to show off properly. This was downright exhilarating. Sigma, Psi. And what's more, I got to show off spectacularly in front of my great-great-great-great-granddaughter. Absolute bliss. Asterisk, indeed, indulging occasionally is absolutely fantastic. Now I can coast along for many more years. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40 The Loli's Absolute Domain. Upon hearing this inner voice echoing in her mind, Nanako's eyes instantly widened, darting left and right in rapid succession. It was her damned disciple's inner voice. Where has that damned bastard hidden himself? Then in that instant, Nanako suddenly fixed her gaze upon a newly erected temporary medical station not far away. Lin lay on the stretcher, one leg encased in plaster, his expression feeble as he extended his hand, allowing a generously endowed nun to wrap bandages around his injuries. His face was so haggard, his gaze so weak. It's nothing serious, just a few abrasions. Apply some ointment and rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. The nun gently reassured him. Lin said weakly, "Thank you, kind sister. Your heart is as beautiful as your appearance." The young sister immediately blushed slightly. Being complimented by such a handsome young man really made her feel a bit flustered. Covering her flushed face, she said, "Saving lives is what we should do. Although the demons have retreated, many in the city were still killed or injured this time. We merely wish to contribute what little we can." "Thank you, beloved sister." Hiss. "What's wrong with you? Are you still in pain somewhere else?" "My collarbone hurts terribly, probably broken." "It's alright, just some minor scrapes. Would you like me to blow on them for you?" "Nice." Then, right under Nanako's wide-eyed gaze, that big-breasted priestess leaned closer, her face flushing red as she gently blew on the scrape on his collarbone with her small mouth. "Ah!" Nanako widened her eyes. Then she heard Lin's inner thoughts. As expected, wherever there are clergy maiden sisters, no wound can't be healed. As this month's savior of Orchid City, it shouldn't be too much for me to enjoy some tender care, right? Though the injury was faked by me, Of course, it'd be even better if it were Lolita Master blowing on it. Let me think of an excuse, to get that blue-haired loli to come over herself. Nanakeo, degree. Indeed, just as I suspected. Every time I let my guard down, no matter where I am, she always finds some excuse to go looking for the priest girl. This is seriously infuriating. If you wanted me to comfort you, why couldn't you just wait quietly for your master to return? I'm not some unreasonable old fogey, you know. Damn it. Nanako marched over furiously, steam practically puffing from her head, cheeks puffed out, her sapphire blue eyes glaring. She poked the blushing priestess girl. Nanakeo, fists clenched, continuing to scare, painting terrifying scenes. Priestess lady, O-N-O. Nanakeo extended her small hand, pointing into the distance while steam shot from her nostrils. Priestess lady, RQ. Nodding vigorously, running away at full speed. Watching the female pastor flee as if running for her life. Nanako, having secured a great victory, stood before the stretcher of her dog disciple with arms crossed, looking down with pride at the relaxed and blissful expression on his closed eyelids. Humph! Nanako snorted with pride, letting out a sound from her nose. Lin was instantly taken aback. This familiar voice is, and this lingering scent of a tsundere loli. Lying on the stretcher, Lin froze for a moment, tilting his head slightly backward before looking upward with his eyes. Instantly, the figure of a certain tsundere loli looking down at him materialized before his eyes. As is well known, standard Lolita dresses are typically trimmed with lace and designed to puff out slightly at knee level, creating a gap of approximately several centimeters to over a dozen centimeters between the legs and the skirt. If we were to apply rigorous mathematical formulas in geometric logic, precisely calculating the angle formed between Lin's lying position and the little lowly master, at this moment, there would be at least an 85% probability that an upward gaze would catch an absolutely forbidden glimpse of the sacred territory of maidenhood. Lin stared blankly for 2 seconds, then calmly greeted with neither flushed face nor racing heart, cheerfully extending a hand to wave, saying, "Master, you finally returned. Your disciple missed you so much, yet didn't rise from the seat." Pink 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 pink. Countless bullet comments flashed by. Nanako froze momentarily, utterly bewildered by suddenly hearing her disciple's inner thoughts. Pink? What pink color? She had originally assumed her disciple would have frequent mental reactions after she caught him in the act. Why do you keep repeating these same 3 words over and over? She couldn't understand it. Scratching the back of her head, Nanako's face soon took on a haughty expression. She wanted to thoroughly probe the matter. What's wrong? Did you miss me? What happened to those injuries? Don't you want to tell your master about it? Lin lay on the stretcher with slightly reddened eyes and said, "It's nothing serious, just some minor scratches during the demon invasion. Compared to those who truly need help, your disciple isn't worth mentioning." Pink 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 pink. Nanako? Ha? No way. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. Under normal circumstances, when my disciple spouts such insincere words, his inner reaction absolutely shouldn't be like this. What pink? Where's the pink? This damned disciple's attention seems completely elsewhere. Pink 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 pink. Nanako? Her eyes widened as she quickly looked around, and then she saw the fluttering cherry blossom petals drifting through the air on the wind. She froze. Was it talking about cherry blossoms? But is there anything special about these cherry blossoms? So Nanako raised her head and stared intently at the cherry blossoms in the sky, trying to discern something special about them. Stare. Stare. The cherry blossoms fluttered down, landing right on her nose. Achoo. Nanako rubbed her nose with a completely puzzled expression. Just what on earth is going on here? There's nothing particularly special about these cherry blossoms. What exactly is that pink thing he keeps talking about in his heart? Nanako hesitated for a moment before looking down at him, trying to discern something from her disciple's expression. Just as she was about to probe further, her eyes suddenly widened in realization as something dawned on her. Wait a moment. Pink color. Could it mean? Is he referring to? Chapter 41, Papayas are completely useless for development. In that instant, she finally understood from their current positions why her dog disciple was so intently focused in his thoughts. Nanako's face flushed crimson from her neck to her forehead in a split second, steam practically hissing from her head as she let out a mortified shriek. Damn dog disciple, how dare you look there? A full circle over the shoulder throw. Bang. Faceplant. About 10 minutes later, Nanako strode ahead, clutching her sturdy staff with a series of sharp taps, cheeks puffed in indignation. Puffs of white steam sporadically vented from both ears like an overheating kettle. I'll beat the shit out of you. I'll beat the shit out of you. One punch. One punch. Nanakeo was furiously punching the air in front of her, imagining the empty space as that bastard dog apprentice's face. As for why she wasn't hitting the real person, what a stupid question. There's no need to even ask. Lin rubbed the red mark on her forehead, trudging along with a wince. The little brat's grip strength has clearly improved, but judging by the force, Shifu shouldn't have sustained any internal injuries, and there's no abnormal mana flow in her body. That's a relief. Though I took that shoulder throw head on, I'd still be heartbroken if anything happened to Shifu. It's alright. Listening to his disciple's thoughts, Nanako, who was walking ahead waving her little fists, suddenly froze. Turning her head slightly, those sapphire-like eyes stole a glance at her disciple from the corner of her vision. Lin waved at her too. Humph. Nanako quickly turned her head, her ponytail flying, and a naturally tsundere expression appeared on her face. Yet a faint blush still crept onto her cheeks. Damn it! Surprisingly, she wasn't angry at all. Even though Mingming got thrown over his master's shoulder, he still cares so much about his master in his heart. Really, what a hateful guy. Of course, don't think this means master will forgive you or anything. It's just that I can stop being mad at you for a little while. Humph. But still, hearing my disciple show such concern for his master does make me feel a little touched. In that case, maybe I'll forgive you just a little. Nanako's eyes glanced sideways, her little mouth pouting, yet her small hand had already reached into her robe, quietly pulling out a roll of ointment, visibly embarrassed. Let me apply it for my disciple. But at that very moment, Lin's inner voice immediately followed from behind. No, I feel like this still isn't secure enough. Swish. Nanako's ears instantly perked up. No need. Nanako's face turned slightly red as she covered her suddenly burning cheeks. I'm really not hurt at all, disciple truly. I still need to find an opportunity to give my lowly master a full-body checkup, the kind where she's completely undressed. Nanako, Well, just like the past few years, I'll wait till my lowly master falls asleep and sneak in to check on her again. If there aren't any scars, then I can rest completely easy, so, really no need for that blue-haired lowly to make such a fuss, master, as if I wouldn't know your favorite color? Pfft. I've even frequently drunk the papaya soup you secretly stashed under your bed for breast enhancement. The truth is, papayas are completely useless for bust development. Serious face. Nanako, omega. This can't be. Such a thing exists. Sneakily checking medical examination reports and such. Wooden melons or something like that. That definitely wasn't it. Since when did I not know about this? Nanako screamed in embarrassment. Damn it all. I never imagined that such a despicable apprentice like you would dare to do such things to your revered master years ago. To think you secretly sneaked into your master's room. Gratitude? Don't even dream of it. This wretched dog of an apprentice will never be forgiven. Face your master's judgment. Nanako shouted in furious humiliation, then swiftly turned around, baring her angry little fangs. Lin froze momentarily, bewildered. Master, what's wrong with you? The next instant, in a sudden lowly pounce, Nanako brandished her claws and bared her sharp teeth. He gave his dog disciple a vicious bite right on his fleshy part. Awoo! Ouch! Master, stop! What did I do wrong this time? I didn't say a word and followed you obediently. Quite the disappointment you turned out to be, dog disciple. I'll teach you a hard lesson today. Awoo! Shut up! Shut your mouth! On the street, the citizens who witnessed this scene were stunned. Youth these days are really bold. How dare they do such shameless things right on the street? So strong. Seriously, why don't I have such a cute lowly like that? Eek, that's so embarrassing. How could that lowly bite there? It'll break. Soon enough, amidst Lin's cries of pain, his body became covered in varying sizes of hickeys and tiny bite marks. Of course, Lin was controlling his defense power, otherwise, he might easily shatter his lowly master's teeth. Throwing a tantrum again. Throwing another tantrum. This damn lowly's been going through some seriously severe menopause symptoms lately. Some bastard must have pissed off the damn lowly again, so she's taking it out on her disciple. Damn it! Don't let me find you, or I swear I'll wreck you. Just as Lin was struggling to fend off the lowly master's sharp teeth, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from afar. Clip-clop, clip-clop. There, clad in armor, Arnold sat atop his warhorse, leading over a dozen knightly subordinates as they rapidly approached this direction. Lin froze for a moment, still laboriously pushing against the lowly master's cheek, and muttered with exasperation. Master, stop talking first. Someone's coming. If people see us like this, they'll misunderstand. No excuses. Today Master will definitely teach you the proper pronunciation of the word pain. In the distance, Arnold noticed the commotion and immediately recognized Nanako, his eyes lighting up. Miss Nanako, Butler-sama, so this is where you've been. Then Arnold saw teeth firmly sunk into the young man's arm, with Nanako clinging desperately despite the man's violent attempts to shake her off. Her small body flopped wildly up and down from the shaking, yet she refused to be dislodged. Arnold froze in stunned silence. Then the old man blushed, coughed lightly and said, Madam Steward Nanako, well, although Moon Orchid City is quite liberal, such matters are better done in private between two people. Don't you think so? Chapter 42. How could I possibly trip on flat ground? Nanako's gaze immediately shifted and spotted Arnold sitting tall atop his mighty steed. Swish! With a nimble balance of her petite body, she landed steadily on the ground. What do you want with me? Nanako blared, completely ignoring Lin behind her, who was shaking his arm and wincingly staring at the teeth marks left on it. Arnold swallowed hard and said, may I ask, is that young man who's slightly more handsome than me your boyfriend? Nanako replied proudly, he's my top disciple. Arnold froze for a moment, muttering under his breath, holy shit. I always thought Winterguard Vale was some stuffy, old-fashioned organization. Who knew they'd be so progressive inside? Teacher-student relationships and all that. They're really going all out with this, huh? Nanako? Humph. Nanako crossed her arms and turned her head away, fuming with anger, completely unwilling to explain. Arnold cleared his throat, also feeling that chatting about such topics on the street wasn't quite proper. After all, everyone here was a respectable person. He quickly returned to the main topic, dismounted, and walked toward Nanako with a smile. Giving a slight nod and thumping his chest with one hand, he said, Executive Nanako, here's the situation. After we returned, we reported everything that happened outside the city to Her Highness Vivian. She holds you in the highest esteem and specifically sent me to invite you to join tonight's gathering at the castle. Nanako asked in confusion, was the matter regarding the demons clarified? Arnold shook his head and said gravely, Lady Vivian claimed this was a miracle bestowed by the gods, but I believe it's not that simple. After all, the origins of that mysterious being who effortlessly crushed the Devil Lord's 4 great servants remain unknown to us. Nanako glanced back at Lin. Her intention was to observe his expression. Lin, however, raised his head and declared, I know. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around froze in surprise. Nanako's eyes widened even more. Wasn't that you? Is my dear disciple about to come clean? No way. No way. Isn't it way too early to reveal everything now? Lin looked up, his expression transforming instantly into one of immense reverence and fervor. With solemn gravity, he declared, "It was the great divine sovereign who saved us. Nanako, Omega Omega." Arnold also breathed slightly faster, saying, "Indeed, I've heard many such rumors in the city too." Lin nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, but I am more certain of this than anyone else, for the glorious divine sovereign has bestowed his blessings upon me. I am the divine sovereign's chosen one." At these words, Arnold and his companions were instantly stunned. A familiar of the sacred sovereign? This has to be a joke. After all, the sacred sovereign was originally the mighty steed subdued by Lord Violet, a legendary existence that once fought alongside the Violet monarch. Lin closed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward. "There's no need for you to be surprised or doubtful about this, because my master can vouch for me, and precisely because I am the blessed of the sacred sovereign, that's how I know." He raised his head, took a deep breath, and gently wiped his fingers before his eyes. A single teardrop, under Nanako's stunned gaze, fell to the ground with a soft plop. "Nanako? This tear." Lin's eyes glistened with moisture as she smiled and said, "It's His Majesty, the great and holy sovereign, who sensed that the homeland of his beloved master was in peril. That's why he traveled thousands of miles to come. His loyalty to the Grand Duke of Violet never wavered. He even told me once that if he ever betrayed his master, he deserved to die a wretched death struck by lightning every day, tripping over flat ground when he walked." Immersive translation. The edge of the continent's wasteland. Slap. A deafening explosion rang out. The sacred sovereign, who had been leisurely striding with its furry paws held high and chest puffed out, suddenly slammed face first onto the ground. A perfectly executed and utterly humiliating trip over nothing. Achoo! The sacred sovereign blankly raised his head and scratched his nose with his paw. Was I distracted? How could I trip with my normally steady footing? That shouldn't have happened. The sacred sovereign dazedly got up, then extended a paw to scratch his rear. And today's sneezing frequency seems unusually high. A giant white lion cat stood in a snow-covered field, looking utterly bewildered. Uerlon City. Seeing Lin's teary-eyed smile, Arnold was moved almost instantly. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder, his own eyes moist as he said, "I believe you, the great sacred sovereign was Violet Monarch's closest comrade in arms during his lifetime. If it truly still lives, there's absolutely no way it would sit idly by and watch the city fall. And to dare swear such a vicious oath, it seems the sacred sovereign has indeed been secretly protecting us all along." Lin's eyes also welled up with tears as he said, "Absolutely." Arnold took a deep breath and said gently, "It seems that magnificent being who could make me experience gastrointestinal distress must undoubtedly be the sacred sovereign. I told you, who else but someone of the sacred sovereign's caliber could crush a demon lord like that?" Lin nodded and said, "I wholeheartedly agree with that." "Damn right I agree, you dumb cat might as well take the fall for your owner underscore. If you hadn't been such a coward hiding during the big battle, your master here could have held out for at least a few more seconds. Don't think you can escape me just because you're fast. I'll let you run for 3 years first, then I'll catch you." Meanwhile, Nanako stood frozen in shock beside them. "So, with such pious and tearful words coming from your mouth, you secretly shifted the blame onto others. But I really want to say, apprentice, what exactly did you do in your previous life? How could you force out those 1 or 2 fake tears while saying such hypocritical words? Aren't you really afraid of developing split personality?" Arnold shook his head and smiled slightly. "Let's not talk about this for now. Lady Nanako, will you attend today's banquet?" Nanako turned her head away, puffing her cheeks, and said, "Of course I will. Free food must be eaten to the fullest." Arnold laughed awkwardly and replied, Yes. Seems my lowly master is quite enthusiastic. I should think about how to handle meeting my great-great-granddaughter later. Just finished acting all impressive in front of my descendants, and now showing up so soon. Doesn't that somewhat ruin the cool image? Whatever, hee. When that little blonde-haired brat sees her majestic ancestor again, will her admiration overflow? Hee asterisk hic asterisk. Nanako? Meanwhile, in the palace halls of the castle, Vivian, now dressed in noble attire, stood motionless before a large canvas. With a paintbrush in hand, her cheeks flushed as she sketched the silhouette of a young man. Just walked away so handsomely. Oh Vivian, why did you just stand there blankly? Even though he's from the same era as our ancestors, such an amazingly handsome god really should have been kept around to serve us properly. Vivian clasped her paintbrush with both hands, her eyes shining brightly with infatuation as she gazed at the youth in the oil painting. The young man stood with one hand behind his back, holding a few strawberries in the other, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned with graceful charm. Vivian quickly covered her burning cheeks with her hands, shaking her head vigorously as she tried to banish the naughty thoughts from her mind. Chapter 43, The shape has been fixed for centuries. For a girl experiencing her first love, the sudden appearance of a powerful, handsome male god who then saves the moon orchid city she's sworn to protect. It's truly brimming with lethal allure. Vivian's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly opened the books left behind by her father. Several large characters were written on it. Underscore the classic sayings of Grand Duchess Violet underscore. Turn to page 21, the chapter on emotions. The very first line read, "Girls of the Violet family must have the courage to act upon meeting. If you encounter a boy you fancy, knock him out, carry him home, and have your way with him first. But always remember, that man must possess extraordinary looks as fine as mine, formidable strength, and a heart of pure sincerity. In short, follow your father's standards when choosing a partner, and you'll never go wrong." The great teachings of the Violet Monarch. Vivian clutched the book to her chest, her flushed face buried in her hands. This family precept was originally written by our ancestor for his own daughter, and has since been regarded as a classic through generations. When her father was still alive, he was knocked unconscious by mother with a mallet and carried home. The ancestor's words are truly words of wisdom, Nanako said shyly. And at this very moment, there came a knock on the door from the maid outside. "Your Highness Vivian, the banquet is about to begin. It's time to change your dress." Nanako finally snapped out of the lewd fantasy playing in her mind. Given a little more time, she might have already imagined having children in that vivid daydream. Coming. Vivian quickly bounced up and dashed toward her wardrobe. Though her mind was filled with countless thoughts and regrets, she hadn't forgotten that she was still the ruling official of Moon Orchid City, and there were many distinguished guests to meet today. Soon, Vivian changed into her aristocratic attire. Before the large mirror, there now stood a slender and enchanting noble lady. "It's time to go." Vivian gave a mischievous smile, then headed out the door. But she suddenly froze, then dashed to the wardrobe, grabbing bundles of cotton from her bag and stuffing them frantically into her chest wrap. Can't fit anymore. Nope, must stuff it full. I can't breathe. Soon, evening would fall. After a brief rest in the castle's VIP lounge, Nanako curiously led her apprentice and followed Arnold as they pushed open the grand hall doors. How impressive. Is this the extravagant life of nobility? Nanako widened her sapphire-like eyes, eagerly glancing left and right, watching pairs of gentlemen and young ladies chatting and laughing. A gigantic chandelier hung down, filling the grand hall with the melodious sounds of violins. Arnold stroked his beard and smiled. "Lady Nanako, most of the attendees at this banquet are distinguished nobles of Moon Orchid City. Though you won't see them during wartime, they never miss a banquet gathering." Tilting her head, Nanako asked, "So you mean they're just a bunch of useless gluttons?" Arnold suddenly choked and coughed, saying, "Well, to put it more politely, they're aristocrats." Nanako blinked her big blue eyes, grabbed a chicken leg and chewed it vigorously in her mouth, showing no interest in the term aristocrats. She felt ashamed to associate with such people. "Disciple," Nanako said with her eyes closed, "don't you have anything to say about this?" No one responded. In one swift motion, Nanako turned her head, ponytail flicking through the air, casting a curious glance behind her. All that remained was a faint silhouette. Her disciple had vanished without a trace. "Where'd you go?" Nanako widened her eyes, her gaze instantly darting around the hall in rapid search. And the next moment, she suddenly spotted Lean, dressed in impeccable formal attire and looking every bit the gentleman, holding a glass of red wine as he smiled charmingly, surrounded by several beautiful noble ladies, chatting and laughing with effortless ease. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. He blended right in, just like that. Nanako groaned in exasperation. "Brother Lin, is everything you said true?" an innocent young noblewoman asked with admiration. "You really single-handedly defeated a mountain-sized magical beast, ventured into the abyss, and even bullied a demon monarch?" Lin smirked lightly and took a sip before replying, "Absolutely. Back in the day, I became a land knight at 5, graduated as a grand magus at 10, bullied dragons when I was 15, and by 18, I was already worth millions." So amazing. The surrounding young noblewomen were utterly dazzled, their eyes sparkling with boundless admiration. "Omega?" With a slight curl of her lips, Lin said, "Of course, if you'd like to have a more in-depth exchange and jointly explore life's ideals and great philosophies or such, I wouldn't mind." Boom. The noble ladies. Sigma? And then, beneath the stunned gaze of the noble young lady, a proud and Sundara lowly shouldered her staff with one hand while dragging the dizzy Lin along with the other, clattering away as she pulled him through the crowd. "Seriously, if you don't pay attention, she might just blend into the background and disappear. Don't you worry, my foolish disciple, that your beloved master might suddenly get flirted with or something? Ugh, humph." And it was at this very moment that the melodious sound of the violin ceased, and a powerful voice resounded throughout the grand hall. "Her Highness Vivian has arrived." Instantly, all the nobles in the great hall suddenly brightened, their gazes uniformly turning toward the direction of the rear entrance. "Her Highness Vivian is coming? How wonderful! Have you heard? The reason we were able to repel the demon's invasion this time is all thanks to Her Highness Vivian's devout faith. Yes, yes, I heard too. It seems the great gods performed a miracle and sent a mighty divine sovereign to drive back those demons. Even a former blasphemous family can receive such divine protection. Truly, the gods love all mankind. And just like that, under everyone's gaze, the back door slowly opened. A girl in noble attire walked in gracefully amidst a retinue of servants, a gentle smile gracing her features. Behind her followed an elderly man with half his face obscured by a mask, white hair cascading over his shoulders, his presence exuding an air of aloofness. Greetings to Her Highness Vivian. The people in the grand hall all bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. No need for formalities. With a gentle smile, Vivian, supported by the elderly man, gracefully took her seat on the throne, exuding the elegance and composure of nobility. But in reality, she was already struggling to breathe. Her chest felt so tight, she really shouldn't have stuffed so much cotton padding in there. And in the distance, Lin, who was sitting on a chair, holding a toothpick with a cherry to feed her master, looked utterly confused. Is this Vivian, my great-great-great dash, lost count of generations, granddaughter? Something's not right. How did her chest suddenly get so big? She used to rival our lowly master as a member of the Super Flat Chest Club. Smack! A pea popped up on Nanako's forehead. Could there be some special way to develop? Lin glanced at a certain master's chest beside her. Aha, I'm really overthinking it. Even if there were some way, there's no chance a blue-haired lowly could grow any bigger. After all, she's a real lowly. There's still room for growth. Master is a real century-old lowly, whose proportions have been fixed for hundreds of years already, with no hope of development whatsoever. Ah. Still, I could secretly buy a few balloons for the lowly master another day. Might as well preserve some dignity, right? Ah hick. No need to feel inferior, no need to feel inferior? Chapter 44, please bestow Vivian with a powerful enchantment, ancestor. Ow. Without any hesitation, she took a fierce bite on the back of his hand. Lin gasped in pain, looking helplessly at his lowly master who had suddenly bitten his hand again, and said, Master, why are you biting me again? I was just sitting here obediently feeding you cherries. I didn't say anything wrong. Nanako clenched her tiny fists, eyes still closed, and a soft pea sound popped from them. Oh, nothing special. I just suddenly felt like my disciple's chubby cheeks looked delicious, so I couldn't help but take a bite. It was pure instinct, so don't blame Nanako for this. Lin nodded gently, speaking with tender devotion. Master can bite me anytime. It doesn't hurt at all. Wow, this little devil is getting naughtier, degree, actually coming up with such a ridiculous excuse, and forcing me to say such insincere words. No way. A spanking must be scheduled immediately 50,000 times, no, 100,000 times. I confess. Degree equals hashtag 3. Nanako hugged her chest, still maintaining her tsundere expression. But she had already moved away from the dog disciple swiftly and inconspicuously, maintaining some distance in case he truly decided to lay his cards on the table. The silly tuft of hair on her head swayed effortlessly, like a little snake dancing. It was a clear display of the triumphant and light-hearted mood after exacting her vengeance. And just at that moment, Vivian on the throne had finished delivering her speech, attributing the demon's retreat entirely to the great deities and the devout faith of the citizens of Moon Orchid City. Praise the gods! Vivian gently crossed her hands over her chest, closing her eyes with a devout expression on her face. The nobles in the grand hall joined Vivian in prayer, followed by fervent applause echoing through the chamber. Vivian opened her eyes with a smile and said, Everyone, please enjoy this feast joyfully to celebrate that the demon's arrival did not destroy Moonlit Orchid City. After the banquet concludes, I hope you will all contribute generously. Those suffering people in Moonlit Orchid City still need our help to rebuild their homes. The nobles below the stage all echoed their approval with thunderous applause. Then, maintaining the elegant smile of nobility, Nanako acknowledged each noble one by one with Arnold's introduction. By the way, Lady Nanako, there's one more person you absolutely mustn't forget. Vivian froze momentarily. Arnold whispered a reminder, the steward Naniko from Winter Springs Valley. If we can establish ties with Winter Springs Valley, then Moon Orchid City would gain a powerful ally. This way, our city-state could secure more resources and leverage before the king. Naniko let out a sigh and said, I understand. Politics again. When real emergencies arise, people still resort to empty diplomacy. If this continues, I fear we'll never be able to remove these false masks. Yet she understands what's at stake. After all, she's now the last surviving member of the Violet family. If she doesn't accomplish something meaningful soon, even Moon Orchid City, their last remaining stronghold, might be lost. Then, under Arnold's introduction, Vivian maintained that graceful smile as she walked towards Nanako's direction. Miss Nanako, hello, I am. But in the very instant before she could finish speaking, the smile on her face froze in place. Then her gaze snapped over as she looked at Lin, who was sitting next to Nanako and eating grilled meat. In an instant, she was shocked. It's you. Lin froze for a moment, raised his head, and saw Vivian's stunned face. Then he smiled faintly and said, hello, Vi. Whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, Vivian's figure instantly vanished from the spot at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, only a petite silhouette remained where she had stood. Lin? Nanako? Arnold? The corner of the corridor. Vivian widened her eyes, her face as red as a boiled duck, her hands clenched tightly, sweat dripping down in loud patters, while steam practically rose from the top of her head. It's the godlike prince. The godlike prince actually came to this banquet. What do I do? What do I do? I never expected the godlike prince to appear out of nowhere like this. Didn't His Highness say he was leaving? Why did he suddenly return and appear at Vivian's banquet? Could it be he came specifically for Vivian? Ah! She let out bashful screams, repeatedly banging her head against the wall. No way! This won't do! Vivian, you must pull yourself together. You are the descendant of the glorious Violet Monarch, the lovely and charming Princess Vivian. You can't be this timid. Have you forgotten your ancestors' family motto? Be brave. Stay motivated. She quickly stood up, then lifting her skirt, she dashed with quick, light steps toward the depths of the castle. Half a minute later, she kicked the warehouse door open. Vivian frantically searched through the warehouse. A few seconds later, Vivian swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the rusty hammer in her hand, where she could vaguely make out patches of dried bloodstains. This hammer was the very legendary weapon her mom had used to knock her dad unconscious back in the day before dragging him home for some quality time. It can be said that this is undoubtedly a family heirloom. Oh! Vivian covered her burning face, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding so hard it felt ready to leap out of her chest. Knocking out His Highness with this hammer in one strike and carrying him back home. Though incredibly difficult to achieve, but, Vivian really went through so much to finally encounter such a powerful and handsome god-tier man. How could she just let him slip away? Even if he might be over 1,000 years older than Vivian, May-December romances are actually quite common. You've got this, Vivian. Never give up. You must dare to try. Vivian swiftly grabbed the hammer and dashed out of the warehouse in a flurry. A dozen or so seconds later, she arrived at the grand hall where the family's ancestors were enshrined. Faintly visible was the portrait of a resolute and strikingly handsome man hanging above the highest ancestral tablet, on which was inscribed, Violet Monarch Lin. Thud. Without hesitation, Vivian immediately knelt onto the prayer mat. Clasping her hands together, wide-eyed, she kowtowed loudly over a dozen times before the ancestor's portrait. Bang, bang, bang. May the great Violet Monarch, the loving and omnipotent ancestor, bless Vivian. Vivian may have found her beloved, so Vivian wants to follow the ancestral teachings, knocking him out and carrying him back. But Vivian tightly closed her eyes, then grabbed a hammer with both hands and shouted. But Vivian's beloved is incredibly strong, so Vivian wants to request the ancestral blessing to bestow powerful enchantments that can knock out Vivian's godlike crush. Instantly, an almost imperceptible glimmer flickered across the lofty rankings. Chapter 45. The Patriarch responds to Vivian's prayer. In the Great Hall, the bewildered Lin suddenly froze in realization. Immediately, he sensed a faint, elusive connection. The power of faith? Lin pondered. 1,000 years ago, after he became a demigod, he had indeed spread the worship of himself across most of the continent to forge his own divine spark. But since his rebirth, that connection had already been severed. Because he had already lost half of his divine spark, he could no longer sense the prayers of his followers. I can actually perceive prayers from my worshippers, and they seem to be quite close to me. Is it because I recently reconnected with my divine spark? Heh, how interesting. At once, Lin closed her eyes. In an instant, a vague image emerged in Lin's mind. Vivian? That granddaughter of yours from who knows how many generations ago who just suddenly ran away? Lin was puzzled. Why would she be praying to me? And the very next moment, that voice faintly echoed in Lin's mind. Vivian may have found her perfect match. Vivian wishes to beseech the ancestor to bestow blessings, granting her powerful enchantments to knock out her dream man. The corners of Lin's lips curled upward. Not bad at all. Did she find someone who caught her eye at the banquet and decided to knock them out and carry them back to be her boyfriend? Truly a worthy woman of our Violet family. She's perfectly inheriting the fine traditions of her great-great-great-great-grandmother. So that sudden dash earlier must have been because she spotted someone she fancied. Swish, swish, swish. Lin's gaze swiftly swept over all the men in the banquet hall. So, which lucky fellow has won the favor of my little princess from the Violet family? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin's lips. In that case, how could I, as your ancestor, possibly refuse to help? In an instant, Lin's finger twitched almost imperceptibly as an undetectable streak of light flashed by. The opponent is powerful, yet you can't kill them outright. So how about enchanting you with a supreme enchantment that can knock anyone unconscious with 100% certainty, as long as they're below divine or demonic level? Ha 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 ha. As for what happens afterward, well, that depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. This old ancestor can only help you this much. In that instant, Vivian, who had been praying in the center of the hall, suddenly froze. Then, to her delight, she noticed a faint glow slowly enveloping the hammer in her hand. The glow vanished in an instant. At that very moment, several lines of text abruptly appeared in her mind. Dizzy rune, demigod tear. Vivian suddenly revealed a look of complete shock. The prayer was answered. The ancestor actually answered Vivian's prayer. Vivian stared in astonishment at the hammer in her hand, a mix of surprise and joy flooding through her so intensely that she nearly jumped for excitement. Generation after generation of their Violet family descendants had come to this place daily to pray to the ancestor. But for these 1,000 years, no one has ever received a response from the ancestor. Could it be? Has the ancestor not died, but instead become a deity-like existence? Vivian swallowed hard, both shocked and overjoyed. Regardless, however, the ancestors have manifested their divine presence. It's evident then that the ancestors hold great favor regarding this matter. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you for your divine protection. Vivian cowed out several times with audible thumps, her eyes reddening with emotion. Vivian will definitely uphold the Violet family's glorious traditions, without fail. She clenched her small fist, her fighting spirit surging as determination instantly solidified in her eyes. Banquet hall. Asterisk as expected of my descendant, Lin, decisive as ever. Asterisk for my only descendant, offering a little help is no problem at all. Asterisk besides, I'm counting on her to bear many children and pass on the Violet family's excellent genes. Ahahaha. Asterisk. Lin's expression relaxed. Nanako looked puzzled. The disciple's mood seemed to have instantly improved a great deal, but the idea of Her Highness Vivian being one's own disciple was truly bizarre, no matter how you thought about it. But what exactly happened just now when Vivian suddenly ran away? Sweetheart? Her face was full of confusion. Right as she was about to continue eavesdropping on her disciple's innermost thoughts, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Vivian, dressed in an elegant long skirt, gracefully walked in slowly through the back door, a faint smile on her face, exuding remarkable poise and beauty. My apologies, Vivian said with a remorseful bow, explaining, I suddenly encountered an urgent matter earlier and had to step away for a moment. I hope you don't mind, head clerk Nanako. Nanako took in the sincere expression of the girl standing before her, who was just a tad taller. Nanako waved her little hand, saying, It's alright. Nice to meet you, Princess Vivian. So, this is the descendant of my disciple? But no matter how I look, I can't find any resemblance at all. That makes sense too. If my disciple wants to lie low, he definitely wouldn't disguise himself using his original appearance. But how strange that such a scoundrel disciple could have such an elegant and beautiful descendant. Vivian and Nanako soon began chatting warmly and amiably. Arnold, who was standing behind them, had his eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring profusely from his head, because he saw, right behind Vivian's waist, there was surprisingly a huge hammer hanging. Arnold was completely stupefied. Princess Vivian, did you just run back specifically to get this hammer? What are you doing? What are you planning to do with that hammer? Farming? Standing not far from Nanako, Lin curled the corner of her mouth into a smirk. His heart overflowed with the benevolent affection of an elderly father. He naturally perceived with ease the small hammer Vivian had concealed behind her back. As expected of my descendant, truly decisive, bringing the hammer without hesitation. Melancholy, such melancholy. It's been so many years since I last felt this pride watching my descendants achieve such greatness. Moreover, she didn't even glance in my direction. It seems this descendant of mine has excellent temperament, immediately grasping my implicit suggestion not to expose me. But how could she possibly know that her so-called senior is actually her ancestor? Ha. So, which lucky fellow will manage to catch my descendant's favor? Lin's eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding group of men. Arnold? Too old and ugly, plus prone to diarrhea, probably not him. The sword puppet? He's not even human. That effeminate noble youth in the back? He's got a boyfriend already. Lin's gaze swept inquisitively across every male present, filled with doubt and scrutiny. While chatting amiably with Nanako, Vivian kept stealing glances in this direction with the corners of her eyes. Deep breaths. You can do this, Vivian. The senior was a die-hard fan of Violet Archduke, and he himself was a descendant of Violet Archduke. Rounding off, the senior was practically half his fan. Rounding off again, surely the senior must like him very much as well. So, knocking someone out to assert dominance has a pretty high chance of success. Oh great ancestors, please, you must protect Vivian. Chapter 46, Getting confessed to by your own descendant is such a thing. Vivian kept praying in her heart. Then she swallowed hard, her eyes wide, while cold sweat trickled down her back. Then, as she chatted with Nanako, she began inching almost imperceptibly toward Lin's direction. Steward Nanako, may I ask a personal question? Vivian said, her cheeks slightly flushed. May I ask what type of person you're looking for as a partner? Nanako tilted her head slightly, then deliberately glanced at her disciple who was peering around not far away. Crossing her arms and looking skyward with closed eyes, she said, "Well, obviously, it must be a handsome boy with great personal charm." "Do you mean that Her Highness Vivian already has someone in mind?" Nanako's gossipy heart instantly burned with curiosity. Vivian blushed crimson, then stole a quick glance in Lin's direction before lowering her head again, her face flushing as she murmured, In an instant, Nanako's curious gaze darted past Lin toward the other side of the grand hall. Where? Just now I saw Her Highness Vivian glance in this direction." Lin also quickly turned her head, curiously looking towards all the boys behind her. Where? I think she just glanced towards the direction behind me earlier." "No way. I must do a thorough check." In the next instant, Lin and Nanako's gazes instantly locked onto the figure behind them, a pot-bellied, beer-gutted, middle-aged bald man with gold-capped teeth, the very picture of a self-satisfied businessman. Nana, shocked. Lin, holy shit, utterly shocked. Lin's heart gave a start, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the middle-aged business elite from head to toe. This loser? Oh my god. Could this great-great-granddaughter of mine actually like this type? Please, no. This balding middle-aged man is at least 30 years older than you, my dear great-great-granddaughter, old enough to be your father. As if sensing our gaze, the middle-aged balding man smiled faintly, flashing his golden teeth, puffed out his belly, raised his glass, and gestured toward us. Slap. A button on the belly suddenly popped off. The excess flesh around the waist immediately surged forth in rolling waves. Nanako, Omega. Lin slapped her palm against her forehead, her lips twitching uncontrollably. No, that can't be right. The aesthetic standards of my descendants absolutely couldn't be this twisted. Vivian, blushing, asked Secretary Nanako, "May I ask, if it were you, would you be able to accept a boyfriend who's a bit older than you?" Nanako glanced at Lin N, then quickly averted her eyes to the sky as she replied, "Well, that could certainly be considered." Vivian immediately pressed on hopefully, "What if it's someone much older?" Nanako. Lin. Slap. Lin took a deep breath, turned her head away, and smacked her palm against her forehead. Case closed. It's confirmed. This great-great-granddaughter of his has really fallen for. Lin gritted his teeth, his gaze instantly locking onto the face of that portly, balding middle-aged man, his fingers cracking as they clenched. That balding middle-aged successful man. How tragic. This is the sorrow of the entire Violet family. Could it be that she was truly destined to have a middle-aged, balding, successful businessman as her great-great-great-great-grandson-in-law? Stay calm, Lin, you must stay calm. Although you're her ancestor, you must respect your descendants' choices. You can't impose your ancient era values on a girl from modern times. Damn it, but I'm still so angry. Vivian's face grew increasingly red as she said, Headmaid Nanako, my beloved is actually here right now. Do you think I should dare to confess my feelings? Nanako glanced at the pot-bellied successful businessman and said blankly, If you like someone, then of course you should bravely confess your feelings. Vivian thought for a moment, then nodded firmly, her eyes gradually showing a hint of determination. You're absolutely right, Lady Nanako. Then she pulled out a hammer from behind her back. Nanako, Omega, what is this? Vivian explained seriously, Miss Nanako, you wouldn't know this, but it's a tradition of our Violet family. Our ancestral teachings say that when you meet a boy you like, you should knock him out, carry him back, and let the cooked rice become irreversible. Vivian is ready to act. Nanako stammered in shock, and ancestral teaching. What kind of damned ancestral rule is this? Nanako was going crazy, grabbing her twin pigtails in frustration. Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, no longer willing to look. It seems, it's come to this. Damn it, the superior genes of my Violet family are probably going to end with me. Degree, but the family motto clearly states you should choose partners modeled after your supremely wise and heroic ancestor. Not just randomly whack whoever you see with a mallet. Good lord, whatever, I give up. I'm done. Let the world burn. Lin closed his eyes, massaging his temples as he slumped back in his chair with excruciating frustration. Then he could feel Vivian approaching him step by step. Is she coming for me? Can you reconsider this? That man must be at least 2 generations older than you. He probably already has grandchildren. Lin. Good grief. Then, Lin sensed Vivian stopping not far beside her. She cracked her eyes open slightly and immediately saw Vivian's flushed little face. Without another word, Lin immediately closed her eyes, her lips twitching slightly. No way. Do you really want me, your senior, to give you advice? Impossible. Forget about whether it might expose my identity, even if I actually gave you advice, And it was precisely at the moment when Lin's mind was consumed by frantic internal monologue. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell into complete silence. Lin stared blankly, her eyes wide open. Only visible was Vivian's slightly flushed face as the hammer in her hand came to an extremely precise halt just above her own head. The surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Nanako, Arnold, and the others all stood frozen in place, their mouths hanging open. Then they heard Vivian's shy words, her face slightly flushed. I like you, though I still don't know your name, but, please go out with Vivian. Vivian tightly shut her eyes, gripping a hammer, and shyly declared her feelings loudly. The next moment, Nanakeo, Omega Omega, Arnold, oh my god. The sword puppet emitted a buzzing sound as a wisp of black smoke rose from its head. Its mind went completely blank before crashing outright. Lin froze momentarily. And in that very instant, now he finally understood why Vivian had prayed to him for enchantments inside the ancestral hall earlier. And he finally grasped her true objective. What a sin! At that moment, the shock Lin experienced was no less than a comet hitting the earth. Immediately, his head fell backwards. A powerful dizziness enchantment instantly took effect. Foam instantly gushed from their mouth as their eyes spun like mosquito coils, then they collapsed unconscious. Lin O, XNX, O rolled over into the past. Disciple, Nanako cried out, darting forward at lightning speed. Immersive Translate. Chapter 47. It's all my fault for being too outstanding. The next day, Nanako gritted her teeth, steam practically billowing from her head as she shouted, Sir Arnold, you owe me a proper explanation. How could Vivian just knock my apprentice out cold with a single hammer swing? And this whole love confession business, it's absolutely unacceptable. Arnold was drenched in sweat, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, Headmaid Nanako, please calm down first. I truly don't know why this happened. Logically speaking, Princess Vivian and your disciple have just met. How could she have taken a liking to him at first sight? Nanako, furious and exasperated, pointed at Lin En, who was sitting not far away on a small stool, silently smoking a cigarette for a long time. One after another, the cigarette ash drifted with the wind. Nanako snapped, Can't you see my lively and cheerful disciple has fallen into such a state of depression? An explanation. There must be a proper explanation. Lin sat on a bench in the corner, smoking. Silence. Silence reigns tonight at Cambridge Bridge. Being confessed to by one's own great-great-great dash, who knows how many times, descendant is. Indeed, the mistake was mine alone. The mistake lay in being far too outstanding. No matter where I go, I stand out like a firefly in the night, so vivid, so exceptional. Lin looked up, taking a weary and melancholic drag from his cigarette. But, still, he felt that faint whisper of melancholy. The lump on his head throbbed dully. To think, being knocked unconscious by his thrice-great-granddaughter using the very dizziness enchantment she'd prayed to him for. Just thinking a little about it gives one the impulse to jump off the city wall nearby. After he was knocked unconscious last night, he knew nothing of what happened afterward. Only after waking up this morning did he hear from his lowly master. Last night, about what transpired after he was struck unconscious. Her great-great-great-granddaughter swiftly and deftly lifted her up, then dashed toward the door with rapid footsteps. If not for the lowly master reacting in time, she might have truly become the first ancestor in history to be taken down by her own granddaughter from who knows how many generations. Lin took a deep breath, wiping away that lingering dampness at the corner of her eye. Indeed, showing off in front of one's descendant. You really have to grasp that precise balance. She should have realized earlier the inevitable impact when a powerful, handsome young man suddenly appears before an inexperienced girl. There's absolutely no doubt you'll be loved. Oh, Aini, oh, this is truly a sin. After the negotiations concluded, Nanako turned her head, her eyes slightly moist. Seeing her disciple's silent demeanor, she felt her heart ache terribly. Being confessed to by one's own descendant. No matter how you think about it, this is truly a tragic affair. My disciple needs a hug. Don't cry, don't cry. Nanako walked over with a pained heart, patting Lin's back and offering her shoulder for her disciple to lean on. After we return, Master will give you a proper few days off. After all, such a thing had happened. Surely your spirit must have suffered severe damage. Nanako also found tears welling up in her eyes. Can I take a whole month off? Lin forced her eyes to well up with tears. Nanako nodded sympathetically. Of course you can. Can I also ask for things like shoulder massages and back rubs? Lin's eyes grew even wetter. Of course you can. Nanako's eyes grew even more moist. Can we really sleep together? Yes, you can. Slap. With her eyes tightly shut, Nanako delivered a sharp knock on the head. Moon Orchid City Castle basement. The sword puppet had been pacing back and forth for an entire day, and just recalling the horrifying scene he had witnessed the day before, he felt his magical energy core threatening to burn out. That foolish girl. That utterly foolish girl. The sword puppet shuddered. Suddenly confessing your feelings to someone in public is one thing, but did you even realize the person you're confessing to is your ancestor? This isn't just about making your ancestors roll in their graves anymore. This is enough to make all your ancestors rise from their graves as stunned zombies. I hope Master won't be angry. The sword puppet paced back and forth, consumed with anxiety. And at precisely this moment, the space in the basement suddenly twisted and distorted. The next instant, A handsome young man gradually materialized before his very eyes. Morning. Lin silently took a drag of his cigarette. In an instant, the sword puppet's eyes widened with delight. Master. It's Master. Master has come to see me. Without wasting another word, the blade puppet swiftly dashed forward, knelt on one knee, and pounded its chest forcefully with one hand, declaring excitedly, Blade Series No. 007 reporting, Master. That's right. He was one of the many puppets Lin had created after maxing out his arcane engineering skills back in the day. Yet, this one was somewhat special. He unexpectedly developed his own consciousness during the creation process, so Lin has kept him by her side ever since. Until the time when the gods descended. Only then was he appointed as the guardian of the Violet family. Until this very day. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years have passed. Master, I truly never imagined. You're actually still alive. The sword puppet's eyes welled up with tears. Lin took a deep breath and said with deadfish eyes, There's nothing to be surprised about. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Everyone keeps contingency plans for themselves. After all, the odds of standing against deities were never great to begin with. The sword puppet's eyes welled with tears. Back then, he had been assigned to protect the descendants of his master's family and didn't personally participate in that final battle. Later, when he heard the news of his master's fall, he nearly collapsed from grief. For a full 1,000 years, he had lived every day with the immense grief of one who had lost their father, and now knowing his master wasn't dead, how could he possibly hold back his tears? So wonderful, truly too wonderful. The sword puppet wept with aged tears. This old servant has truly thought of you every single day, drowning in tears each morning and night. He pointed to a table not far away and wailed, Every day we kowtow to you, every day we pray for your resurrection to lead us once more in battle against the gods. Lin froze momentarily, then turned his gaze toward the indicated direction. A dilapidated table. A portrait of a grayish-white, burly man hung on the wall. 3 incense sticks stood before it. Their bluish smoke curled upward. It depicted his very own likeness from his Lord of Violet era. Lin opened her listless fish-like eyes and walked over, casting a glance at the books lying on the table. Resurrection Magic Guide, Necromancer Edition. Zombie Terminology, Rising from the Coffin. Encyclopedia on Normal Communication with Zombie Ancestors. Secrets Zombies and Maidens Must Not Tell. On the proper grooming techniques for senior zombies after rigor mortis and hair growth. Click click. Lin clenched her fists with audible clicks, took a deep breath with her eyes closed, and spoke with complicated emotions. Sword puppet, you truly have a heart for this. I suppose in this world, only you think about how to revive me every single day. Tears welled up in Sword Puppet's eyes as he said, This is nothing more than what this old servant should do. Chapter 48, My name is Lin, your ancestor. Lin waved his hand decisively, putting an abrupt end to this goddamn conversation. There are 2 main things I came to discuss with you this time. Lin paced with his hands behind his back and said, The first is to do some repairs for you, so you don't actually fall apart. The second thing is, Lin looked up and said, regarding Vivian, that foolish girl, who happens to be my descendant, I intend to reveal my identity to her outright, so she can abandon any unrealistic notions in that regard. What do you think? At these words, the sword puppet was instantly overjoyed. Their master was going to disclose their true identity to their descendant? He too thought this was an exceptionally feasible course of action. After all, just recalling what happened last night gives him a pounding headache. But as long as the ancestor reveals his true identity, personally telling her that he is the Violet Monarch, her progenitor, that newly sprouted tendril of affection in her heart would undoubtedly be strangled in its cradle. Master, have you finally decided to reveal your true identity? Lin nodded and said, I didn't think it necessary before, but upon reflection, this might be the quickest way to rid that bratty girl of her foolish notions. After all, such thoughts should be nipped in the bud. That's right. Being confessed to by one's own descendant was already fucking ridiculous. If she were to actually carry a torch for him any longer, that was truly an ancestral fury arising. A long silence ensued. The sword puppet coughed slightly and pondered, Well, actually, Master, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Speak. Lin shot him a glance. The sword puppet said earnestly, as the saying goes, blood thins over 3 generations. Bang, crack, boom, crash. Master, stop. Please stop. I was just talking nonsense. Put that chair down right now. Stop hitting. Please stop hitting. After several minutes of beating, Lin looked at the oing sword puppet, which was barely holding together, and said calmly, Stop throwing these random memes at me, got it? Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The sword puppet oed, understood, Master. Lin shook his head. Then Lin reached out his hand, his fingertips flickering faintly. One after another, rips slowly tore through the space around him. Under the bewildered gaze of the sword puppet, chunks of the finest mithril and divine gold gradually materialized. Let me give you a proper renovation first, saves you from suddenly kicking the bucket one day. Lin's heart stirred with inspiration. The mithril and divine gold immediately began to morph, gradually transforming into various mechanical components and structures. After his reincarnation, the secret treasures he'd hidden within his interdimensional space hadn't been lost. And now, they were precisely what he needed to put to good use. Witnessing this scene before him, the sword puppet was both shocked and exhilarated. No forging process was required. With mere thought alone, he could alter the shape and structure of external objects. This was absolutely beyond the capabilities of any mortal. Clearly, Master's current strength, even if not yet at the peak of his prime, is undoubtedly getting close. To witness the return of such a formidable master, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly burst into tears. In an instant, his mind flashed back 1,000 years when his body was still that of a little brat, gazing up in worship at that towering and majestic figure. Ouch, that hurts. Bloody hell. Castle, Vivian's bedroom. There sat Vivian in her pajamas, slumped dejectedly before her easel, gazing at the handsome young man depicted on the canvas. Just thinking about last night's events filled her with waves of regret, because she had truly been too hasty. The moment she saw His Highness, her idol, she instantly lost all composure. That's why she ended up doing something foolish like confessing her feelings to him in front of everyone. I should have really waited for a chance to be alone with him before confessing. Vivian clutched the hammer in her hand with grievance. With so many people around, even if she managed to knock out her crush, dragging him away would be incredibly difficult. Yet what she never expected was that His Highness, her crush, would turn out to be Nanako's disciple. This must be a disguise to hide one's identity. So impulsive. Really too impulsive. Vivian puffed her cheeks, dragging her face with muffled sobs, blowing at her bangs with pouted lips. I wonder if I'll ever get another chance to see His Highness again. Dejected. All motivation drained away in an instant. Vivian stood up dispiritedly, gently adjusting the straps on her shoulders before changing clothes to go apologize to her crush. But just at that moment, suddenly, a ripple of spatial distortion swept through the room. Then, right before Vivian's stunned gaze, two figures gradually materialized in her chamber. Upon seeing Vivian's disheveled state, Lynn immediately closed her eyes, coughed, and said, "Vivian, I have something to catch the pervert." Vivian suddenly shrieked. Without thinking, she grabbed a hammer and instantly hurled it straight in Lynn's direction. Bang! In a sudden, unprepared moment, the hammer flew through the air and struck Lynn's head with unerring accuracy. A brief silence ensued. The sword puppet instantly turned pale with fright, screaming, "Master!" Vivian was also stunned for a moment before immediately recognizing the person's face. She froze in shock and exclaimed, Mr. Perfect!" The hammer clattered to the ground from above Lynn's head. Lynn took a deep breath and said, "Vivian, about hammers, let's not aim for the head next time, okay? That could actually kill someone." Vivian swallowed hard and stammered, "Your Highness, are you alright?" Lynn gave a faint smile and said, How could anything possibly be wrong with me?" Burp. Lynn's head tilted backward. The dizzying rune activated, frothing at the mouth as he passed out cold once more. "Master! My Prince Charming!" Vivian screamed. About 10 minutes later, Lynn opened his dead fish eyes, a bandage wrapped around his head, as he sat on the chair coming back to consciousness. If it weren't for the previous incident of being knocked out, which made him deliberately increase his resistance to dizziness, he probably wouldn't have woken up now. Vivian lowered her head, her face burning with embarrassment, twisting the hem of her skirt like a child who had done something wrong. "Godlike Prince, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Lynn took a deep breath and said, "Seems like you've had special training. Getting knocked out by you the first time was just bad luck, but I never expected you'd manage to do it a second time." Vivian blushed and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mother said our family's ancestral skills mustn't be lost, so the aim has to be perfect. Vivian's been practicing since childhood. Damn, she actually trained for this." Lynn felt absolutely miserable. What kind of ancestral craft is this supposed to be anyway? Why didn't I, as the family ancestor, know anything about this? Vivian blushed crimson, her heart pounding as she stammered, "Your Highness, did you come specifically to see Vivian?" Then she turned her head in confusion again, looking at the sword puppet beside her, and asked, "Also, why did Grandpa Sword Puppet come along?" Lynn took a deep breath, knowing it was time to tell her the truth. He sat up straight and looked at Vivian seriously, saying, "Vivian, come to think of it, you still don't know my name, do you?" Vivian froze for a moment, her small face instantly turning crimson. It seems His Highness suddenly became very serious. So handsome, Omega? Speaking to Vivian in such a serious tone, is there some official announcement to be made? For example, "Remember my name, Vivian. From now on, I'll be the one managing your fish pond." Or perhaps, "There's no helping it. Since you've knocked me out twice now, I guess I'll have to be with you." Countless romantic lines that protagonists say to heroines in novels flashed rapidly through Vivian's mind. But then in the very next moment, "My name is Lynn, Vivian. Chapter 49, I'll authorize it on behalf of the ancestor." Lynn's voice sounded in her ear. In an instant, Vivian froze. Lin. Lin. Is the god prince's name Lin? But why does this name feel so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before? And in the very next moment, Vivian suddenly shuddered. Lin. Lin, exclaimed Vivian, Omega Omega. That's my ancestor's name. No. No way. Why would the prince god share the same name as my ancestor? Could this mean? Vivian's eyes instantly revealed an expression of utter shock. Seeing Vivian's stunned expression, Lin curled the corners of his mouth, feeling deeply gratified. Ha! Finally understood, have you? Exactly. I am the ancestor of the Violet family, the one standing at the very top of your ancestral shrine. Lin curled the corner of his mouth and said, just as you imagined, I am. Your Highness, the male god, you truly live up to being my ancestor's most devoted fanboy. Vivian leaped up in excitement instantly, her eyes glistening with tears as she exclaimed in awestruck emotion. To think you'd chosen exactly the same name as my ancestor, this is just so moving. As a descendant of the Violet Monarch, Vivian is truly overwhelmed with emotion. Wah! Lin's smile froze instantly on his face. Vivian was moved to her core. She recalled their previous encounter in the city district once more. The godlike prince spent a full dozen minutes right before me, praising our ancestor with such moving words that time. Back then, I only vaguely thought the prince must be a devoted fan of our ancestor. Now it's been completely confirmed beyond doubt. Oh, Aini, oh, so touching. As expected of our ancestor, you actually earned the worship of such a powerful being for at least 1,000 years. As your descendant, even Vivian gets to bask in your reflected glory. Lord Male God is really. He actually went and took the exact same name as the ancestor. His admiration is literally overflowing. If his admiration grows any deeper, he might just transform into the ancestor himself? Omega? Affection plus 10. Affection plus 10. Wait a moment. Lin finally reacted, gritting his teeth and said, you misunderstood what I meant. What I meant was, he took a deep breath, gazing solemnly at her, and said, I am your ancestor. Instantly, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Vivian stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Lin. Seeing Vivian's expression, Lin let out a relieved sigh. Shaking his head with deadfish eyes, he said, I know you can't believe it, but this is the truth. Ever since I was reborn, I haven't used that form for a long time, though in front of you, I can make an exception and change back just this once. In an instant, under Vivian's stunned gaze, amidst shimmering rays of light, Lin's body gradually began to transform. The next moment, a tall, aloof man wearing a crown and clad in purple battle armor slowly materialized before Vivian. It was the form he had maintained for millennia, the most widely recognized, the Violet Monarch. In an instant, a mighty surge of power radiated out from his body. It was the majestic aura of the Violet Sovereign, the imposing presence of a ruler who had once governed countless subjects. Even seeing this scene, the puppet swordsman trembled involuntarily, his knees instinctively buckling as he knelt. Vivian was stunned. This. Lin maintained the dignity of a king, gazing at her with a profound and complex expression, saying, now you shouldn't have any doubts. Vivian trembled violently, murmuring as she stared at Lin. It seems like. Lin was stunned for a moment and said, what? And at that very next moment, Vivian immediately let out an incredulous cry, jumping up in shock as she trembled, saying, wow, amazing. As expected of His Highness the Male God, even an imitation could be so perfect. It looks exactly like the image of the ancestor Vivian saw in the portrait. Vivian screamed in excitement. Indeed, truly indeed. I knew it, given His Highness's admiration for the ancestor. After even changing his name, how could he possibly not go as far as transforming into the ancestor's appearance? Vivian guessed it right in one go. This is so moving. I'm so moved I could cry. True love. This is absolutely true love. Affection plus 100. Affinity plus 100. Woo woo. Lin gaped blankly, stammering, imitation? Woo woo. Amazing. Truly amazing. Your worship of my ancestors is professional grade. I can't hold back anymore. Vivian instantly dashed over with joy, wrapping around Lin like an octopus, nuzzling against him like a little squirrel clinging to a giant tree. So powerful. Truly beyond compare. If only I could marry a devoted follower of the patriarch. I could experience both husbandly love and fatherly affection. Woo, just thinking about it gets me so excited I could cry. Great ancestors. Did you see that? Vivian has lived up to the family precepts and truly found an exceptionally powerful and remarkable person according to your template. Lin froze. The sword puppet beside her also stood dumbstruck, its mind buzzing with noise. The wind howled through the window. This, Lin said dazedly, look carefully, I'm not impersonating, I am your ancestor. Vivian said, looks clear. Really Vivian knows you're just a huge fan of my ancestor. Don't worry, as a descendant of the great Violet Monarch, Your Highness needn't concern yourself with portrait rights if you want to imitate him. I'll authorize it on behalf of our ancestor. The wind howled through the window. It swept past Lin's bewildered expression. What kind of joke is this? Furious, Lin yanked Vivian off her body, lifting her up directly by the collar while gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't twist my words so casually. I'm saying, I really am your ancestor, not role-playing, not some fanboy, but your actual flesh and blood ancestor." Nanako was completely stunned by Lin's outburst. Held by Lin like a small animal, her limbs dangling in midair, swaying back and forth. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a light bulb lit up with a ding above the tuft of hair on her head. Her vision brightened instantly as she exclaimed, "I get it now." Lin let out a relieved sigh and said, "That's great." Vivian spread her arms wide, eyes shining brightly as she declared, "It's cosplay." Chapter 50. Vivian is about to break. A gentle breeze swept through. The room fell into complete silence. Covering her burning cheeks, Vivian shyly murmured, "Well, actually this might be okay, if His Highness wants to play some special games with Vivian. Even pretending to be the ancestor's form isn't." "What the hell kind of play are you talking about?" Lin was trembling. "Is this really my descendant?" Such improper thoughts at such a young age. If she grows up like this, she'll become downright supernatural. Lin is almost going crazy. "No, I can't take it anymore. This descendant must be beaten. Must be beaten. Otherwise, they'll definitely tear the roof tiles off in the future." Without another word, even as Vivian stared blankly, he directly pressed down this detestable great-great who knows how many generations, granddaughter onto his knee and grabbed the nearby feather duster. Thwack! 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 He unleashed a furious spanking on her bottom. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Stop. Your Highness, please stop. Vivian's in so much pain. She'll break. Vivian will break." Vivian screamed. But how could that be? No matter how the dreadful brat flailed about, Lin gave her bottom a proper thrashing. "Just like in the old days when I used to beat my daughter. I'm so furious. I'm so angry, smoke's about to rise from my grave. Today I'll beat some sense into you for sure. Damn it." Half an hour later, Lin sat upright with a stern expression, holding a feather duster whose plumes had already been beaten out in her arms. Vivian stood aggrieved opposite her, covering her swollen red buttocks with a blank stare in her eyes. "That's how things are." With her eyes closed, Lin said, "Believe it or not, but this is the truth. I am your ancestor, your real, genuine ancestor." After finishing the fight, Lin took out various items and documents that could prove his identity during the time just past. Even many secrets known only to the descendants of the Violet family, Lin recounted them all to her without omission. "We are bound by blood." Lin extended his hand, eyes closed, as 2 droplets of blood slowly hovered above his palm. "Though your bloodline has thinned to the verge of vanishing, if I truly release my blood essence, you would still sense it, because you are a descendant of the Violet family." In an instant, Lin unleashed his blood essence outward. Vivian shuddered from head to toe. She felt the blood in her body boiling as if about to burst forth, irresistibly drawn toward the youth before her. "This is," she murmured. Lin slowly opened his eyes and said, "Bloodline resonance, the most definitive method to verify kinship." Vivian was stunned. She muttered, "So, you are really my ancestor, and not just some fan of my ancestor." Lin took a deep breath and said, "I've already explained the whole story to you. The reason I didn't want to reveal my identity now is because I was afraid it would bring you unnecessary trouble. I've only recovered about 70 to 80% of my power in recent decades. If you accidentally reveal my identity, things could get very complicated." Vivian's mind was buzzing. This was indeed something extremely hard to digest. But, she murmured to herself, "So you're saying the person I knocked out was my ancestor?" Lin nodded firmly. "Exactly," she said dazedly. "I even confessed to my ancestors." Lin nodded and said, "Exactly." She murmured, "I feel like I've accomplished something." Lin closed his eyes and said, "Oh, you've accomplished all right." Vivian stood up with a clatter, her entire body stiff like a short-circuited machine. She wobbled as she turned around, moving numbly toward the door. "I feel like I might not be fully awake yet. This must be a dream." Watching Vivian stumbling awkwardly toward the main door, the sword puppet gulped and muttered blankly, "Master, broke." Master Vivian seems to have broken down. Lin let out a long sigh. There was nothing to be done. After all, ending up confessing her feelings to her own ancestor was undoubtedly a terrifying experience for a girl who had just awakened to the first flutterings of love. He waved his hand, and a faint glimmer of light flickered. Vivian suddenly felt her eyes grow heavy, then her body weakened as she collapsed to the ground. But before she hit the ground, her body was gently caught by an unseen force and laid softly upon the bed. After tucking her in, Lin took a deep breath and said, "Let her sleep well. No need to worry. If a woman of my Violet family can't handle a little setback like this, then she'd be truly worthless." With a faint smile, Lin clapped her hands and declared, "Think about my daughter back in the day when I accidentally left her deep in the southern desert. Didn't she still crawl 2,000 kilometers back home by sheer willpower?" The sword puppet asked dully, may I ask how old your daughter was at the time? Lin gave a faint smile and said, 10 months. The sword puppet's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down like a raging waterfall as it stammered, as expected of the master's bloodline, truly wild. But, this isn't really something to be proud of, is it? And, taking her into the heart of the desert at just 10 months old, is that really okay? Watching Vivian sleeping soundly, Lin finally let out a sigh of relief before turning to the sword puppet and saying calmly, alright, I'll be returning to Winter Spring Valley now. I'll leave things here to you. I expect major forces from across the continent will be pouring into Moon Orchid City in the coming days. Vivian is still so young, you'll need to handle the rest. The sword puppet immediately straightened its posture and said, yes, master. Then it hesitated slightly and asked, Master, when will I see you again? Lin's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, not too long. After 1,000 years, the gods are about to descend, and though my strength hasn't yet peaked, I've spent this entire millennium comprehending the laws already with modest success. Once they descend, I will settle every drop of the blood debt they owe. Lin narrowed his eyes, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing through them. The sword puppet instantly tensed, gritting its teeth as it declared, rest assured, master, if you need this old servant, I will follow in your footsteps without hesitation. I missed the divine war 1,000 years ago, but I absolutely won't let this opportunity pass me by again. Lin nodded, visibly gratified, turned around. He prepared to depart. Then he suddenly paused, feeling his pocket. Almost forgot. Yesterday, he took some sparkling gold from his master's private stash to visit a wellness center. Ahem, little Kuei. Lin coughed and said, your master is a bit short on cash lately, could you lend me a few hundred gold coins? The sword puppet froze momentarily, then immediately began patting himself down frantically, saying, Master, you humble me too much, this, how could a master borrow money from his own puppet? I belong entirely to you, let alone. Then he froze again and said, I don't have any money. An eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. Chapter 51, the first combat made core of the Abyss Demon Lord. Somewhere on the continent, a towering dark temple. Massive obsidian pillars stood firm on both sides, forming a long corridor. The thorn witch Freya gritted her teeth, laboriously dragging her body forward step by step toward the central hall. Freya, you have failed. A woman's voice devoid of any emotion rang out. Upon the central high platform stood a woman shrouded in a pitch-black cloak, gazing down indifferently at the thorn witch. Do you have any idea how much effort we've put into securing this opportunity? To divert Winter Spring's attention, we didn't hesitate to expose ancient elven ruins, and to prevent other high-ranking entities from noticing this operation, think of all the resources and personnel we've expended at the continental borders. Do you know? The thorn witch clenched her teeth and lowered her head, not daring to utter a word. Originally, everything had been proceeding according to plan. Far to the west of Moon Orchid City, they diverted the attention of Winter Springs Valley by utilizing excavated ancient elven ruins. They stirred up disturbances along the borders, forcing powers from the Heartland to redeploy to other regions. Even summoning the Blood Realm Fiend Lord succeeded remarkably well. They truly came just one step short. The Blood Realm Demon Lord would be able to obtain half of the Violet Monarch's divine spark. And as soon as it retrieves the divine spark and returns to the Abyss, the Abyssal Demon Sovereign's long-prepared subordinates would immediately intervene to seize it. This was their ultimate plan. Everything was done to awaken the Abyssal Demon Sovereign from its eternal slumber. But, the plan failed. The thorn witch bit her lip until blood nearly dripped from it, her eyes filled with hatred, saying, Your Grace, this was my negligence, but I truly never imagined that such a high-ranking being could still be concealed within Moon Orchid City. Even a demon of the Blood Domain Demon Lord's caliber was no match. Her face was full of bitterness, yet she felt waves of powerlessness. Because, truly, it was just a hair's breadth away. The great demon monarch they served might very well have been resurrected. As a demigod-bearing divinity, surely the demon monarch would have been overjoyed. A long, drawn-out sigh. On the high platform, the woman slowly pulled back her hood, revealing long ears and silver hair that cascaded down. She turned around, lifting her gaze toward the towering, eerie statue looming behind her. It depicted a man clad entirely in bone-colored armor, gripping an enormous sword while seated upon a throne. His closed eyes and featureless face beneath the helmet exuded nothingness, while the colossal demonic wings seemed to embody boundless power. Merely sitting there, even as a statue, he evoked an irresistible urge to kneel in worship. This was the foremost of the 10 great demon lords of the Abyss, known as the Foundation of Hell, the Fallen Angel, and the first demon king to unify the entire Abyss dimension. Lucifer Lin. Gazing at the name engraved in abyssal script beneath the statue, the silver-haired sorceress took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with the light of recollection. Before her, upon the throne-like seat lay volumes of mighty tomes representing their ancient legacy, the millennium history of the demon lords made core. Important considerations for Lord Lucifer's daily routines, stringent selection of maids and their early ethical education, The proper way for the head made to be pushed down by the tyrant demon lord, secret edition. Whoosh whoosh. The silver-haired witch swiftly, without leaving a trace, concealed the final small notebook. Maintaining her dignified expression, she turned her crimson eyes towards Freya and said, "What happened with Uerelon truly cannot all be blamed on you, but Freya, I hope you won't forget our cult's original purpose." The thorn witch trembled slightly, biting her lip as she spoke. "Yes, Commander." The silver-haired witch turned around, gazing down at her, and coolly said, "Tell me, what are we?" The thorn witch lifted her head, struggling to stand up straight, and said through gritted teeth, "We are Lord Lucifer's most loyal maids, his right and left hands, the mightiest maidens serving the first demon monarch of the abyss." The silver-haired sorceress paced, speaking indifferently. "That's right. You must remember this, no matter where we are, no matter what our identities may be, we are all His Majesty Lucifer's most loyal maids. Though Lord Lucifer has slumbered for 1,000 years, as long as we exist for even a single day, we absolutely will not permit anyone to challenge His Majesty's dignity. What is our motto?" The silver-haired sorceress suddenly turned, demanding sternly. The witches on the surrounding high platforms all removed their hoods, their eyes burning with fervor as they shouted in unison, "Eternal service to Lord Lucifer." The silver-haired witch nodded, her eyes softening with deep satisfaction. They were the abyssal cult spreading terror across the continent, the witches the world had learned to loathe. But only the core personnel knew. Their true identity was the first combat maid corps under Lord Lucifer. They were the personal maids and imperial harem candidates of His Majesty the first demon monarch of the abyss. The light of reminiscence flickered in her eyes. She vaguely remembers. Over 1,000 years ago, she was still a scrawny young elf lost in the abyss. If not for encountering the great Lord Lucifer, she would likely have perished long ago at the hands of chaotic demons. She still faintly remembers. His Majesty loved to sit upon the throne in contemplation, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the endless sky stretching into the distance. That solitary, melancholic temperament of his remained etched in her memory even now, impossible to forget. She still remembered. The demon Lord Emperor had a particular fondness for a mortal realm fruit called strawberries. In moments of leisure, he would sit quietly in his study enjoying them, while she and the other young maids stood respectfully by his side. What a beautifully nostalgic moment that was, so touching it brings tears to one's eyes. She turned her head, gazing at the strawberry statue revered as a totem not far away. Her eyes burned with fanaticism. She still remembered. "When I first joined the maid corps, my duty was to trim His Majesty the Demon King's nails. Once, due to my clumsiness, I accidentally cut them too short. Terrified and on the verge of tears, expecting punishment, His Majesty simply patted my head gently. 'It's all right, take your time.' At this thought, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. What a gentle voice that was, to show such tender expression to someone as lowly and insignificant as herself. From that moment on, she swore to serve Lord Lucifer forever, to become His Majesty's personal maid, and if possible, to offer even her very body. So she even started learning various positions from when she was just a little girl. But who could have imagined? 1,000 years ago, precisely during the era when the Violet Monarch of the main world waged war against the gods, Her Majesty would suddenly fall into slumber. And from then until now, she has never awakened. The most painful thing in the world is having mastered every technique, yet finding no occasion to use them. She took a deep breath and sorrowfully wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. After a long silence, regaining her dignified composure, she turned around and spoke with a condescending tone. "Freya, although this failure isn't entirely your fault, you're not entirely blameless either. By the authority of Lord Lucifer's first combat maid corps, I hereby temporarily relieve you of your position as Deputy Reserve Maid Corps Captain. You are to spend the next month scrubbing toilets in His Majesty's Demon Palace. Do I make myself clear?" Freya trembled violently, her eyes brimming with tears, as she stammered, "Captain, I. The silver-haired witch gazed down indifferently and said, "You should know this, and members of the First Maiden Corps are the elites among elites, His Majesty's reserve harem. Whether it's appearance or capability, they must stand at the absolute pinnacle. Since you failed, you must comply with the organization's arrangements. Understood?" Freya gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, Captain, for the glory of His Majesty." Meanwhile, at Winter Spring Valley, inside the Mage Tower, Nananiko's face flushed crimson as she gripped her ponytail with one hand and pressed the other against the button on her chest, saying, Disciple, really must we do it this way? It'll hurt so much." Chapter 52, It's always like this every time. In the bedroom of Nananiko, upon the soft expanse of the large bed, Nanakeo sat on the fluffy bed, her little face flushed red, her eyes flickering slightly with an exceptionally shy expression. Her petite body squirmed as she sat there, her unruly strands of hair swaying about. Lin said sternly, "Master, hurry up. Lie down now or it'll be too late. It really doesn't hurt, I promise." Nanakeo's face turned deep red as she stammered, but that position is so embarrassing, and having you approach from behind and everything. Lin took a deep breath and said, Master, it's really fine, believe me, it'll be over in a snap. Nanako hesitated, her face flushed as she replied, but, Master has never done this before, and that thing, it's so hot, I don't like it. Damn it. This is driving me crazy. Lin couldn't take it anymore. Holding cupping glasses and matches, exasperated to the point of physical discomfort, he said with frustration. Just doing cupping therapy. Just typical cupping therapy. Simply drawing out all the cold energy from inside the body, that's all there is to it. And also, Master, could you please stop making that expression? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was doing something entirely different to you. Furious. Angry. Got it. No need to be so fierce, disciple. Nanako sighed helplessly, her lips pouting as she flopped onto the bed like a salted fish, hugging a pillow with utter despair in her eyes. Lin shook his head in exasperation. With practiced ease, she took out the magic powder, swiftly sprinkling it into the fire pot before striking a match. Then she aimed at the right spot. Slap. Nanako instantly widened her eyes and subconsciously bit down on her own ponytail. Lin shook his head, his deadfish eyes staring blankly as he said, about 10 minutes or so. I'll give you a few more cups, Master, the cold energy will come out soon. They had been gone for several days since returning to Winter Spring Valley. Much had happened outside during this time, but most of it held little relevance to them. Essentially the day after they departed, Winter Spring Valley and various factions across the continent had sent numerous representatives to Lunar Orchid City, all seeking to understand the demonic invasion. The subsequent specifics remained unknown. However, judging by the recent news reports, these events were largely recognized as divine miracles. Yet undoubtedly, many remain unconvinced. But that has nothing to do with them. As for Nanako, after battling that fiendish warlock, she keenly felt the inadequacy of her own strength. So after returning to Winterspring, I immediately wanted to attempt forbidden spells and master even more powerful frost magic. As for the results, no surprises there. The backlash was disastrous, magic energy surged back, my body was invaded by biting cold, and I definitely needed several days to recover from the weakness. Don't move around, just a few more cups left and we'll be done. Oh, Omega? Nana-chan said. Slap. Eep. Slap. Whimper. Slap. It hurts. Finally, after having cupping done 7 or 8 times, Nanako lay limp on the pillow, little stars spinning above her head, her ahogue drooping weakly as she mumbled with dazed eyes. My body feels completely drained. Of course. How utterly foolish. Right now you're just a lowly city crumbling mage. What business do you have practicing forbidden spells? A city crumbling mage still has royalty or mages ranked above them, jumping 2 whole ranks to challenge forbidden spell mastery. Who but the protagonist could accomplish such a thing? Do you actually think you're a genius like your disciple here? Just as expected, my lowly master remains as unreliable as ever. Lin was frustrated by his lack of progress. Nanako's ahogue twitched angrily with a snap. No, don't you dare look down on Master. Master will beat you. But her body was too weak, leaving her lying there helpless, unable to even discipline her disciple. Soon she slumped down again, puffing at her bangs as she muttered. Nana-chan also wants to become stronger, but it's really not that simple. Even though I'm a city breaker class mage, I still feel so powerless. She immediately recalled the scene from her previous battle with that warlock. That sense of powerlessness left her utterly dejected. Though she was already the magistrate of Winterspring Valley, still. And just then, Lin's inner voice echoed through her mind. Well, let's just use the Ice Sorrow meditation technique. Although it's only a king-level technique, it should be enough for Master to practice. Nanako's ahogue instantly stood on end. His attention immediately shifted to what was behind him. I guess I'm still too soft-hearted. I couldn't bear to see the little blue-haired girl so downcast, so I decided to lend her a small helping hand. But how can I get my lowly master to accept my guidance without suspecting me? This is really a headache. After hearing this, Nanako's eyes widened completely. What? My disciple, he wants to help his master improve her strength. Is it really that touching? Icebound meditation technique. Now I remember, wasn't that supposed to be a king-rank cultivation method? But I'm only at the city breaker level right now. Even if I obtained that cultivation method, I wouldn't be able to use it. As an executive of Winter Spring Valley, she naturally understood this very well. Because the Winter Spring Valley Magic Library happens to have this secret manual. So even if this disciple managed to obtain this meditation technique for himself, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Master, your porridge is ready. Completely unaware that his thoughts had been eavesdropped, Lin picked up the bowl, gently blew on it, scooped a spoonful of hot porridge, and opened his mouth to say, Nanako opened her mouth wide, glanced at Lin, then gobbled it down in one bite. You need to cover yourself well and rest properly. Don't go practicing forbidden spells these next few days. Lin blew on the hot porridge as he said. Otherwise, your condition will get worse. Got it, Nanako replied exasperatedly, her ahogue twitching with annoyance. You always say that. That's so true. But you're supposed to be the master here. Why is it that every time you fall ill, you end up being taken care of like a child by your own disciple? This is really frustrating. Rather than this, I might as well focus more on contemplating that technique from earlier, so master can properly eavesdrop, Nanonoko muttered. Then, inchworm-like, she wriggled about 10 centimeters toward the head of the bed. She reached out to grab the ice cream cone on the nightstand. Slap! Lin tapped her small hand with a spoon. Ouch! No ice-cold foods, Lin said sternly. Eating cold things now will only worsen the chill in your body. Master, don't you want to recover sooner? Nanako, clutched her reddened hand and whimpered, okay, I won't eat it. No need to be so strict with me. Speechless, you've already gotten yourself into this state, and you still don't take proper care of your body? You look completely indifferent about being sick, but don't forget it's me who suffers heartache every single time. If all else fails, degree, I'll just knock you unconscious tonight and cast a forbidden level healing spell. Even if you explode, master, I'll drag you back from death. Nanako glared, grinding her teeth, but she froze momentarily. My heart aches. Chapter 53, Adorable Little Love. She glanced at Lin, who was solemnly feeding her porridge, and froze for a moment. Just as Lin's gaze turned toward him, he jerked his head aside with a swift motion. His eyes widened in astonishment. White steam instantly puffed from his head in wisps, his mind buzzing with chaos. So, was it because he pitied his master, that he took such care of himself every time he fell ill? It's the first time I've heard such caring words from my disciple's heart. Daydreaming. Master, why did your face suddenly turn red? Lin was taken aback. Nanako started, quickly snapping back to reality and widening her large eyes as she said, and no way. Master needs to eat porridge. Don't say such strange things. Hey, feed me. Damn it. Nanako, stop letting your imagination run wild. It's just a disciple's concern for her master. It's filial piety. Filial piety. Definitely not those weird thoughts. Humph. No. Soon, nightfall descended. Lin lit a candle and sat at the table, holding a quill in his hand, gazing intently at the notebook before him. Swish, 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 swish. His quill seemed divinely aided, moving at a dizzying speed as it continuously inscribed one magical formula after another into the notebook. If any other mages were present, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished by this sight. The rigorous calculations and complex derivations flowed effortlessly under his hand, as simple as elementary arithmetic. A long time passed. Lin took a deep breath, picked up his notebook with satisfaction, and said, that settles it. Although the Lolita Master is a city-destroying tier mage, with the meditation technique I specially modified for her, it's not impossible for her to reach into the king tier methods. Faintly visible on the notebook's title page were the bold characters, Lament of Frost Meditation. At once, Lin's lips curled into a smirk. As for the specific method, Lin had long since figured it out. Teaching others while hiding one's identity, this old trope was thoroughly worn out in those cultivation novels from his past life, for goodness sake. Though this was reality, but it can still be put to use. Just pretend to be some great existence, then drag little lowly master into it, tell her she rolled the dice and won the grand prize of receiving my protection. Problem solved, right? In Xianxia novels, doesn't the protagonist often accidentally stumble into some high-level domain, and then accidentally gains the favor of certain seniors? No? This trick can be used by me too. Lin curled the corners of his lips. He could hardly wait to see the awestruck expression on his lowly master's face when they met. Well then, let's find a place first. Thinking this, Lin extended his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next moment, Lin's body instantly vanished from the spot. At the same time, the Plain of Frost. In an ancient palace covered in ice and snow, the mighty Frost Lord, ruler of the Ice Plain, great master of storm and frost, was perched upon his ancient throne, gazing down at his domain with satisfaction. His name was Amon, an ancient and powerful frost dragon. Ever since the Divine War 1,000 years ago, he had fled all the way to the endless plains of the abyss, and ultimately became the true ruler of this land. Ah, life! The frost dragon smacked its lips in satisfaction as it gazed down upon the endless snowstorm. This is how relaxing and comfortable it should be. If it weren't for some unavoidable reasons, who would truly be willing to be someone else's pathetic sycophant? It burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly pleased with the palace it had spent a full millennium constructing. Behold these towering stone pillars. Behold this majestic throne. Behold this endless snowy vista. Only such a palace can match my current noble status. Then it recalled those unbearable memories from over 1,000 years ago, remembering that despicable fellow it had been forced to lick every single day. Yes, even for a dragon, there exist past events too bitter to recount. But this was no ordinary dragon, it was one of the Dragon Regent's personal mounts, the young emperor's most capable intermittent chancellor, who also happened to be imperial kin. Back in the day, with his unparalleled skill of flattery, he managed to stand out among countless dragons and successfully rose to power. But who would have thought that it would last less than 500 years? The dragon regent rallied forces from across the entire continent, determined to defy the gods. Just thinking about it makes it clear there was no way to win such a battle. Thus, just as the great battle seemed on the verge of defeat, he decisively fled. He sprinted away without ever looking back, and then stubbornly survived here for a full 1,000 years. The dragon Eamon curled his lips and said, "Now that's what I call true wisdom for self-preservation." Of course, this dimension wasn't the first one he had discovered. Rather, it was one he had stumbled upon unintentionally while traveling with the regent years ago. And as the foremost sycophant by the regent's side, merely noticing how much the regent fancied this place, he promptly proposed to build a villa here himself, for the regent to visit when bored and wishing to admire the scenery, just to scam some funds along the way. Ah ha 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 ha, the great dragon Eamon laughed heartily. What a pity, such a marvelous place, but you won't get to see it in your lifetime, old fool. This magnificent domain is only worthy of the great Lord Eamon, and it was absolutely worth building a full millennium's work to complete this epic tier wonder. He roared with unrestrained, gleeful laughter, but at this very moment, crack, a deafening explosion rang out. In the palace hall, the space suddenly rippled with distortion. In the next instant, the silhouette of a youth appeared in the empty hall. Intruder? Eamon instantly stiffened. He whirled around, his massive wings flaring open, his gaze immediately locking onto the figure that had abruptly appeared in the hall, snarling viciously. "Who goes there? How dare you invade Eamon's domain?" Roar! With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it soared away in an instant, its colossal body landing right before the young boy in the blink of an eye. Boom! Endless snow and ice swirled through the air. Lin stood there, his lifeless fish-like eyes scanning the surroundings before finally settling on the massive, fearsome dragon before him. Lin was instantly stunned. She looked somewhat familiar. Eamon indifferently looked down at the human who had suddenly appeared before him, scrutinizing them from head to toe. A human? How interesting. He didn't seem like one of the minions sent by the gods to exterminate me. Could it be an astral ranger? Indeed, many powerful human archmages enjoy traveling across various planes. Or perhaps a lost soul? That's highly possible as well. Every year, countless creatures from the prime material plane accidentally step into spatial rifts and get transported to different dimensions. But no matter what, a sinister sneer abruptly twisted across his face. Now that you've come here, it's no longer up to you. Great Amon hasn't tasted fresh blood for a long time, but at this very moment, Xiao AI? You're Xiao AI, aren't you? Lin froze in surprise. In an instant, the roaring winds seemed to stop abruptly. The smile on the emerald dragon's face instantly stiffened where it stood. This goddamned fucking name is. Lin scrutinized it carefully, then his eyes lit up as they immediately fixed upon that collar around his neck. Though somewhat worn, yet one could still clearly see the line of text he had personally carved onto it with his own knife back then. Lin's exclusive mount, adorable little AI. Chapter 54, I stopped being a simp many years ago. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence. Lin laughed heartily, overcome with joy, slapping his thigh in a burst of emotion to express the exhilaration of their unexpected reunion. No wonder I couldn't find you afterward, you were sneaking around here. If I hadn't suddenly thought of this place and decided to drop by, I'd have never known you were hiding out here. So typical of you. Click. A barely audible cracking sound. Eamon the dragon stared blankly at the spot where he had just given a tiny little pat. Seems like something fractured. His mind went completely blank, leaving the entire dragon utterly dazed. This strength in his grip, this utterly infuriating tone. Could it possibly be? You're Lin, he screamed in terror, instantly spreading his wings. You're actually still alive. Lin crossed his arms and smiled slightly, saying, of course, how could I possibly die? It's just, Lin corrected its wording, hesitating as he said, are you sure you want to call me by my name? Eamon froze in shock. No, absolutely impossible. There's absolutely no way he could still be alive. I haven't played the fool for anyone in years, and I'll never call him by that name again. I have my dignity. I have my pride. Elmo, you must stay strong. Don't be afraid. You absolutely cannot yield again. Godfather. Eamon shamefully lowered his proud head, reluctantly and forcefully uttering that damn title he had shaken off 1,000 years ago. Those were the days. Ah, those were the days. Lin's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Faintly remembered. Back when I first went to govern the Dragon Clan, I happened upon this frost-winged serpent. Originally, Lin had no intention of engaging with it, but damn that little silver tongue was too smooth. Calling me Papa 1 minute, then your grandson the next. It licked its way straight to your heart, absolutely shamelessly adorable. And so it came to be. After his countless pleadings, Lin had no choice but to make an exception and let him become one of her mounts. Just thinking about what happened back then made Lin chuckle involuntarily. Back then, he had been her favorite little jester. Fate. It truly is fate. Lin wiped her moistened eyes, visibly moved, and said, Meeting an old friend in a foreign land truly makes one want to shed tears, no matter where it happens. Aini said, yes, I'm deeply moved too, son. No, I'm not moved at all. I really don't want to see you ever again. I haven't been a bootlicker for many years now. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Didn't the gods destroy you 1,000 years ago? Why did I have to see you here again? Heavens above! He wanted to burst into tears. Lin couldn't contain his beaming smile as he said, "So, little Adong, what are you doing here? You seemed quite happy earlier." Aini retorted, "Not at all. I thought you, godfather, had been killed. I suffered for a full 1,000 years, calling your name in my dreams every night, hoping you'd return once more. I dreamt of you constantly. I missed you, my dearest godfather. Why on earth was this happening? I clearly haven't been a simp for many years now. Why the hell am I still so damn fluent at it?" Aini pointed at the palace and said, "Godfather, look, Xiao Ai prepared this palace for you while you were still alive, just so you could come enjoy the scenery whenever you felt like it. See, over these 1,000 years, Xiao Ai truly built this for you piece by piece with meticulous care, all in hopes that you might return one day." Gazing upon this magnificent palace, Lin was instantly moved. "My good child, truly my good child, how thoughtful of you." Eamon had already begun to cry. "Why, though my heart doesn't think this way, do these words flow so smoothly from my mouth? I've painstakingly built this palace over 1,000 years. It was just completed yesterday, and I haven't even had the chance to admire it yet." Wiping away moved tears, Lin said with a tearful smile, "As expected of my favorite mount, such filial piety?" Eamon instantly trembled. Understood, right? With tears in her eyes, Lin said, "Dad, I'll reluctantly accept this then. You must find a good location to build one for yourself too. You mustn't deprive yourself." Aini said, "It's not bitter, not at all bitter. Thank you for father's grace." Eamon is about to cry. Why can I speak words of gratitude so fluently? This palace was clearly built for myself. Oh God, go on, go play for now. Lin waved his hand, tears in his eyes, and said, "Go find a good spot first. Your father still has some things to take care of. Later, I'll have a proper chat with you." Aini said, "All right, Dad, take care of yourself." Then, under Lin's tearful gaze, Amon flapped his enormous wings and flew away into the distance, weeping. Lin wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes, his heart deeply moved. What a coincidence! What an incredible coincidence! Meeting his devoted little admirer again had instantly painted his dull life with a splash of vibrant color. Is this what destiny has in store? Lin wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, and sat down despondently on the lofty throne. The corner of his mouth curled faintly. His body instantly began to glow with waves of radiant light. The next moment, he transformed into a mysterious sovereign, tall and imposing, wielding a staff, his eyes gleaming with icy blue divine radiance. A goddess who appeared incomparably powerful at first glance. Now we just need to drag our lowly master in here. As for why he chose to take the form of a goddess, well, that was of course for very deliberate reasons. After all, after what happened with Vivian, Lin came to a profound realization. A powerful and handsome male really can steal a maiden's heart all too easily. So, to prevent his lowly master from falling for someone else, it's entirely sensible to transform into a goddess's appearance. This was the carefully considered outcome of his deliberation. Damn, I'm an absolute genius. Of course, Lin had also contemplated taking on other non-human forms, but fearing he might scare his lowly master, this was the only option he could choose. Lin curled the corner of her mouth into a faint smile, gripping her staff with divine radiance crowning her head as she declared, "All we're missing now is my lowly master." Meanwhile, the Mage Tower. Nanako lay curled on her plush bed, the covers drawn over her face, only her sapphire blue eyes peeking out intermittently as she alternated between hiding completely and stealing furtive glances. So, how does my disciple intend to teach herself? You wouldn't be thinking of sneaking in to knock Nanako unconscious, and then, Chapter 55, The Centennial Lowly's Special Existence. Nanako stared wide-eyed, her small hands clutching the blanket as she covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed pink. Then she quickly shook her head, angry face, saying, "No way, my beloved master is still sick. This disciple would never do something like knocking him unconscious." The cold moon hung high in the sky. Nanako's drowsiness gradually overcame her, her eyelids slowly growing heavy as they drooped down. "Maybe I should just sleep first," Nanakeo murmured drowsily, her eyelids drooping heavily. "It's already too late." Soon, she drifted into slumber, steady breathing sounds filling the quiet room. Time crept slowly by within the realm of dreams, but in the very next moment, a mysterious and ethereal voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Nanako, Nako, son." The echo lingered. Blurrily, she felt as though she had been transported to an icy, snow-covered landscape. Dazed, she looked around. Everything was shrouded in biting wind and snow. Then, that mysterious yet gentle voice sounded in her ear once more. Come here, come over here. Nana stared blankly in the direction of the voice, as though summoned by it. Drawn by that sound, she began trudging toward its source. Am I dreaming? Where is this place? Who was that voice? Naniko's expression was blank as she trudged step by step through the snow, pushing onward with difficulty toward that direction. She had no idea how much time had passed when the wind and snow gradually dissipated, revealing open space before her eyes. Naniko was instantly thunderstruck. Before her eyes loomed a massive, towering city of ice and snow, appearing suddenly and startlingly. It was more magnificent than any castle she had ever seen. Even the highest mage tower of Winter Spring Valley seemed like a child's miniature toy in comparison. Roar! In the distance, a colossal ice and snow dragon soared through the sky, blotting out the sun. Nanako instinctively took a few steps back while clutching her pillow, her face filled with disbelief and astonishment. Am I dreaming, Nanako? What an unbelievable land this is. As if in a fantastical journey, Nanako, bewildered and nervous, slowly stepped into this deserted kingdom of wind and snow. Guided by that mysterious and ethereal voice, she entered the colossal castle. And then, in the next instant, deep within the castle, upon its towering throne, she beheld a goddess wreathed in frost and ice. You, who are you? Nanako stammered, her face alight with awe, her heart trembling. At the first glimpse of this being, she knew the presence that had summoned her was no ordinary existence. The divine radiance filled the sky, swirling frost and snow intertwined, with sacred and vast magical energy mingled with ice. Even if you told Nanako she was a goddess, she would absolutely believe it. That goddess slowly revealed a gentle smile on her face, her voice ethereal and majestic. I am the ruler of ice and snow in this world, Nanako. It was I who summoned you to my kingdom. Nanako jolted with shock throughout her entire body. Master? As a city-breaking mage of Winter Spring Valley, she understood this all too well. To dare claim the title of master, one must have reached the pinnacle of their field, a supreme being who could look down upon all mortal creatures from above. But, how is this possible? I'm just an ordinary city-breaker mage, how could such a mighty being summon me? Nanako immediately cried out nervously, what do you want from me? I'm just a mortal girl, I have nothing of value. The goddess gave a subtle smirk and said, Don't be nervous, child, I bear you no ill will. In fact, I've been watching over you for many years. Nanako froze for a moment, stuttering, watching over me? The goddess Akeo slowly stood up and began pacing gently as she said, Yes, you're an extraordinarily gifted girl. The truth is, you're far from ordinary, though you might not realize it yourself. But your soul is actually much stronger than most beings in this world. Nanako was startled in an instant. So, soul. Is Nanako's soul more powerful than other beings? No way. If that's the case, why hasn't Nanako sensed anything at all? Is this the reason why the Lord of Ice and Snow summoned me here? Nanako blinked in confusion and said, Senior, I don't understand. I don't feel any special qualities that set me apart from others. The goddess smiled gently and replied with grace, You're cuter than everyone else. Nanako immediately scratched the back of her head, her ahug bouncing excitedly as she laughed sheepishly. Oh please, I'm not that cute, ha 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 ha. Nanako froze in surprise, bewildered as she looked at that great sovereign. Oh my god, I accidentally joked out loud. Facepalm, Lin, you need to stay in character. Right now you're the Frost Sovereign, your persona doesn't say things like this. But I really can't help wanting to burst out laughing. Master's silly adorable expression just makes me want to tease them so badly. No, Lin, you can do this. You're professionally trained, you mustn't laugh. Wahahaha hick. No, absolutely must not let lowly Master suspect anything. Hold it together. Nanako instantly froze in place. That goddess coughed lightly, once again resuming her dignified and elegant smile. Nanako, you should actually know this better than I do. You've lived over 200 years, yet your physique has consistently remained as it is now. Haven't you ever felt even the slightest bit of doubt about that? Of course it's because of the special existence of the century-old lowly. Ha ha ha, did you really think that nickname was just for fun? She'll never grow, she'll truly never grow, the foolish century-old lowly. You'll stay stuck with that body type forever. Ha 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 burp, slap. Countless P-sound effects exploded above Nanako's head. So this meant, her face instantly turned bright red, her eyes clamped shut, and her teeth began grinding with a click-clack-click sound. This damnable, detestable inner voice that makes me want to beat them senseless is, yes. She instantly jerked her head up, gazing at the goddess standing majestically atop her throne with an elegant and dignified smile. It's that wretched disciple of mine. Nanakeo immediately went crazy over this. What kind of joke is this? If she couldn't hear her disciple's inner thoughts, how would she ever know that such an elegant and dignified goddess like Big Sister could actually be her own damn disciple in disguise? She had originally thought she'd truly hit the jackpot, unbelievably fortunate to gain the favor of an absolute powerhouse. So this is how it was. Nanako's eyes, Nanako's golden 24K titanium alloy eyes. They're going blind. As expected, this strategy turned out to be brilliant. The blue-haired loli seems completely intimidated now. Omega. All my painstaking efforts to stage this performance weren't in vain. Going through the trouble of transforming into a beautiful goddess means no matter how I mentor this lowly master later, she could never possibly develop romantic feelings for a divine femme like me. After all, turning someone would be way too difficult? He. Chapter 56, Am I not even as good as a pig? Nanako gnashed her teeth with a clattering sound. Incredible, truly incredible, you damned disciple. To discipline your own master, you've really gone to such extraordinary lengths. You even considered Vivian's potential involvement. How remarkably thorough of you. Afraid that her master might be tempted away, she even deliberately transformed into a goddess. Please wait just a moment, muttered Nanako, her eyes closed, teeth clenched, struggling to maintain her composure. Nanako has some matters to settle, it'll be over soon. The goddess that Lin had transformed into froze in surprise. Then, right under his gaze, Nanako, with steam billowing from the top of her head, stomped over to a marble pillar not far away with loud, angry footsteps. After a brief silence, bang, 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 a series of violent crashing sounds immediately erupted from behind the marble pillar. Lin, Sigma? A few seconds later, Nanako emerged with wide eyes, her forehead red, arms crossed, and declared with closed eyes. Much better. Lin puzzledly looked toward that marble pillar. Then right under his gaze, crack crack. On the marble pillar, faint traces of cracking began to appear. Lin. A brief, awkward silence. The goddess Lin had transformed into cleared her throat, breaking the eerie quiet, and spoke with graceful poise. Nanako, this already shows that you're a very special, little girl. The reason I summoned you here is actually quite simple. She lifted her gaze to the sky, with a touch of melancholy, a hint of amusement, and a faint sense of relief in her voice as she continued. Because I wanted to find a girl who could inherit my legacy, to take my place as the new ruler of ice and snow, and that's why I chose you. Nanako widened her eyes and said, Is that so? The goddess transformed from Lin said with melancholy, Because I've held this position for countless years, weary of this lonely existence, I've come to realize, forgot the lines. Nanako. Anyway, the goddess that Lin had transformed into changed the subject with a smile. I want to ask you, would you be willing to walk my path of magic and become a true witch who commands storms and frost? Perhaps once you become a demigod, you'll remember many things. You'll come to understand what makes you different from others. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through. It was as if an endless tide of ice and snow surged forth, instantly blinding Nanako's vision. Yet amidst that raging snowstorm, she faintly heard a whisper of the heart, soft and distant. Say yes, Nanako. This is neither a blessing nor a gift, just the pathetic wish of a pitiful wretch. The next day, outside the mage tower, Nanako sat intently on a small stool by the little table, a white headband tied around her forehead bearing the characters for perseverance. Her expression was one of extraordinary focus. Clutching a quill and parchment, the tiny frown between her eyebrows shifted with her labor, sometimes pensively furrowed, sometimes scribbling intently, sometimes pausing thoughtfully, an embodiment of diligence. The scene was just barely visible. On the title page of the notebook before her, several bold words were inscribed. Frost Lamentation Meditation. Lin sat on the other side of the table, the corners of his lips slightly upturned. Though he too held a pen and notebook, his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. The blue-haired loli suddenly seemed to be putting in a lot more effort. Indeed, last night's guidance had been very effective. Lin immediately remembered what had happened the previous night. Involuntarily, the corners of his lips curled up slightly once more. But there's no way you could have guessed, my little blue-haired loli, that the goddess you met last night was none other than your dear disciple me. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see the look on that blue-haired loli's face when I reveal the truth. That shocked expression must be absolutely adorable. Nanako's ahode made a sharp snap as it flicked through the air. Gnashing teeth, he took a deep breath, a sideways glance at Lin. She really wanted to tell her disciple, your inner thoughts have long been completely exposed before your master. But, images from last night gradually surfaced in her mind, though she knew the goddess teaching her magic was none other than her disciple. Yet during yesterday's instruction, that utterly focused demeanor showed no trace of jest or mischief. She lowered her head, dipping the quill pen to write formula after formula, guiding her step by step, correcting every mistake Nanako made. Even when Nanako struggled to grasp obscure knowledge due to her dullness, the teacher patiently explained everything, gently guiding her to the proper meditation techniques. She instinctively glanced at her disciple across from her. Then she quickly lowered her head again. My disciple. Nanako rested her chin in her hand, idly twirling a quill between her fingers. Though her eyes gazed elsewhere, she kept stealing sidelong glances in Lin's direction. She propped her chin on her hand and casually asked, Do you think there are truly people in this world who are kind to others for no reason at all? Why is this blue-haired loli suddenly bringing up such a question? Lin looked utterly baffled and said, Well, besides family and lovers, Everyone else probably has some ulterior motives to some extent. Nanaoko glanced at him, resting her cheek on her palm, and murmured, I see. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of writing began again. Suddenly, Nanaoko lifted her head and asked another question. What should you do if someone appears suddenly and treats you well for no reason? Lin leaned back, rocking his chair as he said, then you'd better be careful. Why? Nanako asked, puzzled. Lin looked up from his book and said earnestly, because he might have fallen for you. A few days later, Wintergrasp Roundtable Council. Andrew sat in the main seat, frowning deeply as he stared at the letter on the table. The letter detailed a series of bizarre anomalies that had recently occurred within the Silver Empire, drawing the Empire's utmost attention. As a guardian organization, Winter Spring Valley promptly intervened in the investigation. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the mages they dispatched for the investigation met with misfortune one after another. But the worst of all was, he took a deep breath, gazing at the robust boar across the round table, and said with frustration, So, you're saying you just camped outside that extinct volcano for a night, and then you turned into a pig? The pig carrot, carrot replied, oink oink, grunt grunt, roar oink. The entire room fell into complete silence. Andrew nodded up and down in understanding. So, you're saying you found traces of the arcane source near that active volcano and suspect the recent anomalies might be connected to ancient arcane mages? The pig carrot, carrot snorted, oink grumble snort snuffle, sneeze snort. Andrew fell into deep thought upon hearing this, slightly furrowing his brow as he said, I understand. Don't worry, I'll send more personnel over the next few days. If this truly involves the king of arcane sources, Winter Spring Valley will certainly not stand idly by. The pig carrot, carrot nodded and said, oink oink grunt. Andrew nodded and replied, you're welcome. All around in Winter Spring Valley, people exchanged bewildered glances. Especially Nanako, who stared wide-eyed, her gaze shifting alternately between the pig and Andrew, swallowing hard before saying, Grandfather Andrew, can you understand what he's saying? Andrew replied indifferently, naturally. As the first steward of Winterspring Valley, mastering multiple languages is essential. If I couldn't even comprehend pig language, wouldn't that make me inferior to a pig? Chapter 57, Master, I've made you pig trotters. The entire hall fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. That sentence really makes so much sense. Nanako wiped the sweat from her brow and said, Grandpa Andrew truly is a wealth of knowledge. Andrew cast a glance and said indifferently, Is that so, Nanako? Then I'll leave this mission to you. At these words, Nanako froze for a moment and said, Why me? Andrew replied calmly, Because you're an ice mage. The anomaly this time is occurring in the volcanic region within the southern Silver Empire, and many of the afflicted areas are tied to a peculiar flame curse. That makes you the ideal candidate. Nanako choked back her words and mumbled, but, Nanako doesn't understand pig language. The pig let out an angry winking sound. Andrew said nonchalantly, Isn't this a perfect opportunity to learn a new foreign language? Nanako froze. Half an hour later, Nanako, wearing an oversized wizard hat and clutching her staff, walked towards her mage tower. By her side trotted a plump, foolish-looking big white pig. So, Nanako pressed her forehead, exasperated, How am I supposed to communicate with you? I know you're actually a person, but right now you're a pig. The pig carrot, carrot said, oink oink grunt squeal yet. Then he swung the backpack slung over his neck and flung out a thick dictionary from it. Nanako froze in surprise, picked up that book. The page bore several large characters. Fundamentals of multiple continental foreign languages, basic grammar of the Boer language. Author, Lin. Nanako opened the title page in astonishment, her eyes scanning swiftly as she gasped, Incredible, absolutely incredible. Someone actually created a pig language simultaneous dictionary, this is too amazing. The pig carrot, carrot said, Yagaga ho ho yamit. After painstakingly deciphering with a dictionary, Nanako roughly understood his words and hesitantly asked, You mean, you have two other companions who were also turned into pigs, and they're now in Winter Spring Valley too? You want me to find them? The pig nodded foolishly in agreement. Nanako could only resign herself to the situation. Having accepted this mission, it was only natural that she, as the steward of Winterspring Valley, should take full responsibility for it. Soon, the unlikely duo of a girl and her pig paraded through the central market of Winterspring Valley until they reached their temporary lodging. She pushed open the door and looked around, but found nothing. Are you sure they're here? Nanako asked skeptically. The pig sniffed around, then nosed the table in front of it. Oink oink grunt. Nanako walked over to look and saw several crudely written large characters scrawled across the tabletop. We went shopping, don't worry. Left behind was a single pig hoofprint as identification. Nanako. Instantly, an image popped into her mind of two white pigs wearing backpacks and wizard hats, shopping together. No matter how you think about it, it just feels so incongruous. Nanako let out a helpless sigh and said, even after turning into little piggies, they still have the leisure to go shopping. I really have to say, your two friends are remarkably carefree. She shook her head, stepped out the door with the large white pig in tow, ready to go find those two friends of his. After all, they had a mission to complete in the south. It would be quite troublesome without their guidance. Yet it is indeed bizarre, though there do exist some magics in this world that can turn humans into animals. But generally, once the time comes, such magic automatically dissipates, and the enchanted ones revert to their original forms. Yet these creatures are somewhat different. Nanako frowned slightly, because Grandpa Andrew had already shown them, though their bodies still carried heavy magical traces. Yet no method could be found to turn them back. Could it really be some kind of curse? Soon, they arrived at the marketplace again after asking for directions along the way. Watching the bustling crowd, Nanako sighed helplessly, Piggy, don't you have any way to contact them? This aimless searching isn't working. The pig shook its head with a blank expression. Nanako shrugged, then suddenly froze. Wait a minute, she said, besides us, who else in Dongquan Valley knows their true identities? The pig paused for a moment, then shook its head. Nanako tilted her head and said, so, what I mean is, this is a vegetable market after all. What would happen if they were really treated as pigs? And just as she finished speaking, from the distance came waves of astonished chatter from passers-by. Don't mention it, indeed our Winter Spring Valley never disappoints. Even the pigs here seem to be imbued with magical essence. Absolutely. Did you see those two big white pigs wearing mage hats this morning? One look and you could tell they weren't ordinary swine. No kidding. They were caught the moment they stepped out of the market gate, squealing wildly before being hauled straight to the slaughterhouse. The wind howled across Nanako's stunned face. The piggy beside her gaped its mouth wide open, its beady black eyes frozen in shock. In an instant, Nanako and the piggy both widened their eyes simultaneously, expressions of utter astonishment flashing across their faces. You've got to be kidding me! Nanako screamed while grabbing her ponytail, her entire being, omega, with disbelief. Could he really have been mistaken for a pig and slaughtered? A few minutes later, running all the way, a basket and a pig came to a panting halt in front of the slaughterhouse. Nanako steadied herself against the stall and urgently asked, Quick, tell me, did you catch two pigs wearing wizard hats and carrying backpacks not long ago? The stall owner froze for a moment, then chuckled, so you already know about it. That's right, about half an hour ago, I was just about to stroll around the market when two huge, plump white pigs swaggered right past me. Then, what happened next? Nanako asked blankly. The boss rolled up his sleeves proudly and declared, What else do you think happened? Strutting around so arrogantly right in front of a professional pig butcher, who else was I going to catch if not them? I pinned them down in one grab. Loud squealers they were, had to call 7 or 8 men just to carry them back. Nanako, omega. Piggy, omega. Nanako asked blankly, and then you just slaughtered them? The boss paused, then chuckled, Not yet. I was just about to when a customer came and took a liking to these two plump white pigs at first sight, paid a fortune for them on the spot, said he was going home to make soup with them. Nanako was overjoyed, so that meant those two pigs hadn't been slaughtered yet? Wonderful. This is really wonderful. As long as they're still alive, it's not too late, she exclaimed excitedly. Quick, tell us who that person is. We need to see him for something extremely important. The boss was just about to speak, and at that very moment, a faint glow emanated from the gem on Nanako's staff. Immediately afterward, Lin's cheerful voice message rang in her ears. Master, your disciple just bought some pork and plans to make honey-glazed trotters for you. I'm also simmering a soup, hurry back to eat. I'll hang up now. A gentle breeze whistled past. Nanako froze in place instantly. Chapter 58, The King of Arcane Origins. Hearing her disciple's magical message, Nanako's mind went completely blank. She turned her head stiffly towards the shopkeeper and asked, Excuse me, was the customer who bought those two pigs named Lin? The shopkeeper's eyes immediately lit up as he replied, Yes. How did you know? He said these two pigs were so plump and sturdy that he wanted to make some soup for his master, while curing some bacon too. A brief silence followed. Nanako immediately let out a scream, exclaiming, Oh no, this is terrible. Apprentice, what kind of joke is this? How could it be such a coincidence? Apprentice, you've just stewed two of our Winter Spring Valley's mages. Hurry, let's go back quickly. Hopefully, they can still be saved. Panicking, Nanako grabbed the pig and dashed toward her mage tower at an unbelievable speed. About 10 minutes later, Nanako and the pig sprinted all the way until they finally arrived in front of the mage tower. As soon as they stepped outside, they were immediately greeted by waves of an irresistibly enticing aroma. And right there on the table outside the mage tower lay two tattered wizard hats, clearly not belongings of either her or Lin. In other words, Nanako's mind went completely blank as she murmured in disbelief. Boiled? Did my disciple really boil them? Are you kidding me? Nanaoko was about to lose her mind. Those two pigs were her crucial guides, absolutely nothing could happen to them. Nanako was frantic. She dashed into the mage's tower at breakneck speed, kicked the door open, and shouted, "Disciple, where are you? Come out this instant." But the very next moment, she froze in shock. Right there in the mage tower's grand hall, steaming dishes were laid out on the table while Lin stood before the feast accompanied by 2 pigs, all happily enjoying the delicious meal. Noticing Nanako's return, Lin started briefly before turning with a gentle smile. "Master, you're back? By the way, we've just had 2 guests arrive at home. I hope you don't mind?" The 2 pigs raised their hooves in a friendly greeting, letting out an carrot o carrot sound when they saw Nanako and the pig beside her. Nanako froze instantly. "So, what on earth is going on here?" About 10 minutes later. "Damn, does this lowly actually think I boiled those 2 for soup? I'm joking, alright? Can't you see they're clearly wizards who got cursed into pig form? But this is genuinely fascinating. I thought source magic had vanished from this world. Never imagined I'd encounter it again. If I'm not mistaken, they're affected by source fire contamination. Breaking this curse, well, let's just say it won't be simple." At the desk, Nanako widened her eyes as she secretly listened to her disciple's inner thoughts. Just as I thought. Her disciple indeed knew about the curse they were under. The arcane source? So what exactly is this arcane source? She had only heard bits and pieces from Grandpa Andrew before, but the specifics weren't something she fully understood. But Nanako looked at the 3 well-mannered pigs sitting across from her and Lin with a strange expression, then glanced at the table laden with dishes like roasted pork and honey-glazed pig's trotters. "My disciple. Though I know they're actually mages from our Winter Springs Valley, and are humans, but in their current state, is it really appropriate for us to be gnawing on pig's trotters alongside 3 little piggies?" One of the piggies, 00, placed its trotter down and raised 2 fingers, saying, "Oink oink growl grunt no, gurgle oink." Upon hearing this, Lin nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry, I won't go around broadcasting that you've been turned into pigs. Since my master took on this mission, I believe he'll definitely help investigate the matter thoroughly." The other piggy, Carrot, Carrot, chimed in, "Oink hi-yo, gurgle grumble fuss." Lin smiled and said, "No need to thank me. It's what I should do. After all, it wouldn't be good if you were really treated like pigs getting slaughtered." He. Nanako? Nanako wore a completely bewildered expression. She watched as her disciple seamlessly conversed with those 3 pigs in 2 languages. Nanako suddenly felt troubled by how her excessive normality often made it hard to blend into her surroundings. Nanako exclaimed in astonishment, "So, you can actually understand what they're saying too, disciple?" Lin set down his knife and fork, chuckling as he said, "A little, just a little. After all, as a wizard, it's necessary to master multiple languages. If I couldn't even understand pigs, wouldn't that mean I'm inferior to pigs themselves?" "Nanako? Why does this sentence feel so familiar?" Hey there, disciple, are you also subtly insulting Nanako here?" Furious. Since Master has accepted the commission to investigate this matter, I now have a valid reason to go take a look. These fools in Winterspring Vale still don't understand the terror of the Source King. If it's truly the Source King awakening, they shouldn't have sent just the lowly master alone. But if it's just ruins where he once stayed, then it doesn't matter. Though I truly hope it is that guy resurrecting. 1,000 years ago we fought side by side, and 1,000 years later I believe he'd never refuse an invitation from an old friend like me. Lin gulped down an entire bowl of soup, appearing utterly delighted. Nanako's entire body trembled violently. The meaning within her disciple's inner voice suggested that he knew this so-called king of arcane sources, and had even fought alongside him 1,000 years ago? Could it have been during that divine war? Had they once faced deities together? Nanako immediately sensed she had obtained crucial information. Soon after finishing their meal, clutching her oversized wizard hat, Nanako mounted her broomstick and briefly left the mage tower before swiftly darting toward the Wintervale Arcane Library. After a long search, she finally found some relevant historical books. The 100 Forbidden Beings of the Violet World. Author, Shuangmu. She quickly opened this ancient book covered in dust. The directory listed row upon row of names belonging to ancient beings. 1 Grandmaster of Violet, Lin Violet. 2 First Demon Lord of the Abyss, Lucifer Lin. 3 The Eternal One/Pale Dragon King, Regent of Dragonkind. 4 Sea King, Forbidden Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Nanako stared wide-eyed, flipping through page after page of introductions about those forbidden existences. Finally, on the last few pages of the book, Nanako at last saw the introduction about the King of Secret Origins. King of Secret Origins. An ancient and powerful being, its essence a flame without source or warmth, often appearing across the mainland in the guise of human mages shrouded in perpetual mystery. He was the first to comprehend and master the formidable force known as Arcane Source, with whispers suggesting this power originated from the transcendent energies of a bygone epoch. Yet, as eras shifted, creatures of this age grew too frail to endure the source's might. Over millennia, as the arcane source gradually dissipated, its remnants coalesced into minute particles of mana, free-floating motes suspended in the world's ether. This diluted residue became the foundational magic energy all contemporary mages now harness. The King of Mystic Essence, the progenitor of arcane power. Chapter 59. What do you think Winter Spring Valley even is? After reading the introduction about the King of Mystic Essence, Nanako shuddered from head to toe. The progenitor of arcane power? What kind of joke is this? How could this level of existence possibly be something Nanako could handle? This was a being from the same era as her disciple No, an existence even more ancient than her own disciple. Without a word, she immediately clutched the book and swiftly rode her broom straight toward Andrew's mage tower. Grandpa Andrew, Nanako shouted while riding her broom. Then with a thunderous crash, she smashed a huge hole through Andrew's wizard tower from midair and barged right in. Nanako, RQ, shouted. Nananoko has something very important to ask. The wind howled as it blew past. In front of the collapsed wall, Andrew, soaking in the bathtub with a glass of orange juice in his hand, slowly stiffened his expression. The bathtub cracked with a sharp sound, and bathwater splashed out in torrents. A chilly wind howled through the gaping hole Nananoko had smashed open. Andrew took a deep breath and said, Nanako, how many times have I told you? If you have business, use the front door. Don't just barge in. Don't just barge in. Do you have any idea how much money your grandpa spends every year repairing the mage tower you keep crashing into? Andrew roared in fury, the cup in his hand cracking with a sharp snap. Nanako's ahob trembled and instantly retreated into her hat as she blinked in bewilderment, dumbfounded. I'm sorry, Grandpa Andrew, I'll be more careful. Andrew gritted his teeth, snapping, you said that no less than 100 times already. Out with it. What's the matter this time? Nanako swallowed hard and quickly recounted the information she'd learned about the King of Hidden Sources from the book to Andrew, sharing her concerns with him. Andrew took a deep breath with a dull pain, literally a ache, and said, Nana, do you really think Grandpa would assign you some utterly impossible missions just to make things difficult for you? This encyclopedia you're reading is already a version from over 1,000 years ago. A millennium back, taboo beings including the Violet Monarch were all exterminated during the Divine Descent period. The current anomalies with the arcane source are either remnants of the Arcane King's legacy resurfacing, or some wicked arcane mages causing trouble. If it were truly the Arcane King's rebirth, do you think I'd still give you this mission? Nanako widened her eyes and said, Is that so? Andrew gritted his teeth and snapped, what else? Nanako immediately let out a sigh of relief, the cowlick on her head dancing merrily once again. That's wonderful. She waved her hand, and said, thank you, Grandpa Andrew. Now Nanako can relax. I'll make preparations and set off tomorrow. Wait up. Nana quickly turned around and swiftly mounted her broomstick, ready to take off. Wait a minute, the repair costs for crashing into the mage tower will be deducted from next month's stipend. You don't have any objections, do you? Natsuko shivered in an instant, her eyes widening, and dashed out in a flash. The next day, the Southern Silver Empire, Lakeshire, accompanied by the immense power of the teleportation array. On the square of Lakeside Town, Nanako and Lin's figures slowly materialized, with 3 white pigs wearing mage hats trailing behind them. Is this our destination? Lakeside Town, what a lovely name. What a surprise though. I was trying to come up with an excuse to make little lowly master bring me along on this mission, but I never expected her to suggest it herself. Lin stroked his chin, backpack slung over his shoulder, examining his surroundings with keen interest. Nanakeo adjusted her wizard hat, her sapphire blue eyes darting toward Lin as she said, Apprentice, this time I've brought you along mainly to serve as my translator, but you must stay close behind me, no wandering off. Understood? Lin nodded vigorously, brimming with determination as he replied, got it. A pig language translator? Heh, never thought I'd get such a title one day. Following behind them, a certain pig exclaimed, oink oink, no way, woohoo, carrot, oh, carrot. Lin immediately cleared her throat and coughed lightly, saying, Master, it says our Winter Spring Valley camp is at an inn to the south, and we should follow it there. After saying that, the 3 pigs immediately began trotting off, clip-clopping down the empty street. Let's go, Apprentice, we should follow them and regroup with our allies first. Nanako, showing the dignity of a Wintervale steward, hoisted her sturdy staff with a grunt and trailed after the 3 pigs. But soon, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. Looking at the empty streets, this is rather strange. Judging by the size of this town, it shouldn't be deserted. But why is there not a single person on the streets? Could it be that the recent abnormal phenomena have frightened the residents into staying indoors? Lin nodded and said, Master, I also find it strange. He cast a glance towards the sky. There's the scent of forbidden arcane energy, faint but widespread. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a storage location containing large amounts of cursed arcane energy that's begun leaking. This town, I fear some form of anomaly has already manifested here. Soon, following the 3 enchanted pigs from a distance, they finally spotted an inn at the end of the street. Oink oink, translation note, original onomatopoeia preserved, cried, blubluya hohe, yaji. Lin pointed at the distant inn and translated, "Master, we've arrived. That inn is our winter spring outpost." But at the very moment his words remained unfinished. With an earth-shattering crack, the window on the second floor of the inn shattered in an instant as a robed mage girl plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the ground. A spurt of crimson blood sprayed from her lips. "Stop it!" exclaimed the girl, struggling to get up with difficulty, her voice trembling. "Don't you dare lay a hand on them. I've warned you before, there are mages from Winter Spring Vale. There will be consequences if you harm them." And at that very next moment, right before Nanako's astonished gaze, one after another warriors clad in golden armor, fully armed and clutching massive shields, surged forth from the inn. Their expressions were indifferent, every shield engraved with the emblem of a cross. "People from the Order's Cathedral?" Nanako's face paled slightly. The very next moment, they suddenly heard a series of piercing, wretched howls erupting from within the inn. One after another, white pigs were being driven out of the inn under the whipping of those golden-armored warriors. Faintly visible were the large and small bloody scars covering their bodies. Crack! The barbed whip instantly lashed onto their bodies, leaving a grotesque scar in its wake. "Stop it!" the young sorceress shrieked, trying to rush forward, but was immediately kicked aside by the lead warrior. "By order of the church." Amidst the sound of footsteps, a cold female voice slowly echoed through the inn. "This town has been cursed. All those afflicted must be quarantined and monitored. Since you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to use force." A woman clad in a golden robe emerged, gripping an ornate staff in her hand. Her eyes emitted a faint golden glow, and her entire being radiated a holy aura. The young mage gritted her teeth and said, "You've gone too far. They are mages from Winter Spring Valley, here to help the locals. When none of you dared to venture into that volcano, our people risked their lives to investigate. And this is how you treat us now? Aren't you afraid of offending our Wintergrass Vale?" The blonde woman said indifferently, "What sort of place is Wintergrass Vale?" And the moment her words fell, "You dare say Wintergrass Vale is nothing?" An angry lowly voice instantly rang out. Chapter 60, Enraged Nanako, City-Destroying Magic. And in that very instant, an icicle shot through the air, streaking straight toward that woman. Whoosh whoosh. Extremely fast. But just as the icicle was about to strike that woman, a golden-armored warrior roared and suddenly charged to her side, raising his shield. Boom! A golden light instantly radiated from the massive shield, swallowing the icicle whole in an instant. "You despicable fiends!" Nanako rushed over in fury, her small hand swinging, unleashing an icy storm that instantly swept toward them. "All of you, get away from Nanako! Raise the shields!" the warrior bellowed. In an instant, one shield after another linked together to form a wall of defense. Boom! A gale-force wind swept through. Yet the terrifying gale only forced them back a few steps before being instantly devoured by the golden light emanating from the massive shield. "Lady Nanako?" The young sorceress's eyes lit up as she looked at the angry twin-tailed lowly, as if seeing hope. Nanako swiftly rushed over, pulled the mage behind her in one motion, and clenched her teeth while confronting that woman. "Lady Nanako, be careful." The young sorceress glared hatefully at those warriors and said, "They're the elite Dispeller Guard of the Order Church. Our magic has little effect on them." Well, what a small world. Fancy meeting the lapdogs of the divine here of all places. Spellbreaker guards? How amusing. Just carving some high-level exorcism runes on your gear and you dare call yourselves spellbreakers? Lin smirked, tossing a pistachio into his mouth before swinging his backpack over his shoulder and swaggering after them. The blonde woman coldly looked down at Nanako's group that had suddenly appeared and said, "High Mage of Winterspring Vale?" Nanako snarled, "Nanako, 7th Steward of Winterspring Vale. And who might you be, daring to lay hands on my people?" The blonde woman replied impassively, "Saint Anna, High Priestess of the Order Cathedral. By decree of the Holy See, I've come to investigate. Regrettably, this town now falls under my complete jurisdiction. Since you're a steward of Winterspring Vale, take your people and leave at once. Otherwise," she added coldly, "you'll force me to enforce the law without mercy." Holy shit, that's some next-level bullshitting, impressive as hell. If this were my old self, even if I didn't beat you to death, I'd strip you naked and toss you in a pig cage. You're really fucking full of yourself. Lin chewed with a smile, eyeing the woman with keen interest. Nanako blared at her furiously, slamming her staff against the ground and pointing at her as she shouted, "Is that so? Such big talk. Nanaoko has lived this long, and the kind of people she can't stand the most is exactly your type. Today Nanaoko will stand right here. Let's see what you can do to me." Saint Anna gazed down at her indifferently, her fingers tightening slowly around her staff. The surroundings instantly fell into silence. A tense, sword-drawn atmosphere faintly permeated the air. A long silence ensued. One of the golden-armored warriors beside Saint Anna cast a sidelong glance at Nanako and whispered, "Your Grace, it would be best to avoid conflict with them for now. Let us first complete the mission assigned to us by the church." Saint Anna stared coldly at Nanako. After a long while, she suddenly turned and said calmly, "Let's go." With that, the golden-armored warriors, shields raised in caution, began retreating slowly, preparing to leave. At this sight, the young sorceress immediately rushed forward anxiously, swiftly untying the ropes binding the pigs to examine their injuries. Seeing the bloody lashes that had ripped open their skin, the young sorceress's eyes instantly reddened with tears. They're not pigs. They're all living, breathing humans. Nanako rushed forward anxiously, asking, how are they doing? The young girl shed a tear, biting her lip as she said, it's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. Compared to those people they've penned up, we're doing much better. At these words, Nanako shuddered and said, what did you say? The girl bit her lip, suppressing her emotions, and said, you don't know. Ever since the anomaly appeared a few days ago, the curse has spread throughout this town. Many of the residents have fallen victim to it. And ever since this woman arrived, she continued, in just these past 2 days, she's locked up everyone in town who was cursed. As for those who resisted, and just as her words trailed off, the direction in which Santa Anna and the others had departed, put, amidst a shrill, agonized scream. On the street, the blade of a spellbreaker suddenly pierced the neck of a white pig that had dashed out from a nearby farmhouse. Stupid peasants! The lawbreaker drew his sword, spat on the ground, and said with disgust, serves you right for turning into swine. Disgusting! He wiped the blood off his blade with revulsion, then followed after as if nothing had happened. Slowly, the dead white pig's body gradually emitted a faint glow, ultimately transforming into the corpse of an emaciated old man. At this sight, in an instant, Nanaoko's face was covered with anger. She was shaking with rage. In the Winter Spring Valley, she had never encountered anything that angered her so much as now. They are humans. Even if they turned into pigs, they'd still be human. How dare they, how dare they? In an instant, Nanako let out a scream. She could bear it no longer. A piercing blue light erupted from the staff, instantly surrounding her with biting winds and swirling snow. O spirits of ice and snow that permeate all, I command you in the name of the Frost Sovereign. Nanako enunciated each word of the incantation with slow, seething fury. I want you to become the ice storm and the spear. I want you to become sharp blades and gales. I want you to tear apart all obstacles for me. In an instant, she raised her magic staff in fury, and the snowstorm across the sky was instantly summoned. In the blink of an eye, a biting gale swept through. The faces of those spellbreakers at the end of the street turned pale in an instant, their heads whipping around sharply. Not good, they roared. For Nanako, a city-level mage, to need to cast through written scripture, one could imagine the sheer power of this magic. And this also revealed just how truly furious Nanako was this time. Having grown up in Winter Spring Valley, Naiko had few opportunities to experience the outside world. Even when she did venture out, it was only to civilized metropolises like Moonglade City. When had she ever witnessed such reckless disregard for human life? Raise shields, the spellbreaker roared. They instantly gathered together, suddenly raising their shields, which formed a continuous wall. From them burst forth dazzling golden light, faintly revealing the glowing golden runes inscribed on their surfaces. And then, in the next instant, the raging winds and clouds swirled, transforming into a massive whirlpool. Whoosh! In an instant, the endless frost transformed into countless ice swords and spears, descending from the sky toward the ground like a grand funeral procession. Chapter 61, they've already reached a consensus. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The entire town trembled violently. The demon hunters were instantly crushed to their knees by overwhelming pressure, howling as they resisted the downward impact. Quick! Activate the anti-magic field, roared the lead spellbreaker. In an instant, the spellbreakers clenched their fists and slammed them violently against the inner sides of their shields. Hum! A deafening hum erupted as the runes on their shields instantly blazed to life, forming a massive cross that connected into a vast golden domain. The terrifying ice waterfall shattered upon contact with this domain, dispersing into countless water elements. The magic was dispelled. In the protected center, Saint Anna abruptly turned her head, casting a cold gaze towards Nanako's direction and said, I've already given you one chance. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for what comes next. In an instant, she raised her staff and began chanting. In an instant, a ripple of energy spread outward around Nanako. Nanako's body jerked violently as her face suddenly drained of color. She immediately sensed that the omnipresent magical energy and elements around her had been forcefully dispelled. Her spell was instantly interrupted. This is a high-level silence spell. At the very moment Nanako was silenced, the spellbreaker squad abruptly turned, shouting loudly as their entire bodies became instantly enveloped in blinding golden light. Charge! They roared, raising their shields and surging forward at maximum speed, charging straight toward Nanako's position. A puny little mage dares to challenge us spirit breakers? You must have a death wish. The lead spirit breaker's face twisted ferociously as he drew his blade with a metallic shing. They are the spellbreakers. Every piece of their equipment is specifically designed to counter mages and warlocks. This is why they hold no regard for arcane institutions like Winterspring. But just as they were charging halfway, Master, don't let yourself be provoked so easily. As a mage, you have countless ways to deal with them. Resorting to brute force at the slightest disagreement isn't what a mage should do, but since they despise swine so much, it might be rather amusing to turn them into swine as well. Let me think. Source magic. It's been years since I touched this stuff, but I suppose I still know how. And in that very instant, Lin's fingers twitched imperceptibly within her sleeves, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer of arcane light. Snap! In an instant, right under the astonished gaze of those around, the leading spellbreaker's body instantly transformed into a plump, burly black hog. Nanaoko's eyes instantly widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. The young sorceress was even more shocked, stammering, what, how could this be? But she had not yet finished speaking. Then, a few more sounds followed. Slap! Slap! Those lawbreakers who had just rushed halfway down the path were transformed one after another into giant black pigs. Ow, ow, those black pigs let out terrified howls. Clearly, this sudden turn of events was something they had never anticipated. Witnessing this scene from afar, Saint Anna's expression drastically changed as she staggered backward, her face instantly turning deathly pale as she uttered, "Curse? A curse? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." She abruptly raised her head, fixing her gaze on Nanako from a distance, and pointed at her viciously, saying, "I see, it's you, it's..." Smack! Before she could finish her words, a faint light flashed over her body. In that instant, her body transformed into a large black pig. In that instant, the room fell into complete silence. Nanako and the three white pigs beside her all gaped in shock at this sudden turn of events, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. The street was now left with nothing but one terrified black pig after another, squealing in sheer panic. Nananiko stammered in shock, this. Lin's face turned pale with astonishment as he instinctively took a step back, muttering, "A curse? Is it a curse? Damn it, I knew there was something off about this damned place. We should never have come here." He immediately turned to Nanako with urgency and said, "Master, I think we should go back. It's too dangerous here." Nanako stared blankly at Lin, looking him up and down, watching his earnest expression and slightly terrified, trembling eyes. He perfectly acted out the normal reaction of a naive young man, absolutely flawless without a single trace of pretense. The young mage girl beside Nanako turned deathly pale, trembling as she gripped her staff, saying, "It's getting worse, truly worse than just a few days ago. Has the curse on this town already progressed to the point where it can turn people into swine even in broad daylight? Right. It's worse. We should run. Too terrifying. If we accidentally get cursed and turned into piglets too, we'll never change back. TSK. Wasn't it me who turned them into black pigs? He. Nanako. So, what on earth was that entire mental monologue of yours supposed to mean just now? Apprentice, are you an absolute clown? You truly almost made our beloved master suspect it was really a curse again." Instantly relieved, Nanako widened her eyes and waved her small hand, saying, "Everyone, don't panic. Just look at their breed. This must be some freak accident. They got what they deserved, hence the curse turned them into black swine. If anything, with our righteous hearts, we turn white if transformed at all." The young sorceress breathed a sigh of relief at once, wiping the cold sweat from her brow as she said, "Yes, even if it were to change, it would be. But that's still a pig," the girl shouted. Nanako stole a glance at her disciple. Indeed, so impressive. When they turned into black pigs, they didn't feel even the slightest ripple of magic. Is this the might of a world-class archmage? Indeed, that's truly amazing. Nana quickly regained her composure, then turned her gaze toward the black pig squealing in terror, pondering to herself. "Disciple, what do you think we should do? We can't just leave them here, can we?" Lin thought for a moment. Then she pointed toward the vegetable market not far away. "Claude's pork shop, reward your stomach, warm your heart." A slogan above a storefront. "The black pigs, Omega. Nanako instantly widened her eyes and said worriedly, "This doesn't seem right. Selling them to a pork shop, isn't it too cruel?" Lin extended her fingers and gestured for a while. Nanako gulped nervously, her small hands fidgeting at her lips as she murmured, 50 silver coins each. That's so much. Could buy so many ice creams?" The black pig screamed in terror, "Oink oink oink." Lin continued gesturing briefly before clearing her throat. Nanako's antenna hair instantly stood on end as she stared blankly and stammered, "We'll raise them ourselves? Though that doesn't seem impossible. 1 sow, 20 boars." Nanako absent-mindedly counted on her fingers while calculating, 5 piglets per litter, 9 piglets and 2 litters. The black pig that Saint Anna had transformed into violently shook its head, Omega, exclaiming, "Oink oink." The other black pigs looked at each other, then suddenly stopped oinking. A long silence ensued. Nanako vigorously shook her head, her ponytail whipping through the air, then poked Lin with her finger and glared. "What the? Don't casually give master such terrible ideas. They're people too, you know, this isn't right." "People?" Lin asked doubtfully. "There aren't any people here. The black pigs." A brief silence ensued. The young sorceress swallowed hard, gripping her staff tightly, and said, "Why yes, Chief Nanako, I only saw a group of black pigs too, no people at all. The black pigs, Omega Omega." The three white pigs nodded vigorously up and down, carrot, saying, "Oink oink oink." Nanako froze in stunned disbelief. All the black pigs stared at her in terror, waiting for her reply. A long time. Nanako tugged at her ponytail, nodding vigorously with her eyes closed, her ponytail swing, and said, "You're right, Nanako really is being silly. There are only piggies here, not a single human in sight. Asterisk asterisk, silly me." The black pigs were instantly seized with terror, letting out fearful shrieks one after another. Just from that brief exchange, they could tell. It's already been agreed upon. They've already reached a consensus. Chapter 62. That's what I think too. Run. Run for your life. If they don't run now, they'll truly be slaughtered like pigs. In an instant, the black pigs panicked and began scurrying in all directions on their short legs, their tiny hooves pattering frantically against the ground. Seeing this, how could Nanako let them get away? She immediately stepped forward, pointed her little finger, and shouted, "You wretched black pigs, not a single one of you is allowed to escape. Disciple, let's go. Time to catch some pigs." It took only a little over 10 minutes. One after another, the squealing black pigs were roped and tied up, one inside another. String them together. A staff struck the hindquarters of the black hog in front. The black pig behind trotted along with an oh sound. They were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Yet no matter how much they racked their brains, they just couldn't figure it out. Why did they suddenly get cursed and turn into black pigs? Why are these damn mages still unharmed? There must be something fishy going on here. There must be a ghost. And just at that moment, a series of footsteps came from the end of the street. A group of heavily armored soldiers, led by a knight, were rapidly approaching. The black pigs immediately trembled with fear. It's the town's guard soldiers. It's the knight captain of this place. It's their people. They must have been alerted by the fight between those mages from Winter Springs Vale just now. We're saved. We're really saved. Those black pigs immediately began squealing excitedly. What happened here? The knight named Alex frowned, immediately dismounted, and cautiously walked over. Who are you people? Where did you come from? Nanako blared and was about to respond. Lin smiled faintly, taking the Winter Spring Valley emblem from her master's hand, and said, "We are mages from Winter Spring Valley. This is our steward Nanako of Winter Spring Valley." Upon seeing that emblem, the knight suddenly froze. After confirming everything was correct, his body immediately tensed up as he performed a standard knight's salute and said earnestly, "So you are guests from Winter Spring Valley. My apologies. I am an honorary knight of Lakeshire and also the garrison commander here. You may call me Alex." Lin glanced at the emblem on his chest and smiled faintly. "You're from the Order Church?" Alex nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, I am a knight of the Order Church, though it's merely a title. I've never had the chance to further my training at the church headquarters." Lin suddenly understood everything. Saint Anna and her companions must be high-ranking officials dispatched by the Order Church. After arriving in this small town, they immediately took command of the local garrison. Oink oink, the black pigs let out loud grunts. "Help! Help!" Smack! Lin kicked open one of the large black pigs with a single stump. Alex, witnessing this, asked in bewilderment, "May I ask what's happening here? And what are these black pigs?" Lin replied with a grave expression, "It's a curse. We just arrived here, planning to investigate after regrouping with our people. But to our surprise, we ran into source wizards who had long been lying in ambush." At these words, Alex was instantly startled and exclaimed, "Source mages?" Lin nodded gravely and said, "Yes, those source mages attacked us. We had no choice but to fight back, but those mages were just too bizarre. We were almost completely wiped out," he said. He pointed at the magical girl beside Nanako and said, "Look, how badly she's wounded." All those black pigs froze in stupor. Alex frowned, deep in thought. Source mages. Indeed, I recall Bishop Saint Anna mentioning them. The reason they came here was precisely because traces of the source were discovered in this place. The black pig that Saint Anna had transformed into suddenly screamed, "Oink oink." "No way. That's not it. Don't listen to his nonsense. We are indeed the Nullifiers team." Lin kicked him. He said solemnly, "Yes, we were truly saved this time thanks to Bishop Saint Anna's Nullifiers team." At these words, Alex was immediately stunned and said, "You encountered Lady Saint Anna?" Lin nodded earnestly, "Yes, those arcane mages were trying to curse us. It was Bishop Saint Anna who led the Spellbreaker squad to arrive in time and, at the critical moment, reflected the curses those arcane mages cast. That's how we were saved." Then Lin pointed at those black pigs. "These black pigs are those arcane mages. The black pigs, Omega. Nanako." She understood. She finally understood. Her dog disciple was turning black into white, skillfully twisting the whole situation back in his favor. Too strong. This is truly terrifying. Alex's entire body shuddered violently. His gaze instantly filled with intense loathing as it fell upon those black pigs. Gnashing his teeth with hatred, he spat. So that's how it is. Truly worthy of being our church's most elite spellbreaker squad, these damnable plague-bearers. I'll cut you all down. In an instant, he raised the greatsword to sever the black boar's head. The black boar, transformed by Saint Anna, shrieked in shock. Ow. No, that's not how it is. Don't listen to his blatant lies. We're not source wizards, I'm Saint Anna, we're the Magebane squad. But just as that sword severed the boar's head, Lynn suddenly blocked them and said gravely, Captain Alex, calm down. Bishop Santa Anna has taken the Spellbreaker squad to chase those escaped source mages. She specifically instructed before leaving, don't kill these black swine just yet. We must interrogate them to uncover the mastermind behind this. That's what truly matters. Alex immediately regained his composure, took a deep breath, and said with mixed emotions, my apologies, I acted rashly. Indeed, Bishop Santa Anna's foresight is impeccable. If we can't uproot them entirely, eliminating these minor pawns alone would be meaningless. The black pigs looked sluggish. So, were they saved? But would he be that kind? It didn't seem likely. Lin En said, exactly. At the very least, we should start with severe torture, interrogate them hundreds of times under brutal methods, and only then kill them. What's the rush? The black pigs, Omega Omega. Damn right waiting for them here. Alex nodded solemnly, that's exactly what I was thinking. So brother, you don't mind if I give them a good beating right now? Lin said gravely, of course not, in fact, I was just thinking the same thing. The two successfully reached a consensus. The next moment, the gritting teeth soldiers immediately stepped forward, grabbing the squealing black pigs one by one. Then they pinned them down and beat them mercilessly. Though killing them wasn't an option for now, but giving them a good beating is absolutely no problem. Suddenly, pig slaughtering like screams pierced the sky. Squeal, squeal. Gentler, be gentler, don't beat them to death. Lin said with concern, we still need to torture them later. If necessary, heal them first before continuing the beating. Take it slow, aim for the thicker parts of the meat. Hey, young man, no need for a kitchen knife. The beating went on for a good 10 minutes. Alex's eyes grew slightly moist as he stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Lin's with great solemnity, saying, you're a good man, and a rational mage at that. I truly hope we can work closely with Winter Springs Valley to resolve this anomaly perfectly. Chapter 63, Put him to the rack. Lin nodded and said, that's exactly what I meant. Soon, watching them depart into the distance, it was only then that Nanako and the others snapped out of their daze. Disciple, is it really alright for us to hand over the Lawbreaker squad to them like this? If they actually interrogate something out of them, wouldn't that be? Lin chuckled and said, no need to worry. Those who worship the god of order are as rigid as their deity. Getting them to believe the words of a few pigs would be harder than climbing to heaven. Of course, the main reason is that I've cast a little spell on them. Any words they speak will translate into something completely different underscore. As for what it might turn into, I really wouldn't know. Hee. Nanako was stunned. The mage girl beside her exclaimed in amazement, little brother, you know so many things. Lin smiled and said, of course, before coming to Winterspring Valley, I've been everywhere, so naturally I know a bit more. Hee. About 10 minutes later, underneath the Lakeshire Church, Alex bowed deeply to a white-clad knight before him and solemnly declared, Commander, it's these scoundrels. Her Highness Saint Anna was right, the curse here is indeed deeply connected to the source mages. They tried to attack the mages of Winter Spring Valley in the city, but Her Highness Saint Anna happened upon them. The Spellbreaker squad reflected the curse right back at them. He said. Alex strode forward and gave a black pig several sharp kicks with a stomp of disgust, sneering, you're all a bunch of hopeless fools. The black pigs let out desperate howls one after another. No, it's those bastards from Winterspring messing with you. We are the Spellbreaker squad. Oink oink, the black pigs wailed loudly. Damn it, still daring to scream? I'll beat you to death. Alex was shot and delivered several more kicks. The white-clad knight captain beside him looked up and stopped him slightly, pondering for a moment. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Alex clapped his hands together and shook his head. Reporting, Knight Captain, those mages from Wintervale told me personally. When I arrived, the matter had already been resolved. The white-clad knight fell into deep thought. This time, the Holy See has sent Her Highness Saint Anna and the Spellbreaker squad, which clearly demonstrates how seriously the church is taking the anomalous events here. Though his understanding was limited. But the Spellbreakers are elite warriors specialized in countering curses and magic. Perhaps they do possess some method capable of reflecting curses. And what about Her Highness Saint Anna? He turned to ask. Alex clasped his fists and said, the mages from Winter Spring Valley reported that Her Highness Saint Anna led the Spellbreaker squad to pursue the remaining source mages. She hasn't returned yet. The knight commander nodded. That was indeed typical of Her Highness Saint Anna. She was that kind of ruthless woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. He turned his head. His gaze fell upon those scar-covered black pigs. If these creatures truly were sorcerers of the arcane, We can surely extract plenty of useful information from their mouths. Bring the druid gentleman in, I'd like to hear what these source wizards have to say. Yes, Captain. Hearing his words, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited within Saint Anna's despairing heart. Her entire body trembled. A druid! This is really wonderful. She remembered that she had personally brought that druid from the church, intending to facilitate communication with the cursed ones. You must tell them that you are Saint Anna. They are the Spellbreaker squad. They're the mages from Winter Spring Valley. They must be the ones who cast the curse. We must kill every last one of them. Soon, under Saint Anna's trembling gaze, the druid she had brought entered. The knight captain turned around and nodded to the druid, saying, "Then we leave it to you, sir. I know you are fluent in many languages, so you must understand what these fellows are saying." The druid replied courteously, "It would be my honor, my lord knight captain." At once, the knight commander turned his head, his gaze coldly settling upon the black pig that Saint Anna had transformed into, and said, "Speak, who are you people, really? What was your purpose in spreading curses around Lakeside Town? If you talk, I might spare your lives." Knowing this was her chance, Saint Anna immediately blurted out in urgent, pig language, "You idiots! I'm Saint Anna, your bishop. I was cursed by those mages from Winter Springs Valley. You've captured the wrong person. Fools!" The druid was stunned upon hearing this, then an expression of extreme fury flashed in his eyes. The knight commander frowned and asked, "Sir, what did he say?" The furious druid translated, "She called us bastards, said she's your father, your howling daddy, and vowed to slaughter all of us and the mages of Winterspring, then offer us as sacrifices to the heavens." Saint Anna, Omega Omega, exclaimed, "No, that's not right. That's not right. I never said anything like that. Don't mistranslate my words. What I said was I am Santa Anna, I am your. So I've encountered a tough nut to crack." The knight commander was so angry he laughed. He had never seen something so utterly unafraid of death. To dare claim him as a son right from the start, it seemed he'd been showing too much mercy. "Guards, bring forth the torture instruments." The knight commander waved his hand grandly and roared, "Bring out the tiger bench and force-feed them chili water. Let's see if these filthy pigs still dare to keep their mouths shut." The black pigs, Omega Omega. The next moment, they were immediately herded by the jailers into the torture chamber, where an array of bewildering and horrifying instruments of torment lay before them. "No! No!" They screamed inwardly, letting out squeals like pigs one after another. But it was of no use. Soon, severe torture was inflicted. Piercing pig squeals filled the entire room. The torture continued for over half an hour. The knight commander indifferently approached the black pig that Saint Anna had transformed into, shouting loudly, "Speak, who are you?" Saint Anna let out a series of miserable pig squeals. "I am Saint Anna." The druid suddenly gritted his teeth, turned to the knight commander in anger, and translated, "I am your father, Saint Anna, Omega Omega." Even the knight commander was stunned. Wow! Jesus Christ! Damn it, did they think he couldn't wield a sword anymore? "Guards," he roared furiously. "Attack! Hold him down and beat him ruthlessly. Let's see if he still dares to talk tough." With blood-curdling screams, the beating continued for over 10 minutes. The knight commander gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who you are and what you're doing here obediently, and I'll spare your life." Saint Anna weakly trembled and spoke in pig language. I really am Saint Anna." The druid instantly shuddered, turned to the knight commander and translated, "She says, she really is your father." The surrounding black pigs, Omega Omega. Santa Anna grew frantic, shaking her head wildly and screaming, "No, that's not it. Don't listen to his nonsense translations. I'm Santa Anna, Santa Anna." The druid angrily shouted, "She said yes, that's exactly right. She made me translate it twice. She's your father, your goddamn daddy." The knight commander trembled as he backed away, muttering, What the hell?" Saint Anna was about to lose it. She shrieked, "It's Saint Anna! It's Saint Anna!" The druid furiously translated, "It's your dad! It's your goddamn dad!" Chapter 64, flat as a pancake without a single wrinkle. Saint Anna was already in tears. The surrounding black boars were completely stunned. They could clearly sense that if they had previously only faced the possibility of being whisked away by the Grim Reaper, now they were revving up the engine and sprinting full speed toward the brink of destruction. As for the knight commander, his beard was practically bristling with rage. He gritted his teeth with a crunch and said, "Fine, very well. I never expected you'd be so eager to become my father. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Torture! Bring out the torture!" The knight commander erupted in rage. "Where is that complete compendium of ancient and modern tortures? Apply each method from it to them, one by one. Let's see if they still dare to stay stubborn. This is simply too much to bear." In all his years, he had never encountered such an insolent prisoner. This was practically spitting in his face. For a moment, the piercing shriek echoed across the sky. "What a sin! What a sin!" At the same time, Lakeshire, Lady Nanako, the cursed residents are locked up right there. The young sorceress accompanying Nanako angrily pointed ahead. Lin and Nanako immediately turned to look in the direction she indicated. In an instant, Nanako was shocked. She said indignantly, "A pig farm? You mean that despicable woman has been keeping the captured residents locked up in a pig farm?" The young sorceress gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, they claimed they were temporarily gathering the residents who'd been cursed into pigs, but I never imagined they'd actually treat people like livestock." Nanako ground her teeth furiously. "Those vile creatures, Nanako doesn't have an ounce of goodwill left for them anymore. I'm going to rescue those residents right now." With that, Nanako aggressively grabbed her stout magical staff and angrily prepared to charge toward the pig farm. Oh my god, this damn loli is too reckless. Seriously, Disciple just went through so much effort to demonstrate the correct way to handle things, and you've already forgotten it, damn master? The martial world isn't about brute force, it's about human relationships and social graces. If you can solve something with status, don't resort to violence. Lin felt absolutely miserable. He reached out and grabbed one of Nanako's pigtails. Nanako immediately lost her footing, her center of gravity shifted backward, and with a thud, she performed a classic loli fall. Ouch! Tears welled up in Nanako's eyes as she rubbed her bottom, then pouted and turned her head to glare angrily at her disciple. "Disciple, stop pulling master's hair." Lin sighed helplessly. He walked over and helped his lowly master up. Lin brushed the dust off her and said gently, "Master, now isn't the time to break with the Order Church outright. Though we're not afraid of them, having too many mosquitoes buzzing about is annoying, it's just not worth getting dirty for nothing." Nanako froze for a moment, instinctively turning her head away to avoid that gentle gaze, murmuring, "Then what should we do?" Lin smiled faintly and reached into his robe to produce an emblem. Illusion magic. A few minutes later, Nanako stared at the face in the mirror, identical to Saint Anna's, tilting her head left and right while poking at it, mumbling under her breath, "I really don't like what I look like now." The magical girl's eyes glittered with little stars as she said, "Lady Nanako is so amazing. You've really become exactly like that awful woman." Nanako blinked, then flushed slightly. "Not really, I'm just somewhat good at it," she replied. "That's right, illusion magic." For mages, although their later energies would primarily focus on a particular school of magic, yet adhering to the principle of well-rounded development in moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor education, they naturally acquired some proficiency in other magical schools as well. Illusion magic is the specialty of the trickster mage lineage. However, for a city-level mage like Nanako, casting a few diversion spells or assuming someone else's appearance was an effortless feat. After a long pause, Nanako placed a hand on her hip, her ahog springing up with a sharp flick as she chirped brightly. "Disciple, does that mean we can go in openly now?" Lin stared with deadfish eyes and said, "No, master, there are still too many flaws." Startled, Nanako pulled out a mirror from her robes and said, "But master thinks I've transformed quite convincingly." Lin sighed helplessly. "Walk over, reach out and firmly grasp that utterly disobedient cowlick." Nanako instantly deflated like a popped balloon, the mirror in her hand clattering to the ground. Lin said earnestly, "Don't casually expose such obvious flaws. Anyone with ill intentions would spot something wrong at a glance. What normal person grows something like that?" Nanako, said, "No touching Nanako's fuzzy hair." Lin sighed helplessly. Swish, swish, swish. Swiftly tying the stray hair into a bow to prevent it from standing up, she then snapped a hairband over it and placed a hat neatly on Nanako's head. Now, no matter how hard Nanako tried, that stubborn strand absolutely couldn't stand up again. Nanako murmured blankly, "Then, there shouldn't be any flaws now, right?" The magical girl also nodded vigorously, saying, "I think it's already perfect." Lin crossed his arms and shook his head. "No, there's still one glaring flaw." Nanako and the magical girl were stunned, exclaiming in unison, "Where?" Lin's gaze shifted and landed on Nanako's chest. Nanaoko froze for a moment, instinctively looking downward as well. A brief silence. There was absolutely no obstruction, she could see the ground instantly. It was so flat without even the slightest undulation, so perfectly smooth you'd think a Boeing 747 could land right on it. "Nanako!" That magical girl's eyes also lit up as she said, yes, it's really so tiny. As expected of Nanako-sama's disciple. What a massive oversight. I actually didn't notice it just now. It seems Nanako-sama's apprentice has always been adept at spotting what others easily overlook. Lin smiled and said, "Master, if it's too difficult to change, don't force yourself. After all, master, you have absolutely no experience with romantic relationships. *TS? It's like asking someone blind from birth to describe the scenery outside. It's simply asking the impossible. After all, it was like this 100 years ago, and it's still like this 100 years later. Our Lolita master just subconsciously ignores it. Crack crack." Nanako clenched her fists tighter and ground her teeth as she said, "They're just some insignificant details. If Nanako wants to change them, she can do it with just a flick of her fingers." Saying this, Nanako blared angrily and stretched out her hand in irritation. Casting illusion magic. Transform. Whoosh. A radiant glow of magical energy flashed by. Nanako raised her head with a proud and haughty expression, asking, "How about now?" The mage was instantly dumbstruck and stammered, "Well, head maid Nanako, I think you'd better see for yourself." Nanako froze, instinctively lowering her head. Instantly, Nanako's expression stiffened in place. If there had been even the slightest hint of a curve just moments ago, now it was truly as flat as a polished lake surface. You could calculate with the most precise logic and still barely detect even the slightest curvature. "Stop joking around," Nanako snapped impatiently. "Again, I refuse to believe this attempt will fail too." Whoosh! A faint glow of magic flickered through the air. Nanakeo said with a tsundere tone, "Now what?" The mage girl screamed, "Wow, it's getting smaller, even smaller." Chapter 65, They Listened to God. Nanako, widening her eyes and looking down, she instantly became frantic and declared, "Again, again. Nanakeo refuses to believe such a tiny little part can stump the great mage Nanakeo. Hashtag. Whoosh whoosh. Another series of faint flashes flickered. "What about now?" Nanako gritted her teeth. The young sorceress girl shouted loudly, "It's gone. It's all gone. There's even a slight dent forming already." Nanako, Omega Omega. After a long silence, after going through several more changes, Lin finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a sigh, he took out 2 small bread rolls from his bag and handed them to his master, saying pityingly, "Master, use this as a temporary cushion first. Some things simply can't be forced." Nanako said dazedly, "Can we use something else?" "Master, I don't want to use small bread. Because we've used this many times before." Lin touched his moist eyelids and said, "Alright, I'll change it for you right away." Then he opened his backpack. His gaze fell upon the 2 watermelons inside. A few minutes later, Nanako disguised as Santa Ana strode toward the pig farm with Lin in tow. The soldiers guarding the entrance shouted immediately upon seeing someone approach, "Stop! By order of Bishop Santa Ana, no one is allowed." But before he could finish speaking, then immediately saw Nanako, who had transformed into Santa Anna's likeness. In an instant, they were stunned. "Saint, Princess Anna? Is that Saint Princess Anna? Something feels off about this. She didn't seem nearly this magnificent when I last saw her. How did she suddenly? This scale is simply out of this world. Won't the balance be affected at all?" They froze in place. Nanakeo, transformed into Saint Anna, cast them a glance and adopted Saint Anna's cold tone as she said, "What are you staring at? If you don't need those eyes anymore, I'll gouge them out right now." The soldiers immediately trembled. They swiftly dropped to one knee, laying down their weapons as they pleaded, "We beg forgiveness, Your Highness Saint Anna. We didn't realize it was Your Highness arriving." Nanako glanced at the tightly locked gate and said coldly, "Where are the residents inside?" The soldier quickly responded, "Reporting to Your Highness Santana, by your orders, all the cursed residents have been confined inside. We haven't slackened for a moment, ensuring not a single one has escaped. Open the gates. I want to go in and see for myself," Nanako demanded sternly. The soldier dared not hesitate. Hastily took out the key to unlock the bolted gate, pushed the door open, carefully stepped back, not daring in the slightest to offend this high-ranking figure of the Holy See. Though the surrounding soldiers were somewhat puzzled as to why Saint Anna wasn't accompanied by those spellbreakers but instead by 2 mages. But naturally, they didn't dare to ask. They stepped through the gate. And in the very next moment, when Nanako and the others saw the scene inside, their entire bodies shuddered involuntarily. Even Lin couldn't help but frown slightly. Beyond the gate, a foul stench assaulted the senses. Within the lower railings, hundreds of pigs were crammed into a muddy area, the repulsive odor forcing bystanders to recoil. Witnessing this scene, Nanako's eyes burned with barely contained fury. She had never seen such a scene before. They are humans. Even though they've turned into pigs, they're still human beings. And now, they're being kept here like livestock. Unforgivable. Nanako suppressed the fury in her heart and muttered under her breath. Her fists inside her sleeves clenched tighter little by little. And what made it even more unbearable for her was, the townsfolk who had been cursed into pigs merely lifted their heads, gave her one dull glance with their cloudy eyes, then numbly lowered them again. They didn't even have the energy for resentful looks. "Master," Nanako whispered, "why don't they hate me? Don't they want to kill me?" She was referring to Saint Anna, whom she had now become. Lin took a deep breath, raised his head, and said, "I'm not entirely sure either, Master." "No, I know perfectly well. To be honest, in a certain sense, the lower class of this world isn't even comparable to pigs. Because no one cares whether they live or die, nor what they think. They're merely tools for domination. In my original world, oppression at its extreme would at least spark resistance. But in this world, any rebellion is effortlessly crushed by the church and royal families wielding extraordinary power. To them, the royals and the church are invincible gods. Lin turned her head and stared fixedly at Nanako's trembling expression. She reached out and grasped her cold little hand. Even if you kill the gods, if you lack the courage for true innovation, new gods will simply arise, an endless cycle, forever unchanging. Listening to her disciple's heartfelt confession, Nanako bit her lip. To be honest, she had never known any of this before. Having grown up in Winter Spring Valley, she had always assumed the outside world was just as wonderful as her homeland. As the valley's steward, she had only ever interacted with royals and high-ranking officials, witnessing nothing but lives of splendor and luxury. He had never thought. In an instant, she lifted her head and suddenly gritted her teeth, shouting loudly, "You're free. I'll find a way to break your curse. From now on, no one will ever lock you away again." With a forceful wave of her hand, the surrounding railings were instantly blasted apart by magical energy. Boom! The fence collapsed. The room fell into complete silence. The pigs raised their heads numbly, yet not a single one stepped beyond the fence. Nanako trembled as she cried, "Go! I'm telling you to go!" But still, no one moved. Seeing this, Lin sighed. He stepped forward, looking down at the cursed residents beyond the railing, and smiled as he said, "Everyone, there's no need to be tense or afraid. You must have already heard. Her Highness Saint Anna is a saint of God, and in the name of the divine, she now officially declares your sins pardoned." The pigs suddenly trembled all over. Then, under Nanako's trembling gaze, the pigs knelt down and prostrated themselves, bowing their heads toward her, making guttural sounds that Nanako could understand even without translation. They were, "Thank you." Lin closed her eyes, clasped her hands together with a smile and said, "God will bless you all. Go home now, and don't worry about the changes in yourselves, they are merely trials from God. If you can endure this trial, you will receive His grace." Gradually, the pigs quieted down, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Then, one by one, they began to walk away. As they passed by Lin, some even stopped to grunt softly at her. Natsuko's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. "It's really uncomfortable. It's really painful. Why should they listen to you?" Natsuko said with tearful eyes, even though. Lin patted her shoulder and shook his head, saying, "They don't listen to me, they listen to God." Nanako shuddered all over, staring blankly at his face. "Listen, to God." Nanako silently repeated those words. Chapter 66, A System Older Than Magic. She spoke no more. The weight contained within these few words stifled her breathing. "This is exactly why I've always wanted to overturn this existing order. Initially I thought that by becoming the ruler of the entire continent, by placing all living creatures, every race under my dominion, I could implement reforms from the top down and renew this world completely. But later I realized it was futile. As long as the gods live, this order is eternal. Whether you're a tyrant or a benevolent king, you can never alter the world's structure. For only the cruelty of reality can breed fanatical faith. The gods will never allow anyone to disrupt this balance, leaving you with but two choices. Either become the gods' lapdog, or they'll take your life. Lin smiled faintly and reassured. "Master, don't overthink it. Our top priority now is to investigate the origin of this curse and find a way to lift it. That's what we're supposed to do." Nanako fell silent for a while. Then she vigorously shook her head and murmured, "You're right, disciple. No matter what, dealing with this curse is what we should focus on right now." Nanako wiped the dampness from the corners of her eyes with force, but perhaps even she herself didn't realize. A certain seed had already been planted deep in her heart. Maybe it was just out of kindness. Perhaps it was just some kind of pity. And it was at this very moment that the guard outside hurriedly rushed in, staring at the Saint Anna that Naniko had turned into, anxiously saying, "Lady Saint Anna, all those swine have escaped, you." Naniko turned her head, coldly staring at him. The guard was instantly terrified into a cold sweat and hastily dropped to his knees. Nanakeo looked down at him and said, "No one else will be locked here anymore. Your task is complete. I've already reached an agreement with the mages of Winter Spring Valley. From now on, they will take full responsibility for handling the curse. You are dismissed." The guard immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness Saint Anna." He paused for a moment, then said in astonishment, "Then Your Highness, you." Nananoko said coldly, "I still need to pursue the fleeing arcane mages and won't be staying in town for now. If anything happens, you can seek out this mage Lin by my side. Understood?" The guard immediately thumped his chest with one hand and said, "Yes, Your Highness Saint Anna, we will strictly follow your orders." Dismissed. Excellent. It seems my lowly master is getting serious now. Saint Anna and her party have already been turned into swine. With Saint Anna's emblem still in their possession, they can temporarily seize control of this town as long as she doesn't reappear. During this time, figuring out how to break the curse is the real priority. As for that Saint Anna, if she's dead, she's dead. No one would care anyway. They watched as the guards departed. The young sorceress paused, looking at Nanako with some concern. "Miss Nanako, where should we begin now?" Nanako thought for a moment and said, "Tell me more about the situation here. When did these residents start being affected by the curse, and what exactly happened when they were cursed?" The young sorceress pondered for a while, then recounted everything she had experienced during this period to Nanako in detail. Her name is Elena. She was a mid-level mage in charge of intelligence operations for Winterspring in this region. Just a few days earlier, they had received intelligence reports indicating unusual activity near Lakeshire, south of Lakeshire, adjacent to a dormant volcano. And just a few days ago, that dormant volcano suddenly showed signs of activity, spewing massive amounts of volcanic ash. Near the volcano, many magical creatures that thrive on fire elements also appeared. Elena said seriously, after signs of activity appeared in that southern volcano, we immediately ventured deep inside to investigate the anomalies there, but her expression grew somewhat downcast as she continued. I presume you're already aware of the specifics. We ventured deep into that extinct volcano and discovered some ancient architectural ruins exposed by volcanic activity. Among them were several mages who specialized in studying ancient knowledge. Regarding the symbols on the structures, they found that all these architectural remnants pointed towards an ancient entity, the king of arcane sources. However, they chose not to venture deeper, deciding instead to report their findings to Winterland first. Yet they never anticipated. They merely camped overnight in the vicinity. The next day I woke up. Several of their companions turned into swine. Alina said despondently, that's how it is. Because of the anomaly, we had no choice but to return to Lakeside Town. But within these past 2 days, the curse has begun to spread. 2 nights ago and last night, many residents awoke from their sleep only to turn into the very swine we just witnessed. Natsuko pondered for a moment. Does this curse only manifest at night, then? Irina nodded, then, as if suddenly remembering something, her eyes widened and she shook her head rapidly, saying, no, I believe the curse must have intensified. Didn't those church guys just turn into hogs right before our eyes? No, that was me messing around, I just imitated some of the mystic source's spells. It doesn't count at all. Resolutely ignoring her disciple's irreverent inner thoughts, Nanako hesitated, then asked, since the curse follows a pattern, didn't you sense anything unusual during the nights? Elena shuddered suddenly and whispered in a low voice. We did notice something odd, but for some reason, after midnight every night, we'd suddenly become extremely drowsy and inexplicably fall asleep. For ordinary people, it might not be noticeable, but as mages, our mental strength far exceeds that of regular individuals. Yet once the clock strikes 12, it's as if we've been bewitched. No matter what we do, we can't maintain our focus. Naoko fell into thought upon hearing this. Unable to stay awake? Could it be due to interference from some abnormal factor? It seems tonight will be a good opportunity to thoroughly investigate the town. Perhaps some clues might be found. Elena turned around, looking at her companion who had turned into a pig beside her, and said worriedly, Nanako Butler, what I'm most worried about right now is their condition. We've tried many methods to lift the curse, but none have worked. If they remain like this, then. The magicians who had turned into pigs were all weeping. Nanako furrowed her brow and asked, did the magical counterspells have no effect at all? Elena wiped the moisture from her eyes and said, nothing worked, Lady Nanako. Neither magic nor potions had any effect. We tried everything. Of course nothing worked. This is the power of the arcane source, a system far older than mere magic. Using this dynasty's sword to behead an official from the previous dynasty? That's obviously utter nonsense. To break an arcane source's curse, you must counter it at its origin. The systems must align first. Otherwise, even a god of magic would be wasting their breath. Chapter 67. Indeed, nothing escapes the teacher's notice. Lin folded her arms and curled one corner of her lips without saying a word. Nanako Zahog instantly sprang up with a faint snap. She peeked at Lin from the corner of her eye. It seems my disciple has quite a lot on his mind. Indeed, this time my disciple took the initiative to follow us here. Evidently he's also deeply concerned about the mysterious origins appearing in this place. I see, if we want to break the curse of this land, we'll have to start with my disciple. Several hours later, inside the inn, Nanako, who had returned to her original appearance, quickly locked the door, then hurriedly lay down on the bed and pulled the covers over herself. If I ask my disciple directly, she would definitely become suspicious of me. Naniko's mind raced as she spoke with determination. Then the only way to find a cure for the curse from my disciple is to investigate her other alias. Exactly. Nana immediately thought of the ice sovereign that her disciple had become. Since she couldn't ask her disciple directly, why not just ask the ice sovereign that her disciple had become instead? After all, in name, it was still her own master. He said. Nanako closed her eyes, striving to clear her mind and enter a meditative state. Then she silently recited in her heart, O great Lord of Ice and Snow, Nanako praises you, Nanako calls upon you, Nanako beseeches entry into your magnificent dominion. I beg for your mighty protection and mercy. That's right. After her previous departure, the Lord of Ice and Snow had granted her the means to enter the glacial realm. That is to praise the great existence in one's heart. But every time she recited this Chinibu phrase, Nanako had to wage a long internal struggle. because each time, she would recall her disciple's mischievous, teasing smile, and then the lines would become terribly awkward. Great disciple, Nanako praises thee, Nanako calls upon thee, Nanako begs to enter thy glorious abode, begging for thy mighty shelter and mercy. Hashtag. It really takes a long internal struggle every time to finally recite this. Ha! And at the same time, in another room, Lin, who had been lying motionless on the chair like a corpse, suddenly paused as the devout summons from his lowly master echoed through his mind. O great lord of ice and snow, Nanako praises thee, Nanako calls upon thee, Nanako humbly requests entry into thy glorious abode. Ha 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 ha, just as I had guessed, it turned out exactly the way I thought. My lowly master had already gotten used to seeking help from her own teacher in the frost plane whenever she encountered problems she couldn't solve by herself. That's a good girl. After all, with such a formidable senior backing you up, of course you should make reasonable use of it. I can't wait to see the expression on my Lala Baba master's face when I reveal everything. Lin curled the corners of his lips. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, only to reappear within the frosty palace halls. The howling winds roared as snow and ice billowed. Lin instantly transformed into the appearance of the snow goddess, sitting gracefully upon her throne with a faint smile, and softly snapped his fingers. Snap! Nanako, who was in a meditative state, was instantly transported into this icy realm. Her petite figure gradually materialized. Before Nanako could even open her eyes, that majestic and elegant voice already resonated in her ears. Long time no see, Nanako. It seems your abilities have improved significantly once more. The voice was ethereal and distant. Nanako opened her eyes, and immediately saw the graceful and elegant goddess seated upon the throne. With a gentle and sacred smile, her purity shone through no matter how one looked. Were it not for knowing this was her disciple's disguise, Nanako might have really been fooled by this holy image again. Stay calm. Stay calm. Nanako, you can do this. Nanako took a deep breath, then raised her head reverently, her eyes filled with admiration as she said, Master, I've been studying very hard to inherit your teachings. I won't let you down, Master. Ha 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 ha, look who's getting her comeuppance now, you little brat. Rise, rise, no need to stand on ceremony. The thought alone is enough, hearing you say that warms this master's heart. Nanako gritted her teeth with a grinding noise. Even his self-referential terms had completely changed. Lin maintained that dignified smile as she slowly rose to her feet, saying, Nanako, if I'm guessing correctly, you must have encountered some troubles in the real world, haven't you? Could it be the Originium? What else? What else could it be? Watching the inscrutable expression on this goddess's face, Nanako was on the verge of losing her mind. Disciple, just stay by my side, don't you realize yet? But though this thought filled my heart, outwardly I couldn't show even a sliver of it. Nanako's eyes widened in shock as she said, Master, you knew all along? Of course I knew, because I've literally been right beside you. I am that beloved disciple of yours, after all underscore. No, must be serious, must appear profound, deepen my little lowly master's admiration even further. Nanako? Lin smiled gracefully and said, because I see into your heart, Nanako. You encountered something anomalous in Lakeside Town. Your companions were affected by the occult source. You truly wish to help them return to normal, and this worries you greatly. That's why you've come seeking your teacher's aid. Am I correct, child? The voice was so gentle, like a soft evening breeze. Paired with that ethereal presence, it radiated an indescribable aura of mystery and power, like an omniscient and omnipotent deity, knowing everything under heaven. Nanako barely suppressed her urge to reveal her shock, exclaiming with awe, Yes, as expected, nothing escapes the teacher's notice. Of course. After all, your master is none other than the great, all-knowing, all-powerful Frost Sovereign. Ha 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 asterisk hic asterisk. Let me think, if I say anything more now, it'll totally ruin my intimidating aura. So what I should do now is, at once. Lin, transformed into the Frost Sovereign, wore an enigmatic smile on her face, a wise and serene expression that seemed to speak volumes without words. I'll tweak the effects a bit more. Instantly, the faint halo of frost and snow behind Lin grew brighter, more dazzling. It elevated the goddess's demeanor to an even loftier plane. Nanaoko was utterly stunned by what she saw. This, damn disciple, don't push your luck too far, alright? Nanaoko was barely holding it together through sheer willpower to avoid exposure. Don't test your master's limits. Child, the voice spoke softly yet ethereally, if something troubles you, speak it aloud. Your master will always be the mighty sovereign standing behind you. That's right, disciple shall forever remain the man who stands behind you, forever visible yet eternally out of reach. Melancholic sigh. Nanako was utterly stunned. This, please, I'm begging you, my beloved disciple. I know you're trying to maintain this mysterious image in front of Master, but please, could you at least speak in a somewhat normal tone? Master is really about to lose his composure. If you just stop having so many atmosphere-ruining thoughts, then we can negotiate everything properly. Chapter 68. What a considerate disciple you are. Nanako took several deep breaths. Hold it together. Hold it together. Nanako reverently raised her head, clasped her hands together, and said sorrowfully, "Thank you, Master. Your disciple truly wishes for your assistance. The townsfolk suffer from a curse originating from the arcane source, yet your disciple possesses no knowledge of that ancient magic, leaving me utterly helpless." Lin smiled gently, speaking with grace and dignity. "It is indeed time for you to learn something about the arcane source. Here, take this book." With an elegant wave of his hand, instantly, under Nanaoko's watchful gaze, a book emitting a faint glow slowly floated toward her. Startled, Nanaoko reached out and took it. Upon it were inscribed 4 large characters. Codex of Arcane Origins, Deluxe Edition. Nanako's eyes instantly widened before she rapidly flipped open the codex. Its densely packed pages were covered in countless indecipherable characters that clearly belonged to an ancient and formidable arcane tome. Delight immediately flooded Nanako's face. Could this perhaps be the legendary grimoire recording the secrets of primal magic? My disciple's knowledge is indeed boundless. And to think you actually handed me such a thick tome directly, disciple truly loves me. Mwah. Master. Nanako blinked, crying out in delight. Is this what's recorded in the tome about the secrets of arcane magic? Doesn't seem like much. The goddess transformed from Lin shook her head and said, "No, Nanako, what you're holding is merely the catalog. That contains all the knowledge of the secret source magic." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the side. Nanako looked doubtfully in that direction. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, on the empty space beside her, countless books began raining down from the light screen like dumplings dropping into boiling water. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. In no time, the vacant lot nearby was piled high with mountains of books, towering like a small hill. A brief silence. Nanako froze, the catalog in her hand clattering to the ground. She walked over in a daze, trembling as she extended her small hand. Gently, she pulled out a thinner book from the middle. Crash! The towering mountain of books instantly collapsed, burying Nanako beneath it. Omega Omega! There were too many of them. This is way too much. Having barely managed to climb out of that sea of books, Nanako muttered dazedly. All these books on secret magic, did you compile all of them, teacher? The goddess form of Lin gently shook her head with a smile. No, Nanako. These were painstakingly gathered 1,000 years ago by what your continent considered its most erudite mage. Master only collected a portion of them. At these words, Nanako was instantly startled. So these weren't actually done by my disciple. That really scared me to death. I actually thought my disciple's knowledge was truly boundless. It seems there are still many talented craftsmen and skilled individuals across the Violet Continent. Nanako immediately asked with hope in her voice, "Teacher, may I ask who was the one that compiled so many secrets of the source?" The goddess form of Lin curled her lips into a smile and said, "That would be the great lord of the Violet, my child." The wind howled past Nanako's dazed expression. Lin paced slowly, lifting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky with reverence in his eyes. "Child, you must always maintain the heart of an apprentice. I once briefly encountered that king of your Violet Continent. I can honestly say he remains the only human being I've ever truly respected from the bottom of my heart in this lifetime. His knowledge was so vast it eclipsed even your teacher's understanding. As the Lord of Frost, there were many questions about ice magic and its laws that I had to seek answers from that magnificent being." He turned his head, softening his gaze as he looked at Nanako, saying, "Child, if you have the chance, remember to set up a memorial tablet at home and chant his name often in your heart. Your king will surely watch over you." Nanako murmured blankly, "Oh okay, so this meant, how can you, my disciple, so effortlessly praise your alternate persona while maintaining another disguise? Aren't they both just you? Hey disciple, won't you develop split personality disorder with so many alternate accounts? Master has already discovered 2 of them." After finishing his melancholic thoughts, Lin turned and smiled down at Nanako, saying, "You can take your time comprehending these books, no rush. If you want to solve the mystical curse you've encountered this time, teacher recommends you take a look at these few volumes." A faint glimmer flickered. Nanako's hand suddenly held several more books that shimmered with a faint light. Complete Guide to Essence Extraction and Synthesis. Fundamental Alchemy Texts Required for Curse Breaking. A couple of things about quick nutrition replenishment after being drained by an evil dragon, Arcane Source Edition. Beginner's Guide to Basic Arcane Curses. Nanako froze, her gaze falling upon the 3rd ancient tome. Drained by an evil dragon. Whoosh whoosh. Before she could even read it aloud, the book was instantly snatched back by Lin with unimaginable speed. Maintaining her smile, Lin spoke with poise and grace. "All right, child, go back and study these books carefully. Everything you seek is within them." Nanako stared blankly at her now empty hands, bewildered. "Teacher, what was that book called earlier? Something about an evil dragon." Lin smiled and said, "A dragon? There are no dragons here, child." "No." Nanako widened her eyes and gestured, "Being exploited or something, that book." Maintaining her dignified smile, Lin responded, "Child, you're too exhausted. You should go back and rest now." No, I mean, aren't you still supposed to help your companion lift the curse? Don't waste too much time here. Hey, wait a moment. Nanako wanted to ask something more, but in an instant, she was sent back to her own bedroom. A faint light shimmered. Open your eyes. Nanako sat up from the bed, looking around blankly. Did I come back? Then she saw that she already held 3 thick books in her hands. Nanako's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Though every time she went there, she had to endure her disciple showing off ostentatiously before her. But be that as it may, this time, there was indeed a solution to lift the curse. But I still feel there are many secrets about my disciple. Nanako's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly in confusion. Wasn't my disciple always so lazy? Then why does it seem my disciple has conducted such in-depth research about mystical sources? Nanako shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it further. The top priority now was to find a way to lift the curse. She rapidly flipped through the ancient texts, her eyes burning with determination. 1 page, 2 pages, serious and focused. And soon, Nanako discovered the difference between the mystic source and magic. With modern magic, as long as you're powerful enough, you can use curse-breaking spells to forcibly erase an applied curse from the outside. But in the mystic source system, once a curse is cast, removing it becomes impossible. If you want to lift such an effect, either die, or you can only use a concoction to inflict upon yourself a new, inverse form of sorcery. For instance, if you were turned into a pig and wished to revert, you'd have to drink a potion that transforms swine back into men. In fact, if this potion were fed to an actual pig, it too would become human. What an eerie form of source magic, to fundamentally alter the very nature of one's existence. A potion formula, let me see. Dragon's tongue herb, 8-headed serpent flower, 15 grams of purified source essence, 5 grams of blood from the accursed. He carefully noted everything down with his pen, but just as she turned to the next page, she suddenly froze in surprise, because she discovered that the paper on the next page was somewhat yellowed, and the handwriting on it was completely different. Was it a mistake made during binding? Or perhaps, frowning slightly, she read it out loud in bewilderment. Secret Source Edition Indian God. Is it some kind of auxiliary medicine formula? My disciple is indeed thoughtful. Asterisk. Chapter 69, has it started? It's over. At the same time, inside Lin's bedroom, Lin flipped through the book in her hands, overcome with emotion. If she hadn't rummaged through the boxes today, she might have completely forgotten about this treasured research compilation preserved for so many years. Arcane Source, as the most ancient form of magic in the Violet Continent. During those 4,000 to 5,000 years, it could truly be said to be a time of unparalleled prosperity. Lin's mind faintly recalled the circumstances of those days. That's right. When you have a powerful evil dragoness as your wife, you come to acutely feel the weakness of being human. Whether it's in terms of strength, or that certain, wicked aspect. This is nothing like the depictions in fantasy novels, where no matter what kind of opponent the protagonist faces, they can always stand firm and remain invincible. After all, humans have their limits. No matter how strong you are, it's incredibly difficult to physically overpower a ferocious dragon. Oh, Aini, oh. He vaguely remembered those deeply humiliating words he heard during what should have been his honeymoon. Has it already started? It's already over. Raising his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the vast sky, tears poured down like rain. During the time when the evil dragon was still around, what exactly was the driving force that kept him growing stronger? What was it that kept pushing him relentlessly to become even stronger? Of course, it was because. Carrot? Enough said, more words would only bring tears. Lin flipped through the book with tearful eyes, reminiscing about her past research achievements. It truly was just to supplement some nutrition, yet somehow ended up thoroughly mastering all the arcane knowledge by accident. Well, regardless, there were still some accomplishments. Lin sighed with melancholy. He kept flipping through the pages, reading with great relish. It felt like revisiting one's elementary school essays decades later. And indeed, there were some unexpectedly different feelings. But at that very moment, Lin suddenly froze. Why is there a page missing? Staring at the missing page amid the yellowed book leaves, Lin felt completely bewildered. Did I accidentally lose it while rummaging through the boxes? Soon, it was noon, accompanied by a faint magical blow from teleportation magic. Nanako's body gradually materialized in her own bedroom. Dressed in blue mage robes, Nanako was seen holding an armful of stacked boxes piled high, with even her twin ponytails tied up carrying 2 large bundles. Finally, I've gathered all the materials. Nanako struck a pose with hands on her hips, wearing a tsundere expression while her unruly hair swayed briskly above her head. After confirming the basic formula for lifting the curse, Nanako immediately used teleportation magic to return to Winter Springs Valley, retrieving all the necessary ingredients for the magic potion formulation from the valley's treasury. After all, as an ancient organization like Winterspring, all kinds of magical materials are readily available. With these materials, given Nanako's abilities, she should be able to brew a potion capable of lifting the curse. Nanako twirled around, her ponytail fluttering. Without another word, Nanako gathered all her materials in her arms. Then she dashed out of the inn at lightning speed. The moment she stepped outside, she happened to see the magical girl Alina standing right outside the inn's entrance. Alina tilted her head in confusion at the sight of Nanako laden with numerous bags and asked, "Steward Nanako, what are you?" Nanako winked playfully and said, "I've already found a way to lift the curse." At these words, Alina's eyes instantly lit up as she exclaimed, Really? Lady Nanako, you." Nanako immediately raised a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, whispering mysteriously, "Shoo, don't say it aloud. Lakeside Town must have places that can brew magic potions, right?" Alina promptly closed her mouth, then widened her eyes and nodded vigorously. "There's an alchemist's guild. For just a small fee, we can rent an alchemy workshop from them." Nanako said cheerfully, "Wonderful. Alina, take me there quickly." Alina glanced toward the inn with a puzzled expression and said, "Miss Nanako, shall I inform your apprentice?" Nanako threw a glance at the inn, then shook her head vigorously, grinning mischievously. "No need, let him rest well. We'll give him a nice surprise after we finish brewing the potion. Of course, there's no need to notify anyone, because the potion recipe was obtained from my disciple in the first place. Of course, the main reason is still because I wanted to prove Nanako's capabilities. Even without my disciple, Nanako could still brew an excellent potion, because Nanako was also an exceptionally powerful sorceress." Harboring clandestine little secrets, Nanako and Alina immediately scurried off furtively towards the Alchemist Guild. They simply didn't notice. Right around the corner near the inn, a pair of eyes watched Nanako and Alina's retreating figures. "Church, Knight Commander Marshal, that's exactly how it was. Just moments ago, I personally witnessed the deacon from Winter Springs Valley and another mage heading toward the Alchemist Guild's direction." Knight Commander Marshal frowned slightly, pacing back and forth as his armor clanked with each movement. He pondered slightly and asked, "Did you hear what else they said?" The attendant bowed his head and replied, "I didn't dare get too close, but I vaguely caught something about potions, curses, and the like." These words fell like a hammer blow. Marshal Knight Captain immediately looked up, frowning. "Potions? Could it be that those mages from Winter Spring Valley have found a way to lift the curse?" After the curse broke out in Lakeshire, many within their church had also been turned into swine as a result. But research into breaking the curse has also been initiated by the Holy See. However, no progress has been made yet. Commander Marshall couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "Continue the surveillance. Report to me immediately if they make any real breakthroughs." Understood. Not long ago, he had just received the news. The guards responsible for overseeing those cursed residents informed him that Her Highness Santana had personally ordered the lifting of restrictions on those residents. And what's more, she was with those mages from Winter Spring Valley. He couldn't help but frown. If Her Highness Santa Ana has indeed returned, why hasn't she come to the church to meet them? Moreover, during this entire period, no matter what method he tried, he couldn't contact Santa Ana at all. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something suspicious about all this. So, where exactly has Her Highness Santa Ana gone? Oh. The basement once again echoed with the pitiful squeals of those black pigs. Marshall, the Knight Captain, flew into a rage and shouted toward the basement, "Hit! Keep hitting! Beat him until he no longer wants to be my father, damn it!" At the same time, in the room at the Alchemist's Guild, simply by showing the insignia of the Winter Springs Valley attendant, Nanako effortlessly obtained permission to use the alchemy workshop. Hurry! Get all the materials ready. We're preparing to brew magic potions." Nanako worked swiftly, humming a light-hearted tune, her twin ponytails bouncing up and down as she quickly laid out all the materials she had brought from the Winter Springs Valley in one go. Chapter 70, Why Does It Feel So Hot? The refining begins. Grind the agave herb into powder. Extract nectar and trace magical elements from the mithril flowers. Handle the 8-branched herb cautiously to avoid its toxins, using only the proper dosage. Nanako was quite confident in her alchemical abilities. After all, what kind of proper mage wouldn't know how to brew potions? Gurgle gurgle. The herbs in the cauldron boiled incessantly, bubbling up. Nanako took out a monocle and carefully observed the drops of unidentified white liquid slowly seeping from the distillation tube. She leaned her head in for a sniff. Achoo! A fishy scent rushed at her face. Nanako rubbed her nose with satisfaction, gazing proudly at her masterpiece. "Butler Nanako, will drinking this white, sticky liquid really lift the curse on my body?" Elena curiously reached out her hand, pinched a tiny bit of the potion's solvent, and with a gentle pull of her fingers, immediately stretched out sticky strands. Crystal clear. Nanako haughtily grasped the spoon and said, "Where's it that simple? There's still the most crucial step left to do." "What is it?" Elena asked curiously. Nanako gave a soft smile, shaking her little spoon as she said, "Arcane Source. That's right. The purest arcane source is the most crucial and indispensable step in potion brewing. Otherwise, it would be no different from ordinary concoctions. Carefully, Nanako took out a small piece of mithril, then using specialized alchemy tools along with a hint of magical energy, she meticulously carved one rune after another according to the records in the book. Everything was finally in place. Nanako carefully placed the rune into its specialized device. Magical energy is a substance derived from the dilution and diffusion of the primal source. By collecting enough magical energy, one could synthesize pure primal source in reverse. According to what my disciple said, there's void essence flowing outside Lakeside Town's volcano. If that's the case, refining pure void essence shouldn't be too difficult. Naruko pondered, then cautiously activated those void runes. Gurgle. The runes emitted an eerie, faint glow resembling arcane silver. The device began to activate. Nanako continued to channel her magical energy into it. Time ticked by minute after minute. Under Arena's astonished gaze, amidst countless glowing runes, a single drop of liquid shimmering with a metallic luster slowly coalesced. Snap! Elena cried out in delight, it's dripping. Nanako, the primal source is dripping from that tiny opening. Nanako grinned, revealing a neat row of gleaming white teeth, her face brimming with joy. Then let's give it our all. Extract more of the secret source, and we'll have new ways to break the curse. Got it, Lady Nanako. Chapel. What? You're saying that Wintergale Vale Steward actually extracted the source essence? Martial Knight Commander stared in shock at the messenger who had rushed to deliver the news, furrowing his brow as he said, "Are you absolutely certain what you're saying is true?" The messenger struck his chest with one hand and replied, "Commander, I overheard it outside the steward's chamber myself, but whether it's truly accurate or not, I cannot say for certain." Martial Knight Commander fell into deep thought. There could be no mistake about it. Her Highness Saint Anna had already informed them that this curse was indeed related to mystic source magic, and to lift this curse, they would undoubtedly have to approach it through the mystic source system. But didn't Her Highness Saint Anna say that the magic of the arcane source has almost been lost? Only some ancient and malevolent beings and their descendants can master the arcane source magic. He frowned and said, as expected of the Winter Spring Valley Mage Group, I never thought they'd even dabble in the arcane source magic. Instantly, a sinister decision took root in his heart. He turned his head, narrowed his eyes at the attendant, and said, once they've finished brewing the potion, find an opportunity to obtain it. I'm certain Saint Anna would be extremely interested in such a potion. Yes, my lord. Alchemist Guild. Finally, after who knows how long, Nico-chan slumped onto the bench like a deflated balloon, her antenna hair drooping limply as she panted breathlessly. It's finally done. That was so exhausting, Nico-chan is completely spent. Ailina gazed in surprise at the half-small bottle of pure, refined arcane essence. Naniko-sama, does this mean we can create the true potion now by mixing the arcane essence with the magical solution? Naniko picked herself up and haughtily took the small vial containing the essence. Then she approached the cauldron for the potion and said with focus, yes, success or failure hangs on this moment. It's time to witness a miracle. Nanako carefully opened the bottle cap. Then she gently dropped a single drop into the iron pot filled with the medicinal solution. Snap! In an instant, a plume of purple vapor arose from the iron pot. The originally crystal clear yet viscous potion instantly transformed into a wondrous liquid swirling with purple and crimson hues. Glug glug. Bubbles continuously rose within the liquid. Great success degree. Nanako nearly jumped with excitement. The cauldron of magic potion truly matched the descriptions in the books perfectly, whether in color or scent, it was flawless. She had actually brewed the magic potion perfectly. Elena exclaimed in delight, does this mean we can help lift the curse on the villagers now? Nanako stretched out her hand and cautioned seriously, almost, but one crucial medicine still needs to be blended in. Elena looked puzzled. Nanako carefully opened the smaller alchemy furnace beside her. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth. The furnace was filled to the brim with a dreamy, oil-like golden liquid. Wow, so shiny. What is this, Chief Naniko? It's glittering gold, Elena exclaimed. The wet nurse fished out the recipe from her bosom, moistened her lips, and recited. It's a recipe to go with the potion, called Mystic Source Indian Divine Oil. Elena froze for a moment, then touched her head in puzzlement. Indian Divine Oil? What a tongue-twisting name. Is this some kind of aid potion? Nanaoko nodded seriously, pondering before saying, it must be, but whether to mix it or take separately, Nanaoko hasn't quite figured out yet. Elena, Omega, wow, that sounds so advanced. Nanaoko thought for a moment, then carefully examined the book and the recipe again. But since it's listed as a combined recipe, it probably means they should be mixed together. Forget it, just pour it in first. Nanako strained to lift the small pot, pouring all of its golden potion into the magical brew. Glug, glug. The potion suddenly emitted an extraordinarily strong, peculiar fragrance. Achoo, achoo. Nanako and Anlina both sneezed violently, rubbed their noses, then stared blankly at the wisps of unusual steam rising from the concoction. Within moments, both women's faces flushed a deep crimson. Nana's butler. Elena murmured blankly, is this really the correct recipe? Why do I suddenly feel the scent has become somewhat off? Nanako rubbed her petite nose and touched her burning cheeks, puzzled. It should be right. According to the recipe, there shouldn't be any major problems. But why does my face feel so hot? Nanako wondered. And suddenly her whole body started feeling hot too. Chapter 71, Special Secret Source Divine Oil. But she was an ice mage. The burning sensation was easily erased with magical energy. Perhaps this is how potions work. Alina asked curiously, should we find someone to test it first? Nanako thought for a moment and said seriously, true, but let's have the mages from our Winter Springs Valley conduct the tests. It wouldn't be good if something happened to the residents. Elena immediately straightened up and said, Lady Nanako, Elena will go call them right now. After saying that, gripping her staff tightly, Elena dashed out of the alchemy workshop in a flash. Watching Elena hurry away into the distance, Nanako let out a breath, feeling both happy and fulfilled. The bouncing cowlick danced merrily, betraying her smug delight. Though it had drained a considerable amount of magical energy, that satisfying feeling of completing a task still left her utterly content. If the magic potion truly worked, everyone's curses would soon be lifted. Nanako hummed a little tune, shouldered her staff, and locked the front door with a click. There's no hurry to test the potion until Elena brings those companions of hers over. As for me, of course, I'm going to catch up on some sleep, he said. Nanako contentedly walked into the compartment, shut the door with a snapping sound, and plopped down on the lounge's bed. Soon, satisfied breathing sounds could be heard coming from the room. Time ticked by minute after minute, and right at that moment, click, a very faint sound of unlocking. Faintly visible, a semi-transparent thief slowly stepped into Nanako's alchemy workshop. He scanned his surroundings with extreme caution, his gaze settling on the direction of the door where Nanako was resting. Nanako, zzz. Nananoko's sweet nasal breathing came from the side chamber's doorway. He let out a cold laugh. Turning my head, my gaze fixed upon the freshly brewed potion in the cauldron. It seems this is the potion that can lift the curse. Indeed, what foolish mages. Such an important thing was left here without any vigilance. It seems they really have nothing to fear. In that case, I suppose I'll graciously accept it. He sneered as he took out a special container. Then, with great care, he collected every last drop of the potion from the boiler. But the moment he lifted the lid, a bizarre fragrance instantly wafted over him. His face instantly filled with bewilderment. Is this really a magic potion? Something feels off about it. For some reason. Suddenly, he felt his body growing intensely hot. Never mind, just take it first. It wasn't until over half an hour later. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. In the cubicle, Nanako suddenly jolted awake, then rubbed her bleary eyes as she looked around blankly. Ah, you're already here? She yawned. Then, dragging her weary body, she stepped out of the cubicle and opened the main door. Suddenly, Alina and Lin, along with those wizards who had been turned into pigs, appeared before her. Good afternoon, master. Lin smiled and tossed a pistachio into her mouth. The pigs oinked, oh, in greeting. So he really did sneak over to brew potions behind his apprentice's back. Judging by this, the master must have already succeeded. The formula couldn't possibly be defective. Even if we went back a few thousand years, my formula would still be considered top-tier potion making. Even a foolish lowly like master is easy to handle. Ha ha ha. Nanako Zahog stood up stiffly in anger. Poof. Hearing her disciple's thoughts, Nanako blushed, crossed her arms, and turned her head away Tsundere style. Really, seriously now. Why did my disciple come over too? If my disciple is here, Nanako won't be able to say any boastful words. Well, as for that wicked nickname, silly little lowly, I'll forgive you for now. After all, without my disciple's formula, lifting the curse would have been quite a headache. If this really works, I'd be more than happy to return and bake some delicious little cakes as a reward for my disciple. Master, what about the potion you prepared? Lin asked with a chuckle. We could have these few test it first. If it works, then we can use it to lift the curse for the townspeople. Nanako swiftly approached the alchemy furnace with light steps. A smile blossomed across her face. She grabbed the furnace lid in one swift motion. They're right here. Nanako has brewed so many, more than enough for sure. Then she flung open the stove lid with a flourish, eyes shut and her lips curling adorably at the corners, poised to bask in everyone's praises. A brief silence. Elena and those pigs stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbstruck. Headmaid Nanako, what is it? Headmaid Nanako tilted her head curiously. Did you move the potion somewhere else? Or, Alina said in surprise. Nanako rubbed her head in bewilderment, then instinctively looked into the container. Nanako, Omega. My medicine, Nanako's great successful potion. It's gone. How could it disappear? At the same time, inside the church, Marshall stroked his beard with a cold smile, gazing at the faint purple glow emanating from the bottled liquid in his hand. A gentle shake, and an enchanting radiance immediately bloomed within. Is this truly the potion capable of breaking the curse? Turning his head, Marshall surveyed the respectfully standing attendant and the containers filled with the mesmerizingly luminous potions, his satisfaction reaching its peak. He was very pleased that his subordinates had completed the tasks he delegated with such efficiency. You did well, Marshall reassured. With these potions, we should be able to transform all the cursed members of our church back to normal. Did those mages notice you? The attendant respectfully replied, No, Lord Marshall. Everything went very smoothly, and no one noticed it was our church behind it. Marshall burst into hearty laughter, brimming with smug satisfaction. For their holy church, if they could secure this first-generation potion, it would grant them deeper access to explore the flaming ruins. This time, to investigate the volcanic ruins, their holy church had dispatched not one but two bishop-level figures. But now, Grand Master Augustus of the Templar Order was stationed near the ancient ruins with his formidable cavalry. If this potion truly works, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to Grand Master Augustus, and for him, it would certainly count as a remarkable accomplishment. Hurry, to the back chamber, let's test whether this magical potion truly possesses such miraculous effects. Ha ha ha, Alchemist Guild. It's over, it's all over. Nanako, Omega Omega, grabbed her ponytail and wailed. It was right here earlier. Nanako just took a little nap. How come there's not a single drop left when I woke up? Lin, what else could it be? Someone must have been targeting it. So why am I not surprised at all? Well, considering my lowly master's vigilance, this is absolutely a perfectly normal thing. Just like how I openly take a few gold coins from her little treasure chest every day, and the lowly master never notices. But it doesn't matter, this kind of potion isn't worth a dime. If you want some, you could brew several tons of it any time. On the other side, Elena wouldn't give up. Glaring with determination, she picked up that massive alchemy cauldron and flung it downward with all her might. Finally, under her intense gaze, a drop of potion plopped into the cup. There's a drop left, just one drop. Elena's eyes widened as she picked up the cup and said, Anyway, let them try it first. If it really works, even a drop should be enough to. The pigs immediately opened their mouths and eagerly crowded forward. They had truly had enough of living as swine. But just as Elena was preparing to experiment on them, Lin suddenly froze. His gaze was instantly drawn to the potion's unusually vivid hue. Why does the color and smell feel just a tiny bit off? Wait a minute. Lin hesitated before walking over and accepting the cup. He gave it a cautious sniff, frowning slightly, poked it, feeling somewhat familiar. He reached out, dipped a finger in, and tasted it. In an instant, Lin froze stiff on the spot. This damn hell is my specially crafted origin-enhanced Indian aphrodisiac oil? Chapter 72, Bottoms Up. Oli. Lin stared wide-eyed, scarcely able to believe the taste she'd discerned from this magical potion. It was that kind with a faint briny tang yet a whisper of sweetness, the ultimate version that could be used both externally and internally. Indian divine oil. Disgusting. Disgusting. Lin swiftly spat out the mouthful of suspicious potion. He instantly felt absolutely miserable. Lin glared. No wonder a few pages were missing from my notebook, they ended up here. Must have accidentally gotten mixed in when I was organizing things. But are you blind or what? Obviously you should have ignored a formula like this. What possessed you to actually mix it into the potion? Dog girl, do you have any fucking idea? This is the ultimate secret source aphrodisiac I specially developed to enhance certain, ahem capabilities. One drop of this shit, whether you're man, woman, monster, or even a damn dog, you'd fuck a crack in the wall if it looked at you sideways. Nanako. The instant Naniko heard Lin's inner thoughts, her face morphed into, Omega Omega. What kind of apprentice's inner monologue is this? Aphrodisiac? This wretched disciple was saying the Indian divine oil he painstakingly concocted is an aphrodisiac? What kind of joke is this? Even if it's not a supplementary potion for magic, shouldn't it at least be seasoning oil or lamp oil or something? How could it possibly be an aphrodisiac? Lin gritted her teeth, shut her eyes tightly, and clenched her fists until they cracked. How could this have gotten mixed in with the potion? If taken randomly, it's definitely going to cause a huge disaster. This is the divine elixir I secretly brewed to conquer dragons, specially tailored for superhuman physiques like mine. If an ordinary person drank this, wouldn't their hormones spike so violently they'd bleed out? Luckily, just smelling the scent doesn't have much effect, otherwise, the puppy girl and Alina would probably have ended up going full Yuri while brewing it. Degree. Nanako, Omega Omega. Why, Yuri? What's Yuri? I don't really understand, but in this context, it somehow feels like something absolutely terrifying. No, this kind of thing must not be allowed to spread. Even if stolen, consuming it would have terrifying consequences. Damn it all. They'll exploit every opening. They'll find every weak spot. seeing gaps and thrusting needles? It seems I instantly understood something terrible. That scoundrel apprentice clearly touched something just now. Would he actually try to thrust where there's a gap? Nanakeo is still young. Nanako really didn't want to be targeted at every possible opportunity. And at that very moment, Lin suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze on Nanako. Nanako immediately bristled like a startled cat. At the same time, in the grand hall behind the church, Marshall waved his hand grandly, bursting into hearty laughter as he gazed passionately at the ranks of cursed church followers who now stood before him, transformed into swine. Come, distribute all the magic potions. Everyone gets their share, drink these, and you'll be restored to proper humans again. Marshall was now at the peak of his triumph. Just half a minute earlier, he had already successfully tested the potion on one of his subordinates. In barely 2 seconds after taking the magic potion, my subordinate who had turned into a swine returned to normal. This has already proven the effectiveness of this magic potion. Ha 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 ha. It was utterly unexpected. The mages of Winterspring had actually succeeded in creating a potion capable of lifting the curse. His attendants were likewise overjoyed, exclaiming, "Lord Commander, we've obtained an abundant supply of the magical potion. Just a single drop can revert someone cursed into swine back to human form. The quantity we possess could easily equip an entire battalion of 1,000 men." Marshall couldn't contain his elation either, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Excellent. Immediately prepare a portion of the potion and dispatch someone at top speed to deliver it to Lord Augustus' camp at the volcano crater. Tell His Eminence the Bishop that with these magical potions, they can safely explore deeper into the ruins. And this is entirely thanks to Sir Marshall." His attendant responded with great joy, "Yes, Knight Captain Marshall, we'll arrange for someone to deliver it to the bishop right away." As Marshall's most devoted attendant, if Marshall, the Knight Commander, could achieve a promotion, then they would undoubtedly reap tremendous benefits. To paraphrase the Grand Duke of Violet's famed maxim, it would be, "When one man attains enlightenment, even his pets ascend to heaven." Marshall, brimming with vigor, smiled as he raised his bowl in hand, then let a drop of potion fall into the clear water, saying, "Come, my knights, I imagine you've endured this swine's misery long enough. Now, join me in drinking this potion. Though I haven't been turned into a swine myself, as your commander, we should share both joy and hardship alike." The pigs let out a battle cry full of fighting spirit, oink oink. Instant adrenaline rush. Their voices were filled with the iron will of war pigs. As the most loyal soldiers of the church, they were warriors as humans, and now as pigs, they shall likewise become war pigs. That's just how awesome it is. Bottoms up. Olé! Marshall burst into laughter as he downed the potion in one gulp. Olé! All the battle boars roared in unison. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of drinking went on and on. At the same time, at the Alchemist Guild, Nanako's eyes widened, her ahogue standing straight up like an antenna. "Disciple, don't stare at Nanako like that. It's Master's fault. This Master has failed you. Disciple, you mustn't suddenly rush over and demand your Master do those disgraceful things with you. If things are truly as you describe, it'll break. Nanachan will break. And there are other people and piggies here, doing such things in public would be too embarrassing. Omega Omega." In that fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds, Nanako's mind was flooded with countless scrolling thoughts like those above. It seems the Lolita is still blaming herself for losing the potion. Perhaps I shouldn't scold her as the Snow Sovereign. To be honest, this was caused by my own negligence, not her fault. But thankfully it was stolen, at least this didn't lead to any horrifying consequences, otherwise I might have witnessed some terrifying mass pig movements. No way! The Indian miracle oil incident must absolutely never reach the Lolita Master's ears. Otherwise, the carefully crafted persona of the Ice and Snow Sovereign that I've worked so hard to build might collapse any moment now. Lin withdrew her gaze, her thoughts in furious turmoil. Nanako's eyes widened, her little heart nearly jumping out of her chest. Her disciple didn't notice any flaws in her act. That's wonderful. But my dear disciple, you need to realize quickly. You are also one of the people who just touched that magic potion. Since you said this magic potion was specifically tailored for yourself, if you claim it doesn't affect you, even your master wouldn't believe it. Chapter 73, You Made Me Shiver. Nanako was about to go crazy. Stop thinking about your secret identity already. Your cover's been blown in front of Nanako long ago, you dummy. Breaking down. Neither of them spoke a word, but the turmoil inside their minds could rival a volcanic eruption in intensity. As both were completely absorbed in their own thoughts, they didn't notice Alina watching Lin and Nanako with curious confusion. She scratched her head, tilted it to one side, and a visible question mark popped up above her. So, why did both Nanakeo the butler and Mr. Lin suddenly fall silent? Should this magic potion actually be fed to her two companions? What a headache! But just then, the pigs, beside her nudged Alina affectionately. Gurgle hum yame. Alina rubbed her head and asked curiously, "Do you want some?" But there's less than a drop left. Those pigs Carrot chimed in, grumble grumble. Elena hesitated. Just one lick each? Alright. Though if it really works, the dosage shouldn't be a big problem, right? Elena looked inquiringly at Butler Nanako and Lin. Finding no objections, she crouched down, placed the cup on the ground, and said gently, well, you can all have a lick, but not too much. Lady Nanako worked very hard to brew this potion. Several pigs grunted and crowded forward. Should we lick the pot too? Well, we really shouldn't waste anything. Bless the sisters. May everyone successfully turn back. Elena prays for you all. Slurp, slurp. A series of inexplicable licking sounds drifted through the air. Both Lin and Nanako jolted awake from their intense inner turmoil. Instinctively, they turned their heads and peered in confusion toward the source of the sound. In an instant, what they saw were several plump piglets contentedly licking the containers that had held the magical potion, and nearby, Elena sat with her hands clasped in tender prayer. And at that very next moment, with faint glimmers of light flashing upon those several piggies, their bodies began to slowly transform. Amidst that soft halo of light, 6 tall and slender, strikingly beautiful yet completely unclothed young women gradually materialized before them. Buzz. Naoko and Lin's minds erupted with a thunderous shock, their eyes instantly glazing over in stunned disbelief. Magic potion. Drank it. At the same time, church. One after another, intensely powerful beams of light erupted instantaneously in the church's rear courtyard. And it was under that radiance that the mighty battle boars of the church, having consumed the purest mystical potion, regained their original forms once more. One after another, towering and robust figures rose from the ground. Those massive and powerful frames, those perfectly sculpted muscles like fine art, those iron-willed spirits brimming with unfettered resolve, all were restored in this moment, bathed in boundless holy light. These were the mighty warriors of the church. They are thorn-covered men brimming with free will. Roar! They raised their heads and howled at the sky. Only they themselves knew that within this roar lay an unyielding spirit, a steely will that would never be crushed even if they were turned into pigs. My warriors! Marshall laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Congratulations on your return. Gazing at these hundreds of battle-hardened men standing before him, his emotions at this moment were beyond words. That was sheer exhilaration. It was incomparably exhilarating, as if witnessing the birth of something magnificent, for these were all his mighty warriors. Thank you, Knight Commander, roared hundreds of men, dropping to one knee and pounding their chests with a fist. The sight of hundreds of bare-chested men kneeling was bound to shake anyone who laid eyes on it. Marshall laughed heartily and stepped forward to meet them. But just as he reached out to help those soldiers, who had finally transformed from swine back into humans, suddenly, his entire body stiffened. In an instant, for some inexplicable reason, an indescribable burning sensation surged through his body. Burning, scalding, blazing, it felt as if a furnace was roaring within his chest. Instinctively, his gaze turned toward those powerful and well-built men, standing at attention. His attendant asked in astonishment, Knight Commander, what's wrong with you? Marshall muttered, and nothing, just a sudden chill. Zealing. Those hundreds of rugged men all shivered inexplicably at the same moment. Yeah, it was like suddenly getting hit by a chill, but it felt like that kind of, hard to put into words. They lifted their heads, staring blankly at their marshal, the knight captain. They just suddenly felt, their knight captain seemed to have become somewhat adorable. Despite his scruffy beard, salt and pepper hair, and yellowed teeth, there was this inexplicable, sudden fondness. With such delicate features, they were stunned by their own thoughts. At the same time, the Alchemists Guild. Wow, it really changed back. How magical. A girl with peach-colored hair, looking like a big sister, delightedly touched her own face. The magic potion Lady Nanako developed really works. So happy. Finally, I don't have to be a pig anymore. B yay. Another playful little Lolita with white hair even jumped up happily, exclaiming hooray. So happy. Really so happy indeed. Under the stunned gazes of Nanako and Lin, after licking the remnants of the potion, the 6 large white pigs transformed back into their original forms amidst waves of faint light. 6 strikingly different women and girls, some mature, some youthful, all fair-skinned and beautiful, abruptly appeared before them. And since they had changed directly from swine to humans, so the body is as clean as a baby's. In plain language, completely naked. Nanako, Omega. This, I've changed back. But why are all of you girls? Elena rubbed the back of her head, overjoyed that her sisters had returned to their original forms. She playfully blinked her eyes, completely oblivious to the shifting atmosphere around her. It's Master Elena and her sisters. Sorry for not telling you earlier, Lady Nanako, but they're all girls. Though none are as amazing as you, they're all exceptionally skilled and outstanding mages. 6 distinctly styled girls stood up in unison, bowing without Omega expression while chorusing simultaneously. Lady Nanako, we've caused you trouble. 6 stunningly beautiful girls, completely naked, bowing in unison, such a sight. Disciples must not look, Nanako screamed, with tears in her eyes. Chapter 74 I have my dignity too. It was almost like a reflex. Nanako tore off her mage robes with unimaginable speed. With perfect precision, she draped them over Lin with a dramatic flourish. Nanako clenched her small fists and exclaimed, "There are boys here. Don't casually expose yourself in front of them." Lin saw it. Eek! Nanako's ahogue stood straight up with a snap. "But that's not what's bothering me now." Knocking on blackboard emphatically, "Even if there were 1,000 naked girls lined up before me, so what? Am I the kind of person who's never seen the world before? The key is the potion. The potion. Turning human by drinking a potion mixed with Indian sacred oil, that's the crucial point. I must have lost my mind earlier. I should have destroyed that drop of potion on the spot. What should I do? What should I do? How can I warn Master about this without making him suspicious of me? Oh! Lin was nearly driven to madness. Nanako gripped her ponytail tightly. She was about to lose her mind too. Then hurry up and think of something, you idiot. Nanako absolutely couldn't show any sign that she knew the truth of this matter either. In that case, you'd start suspecting me, my disciple. So, hurry up and come up with a perfect solution that neither makes me suspect you nor lets you suspect me. Solve this matter already. Ha? What? P.S. Two individuals who both desperately want to avoid the other's suspicion have plunged into a mental battle akin to an endless loop, perfectly trapping themselves in deadlock. It's okay. It's really okay. Completely unaware of the frantic mental battle between the two people before her, the 6 mage girls, our Omega Q, said. We've already spent a whole day together, and when we were piggies, didn't we communicate just like this? We should be more understanding. And we're really grateful to Mr. Lin for guiding us through it. He's literally the only person who could communicate normally with us when we were piggies. So even if someone sees, it's totally fine. No embarrassment at all. *RQ. The 6 sorceress ladies were exceptionally lively and cheerful. What kind of expressions are you guys making on your faces, huh? I can't hold back anymore. Nanako tugged on her ponytail and, oh, said. Don't say such weird things. Nanako's disciple belongs to Nanako, and if Nanako's disciple wants to look, they can only look at Na. But right at that moment before she could finish speaking, she suddenly saw those 6 previously lively and cheerful girls freeze momentarily, their faces instantly flushing crimson at an unbelievable speed. Nanako's eyes widened as she suddenly realized something, her ahogue instantly springing upright with a twang. The pink-haired girl covered her cheeks and asked curiously, "Huh? How weird. I suddenly feel my face getting all hot." Another white-haired loli tilted her head and remarked while resting her chin in her hand, "That's right, big sisters, your faces have gone all red." Yeah, what's wrong? And no, nothing, I just had a very strange feeling, somewhat. Nanako stared blankly at the 6 girls with blushing faces. She knew. It's over, completely over, the potion seems to be taking effect. Let's pause here for now. If this potion is truly as terrifying as that dog disciple described, one key opens one lock, or one key opens several locks. What if they're all keys or all locks? What terrifying things might happen then? At the same time, church sacristy. Healed. A piercing and terrified scream tore through the entire sky. Marshall's attendant shrieked in terror, struggling to climb the flagpole dozens of meters high. Clutching the pole with both hands and feet, he trembled uncontrollably while letting out continuous screams. And beneath that flagpole was one frenzied beast after another. It was an epic clash overflowing with masculine vigor. That was a fierce clash of blades born from freedom and burning passion. That was the ultimate gladiatorial arena where real men determine who's supreme. So what exactly happened? What in the world is going on? The squire clung trembling to the flagpole like a little bird hiding from a beast, tears already streaming down his face. At this moment, he was so helpless, so pitiful, though often standing out awkwardly for being overly serious in demeanor. But this time it was way too much. Knight Commander, Your Majesty, snap out of it. Come to your senses. You're a family man. The attendant stared downward and screamed. Marshall's nostrils flared with a hiss, emitting 2 jets of steam, his eyes blazing red as he roared. Get down here now. I won't, shrieked the attendant, clutching even tighter. Marshall shouted, this is outright rebellion. You're my squire. How dare you disobey the words of your Knight Commander? The squire screamed, Sir Knight Commander, I'll follow any order of yours, but you can't force me to do this kind of thing. I only like cute girls. Marshall roared, are you coming down or not? The squire shrieked at the top of his lungs, no, I have my dignity too. I absolutely won't let you guys do this to me. Marshall shouted, you little brat, don't think I can't get you just because you've climbed up that pole. Boom, boom. Marshall stomped his feet against the ground, every muscle in his body bursting with explosive power. Then he suddenly extended his iron steel arms and grabbed the flagpole in one swift motion. In an instant, the attendant clinging to the top of the pole immediately began swaying at an unimaginable speed. His voice trembled as he screamed, help me, Someone save me, God, I beg you. Despair. Agony. How tragic. This moment surged like relentless tides, impossible to shake off. And it was at this very moment. Click. The sound of a flagpole snapping in two. The attendant's expression froze instantly in place. At this moment, as the flagpole toppled and his body crumpled, his entire life flashed before his eyes, the sweetness of his first love, the beloved father he respected, those youthful sunset runs more than a decade ago. That was his vanished youth. Mother, your son is unfilial. Along with that desperate cry, his body finally curved downward along with that flagpole down, relentlessly down, fallen into the pitch-black abyss. Beneath his tear-streaked face, countless clashing steel beasts rolled toward him in an unstoppable tide. And at that very next moment, shrill yet strangely agonized cries reverberated through the sky. The emaciated horse was so pitiful, it brought tears to one's eyes. Chapter 75. If I don't enter hell, who will? The Alchemist's Guild. What's happening? My body suddenly feels so strange. Under Nanako's wide-eyed and trembling gaze, all 6 girls' complexions changed one by one. Their eyes grew misty, as if they might melt at any moment. Clearly, the magic potion they drank was taking effect. And the very next moment, their gazes all fell on Lin, who was covered by Nanako's robe. Those burning little eyes suddenly took a turn for the worse. This is weird. So weird. Why am I suddenly having these strange thoughts? Yes, me too. I'm so embarrassed, Omega, but somehow I just couldn't help it. See, could it be, because I've never been close to boys before, that I've started having these kinds of thoughts? Nanako, Omega. This is bad, really bad. How could I say such shameless things? This potency oil is frighteningly effective. No, we absolutely cannot stay deadlocked like this. No matter what, I must find a way to break this stalemate immediately. And in that very instant, under that scorching gaze, the 6 girls turned their eyes toward Lin before almost instinctively closing in around her. Lin, who had been desperately pondering countermeasures in her mind, suddenly froze. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. It seemed 12 bizarre creatures had instantly surrounded him, trapping him at the very center. Crash! Lin, bewildered, abruptly pulled down the cloak Nanaoko had draped over his head. In an instant, when Lin took in the scene around him, Lin was stunned. The sky looks so round today. Wait, no. Holy shit, what the hell am I thinking? Looks like the effects have kicked in already. Even though it's just a little, they still couldn't resist the drug's potency. If I make my move now, say, by freezing them in place, I could easily subdue them and then prepare the antidote. But if that's the case, how can I explain to my lowly master afterwards why I'm so damn awesome? Damn it all. Could it be that I, Lin, with my legendary reputation, must resort to using my body to help these 6 ladies through their predicament today? Lin gritted his teeth, his thoughts in turmoil, his face contorted with tension. In that case, I guess I'll just have to grit my teeth and help them. After all, compared to being discovered by that damn lowly, offering up my body is totally bearable. Just 6 of them? I, Lin, could take on 10 without breaking a sweat. See, hashtag? Lin's eyes brimmed with humiliation, red-rimmed as he clenched his fists tightly. Then come at me. If I don't go to hell, who will? Seems I, Lin, have no choice but to swallow my pride and agree to your terms. Just as Lin was passionately preparing for self-sacrifice, a small hand suddenly struggled through a narrow gap, then firmly grasped Lin's arm. Lin was instantly stunned. Ha! Crash! The next moment, Lin was promptly rescued by Nanako from the encircling embrace of those 6 girls. Wow! Headmaid Nanako, what are you doing? How could you snatch Mr. Lin away from us? Headmaid Nanako, that's too much. No! Give Mr. Lin back to us right now! The 6 girls screamed, just as they were about to turn in charge. Nanakeo gritted her teeth, suddenly extending her small hand as her clear voice chanted a rolling incantation. O spirits of ice and snow that permeate all, I command you in the name of Nanakeo, witch of Winter Spring Valley. I want you to become unyielding ice. I want you to freeze everything before my eyes. In an instant, a blue magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Nanako's feet. In the next moment, countless water elements surged toward the 6 girls, rapidly freezing them with a clattering sound, trapping them firmly at the center. Nanako panted, finally, they're frozen. Nice job, lowly dog. Your reflexes finally worked properly for once today. Looks like even you, lowly dog, finally noticed something wrong with the magic potion. Now hurry up and chant after me, this potion is suspicious. Let's hurry and get through this plot. Listening to her dog disciple's inner voice, Nanako gritted her teeth, the stray strands of her hair pattering against the air like tiny whips. Damn apprentice, how dare you have such intense thoughts just now? To even consider that shameful idea of sacrificing yourself to help 6 female patrons through their difficulties. You're truly showing no respect for Nanako at all. Nanako would never let you take on 10 at once, though entirely unwilling. But by normal logic, she absolutely had to feign confusion right now. This magic potion is faulty. Nanako widened her eyes, waved her small hand dramatically, robes fluttering as she unleashed her acting skills. Lin immediately chimed in, widening her eyes. That's right. It suddenly charged over like it had eaten aphrodisiac-laced rice. I didn't even have time to react. This is so bizarre. Good job, little brat. Whether this gets resolved perfectly depends entirely on you now. Next, you'd better say, could there be something wrong with the formula? That can't be right. I need to ask my master about this. Then you, little brat, can logically receive my help and the antidote, and I won't even fall under your suspicion. This development would be absolutely perfect. And just as the thought flashed through his mind, Nanako widened her eyes, her face showing hesitant expression as she urgently said, could it be that there's something wrong with the formula? That shouldn't be. No way, I must go ask my master about this. Lin was shocked. Holy shit, it matches perfectly. Are you a mind-reading worm in my belly, puppy loli? Or have I completely mastered the logic behind your antics? Wow, so accurate. My prediction was spot on. Nanako Zahog flicked the air with a sharp snap. Angry face. Don't go praising yourself, you pup disciple. It's Nanakeo who can hear your inner thoughts, my dumb disciple. But this is no time for complaints. I must quickly dismiss myself to detoxify the medicine's effect on those 6. Nanakeo turned around, grabbed the dazed Alina standing there, and dashed toward the door. Disciple, you stay here and watch them. Your master will return immediately. Snap. The door closed with a thud. Now only Lin and the 6 frozen girls remained in the room. Lin immediately took a deep breath. Finally free. I really went above and beyond to conceal my identity. Once the little Lolita was sent away, the situation became much easier to handle. Whether it was using the identity of the Frost Sovereign to give her the antidote, or directly helping them myself and then making up an excuse to gloss over it, both were viable options. Or, with the Lolita Master gone, helping the 6 female benefactors through their predicament in the most, conventional way seemed like another possible approach. Lin stroked his chin. That could work too. Chapter 76, I need to hire more doctors. But just at that moment, smack! With a loud bang, the door swung open instantaneously. Nanaoko widened her eyes, pointed her small finger inside, and declared, I forgot to mention, my dog disciple must wait obediently for master to return. No having any naughty thoughts about them. Understood? Nanaoko will check when she gets back. Then the door was slammed shut with another loud smack. Lin. Half an hour later. After consulting her master, the Frost Sovereign, Nanaoko quickly obtained the antidote bestowed by the Great Frost Sovereign. On the bed in the hotel room. Achoo! 6 girls, shivering from the cold, huddled together on the bed, wrapped in blankets, their teeth chattering incessantly. It's all over now. Nanakeo sat by the bed, earnestly holding one girl's hand as she spoke. It's just a tiny side effect of the potion, you'll be fine after some rest. One of the girls trembled under her blanket, whispering, this is so embarrassing. I was actually imagining doing such shameless things with Mr. Lane just now. Woo, I can never show my face again. All 6 girls burned with mortification. Merely recalling what had just happened and the indecent words they'd spoken made them wish they could instantly vanish into cracks in the ground. Sigh, it's all that damn Loli's fault. She actually mixed that formula of mine with the potion underscore. If I hadn't discovered it early and fed it to those residents turned into swine, there'd really be no solution. Nanako? What nonsense! It's clearly you, my dumb apprentice, who carelessly included that strange thing in Nanako's formula. Otherwise, how could Nanako possibly make such a mistake? Disciple, don't just casually shift the blame onto your master. Furious, the dazed Alina beside them spoke up, Executive Nanako, I was wondering if the side effects are really that severe, then those who stole our potions might not. The surroundings plunged into complete silence. Looking at Nanako's eerie expression, Lin cleared his throat and said, it should be fine, right? Of course something will happen underscore. Just licking a little bit made them so compulsive, let alone drinking it directly. If someone really used a normal dose of the magic potion, then shouldn't they be having a wild time right now? Church backyard. Marshall sat on the chair, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and closed his eyes in melancholy contemplation. Then he immediately recalled all the absurd things he had done during that more than hour-long period. Just a fleeting thought. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. But now he was utterly calm. Calm as a sage. So calm it seemed he'd already forgotten the dull ache in his back. Taking a deep breath, he flicked the cigarette ash and said gloomily, to think Marshall I enjoyed such a sterling reputation, never did I imagine the day would come when I'd actually get trails off, and to be assaulted by just one would have been bad enough. But the main issue was being assaulted by hundreds at once. He took a deep breath, barely holding back the humiliating tears welling up in his eyes. With a loud clatter, the rear palace gates suddenly swung open. Captain Marshall, Alex led a group of knights charging in, only to freeze at the sight of the devastated surroundings and the fallen robust warriors scattered across the ground. Alex was stunned. Marshal Knight Commander, what in the world is this? He had been interrogating those black pigs in the church basement until just moments ago, when he received reports of strange and intense noises coming from the rear courtyard. That's why he rushed over with his men. But who could have imagined he would witness such a bizarre scene the moment he opened the door? Marshall took a deep drag from his cigarette and said wistfully, "It's nothing." Everyone was just overly excited about turning human for the first time and couldn't help celebrating. Alex's eyes widened in shock, looking around at those warriors lying limp with foam at their mouths. So, celebration? Is this really a celebration? But what's with this strange smell, and why are they all stark naked? This looks like it's... Marshall turned around, glanced at him, and said gloomily, "Just some interesting group activities, nothing major." Alex swallowed hard, staring blankly as he said, Captain Marshall, could we help them rest first? You must be tired too." He cautiously walked over, trembling with apprehension. Then he reached out his hand, wanting to support Marshall. Marshall extended his hand to stop him, shaking his head and saying, "Let me sit here for a while. I can't move right now." Alex asked blankly, "Why?" Marshall took a drag of his cigarette with a world-weary air, tilting his head 45 degrees to gaze at the sky, and said wistfully, "Because it would split open." Alex asked blankly, "Split open? Where would it split open?" Marshall gave him a hollow, time-worn look. That single glance seemed to encapsulate all the sorrow in this world. Alex used to be completely unable to read people's expressions, but now he understood Marshall's look at once. In an instant, his eyes welled up with tears. He was so overwhelmed that he even felt a faint ache in his heart. "I feel like I'm about to split open. Commander, this must be tough for you, at your age, doing such intense exercise." Alex wiped away tears as he spoke. "Lord Marshal, shall I call a doctor for you?" Marshall said gloomily, "Yes, go make an appointment at the proctology department. Keep it quiet when you go in, no need to make a fuss. Just bring them over discreetly." Alex said with tears in his eyes, "Yes, Lord Marshal, I'll make the arrangements immediately," he said. He turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Marshall stretched out a trembling hand. Alex turned back immediately, but as he did so, he accidentally bumped into Marshall's arm. Smack! Marshall's body was instantly carried sideways by that momentum. In an instant, Marshall widened his eyes. Scratch! A nearly imperceptible sound came from somewhere. "Marshall!" Alex was immediately shocked and cried out, "Lord Marshal, what's wrong with you?" Marshall answered blankly, "I think I need to hire more doctors." More than half an hour later, Marshall collapsed on the bed, clenching his teeth tightly due to intense pain. And on one bed after another around him lay warriors who had just transformed from pigs to humans, moaning in agony. They, like Marshall, were all bearing the agony of being split apart. Behind them, a physician holding a needle and thread sighed, "Sir Knight Commander, you all went way too wild. In all my years, I've never seen anyone torn apart like this. My lord, you must show some restraint." Marshall roared, "Shut your mouth." Scratch! A faint sound came from behind. Chapter 77 Or have you truly come back to life? He sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth as the pain from tearing his wound flared up. "Marshal Knight, the investigation is complete." Alex burst through the door, his voice brimming with anger and urgency. "It's those potions causing the trouble. I just had someone personally test them. While the potion can indeed turn pigs into humans, it also makes people ravenous for anything edible, seizing every opportunity to gorge themselves." Upon hearing this, Marshall's face instantly turned ashen, as if he'd just eaten dung. "I knew it." He had suspected from the beginning everything was fine before, yet suddenly they became like rutting boars. He instantly recalled that magical potion he had downed in one gulp earlier to show off his boldness. Heavens above! His face flushed crimson with rage, eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. It was all those Winter Spring Valley mages. They must have discovered their theft plan in advance and deliberately brewed this damned aphrodisiac potion to humiliate them. "I'll kill them. I want them dead." He angrily punched the ground. Scratch! A barely audible sound came from behind in an instant. Ouch! Marshall let out a shameful and agonizing scream. "I told you not to move. Why won't you listen?" The doctor sighed. "It's not stitched up yet. With you jerking like that, won't it just split open again?" His face flushed crimson with rage. Marshall's fingers dug into the wooden bedframe as he shouted furiously. "Alex, assemble the team immediately. Find those Winter Springs mages. They dare humiliate us like this? I want them dead." Alex hesitated somewhat, thinking those people from Winter Springs were actually quite decent. If it weren't for Marshall, the night captain, sending men to steal the medicine, such terrible things wouldn't have happened. But Marshall was still his superior after all. As a knight, he naturally considered obeying orders to be his sacred duty. "Yes, Captain." He gritted his teeth and thumped his chest heavily with one hand, saying, "I'll make the arrangements immediately." He was about to turn away. But at that very moment, he suddenly remembered something and his entire body trembled violently. Wait a moment, Lord Marshal, do you remember? More than 2 hours ago, you sent someone to deliver some magical potions to Lord Augustus at the crater. Wasn't there such an incident? In an instant, Marshall's entire body trembled violently. His eyes widened as cold sweat poured down like a torrential downpour. Send someone after them immediately, he shouted loudly. We must stop them before the magic potion is delivered. Otherwise, everything will be over. Scratch. Instantly, Marshall froze in his tracks. Soon, a large number of knights and warriors gathered at the church entrance. Under Marshall's orders, Alex mobilized nearly all the forces of the lakeside church. Once assembled, they immediately marched with overwhelming momentum toward the inn where Nanako and the others were staying. Alex clenched his teeth. Though it weighed heavily on his conscience, the thought of so many of their church's elite warriors being shattered, no matter the circumstances, filled him with rage. Knight Alex, our men have found them. Those mages from Winter Spring Valley are right in Lakeshire Square. Move out. Alex suddenly drew his blade, growling darkly, surround the entire square. This time we must demand justice for Knight Commander Marshall and the others. The sound of clashing swords and shields followed. Alex led his troops. They stormed angrily into the lakeside town square. But when he saw the scene in the square, he froze in shock. Right in the center of the square stood orderly rows of swine, one after another, while at the head of the formation, Winter Spring mages had erected a simple canopy. A few tables, some stools, and an alchemy container filled with purple liquid. Don't crowd, everyone will get some. After drinking the potion, you'll all be able to return to your original forms. Alina shouted, holding a ladle in her hand, her face beaming with joy. In front of the stall, Nanako and 6 beautiful girls handed out the potions to the cursed residents, their faces adorned with smiles, and those residents who drank the magic potion. Soon, in a flash of white light, they slowly returned to their original forms. To prevent any accidental exposure, there were special changing huts set up not far away. It's really changed back. Thank you so much. Are you angels sent by the gods to save us? Divine messengers. Praise be to our God for blessing us. Those who had turned back into humans wept uncontrollably with joy. One by one, they knelt before Nanako and the others, kowtowing incessantly. Nanaoko cheerfully helped them up, saying, no problem at all, no need to thank us. This is what we of Winter Springs Valley should do. We came here precisely to help everyone lift the curse. On a recliner not far away. Watching this scene, Lynn, holding a book in hand, curled the corner of her mouth. Though as foolish as ever, that expression of gratitude still feels immensely reassuring. Actually, doing good deeds occasionally isn't bad at all, even if it doesn't hold any special significance. It's just that. Lynn's eyes reflected Nanako happily distributing potions to the residents, mirrored the genuine smile on her face. Unconsciously, the corners of Lynn's lips slowly curved upward. It's really similar. Just as kind as she was, just as innocent, and just as capable of laughing wholeheartedly over little things. So is it a similar flower, or have you truly come back to life? Lynn let out a bitter chuckle, his fingers giving a faint flick as that barely perceptible moistness at the corner of his eye vanished without a trace. At least let me know if staying by your side for so long truly mattered. Nana's ahog twitched. She tilted her head slightly, turning sapphire blue eyes in this direction. A similar flower? Did it really come to life? Was there some special meaning behind my disciple's inner thoughts just now? Why do I suddenly feel that my disciple seems a bit melancholy? Knight Alex, shall we advance? The soldiers beside him glared with ferocity in their eyes, slowly drawing their swords as cold steel glimmered. Wait a minute. Alex gazed with mixed emotions at the scene in the square, at the citizens being transformed back into humans one by one, watching their faces brim with joy to the point of tears. He lowered his head, furrowing his brow, his fists repeatedly clenching and unclenching. They were helping the residents of Lakeshire break the curse. They truly came to help. He raised his head once more, gazing at the harmonious scene in the square, biting his lip as his eyes flickered with shifting lights. After a long silence, he took a deep breath, as if completely drained in an instant, and uttered those 2 words. Retreat!